My name is Shike, and I live in Xiaoyang village. Early this morning, I went to town by myself. It's still cold since it's just after the new year, but I had something important to do. I caught my fiancé, Song Wentao, getting cozy with a grain shop owner's daughter during my last trip to town, and it made my blood boil. After asking around, I found out they've been seeing each other behind my back. So, today, I waited for him at the town gate and confronted him. Dragging him into an alley, I demanded answers. At first, he made lame excuses, but then he admitted it. He likes the other girl, and our engagement was arranged by our families, not his choice. I wasn't having it. I told him we could break off the engagement, but he wouldn't get back a single coin of the betrothal gifts. He actually looked relieved and agreed. Fine, I thought, if he doesn't care about me, why should I marry him? On my way back, I bought a big chunk of pork belly to cheer myself up. When I got home, I cleaned it, cut it up, and started cooking. The smell filled the yard, and soon my dad and little brother, Huzi, came back. We all had a big meal, braised pork, vegetables with meat broth, and dumpling soup. It was comforting, especially on a cold day. After lunch, I told my dad about breaking off the engagement. At first, he was shocked, but when I explained, he supported me. He even said he'd find someone better for me. That's my dad, always on my side. I'm not upset about the breakup anymore. Why should I waste my time on someone who doesn't value me? I deserve better, and I know my dad will always have my back. After lunch, my dad, Li Dachui, seemed upset about my situation. Instead of taking his usual nap, he left the house quietly. Later, I found out he went to visit Liang Da's wife, a well-known matchmaker in our area, to ask her to find a suitable match for me. Liang Da's wife is respected for her matchmaking and midwifery skills. My dad told her about my broken engagement and asked her to find someone who'd treat me well and wouldn't cause trouble. He specifically wanted a match with fewer siblings to avoid unnecessary conflicts. I think he was also worried I might bully a family that wasn't strong enough to handle me. My dad knows me too well. While this was happening, I stayed home doing chores. In the afternoon, I took my dad's and little brother's dirty clothes to the river to wash. As I was working, Liang Da's daughter, Arya, came over to gossip. She already knew about my broken engagement and let slip that her mother was helping my dad find a match. It didn't bother me. I even joked about how people think life can't go on without a man once you're 16. Arya, younger than me, was already being scouted for marriage by her mom. We chatted about my former fiancé, and I told her how ungrateful his family was. They looked down on us now, even though my dad once saved their head of the family. It was clear they'd forgotten their debt, but I wasn't going to waste any more anger on them. Meanwhile, Liang Da's wife had someone in mind for me. She immediately set out for a neighboring village, Xiaohi village, which is surrounded by mountains. There, at the foot of a hill, she visited a young man named Sherbufan, or Stone, who lived alone after losing his parents. He'd returned recently from military service with an injured leg and a struggling household. When Liang Da's wife told Stone about me, she praised my family's standing in the village and explained my situation. Stone doubted that someone with my background would consider him, but she reassured him, emphasizing his good looks and kind heart. She was determined to make this match happen, seeing potential in both of us. Back by the river, I wasn't yet aware of any of this. I just wondered, what does it really mean to find a good family? Is it about money and status, or is it about someone who will value me for who I am? After my last experience, I wasn't sure. But deep down, I hoped for someone I could respect and trust, a fresh start. After lunch, my dad was restless, clearly still thinking about my situation. I later found out he went to see Liang Da's wife, a local matchmaker, to help find me a potential husband. He even gave her specific instructions about what kind of family he wanted for me, someone decent with fewer siblings to avoid unnecessary conflicts. At the same time, Liang Da's wife visited her nephew, Sherbufan, or Stone. He's a good man, but has had a tough life. His leg was injured during military service, and he's been living alone since losing his parents. He's hardworking, learned hunting from his stepfather, and has a strong sense of responsibility. Despite his humble circumstances, Liangda's wife believes he'd make a great match for me. She told him about me and asked him to clean up his place in case my dad wanted to visit. Meanwhile, I was washing clothes by the river when Arya, Liangda's daughter, came by to gossip. She hinted about her mom's plans, and I didn't mind. When Liangda's wife called me over later, she told me everything about Stone. I listened carefully. He seemed like a good man, even if life hadn't been kind to him. His loyalty to his stepfather and his guilt over not being there when his parents passed away showed he had a kind heart. I told her I'd discuss it with my dad. When I got home and explained, my dad seemed interested. He remembered Stone's stepfather as a good man and thought Stone might be similar. He even offered to give me 5 acres of our family's land as a dowry, though I teased him about not needing that much. That evening, Dad went out alone to quietly check on Stone without telling anyone. When he came back, he looked pleased but didn't say much. I think he's feeling optimistic about this match, and honestly, so am I. Stone seems like a good person, and maybe this could work out after all. The next morning, my dad went to see Liangda's wife again. He had secretly checked out Sherbufan, the man she suggested for me, the night before. He told her he liked what he saw. Sherbufan seemed decent and healthy, just as she'd promised. My dad was worried about my future, though, so he wanted to make sure everything was in order before moving forward. He even offered to cover the dowry, including 5 acres of land, to make things easier for Sherbufan. Meanwhile, Liangda's wife visited Sherbufan to tell him the good news. She teased him about how lucky he was to have someone willing to marry him despite his tough situation. Sherbufan was surprised and grateful but refused to accept the land as part of the dowry. He insisted he could take care of his future wife without it and didn't want to cause tension between me and my family later. His honesty and humility impressed Liangda's wife, who agreed to move forward with the match. When Liangda's wife came to my house to share the update, she told me about Sherbufan's reaction. I asked if he minded that I had broken off a previous engagement, and she reassured me that he didn't. Instead, she said, "You're not the one who should feel ashamed. You're the one choosing to move on." A few days later, Sherbufan came to formally propose. My dad and I had already prepared for the visit, and when I saw Sherbufan, I felt a sense of calm. He was tall, strong, and confident, completely different from my ex-fiancé. He left his walking stick at the door, proving his leg was fine, which reassured my dad. As we sat together, I realized I finally understood what I wanted in a partner. Sherbufan seemed steady, hardworking, and genuine. Everything my previous fiancé wasn't. It felt like a fresh start, and for the first time, I was excited about what the future might hold. When Sherbufan came to propose, he brought an impressive set of gifts: fine fabrics, pastries, tea, and even wine. In our little village, this was a big deal. Liangda's wife escorted him, looking proud as ever. When we met, I gave him a quick glance. He was tall, strong, and well-built, not bad. He seemed satisfied with me too, calling me cheerful-looking with my round, fair face. My little brother, Huzi, was fascinated by how tall Sherbufan was, even taller than our dad. He quickly warmed up to him, asking if he could visit once I got married. Sherbufan, with a smile, promised to welcome him anytime and even offered to cook him meat when he visited. That made Huzi grin ear to ear. He practically sold me for a good meal. My dad was impressed too. Despite Sherbufan's modest circumstances, he had put together thoughtful and valuable gifts. It showed he respected me and our family. As they talked, my dad learned about Sherbufan's past, his time in the army, his quick thinking to feign injury and escape danger, and how he returned home alone to find his parents gone. Dad admired his resilience and straightforward nature. Meanwhile, I sat in the house listening to their conversation. Sherbufan seemed dependable, but I couldn't help noticing how extravagant his gifts were, considering his financial situation. I decided then that I'd have to take charge of managing money in our household once we married. As my dad and Sherbufan bonded over their shared experiences, Liangda's wife suggested we finalize the wedding date. Dad, eager to see me settled, chose a date soon after the Dragon Boat Festival. It was earlier than most village weddings, but he wanted everyone to know his daughter didn't need to wait long for a good match. Before leaving, Sherbufan noticed Huzi sneaking a piece of the pastries he'd brought. Instead of scolding him, he unwrapped the package and shared it. Seeing that made me smile. He already understood how to handle my mischievous little brother. As they left, I felt a mix of relief and curiosity. Sherbufan wasn't what I expected, but he seemed kind, capable, and sincere. Maybe, just maybe, this would work out. Arriving at the entrance of the village, Aunt Liang reminded Sherbufan again. You need to find someone to clean up your room, as well as the bedding for the wedding, cabinets, tables, and chairs. Sherbufan listened to Aunt Liang's instructions, thinking that there was still time, and he had to go up the mountain to cut wood and find someone to make a cabinet. It was too late to build the house now, but the inside had to be repainted white. Thinking about it this way, there was still a lot of work. Okay, that's all for now. You go back first and do everything according to your ability. Aunt Liang also felt that although today's gift made her look good, it did cost a lot. Sherbufan quickly agreed and took out a purse from his and stuffed it into Aunt Liang's hand. Aunt, don't be polite to me. No one can leave a matchmaking empty-handed. Besides, I don't know how to do it, so I have to trouble you again. Take this first and don't refuse it again. Aunt Liang weighed it with her hand. It was estimated to be more than last time, and she couldn't help but smile. Okay, Aunt, I won't be polite to you. If you don't understand anything, just come and ask me. After Sherbufan returned home, he looked inside and outside and decided to tidy up. He had seen the 3 bright tiled houses of Shikei's family and the auxiliary rooms, which were all bright. Compared with the Li family, his family was really not good enough. He did it right away. He turned back to the house, took his tools, and went up the back mountain. Whether it was cleaning the house and yard or buying furniture, he needed money, and he had to find a way to get the money. His stepfather was a hunter, and he had learned a lot since he was a child. With the training in the army, he was now better at hunting than his hunter father. There is a river running through Xiaohe village. His family lives at the end of the village, and behind is a hillside. Beyond the hillside is the back mountain, and villagers often come here to collect firewood or cut some wood when making furniture. The villagers only stay here, and fewer people go up the mountain.
Why?
It's not safe. Almost no villagers will go to the deep mountains. Although there are many prey, it is also dangerous. It is not worth risking your life to catch a prey. Even if you don't risk your life, it's a loss to see a doctor if you get hurt. Besides, it takes half a day to go up the mountain, and it takes a whole day to go back and forth whether you can catch prey or not. What else can you do with this time? Besides, no one can guarantee that you will get something every time you go up the mountain to hunt. The stronger villagers wander around the middle of the mountain and catch pheasants, rabbits, etc. But Sherbufan is different. He doesn't stop here for a moment and takes a shortcut into the deep mountains. He hid in the mountains for a night and did not look at the small prey. He planned to catch a big one and sell it for more money. But he did not expect that after hiding all night, he did not encounter any big prey, but he caught a nest of dragons. Dragons are snakes. The 2 big snakes were almost as thick as a child's arm. He picked up the small one aside and the 2 big snakes with a sack, then put them in the backpack. With these 2 small dragons, he was done. He did not waste any more time and took a shortcut down the mountain to the next county to sell them. He also caught 2 rabbits on the way. Such thick snakes are full of treasures. They can definitely be sold at a high price in the capital, but they are much cheaper in the county below. When he entered the city, the sun was already high, and he first went to a familiar noodle stall. Boss, give me 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles. Okay, wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Sherbufan put the backpack on the ground and pressed the 2 still dizzy rabbits on it. He took out water from the bamboo tube and rinsed his hands slightly. There was a fishy smell on his hands, which could not be washed away with water, but at least the smell was not so pungent. The boss quickly brought over 2 large bowls of vegetarian noodles. It was clear without asking that this young man always ordered large bowls. After Sherbufan ate 2 large bowls of noodles, he felt energetic again. In fact, he could have eaten another bowl, but forget it, he had to do the important things first. 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles cost 12 cents. After paying the bill, Sherbufan picked up his backpack and walked to the backyard of a house, as if he was familiar with the place. He knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and a boy poked his head out. "Oh, who did I think it was? What's going on? Another good thing was delivered?" Sherbufan grinned. "If it's not good, how could I bring it here? Let your housekeeper come and see if he wants it. If not, I'll find the next buyer." "Okay, wait a moment." The boy closed the door and turned to find the housekeeper. The housekeeper knew that Sherbufan was coming, so he didn't delay. He also wanted to see what rare things this kid brought this time. Last time, this kid hunted a wolf, a big one, and some people said it was the Wolf King. His master liked it very much when he saw it, saying that the wolf head could ward off evil spirits. Many friends came to see it and were very envious. The door opened, and the housekeeper came out to see. Oh, Sherbufan was sitting on the stone next to him, with a backpack and 2 rabbits next to him. Could it be that he was sending 2 rabbits? Even if they were alive, they would not be rare. Sherbufan looked at the housekeeper's expression and said, "The things are in the backpack. Come and take a look. Be steady. Don't be scared." The housekeeper laughed and scolded. "I have walked more roads than you have crossed bridges, and you still can't keep steady. Don't underestimate me. Let me open my eyes quickly." Sherbufan opened the backpack, took out the sack and opened it, and there were 2 little dragons tied with rope inside. The housekeeper's face changed. "Oh my God, this dragon is about to become a spirit. It's about to transform, and you dare to take action. That's good. If it's just an ordinary dragon, what's the use? This is a tonic. Not to mention rejuvenation. At least it can prolong life and make you strong and healthy." The housekeeper poked the 2 little dragons with the wooden stick next to him. They were alive, which made him even happier. Then he crossed his arms and thought about it. This is indeed rare and difficult to catch. It's worth giving a few more tails. The master might even reward him if he is happy. "This little brother, this is not the first time we have dealt with each other. I'm not going to lie. 20 tails for a little dragon." When Sherbufan heard this, he was sure that it couldn't be compared with the big provincial capitals. There were only so many wealthy and prominent people in the county, and he had no other choice. "Uncle is a straightforward person. I will do as you say. These 2 rabbits." Before the housekeeper finished speaking, Sherbufan hurriedly said, "These 2 rabbits are not for sale. They are my filial piety to the housekeeper. Every time I come here to take care of you, I remember your kindness in my heart." The housekeeper stroked his beard and laughed. Even if the 2 rabbits were alive, they would not be worth much money. He did not care about their value, but mainly because of this kind of thought. "Okay, if you have any rare things in the future, just bring them over. With Uncle here, you will never lose anything." Sherbufan smiled and thanked him. After getting the silver, he thanked the housekeeper again before turning around and leaving. He was not so naive to think that the housekeeper was so easy to talk to. The main reason was that the things he sent every time were very rare and rarely available outside. Things are precious because they are rare. Besides, every time he sent something, as long as the owner was happy, he might reward him a lot. Otherwise, the housekeeper would not be so happy every time he came. With the silver in his hand, Sherbufan felt relieved. He turned around and went to the grain store, where he bought fine rice, flour, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. His backpack was almost full. When he left the county town, he also bought 10 big meat buns from the bun stall. No one would cook for him when he returned, so he would eat them for dinner. Sherbufan did not take the main road back, as that was too long, but went directly over the mountain. Naturally, he did not fail on this journey, as he shot 3 chickens and 2 rabbits. Unfortunately, the rabbits were dead this time. When he got home, it was already dark. Sherbufan put away the silver in the dark, took a change of clothes, and went to the nearby pond to take a bath. He took cold showers all year round, and he had practiced it since he was a hunter-father. After taking a bath, he rinsed the dirty clothes he had changed in the water, which was considered washed. He put on clean clothes and went home carrying the wet clothes. He hung the clothes on the bamboo poles outside and went into the kitchen to light a fire. He was not going to cook, and he did not have the patience. He heated up the meat buns first, then took out a large coarse porcelain bowl, put a handful of wild tea he had picked on the mountain, and rinsed it with boiling water. He felt very happy eating hot buns and drinking hot tea. After eating and drinking, he went back to the room and fell asleep. After a while, he began to snore. He didn't sleep last night, and he was sleepy after 2 days and 1 night. He got up on time the next morning. When he went to the kitchen, to be honest, he could do everything by himself, but he was also worried about cooking. The problem was that he didn't know what to cook. If he had known, he would have saved half of the 10 big meat buns yesterday and had them for breakfast today. He took out the fine rice he bought yesterday and cooked a big pot of porridge. He also cut half a bowl of the pickled vegetables that Aunt Leong brought him. There was too much rice, so the porridge was quite thick, and he ate it with the pickled vegetables. After cleaning up, he took 2 chickens and 2 rabbits and went to Xiaoyang village. Early in the morning, when Aunt Leong opened the door, she saw her eldest nephew, who came to the door with something in his arms. "Hey, did you make these?" "Yes, I made them yesterday. I took a chicken and a rabbit to honor my aunt. I'll send the other chicken and rabbit to Li's house later." Aunt Leong laughed when she heard it. "Okay, you have a good eye. Shikei's father will definitely be happy." Sherbufan listened to his aunt's joke, put a chicken and a rabbit on the ground, and took out a silver ingot of about 5 taels from his arms. When he sold Xiaolong yesterday, he asked the housekeeper to give him all small change so that he could spend it easily. "What's this for?" Aunt Leong asked, looking at so much silver. "Aunt, I'll find someone to clean up the house in a few days and go up the mountain to cut trees to make 2 decent pieces of furniture. But I have no idea about the quilts in this room. I am afraid that the ready-made ones may not be good. Please help me buy cloth and cotton to make them." Aunt Leong took the silver and said with a smile, "That's easy. The fields are not busy this season. I can make them for you in a few days. Aunt, I can't put them in my room, so I have to make them at your house. I will put them here first and take them back after I finish cleaning up my room." "Okay, Aunt will definitely make you 2 good quilts. As long as the materials are good, they may be used for many years. When you get married, the weather will be hot, so I will make a thinner one." "Okay, Aunt will make it as you see fit. There is no odd number here, so make 2 thick ones and 2 thin ones. Make them bigger. If you make them smaller, they won't cover my big piece." "Okay, I will enlarge the size for you. There are also quilts in Shikei's dowry, which are definitely enough for you to cover, and maybe even for your future children." Sherbufan scratched his head and smiled. "Child, marry your wife first. Aunt, you go ahead and do your work. I'll send these 2 wild animals to Li's house. Go after you finish your meal. You must not have had breakfast alone." "I've eaten. I made it myself." "Aunt, I'll go first. Don't see me off. Close the door." Sherbufan carried the remaining pheasant and rabbit and strode to the Li family. Some people who were strolling around the village were puzzled when they saw it. It was already the end of the year. Why were there still people carrying things to the door? The main reason was that Shikei handled the matter very quickly. It took only a few days to settle it, and most of the villagers didn't know about it yet. The door of the Li family was open. Li Huzi was sitting in front of the door, writing on the ground with a wooden stick. This was forced by his father and sister. He had to write a certain number of words every day before he was allowed to go out to play. It didn't matter how well he wrote, but at least he could write and recognize it. Hearing the footsteps, Huzi looked up and immediately threw the wooden stick away. Brother-in-law. Huzi's enthusiasm and the name made Sherbufan happy. "Huzi, what are you doing squatting on the ground? Where are my family members? My sister is in the kitchen, and my father is cleaning the toilet in the backyard. Brother-in-law, are you giving me these chickens and rabbits? This was hunted by my brother-in-law yesterday. I bring it here for you, of course. Let your sister stew it for you."
Huzi grinned.
His sister hasn't even married yet, but she can eat the game hunted by his brother-in-law. If his sister gets married, will she have enough to eat every day? At this time, Shikei came out of the kitchen and saw Sherbufan. Her face blushed slightly, which was rare. It was mainly because her skin was too white, and her blush was very obvious. You are here. Why are you giving gifts again? You brought a lot of things last time. Have you eaten? Sherbufan looked at Shikei's smiling face. There was a small dimple on her round face. He also felt a little hot on his face, but his face was dark, so it couldn't be seen. These were hunted yesterday, when we went up the mountain. I brought 2 here for you to try. Huzi said you are a good cook. You can stew them for Uncle Li and Huzi. Huzi laughed happily, and then said, Brother-in-law, my sister's braised pork is delicious. And the fried fish is also very delicious, but the small fish are hard to catch. Li Dachui heard someone talking in the backyard, so he brushed off the dirt on his body and came over. Uncle Li, what are you busy with? Let me help you. When Li Dachui came over, he saw the chickens and rabbits on the ground and couldn't help but smile. Just cleaning up, there's not much to do. Oh, this rabbit is fat enough. Li Dachui was very happy to be able to enjoy his son-in-law's filial piety so soon. This was hunted yesterday. Let's clean it up and eat it quickly. It won't be fresh if we leave it here any longer. Shikei came over and took a look at the rabbit. It was quite heavy, about 4 or 5 pounds. There is not much meat in pheasants, and this should be very delicious for making soup. Then he looked at Sherbufan and said, Sell the things you hunt next time. There are many places to spend money right now, so don't eat them all. Sherbufan scratched his head and said, I know. I'll sell it too. This is what's left. Of course, these are not what he sells. They won't make much money. It's better to keep them to satisfy your cravings and fill your teeth. Seeing that he agreed well, Shikei picked up the chicken and rabbit and walked to the kitchen, sat on a small stool, and prepared to clean up. Father Li stretched Sherbufan's clothes, winked at him, and said with a smile, How is it? My daughter is not only beautiful, but also knows how to live. You are blessed. Sherbufan smiled and said, Blessed, blessed. Uncle Li taught me well. Then he glanced at Shikei, who was about to pluck the chicken feathers, and said, Uncle Li, I won't talk to you for now. I'll go help Shikei clean up the game. A girl like her should not touch such bloody things. Li Dachui smiled. Okay, you go. Not bad, not bad. She knows how to care about her daughter. Okay, as long as he's a good person and cares about his daughter, it doesn't matter if he's a little poor. At most, I can help him out a little more. Li Dachui liked his son-in-law more and more, and enthusiastically invited him to have lunch here. Sherbufan hurriedly told him about his plans. He had a lot of things to do. Now that he had money in his hands, he had to hurry up and get the important things done. After listening to Li Dachui, he was more satisfied with Sherbufan, who was quite organized in doing things. Do you have enough money? If not, I'll give it to you first. Sherbufan hurriedly said, Don't worry, Uncle Li. I've prepared the money. I'll go back to our village to find someone to help cut down trees in the mountains, and I'll also have to find someone to paint the house. I won't have lunch here. Li Dachui looked at Sherbufan's calm reply and knew that he was not lying. It seemed that he had money in his hand. Yes, he was just one person. How much could he spend? And he didn't care about food and clothing. He could make money by selling the prey, which made him much more active than the farmers. When Shikei heard that he would not eat here, he went back to the kitchen to get a clean cloth and wrapped 2 large meat patties. This was what they were going to eat at noon. If he took 2, the remaining ones would not be enough for the 3 of them. Fortunately, there was stewed rabbit meat in the evening, so they would eat less meat patties at noon. This is the meat pie I made. Take it back and eat it. When Shikei came over with the meat pie, Sherbufan sniffed and smelled the fragrance. Okay, I won't be polite. Make yourself a hot soup when you eat, and heat the pie again. Don't eat it cold. Sherbufan felt something different when he saw Shikei's patient instructions. I don't know how to make soup, and the taste won't be right. I'll just make a pot of wild tea, and it will taste good with the meat pie. Wild tea, you pick it in the mountains. I heard that there is wild tea to be picked in the mountains, but not many people go to pick it. Sherbufan smiled. This is a delicate job. It takes a whole day to go there. Who would waste this time just to pick a few tea leaves? I don't have much, and I'm not picky. The main thing is that it has a little taste, which is better than drinking plain water. If you like to drink it, wait for the first batch of tender buds in spring to be fragrant, then I will pick it for you. The magpie laughed. Really, is it far? I will go with you. I haven't picked tea before. The road must be not close. I'm afraid you can't get there. Don't underestimate me. I'm not as weak as other women. I can handle walking on the mountain road. Okay, I'll take you there once. If you can get there, we'll pick more. This can be fried and drunk for a year. You can fry it, right? Yes, but I'm not very skilled. After all, I don't make much. I'm alone, so I'll just make something to drink. If you like it, I'll pick the young buds and fry them carefully for you. The magpie smiled, and two dimples were faintly visible. I've only been to the foot of the mountain. I've never been to the top of the mountain. My dad won't let me go alone. It's okay later. Sherbuffon blushed slightly and said in a low voice, when you get married in the future, I'll take you if you want to go. You can rest assured that I'll be with you. The magpie nodded happily. Sherbuffon spoke to the magpie for a few words before reluctantly saying goodbye. That's great. The magpie is very generous and not shy. Besides, the magpie's meals are delicious. In the future, he won't have to worry about what to eat for 3 meals a day. And there will be someone to accompany him when he goes up the mountain in the future, which is quite beautiful to think about. Looking at the magpie's physique, she doesn't look like a delicate woman. This is just right. If you want to set up a household and live on your own, you have to find a strong and capable woman. Sherbuffon returned to his thatched cottage happily. Every time he came back from the Lee family, he wanted to clean up the house more. When he got home, he opened the meat pie that the magpie had brought him. It was really thick with a lot of meat in it, and the meat pie was quite big. He heated up a meat pie, made a pot of tea, and ate the meat pie with the tea. Don't say it, the food made by the magpie is different and tastes delicious. They were better than the meat buns he bought from the town, and they were more satisfying to eat. This time he was more careful and only ate one, leaving the other for the evening, so as not to worry about what to eat at night. After eating, he didn't delay and went down the hillside without locking the door. He went to the village to find someone to help paint the house and went up the mountain to cut trees. If there was one person in the village who was close to him, there was only one person, his playmate Dania, who had grown up with him. Dania was his name and also his last name. His original last name was Neo, so the brothers in the family were named Daniu and Erniu. When his mother took him to remarry his hunter father, the children in the village didn't like to play with him. Some disliked him because he was from another village, and some disliked his mother's remarriage for a bad reputation. I remember that when I was a child, I would fight with others every time I came to the village. After many fights, I became friends with Daniu. He was a simple and honest man, with a strong physique and honest. Even though Sherbuffon hadn't been home for 3 or 4 years, the two of them were still as good friends when they met. During the days when he was not at home, Daniu often went to his house to help take care of his father and mother, so Sherbuffon recognized this brother very much. Daniu, are you home? Daniu's wife came out of the kitchen and smiled. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Brother Sher. Come in quickly, Daniu. Stop busying yourself and come here quickly. Daniu's wife Tsuetsue is from the neighboring Dea village. Dea village is a big village with much more people than Xiaohe village. Daniu went to Dea village to help others with work at that time. Tsuetsue's father took a liking to him and thought that this young man was honest and kind-hearted, so he wanted to marry his daughter to him. Dania finished his work for the people in Dea village, made money, and married a wife by the way. This is something he often boasts about to make himself proud. Otherwise, how do you say that people from the same family are like each other? Both of them are honest people. They lived a happy life after marriage. In the second year, they had a big fat boy. Dania was collecting firewood in the backyard. He hadn't gone out to collect firewood for a whole winter, and there was not much firewood left at home. He planned to go up the mountain to chop some firewood. While he was working, he heard his wife calling him. He came out and saw that it was Sherbuffon. Shertu, why are you here? Have you eaten? Ask your sister-in-law to make you some more. I've eaten, and I came to talk to you about something. What is it? Sherbuffon hooked his foot over a small stool and sat on it. I'm engaged, and I was thinking of chopping down some trees, making some furniture, and tidying up the house, so I came to ask you for help. After listening to what Shertu said, Danny was really happy for him. Seriously, you got your wife so quietly. Which village is she from? Is she reliable? What's unreliable about her? My aunt told me about this person, and I've met her. She's from Xiaoyang village, which is quite close. That can't be wrong. Your aunt loves you, and she would definitely not tell you about someone else if it wasn't good. What did you say you wanted to do just now? It's not going to work just with the two of us. We have to find a few more people. I'm not familiar with the people in the village. Brother Daniel, can you help me find 2 or 3 people, or a few more will do, so that I can finish it all in one go? Daniel clapped his hands and said, it's the slack season now, so it's not easy to find people. Sherbufan said, Brother Daniel, when you talk to people, you should first explain that I can't cook, and everyone has to bring their own dry food. The wage is 35 big coins a day. When Dania heard this, he said, Brother, what you pay is not low. Even if you work in the town, you can make at most 20 or 30 big coins a day. You can earn so much without leaving the village. Aren't you paying too much? Sherbufan looked at the honest Daniu and said, Brother Daniu, people have to bring their own dry food, and this is physical work, cutting down trees, and they have to carry it. It's not a loss to pay a little more. Besides cutting down trees and making furniture, is there any other work? Yes, I have to paint the house and level the ground. I have to ask Carpenter Zhang if he can do it first. Why are you in such a hurry? Sherbufan couldn't help but smile and said, the date is set. After the Dragon Boat Festival, we have to hurry. Dania was also happy. You are really good. You are not in a hurry, but you are very efficient. Okay, let's go out and look for people separately. After leaving Dinyo's house, Sherbufan went straight to Carpenter Zhang. Carpenter Zhang was easier to deal with as he already had 2 apprentices. Besides, Shertu didn't need any delicate work, nor did he need to carve patterns or anything like that. Many jobs could be handled by 2 apprentices. Carpenter Zhang had a lot of wood in stock, all of which were air-dried, but they were not expensive wood. The villagers cut down the wood and brought it to him, cutting more wood to dry it. If you buy everything from him, the wood processing fee is not cheap. Sherbufan paid a deposit and agreed to send the required amount of wood directly to Carpenter Zhang's house, and he would take it back after the furniture was built and painted. The main reason was that his small yard was not open, and it was more difficult to carry the wood up. Dinyo was also quick and found 3 strong men. Those who were familiar with him must have a similar temperament and nature to him, and they were all honest people. Besides, Sherbufan promised to pay such a high salary. There would be no work in the fields after the new year, and it would be difficult to find casual work outside. The 3 of them were quite happy to earn money right at their doorstep. After finding the right people and getting the right tools, they went straight up the mountain. Logging is a physical job. Mainly Sherbufan and Daniu cut the trees, while the others were responsible for clearing the branches and carrying them to Carpenter Zhang's house. The cleared branches would not be thrown away, and several people took them home to dry and use as firewood. Li Dachui knew that Sherbufan had already hired someone to start the work, and he was eager to get started. He did not go to the village to play cards with others. He went there twice, but Sherbufan did not let him do anything. This was his father-in-law. How could he let him do any work? When he started working, Li Dachui was even more impressed with Sherbufan. He was strong and efficient. When others chopped down a tree, he had already chopped down the second one. It would take him only a few days to get all the wood he needed. They were working in the mountains, and Dania's wife Tsue found her good sisters to help him tidy up the whole house. Sherbufan's house was also easy to tidy up. All the things were cleared out, and the places that needed to be repaired were simply tidied, and the walls were simply painted. The 2 women finished most of it in a day, and Sherbufan cleaned up the rest when he had time. After Li Dachui returned home, he and his daughter kept praising Sherbufan. Dad is good at judging people. I took a look outside that day. Shertu is a handsome man with a straight look. It was getting dark, and he was tidying up in the yard without a stick, which proved that his leg was fine. With his strength, if he can't support his family in the future, he will be a waste, and you can come back then. Shike rolled his eyes at his father. Who talks like that? She hasn't even gotten married yet, but he has already found a way out for her. Even if her father didn't say it, she would not live with him if the man couldn't support her in the future or treated her badly. Lee Dachui drank a sip of wine happily and then said to Shike, "Prepare more dry food tomorrow. It's a pity for that kid to live alone at the foot of the mountain. I'll send him some. Enough for him to eat for a day. Prepare more. This kid is strong and eats a lot, and less will not be enough for him." Shike thought about it and agreed. He was doing physical labor now, so how could he have the strength if he didn't eat enough? Not to mention him, his father and Huzi also ran around and ate a lot every day. His father couldn't eat if he didn't have meat for more than 3 days. The next day, Shike was busy in the kitchen. He steamed 2 large baskets of buns. One basket was filled with pork and green onions, and the other was filled with cabbage and pork. He also made a few sugar triangles with the remaining dough. Shike left some for the day at home and asked his father to send the rest to Sherbufan. After lunch, he would take a break. Just after he finished the leftover porridge in the morning, Father Lee came over with a big package. "Uncle Lee, why are you here now? I'm bringing you some food." Shike knows that you're fooling around alone, so she steamed a lot of meat buns. Sherbufan took the bundle from Father Lee's hand. It was quite heavy. He really took a lot. He touched it with his hand, and it was still warm, and his heart couldn't help but feel warm. "What did you eat at noon?" Sherbufan put the meat bun on the table with a missing leg, and then said, "This is the leftover porridge I cooked this morning." Old Manly groaned. "How can this be done? You do such physical work, how can you just drink porridge? The buns are not cold yet. Eat too quickly." Sherbufan was indeed not very full, and he didn't hesitate to take out one and started eating. After taking 2 bites, he remembered that he didn't pour a glass of water for Old Manly, so he hurried to the kitchen with the bun in his mouth. There was still hot water in the pot, and it seemed to be quite hot. He grabbed a handful of wild tea and put it in the teapot, poured water in, took out 2 bowls, and came out. "Uncle Lee, I don't have good tea here, just wild tea from the mountain, just drink a few sips." Sherbufan poured 2 bowls and handed one to Father Lee. Father Lee was a little thirsty after walking all the way, so he picked up the tea and took a sip. He smacked his lips and found the wild tea tasted pretty good. Sherbufan took out another sugar triangle and took a bite. The strong sweet taste of brown sugar filled his mouth. He didn't feel tired at all while working these days. He was full of expectations, just like the sugar triangle, and his heart was always sweet. Father Lee then sent him a big bag of food every 2 or 3 days. Sherbufan felt even sweeter in his heart, because all of this was made by Shike. What Father Lee talked about the most when he went home was how good Shertu was, how hard he worked, how accurate he was when hunting, and how filial he was to him. He loved the food that Shike made for him and kept praising her cooking skills. Shike heard a lot and was full of hope for her future life. Father Lee saw that Shike was not dissatisfied with the rush of the engagement. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his daughter would have some grudges, and he was even more afraid that she would complain that he, as her father, had found her a poor in-law. How could Shike not know her father's little thoughts? She couldn't help but smile and said, "Dad, don't worry about me. As long as Shertu is a decent man and treats me well, we will get better and better in the future. I also understand that I am not young anymore. If I don't stay as an old maid, it will also affect Huzi's marriage in the future."
Lidakui sniffa.
His daughter was really considerate and sensible. Looking at it these days, Shertu is not a bad kid. These days, what Sherbufan heard most was that Lee's father said that Shike was worried about him and asked him to take it easy when working and not to get tired. Tell her what you want to eat, and she will make it, and ask her father to bring it to you. Shertu, as heart is so hot. No one had ever been so kind to him, except his mother, of course. How did he meet such a good girl? And his father-in-law was also very supportive and treated him very well. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep at night, so he got up and went up the mountain. The next day, Lee Dachui brought Huzi over. When he entered the yard, he saw a pile of game in the yard. Lee Dachui laughed. "This is really a lot. We can't stew it all this time." Uncle Lee, you take it all away in a while, and I can't cook it here. Okay, I'll let Shike stew it and send it to you. You just wait to eat it ready. Eating ready-made food, Sherbufan laughed. It felt good. When Li Laodai and his son left, their hands were full of game, and Huzi admired his brother-in-law very much. So much meat was given to their family. This brother-in-law is really good. More people means faster work. It's only been more than half a month, and the whole house inside and outside has been completely renewed. The room was still quite empty, and the furniture had not been put in place yet. He fixed the roof himself, remembering that it had leaked in previous years, so he fixed the roof in one go. In the remaining time, he thought about saving some more money. They would live together in the future, unlike in previous years when he could do it all by himself. He had to give betrothal gifts and hold a wedding banquet, and no one would plan for him, so he had to prepare in advance. After a day's rest, he took all his things and went up the mountain again. Li Dachui was not idle either. Sherbufan also sent some of the cut wood to Xiaoliang village because Li Dachui wanted to make a few more boxes for his daughter. Shike had already prepared everything else, including a new quilt, clothes for all seasons, and uncut fabrics. Even the bathtub for bathing and the wooden basin for washing face and feet were not left out. Father Li was even more generous and took out 50 taels of silver to put in the bottom of the box for Shike. Shike quickly took it out and stuffed it into his father's arms. Dad, you have to save some money. Huzi is getting older and older, and he has to go to school for 2 years at least. It will cost money to marry a wife in the future, so don't take all the money away from me. Dad, I still have some money. When you get married, you will belong to another family, so how can you not have some private money? Dad, I don't know the situation of our family. The biggest expense of our family throughout the year is food and drink. Eating and drinking can keep you healthy, I won't say anything, but we moved back from the town and built a house, and we don't have much left. I will take 10 taels, and you can keep the rest. Li Dachui looked at his sensible daughter. Then he said, take 20 taels, and I will keep 30 taels. Besides, I still have some money left, enough for the two of us. The father and daughter argued for a long time, and Shike finally couldn't bear to disappoint her father's kindness, so she left 20 taels. Huzi sat on the doorstep. He was worried. This sister was going to get married. Who would cook for them? The food his father cooked was like pig food, and he would become thin and hungry after just a few days. As the wedding date was getting closer, Li Dachui felt more and more uncomfortable. One day, he met Aunt Liang at the intersection. Brother, the wedding is about to start. Why are you so ashamed? Are you reluctant to part with your daughter? Li Dachui chuckled. Sister-in-law, you guessed right. It's because I can't bear to part with her. I'm anxious when the wedding is not decided, and I'm reluctant to part with her after it is decided. Don't say I'm hypocritical. Aunt Liang smiled. It's always like this. When my eldest daughter got married, my eyes were swollen for several days, and it took me a long time to recover. It's the same for all parents. Aunt Liang thought of something and said, Shirtu told me 2 days ago that he would come to deliver the betrothal gifts at the beginning of next month, so he asked me to tell you. Old Man Li nodded, and thinking that Shirtu had spent a lot of money, he said to Aunt Liang, I have to trouble you again, sister-in-law, to tell Shirtu that we don't care about reputation. It's enough as long as the betrothal gifts are acceptable. The 2 children still have to live in the future, so don't pretend to be rich. Auntie Liang felt relieved when she heard this. Father Li really loved his daughter. Now, even Shirtu felt sorry for him. Don't worry, big brother. We are all parents. We have to do things that save our reputation. As long as the 2 of them can live a good life in the future, we will all be relieved. As long as the 2 of them live a good life, she will be worthy of her sister. And Shirtu came out of the county at this moment and walked back home along the mountain road. The world is relatively stable now. 5 or 6 years ago, the court was still fighting with foreign tribes. Not only the people had a hard time, but also the hunters in the mountains had a hard time. It was very difficult to go down the mountain and settle down in the village. No village was willing to accept outsiders. Moreover, in troubled times, no one wanted to care about the hunters in the mountains. No one knew where they were from before, and what they had done. Who would dare to approach such people? Shirtu's hunter father was able to settle down safely in Xiaohe village because he married Shita's mother. It was really inconvenient to live in the mountains with women and children. Even so, the two lived outside the village. But it's very quiet here. Shirtu got home, just changed his clothes, and hadn't eaten yet when he saw Zhang the carpenter's apprentice coming over. Brother Shirtu, the furniture is ready. When will it be moved in? It's Dazhuang coming quickly. I think it should be finished in the next 2 days. I will move it back tomorrow. Okay, my brother. And I will be there tomorrow. We will help you. Okay. Then Shirtu took out a wild pheasant from the corner and said, "There's not much meat on this. Take it back and make soup." Dazhuang took the pheasant with a chuckle and turned back to his master's house. They were apprentices, eating and living at the master's house, so they brought it back to eat together. Carpenter Zhang was also very satisfied. He originally saw that Shirtu was so poor and was afraid that he couldn't pay, but he didn't expect that he would pay the deposit without saying a word. He came to visit from time to time and brought a chicken, rabbit, or something. The next day, after Shirtu came to the door, Carpenter Zhang said happily, "Look, these are what you wanted. Uncle took your money, but I won't fool you. I made you a few small stools with the remaining wood." When Shirtu came, he went to Danyo's house and called him over. He couldn't lift the furniture alone, so he had to find a helper. Uncle's craftsmanship is beyond words. I know it's the best without seeing it. Here's the wages. Please check it. Carpenter Zhang took it and opened it. 3 taels of silver, plus the 2 taels of deposit he gave originally. Not a penny less. Good. Not a penny less. I didn't expect this kid to do things so quickly. He was so happy that he asked his apprentice to push his cart over. It was too slow to lift the furniture one by one. Even with a cart, Shirtu and Danyo had to go back and forth 3 times before they pulled all the furniture back. Now his house was full. There was no other way. There were only 2 rooms. One room was for living, and the other was for separating the kitchen to the back, and the front was the living room. Otherwise, when someone comes in the future, they can't take the room where they sleep, right? A shed was built in the backyard with wooden boards to store sundries. The house was painted clean and furnished with brand new furniture, and it felt different immediately. Shirtu originally wanted a big bed, but Dania's wife said that it was cold at the foot of the mountain, and sleeping on a bed in winter would be even colder, so they simply built a kong, which would be much warmer. Shirtu listened to the advice and asked someone to build a kong, which was connected to the kitchen stove outside. Once the fire was lit, it would be dried in 2 days. The furniture has been brought back, and he will go to his aunt's house tomorrow to bring back new bedding. Today he went to the county town and sold a wild boar he hunted, and used the money to buy a lot of things. He will go to Shikei's house the day after tomorrow and prepare the gifts in advance. Fortunately, everything has been settled, except for marrying Shikei. No, there is still a banquet, and the dishes and meat must be prepared in advance. Then we have to go to the town to find a butcher in 2 days. Forget it, just order a pig, and everyone will have a great time. When Shirtu met his aunt who came to pick him up at the entrance of the village with the gift, he told her his plan, and Pai too was scolded by his aunt. Your father-in-law loves you and asks you to spend money carefully, but you ordered a pig right away. You have so many relatives. Why do you want to be a sucker? Half a pig is enough, and there will be a lot left. Aunt Liang saw that Shirtu had never experienced this before and said, "Forget it, don't worry about it. Aunt will take care of it for you when the time comes." Shirtu wished that his aunt would take care of it for him, because these trivial matters were too troublesome. Shikei and Shirbufan's wedding was scheduled for May 28th. This was also the last festival that Shikei spent at her mother's home. This was also intentional by Fatherly. Originally, they had discussed with the Song family in the town that she would marry at the end of October, but this time, it was moved forward by a few months. Fatherly just wanted to tell them that his daughter would have no trouble finding a husband. In fact, in the countryside, weddings are usually held in winter, but Shikei's land had been rented out, and there was nothing left at Shirtu, so they chose this day. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Shikei made a lot of rice dumplings with big red dates in them. Pour water into the pot, and steam a pot of rice in a porcelain pot on top, so there is no need to press anything else. The steamed rice dumplings must be pressed firmly, otherwise they will fall apart. After all, it is a festival, and it is the last festival that she will celebrate at her mother's house, so Shike prepared a meal very carefully. Father Lee cleaned the pheasant that Shirtu sent over, and Shike made soup with the whole thing. When it is almost rotten, remove the bones of the chicken, mix the meat with seasonings, and serve it as a cold dish. Add tofu and meatballs to the chicken soup, and then put green vegetables on it. Add a little salt, and sprinkle some chopped green onions when serving. Pheasant soup is fresh to begin with, and this big pot of pheasant tofu meatball soup makes people drool. Braised pork is indispensable, and both Father Lee and Huzi love it. Shike also made stir-fried rabbit cubes with chili peppers and stewed pork belly instead of rabbit meat. Father Lee and his son strolled around the kitchen door several times, taking a few deep breaths every time they walked to the door. Huzi took advantage of his young age to sneak into the kitchen, and Shike took the opportunity to stuff a piece of meat or something into his mouth and asked him to wait outside. "Dinner is ready. Dad, help me serve it." "Hey, here it comes." Oh, the meal was finally served, and the smell made him unable to sit still in the house. A large pot of steamed rice, a large pot of braised pork belly, a large pot of stir-fried rabbit cubes, and a plate of cold vegetables and shredded chicken. Finally, Shike brought the meatball soup. "Sister, are the rice dumplings ready? I want to eat rice dumplings." Rice dumplings take a long time to cook, so eat them in the evening. Shike poured wine for his father and filled a small cup for himself. Raising the wine glass, "Dad, I can't cook for you every meal in the future. You have to take good care of yourself and Huzi." Father Lee felt very uncomfortable and said hurriedly, Don't talk. My nose gets sore when you talk, and the meat doesn't taste good anymore. Let's talk after dinner." Although he said so, he still picked up the wine glass and clinked it with his daughter and drank it in one gulp. Shike took a sip and served rice and vegetables to her father and brother. She felt very uncomfortable, happy and uncomfortable, and the feeling was really indescribable. "Dad, there are a lot of rice dumplings. You can send some to Shirtu in the afternoon and send some pork belly to him too." "Okay, I'll go and see how everything is going." Alas, think about his job as a father-in-law. He has to say good things to both sides and visit from time to time. Fortunately, after the two of them got married, Shirtu has sent a lot of game, but the family has rarely bought pork. He is more and more satisfied with Shirtu. As long as he can treat her daughter well in the future, he will do anything. With such a good father-in-law, Shirtu ate the rice dumplings wrapped by Shike and stewed pork belly that night. After eating the meal cooked by Shike, it was really hard to swallow his own meal. He peeled 4 or 5 rice dumplings and put them in a big bowl, and then poured the braised pork with the broth into it and mixed them well. It tasted so delicious. While eating, he thought that the meat would taste better with freshly steamed rice. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and bought a lot of white rice and white flour. As for the pig, he listened to his aunt and ordered half a pig, which was delivered to him by the butcher the day before. The vegetables were easier to say. Now the green vegetables were also harvested. His aunt said that she would bring them to him when she came, so he didn't have to worry about it. After the Dragon Boat Festival, Shida's courtyard gradually became more and more crowded. Happy days passed quickly. Tomorrow is the day of the wedding, and many people from the village came today, bringing fresh vegetables or eggs. It's like this in the countryside. When a family has a wedding, the rich ones will give a lot of money, and the ordinary ones will just give some eggs, meat, vegetables, etc. Shirtu's mother is from this village. Because her husband died that year, she remarried to a hunter. Her family thought it was not good, so her 2 uncles broke off relations with her. They haven't seen each other for many years. Even though they knew he was getting married, no one from his uncles came. Most of the people who came were good friends with Shirtu, and the brothers who helped him 2 days ago also came. Shirtu was straightforward in his words and deeds. He paid every penny of the wages and gave each person an extra 10 coins after the work was done. Although I didn't know him very well, I thought he was a person worth making friends with after these days, so the day before his wedding, everyone came to help him. Even if there was not much work, it would be more lively with more people. Dainyu and his wife, Tsuetsue, arrived early. There was no woman in the house, so Tsuetsue took on half of the family. He greeted the villagers who came and asked them to put away the things, remember them, and put them in the kitchen according to categories. These things can all be used for the banquet tomorrow. Shirtu didn't really have much work to do, and some of it was done by the women in the kitchen. Tsuetsue called 2 wives from the village and asked them to come over to help cook. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing in the kitchen, cleaning the stove and washing the borrowed dishes. A few days ago, they cut trees and piled up a lot of branches in the backyard, which was just right for burning fire. While they were busy, the butcher in the town came back from the market and delivered the half-pig that Shirtu had ordered. The yard suddenly became lively. Whoever bought half a pig was a big spender. The butcher helped carry the pork into the yard and neatly divided the meat according to the requirements. Tsuetsue took all the pork in and then said happily, "Tomorrow's banquet will be good. There is so much meat. No one else can do things so quickly." The 3 young men who helped nearby finally understood why Shirtu was so poor. If he spent so much every day, how could he save money? Although Shirtu had never borrowed a grain of rice from the villagers, how would the couple live after getting married? They had all heard that the wife he was going to marry was also a wealthy woman, and her family never compromised on food and drink. If 2 people like this were together, they would have a hard time. Although everyone kept grumbling in their hearts, they were still very happy that Shirtu had asked them to stay here for the day and that they could have a good meal to satisfy their cravings. Tsuetsue and her 2 sisters were even busier in the kitchen. The meat had to be washed, stewed, and cut, otherwise it would be too busy to wait until tomorrow. Of course, the chef had also found someone for tomorrow, but the work of helping out would still have to be done by Tsuetsue and her other wives. Shirtu was happy in his heart. This was the first time his courtyard was so lively. In order not to lose face and to give Shike face, he made full preparations for the wedding tomorrow. Early in the morning, the Leaf family also became lively. Shike's father moved back to the countryside with her and her brother, and it has only been 3 or 4 years. Lee Dachui was adopted. When the old couple of the Lee family had no children for a few years after their marriage, they spent money to adopt Lee Dachui. But unexpectedly, after the child came, the old couple gave birth to 3 children in succession within a few years, 2 sons and 1 daughter. With their own children, the treatment of the adopted children is naturally worse. Lee Dachui also knew it well, so he went out alone at the age of 14 or 15. This time he left for nearly 20 years. When Lee Dachui felt that the world outside was a bit chaotic and Shike's mother was gone, he injured his leg, so he moved back to the village with his daughter and son. Brothers who have not been in contact for so many years may not be close, not to mention that they were adopted, so the relationship between the 3 brothers is very ordinary. This is all thanks to Lee Dachui not dividing the family property with the Lee family after he came back, which made the 2 brothers not have such a big opinion on him. But no matter what, today is Shike's wedding after all, and the 2 aunts still came to help. Shike woke up early and was surprised that she slept so soundly last night. While she admired her patience, she quickly washed up. She opened her jewelry box, which contained a small mirror. Shike looked at her fair and rosy face in the mirror and took up the face cream to apply it. Although Shike rarely puts on makeup, her jewelry box is very complete. As a girl, although she doesn't use it often, she still has everything she should have. The main reason is that Father Lee sees that his daughter likes it, so he will bring some every time he goes out. After putting on makeup, she put on some rosy lip balm on her lips and then smudged a little on her face. This made her skin look even whiter and rosier. Shike looked at herself in the mirror, wondering how she could be so beautiful. Those people in the village must be envious of her and say that she is fat, but this is not fat, this is plumpness. Look at the children of his 2 uncles. The girl is raised to be pale and thin. Why is the girl not a human being? Boys can eat, but girls can't. Unable to bear the fact that their 2 uncles treated their daughter so harshly, Shike didn't like her 2 aunts. Second aunt came in with a bowl. "Shike, come here. These are the brown sugar eggs your father asked you to cook. I have beaten 4 eggs. Eat them quickly. Avoid eating liquid food on the wedding day. It will not look good for a bride to always go to the toilet. Shike took it and quickly finished the eggs under the watchful eyes of second aunt. This is your last meal at home.
Your father is worried about you.
He is afraid that you will not be full and will feel uncomfortable on the road. Otherwise, who would eat 4 eggs at once? This is enough to make a stir-fry, second aunt said with heartache, as if the food was from her family. Second aunt, this is not pleasant to hear. How can it be called the last meal at home? If I want to come back, my father will let me eat any time. Yes, your father loves you. There are only 3 people in this family, and they are all foodies. After eating and rinsing her mouth, Shike put on the bright red wedding dress. She asked Aunt Wu, who is skillful in the village, to help her cut it. She also helped with the sewing. Aunt Wu said that it was best for the bride to make her own dress, but her skills were not good, so she could only sew a few stitches on the edges. There were many neighbors coming to visit, and the yard was bustling. But the only sister who played well with Shike was Aria, but she had to go to Shirtu with her mother today, so her 2 cousins sat with her in the house. Shike didn't have much to say to them, so she brought a large plate of dried fruits and peanuts and let them eat by themselves. The 2 sisters were in their teens, and they also cleaned up today. He looked at the magpie's red clothes with envy, his eyes full of little stars. Huzi was the happiest today, running around the house and yard with a few friends. Anyway, even if he got into trouble today, his father would not beat him. His sister never came out of the house, and it was impossible for her to take care of him. He was having so much fun that he forgot the sadness that had just been brewing about his sister's marriage. When they were talking and laughing, firecrackers were set off at the door, and someone shouted, "The groom is here to pick up the bride." People in the yard turned their heads to look outside, and the young kids ran outside in 3 or 2 steps to grab their red envelopes. A group of people were seen coming from a distance. The man walking in the front was tall and had a big smile on his face. Shirtu changed into a bright red suit today, and his tall figure was very eye-catching. Next to him was a donkey cart, and there were big red flowers tied on the donkey's forehead and neck. There were also naughty boys in the village gathered in front of the door, bustling and not wanting the groom to take the girl away so easily. Shirtu was well prepared. He took a bag from the donkey cart and casually sprinkled a handful of candies. The children bent down to pick them up as if to make a fuss, and they were competing to see who could grab more. But Huzi didn't go to the front. His sister had told him long ago to guard the door and not let him in unless he gave enough red envelopes. There were 2 annoying guys next to him who were making a fuss. Huzi, this man wants your sister away. Your sister won't want you anymore. Huzi rolled his eyes at him. Who was he trying to fool? His sister had already told him to go find her when he was free. That's why his sister couldn't bear to leave him. He looked up at the tall figure of Brother Shirtu and stretched out his 2 small hands. The meaning was very clear. Neither hand could be empty. Shirtu had become familiar with Huzi during this period. He took out 2 red envelopes and put them in Huzi's hands and asked, "Is that enough?" Huzi tilted his head, thinking about whether he should say a few more words. Shirtu took out another big red envelope. He lowered his head and whispered to Huzi, "Keep this and use it to buy snacks for yourself." Huzi was delighted at once. This brother-in-law was good. He stuffed the red envelope into his arms and took the initiative to open his sister's door. The people watching the fun laughed. This Huzi was really unreliable. Not only did he not stop for a while, but he also took the initiative to open the door. As a brother-in-law with good eyes, Shirtu rubbed his head happily and stepped into the house. Originally, the bride should be carried out of the house by her brothers. But Huzi was too old to carry her at all. How could Shirtu not know the situation of the Li family? As soon as he entered the house, he looked at Shike covered with a red veil and said loudly, "Shike, I will carry you out."
Slightly.
Then he thought that with the veil on, he might not be able to see it, so he hurriedly said, "Okay." Shirtu was tall, and the magpie lay steadily on his back. After carrying the magpie out of the house, Shirtu carefully placed the magpie on a donkey cart covered with a large red mat. After picking up the bride, the wedding procession immediately turned around and went back to Xiaohe village. The Leaf family also had a donkey cart, and the bride's family would also go to the banquet. Huzi happily got on the donkey cart first, for fear that his sister and the others would go too far. When they were almost at his brother-in-law's house, they saw a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, carrying a large basket of eggs and 2 chickens. He was looking at the lively courtyard in front, and was a little hesitant. Huzi was a good boy, and he hurriedly stepped forward and asked enthusiastically, "Are you here for the banquet too?" The man nodded awkwardly. Huzi stepped forward and took his arm and said, "Come on, Brother Shirtu and my sister are getting married today. I'll take you there." Huzi was so happy that he didn't notice that the man was a little embarrassed. There were many people standing in the yard. Sister Cui thought they were from Shikei's side, so she hurriedly invited them in and took the large basket of eggs and 2 chickens he was carrying. Shikei got off the car, but Shirtu didn't let go of her hand and carried her into the house. There is a time for picking up the bride, and after entering the house, it is time to worship and perform the ceremony. But Shirtu's parents are both gone, and he was afraid that Shikei would be unhappy if he put up a tablet. Besides, he had no impression of his biological father, and it was his stepfather who raised him, so he simply let Li Dichui, who had just arrived, sit on it. Aunt Liang looked at the newlyweds happily and shouted, "The auspicious time has come. Let's perform the ceremony. First, worship the heaven and earth. With heaven and earth as witnesses, the two are married. Second, worship the parents. With the elders as witnesses, the newlyweds. Third, the couple worship each other. You respect me, I respect you. This is a good marriage." With Aunt Liang shouting, the ceremony is over. Everyone inside and outside the house cheered loudly. Listening to the booing voices, Shirtu took Shikei's hand and went into their new house. Shikei sat on the Kong and could only hear the sounds around him. With the veil on, he could only see a patch of red in front of him. Aunt Liang also came in and said with a smile, "Silly boy, the veil has been taken off. Why are you still standing there?" Shirtu stared at the veil for a long time before he realized. Yes, why was he staring at the veil? He didn't even lift the pole, but reached out and took off the veil on Shikei's head. Wow, the bride is so beautiful. Shirtu also wanted to say, "My wife is so beautiful. Such big eyes, such a small red mouth, such a rosy face." Among all the young wives he had seen, there is really no one who can compare to Shikei. Seeing that Shirtu didn't say anything, Shikei looked up at him. What's the matter? Is he dissatisfied? This glance made Shida's heart beat faster.
That.
Shikei, you sit for a while. I have to go out to socialize with the villagers. You will be hungry. I will bring you food later. Before Shikei could speak, he heard laughter from the side. The groom should go out to toast. What are you dawdling in the bridal chamber? That's right, people have already entered the house. How can they be hungry? Someone will bring food in later. Come and have a drink. Shirtu looked at Shikei and said, "Then I'll go out first." Shikei smiled at him. "Go ahead." Several men laughed and pulled Shirtu out of the door. He could hear the outside shouting again, and the laughter was getting louder and louder. Shirtu naturally called a few people to help him block the wine, but even so, he didn't drink less. He wanted to toast at every table, and when he came to the table of the villagers, he was stunned. "Shirquan, Kwanzi, when did you come?" "Brother Shirtu, I just heard that you were getting married, so I came in a hurry. Don't pick on me." "What nonsense are you talking about? How can I pick on you?" At this time, Huzi ran over and said, "Brother Shirtu, I brought this man here, and he is also going to the banquet." Shirtu rubbed Huzi's head and said, "Well done. This is my brother. You can call him Brother Kwanzi from now on." Huzi turned his head and showed Shirquan a bright smile. "I said that I felt familiar with you when I saw you. It turns out you are Shida's brother. You two are very different in body shape, but your faces are somewhat similar. No wonder I feel close to you." When Huzi said this, Shirquan felt warm in his heart. "You are my sister-in-law's brother, right? You're really good at talking." "Kwanzi, brother, thank you for coming. Please sit down and eat well first. I will go over there to toast you, and then we will talk later." "Brother, Go quickly, don't worry about me. Quan is Shida's cousin. Shida's father passed away early, and after his mother took him to remarry, her husband's family broke off relations with them. At that time, Quan followed Shirtu all day long. He didn't understand why the adults suddenly stopped communicating, but he missed his brother Shirtu. The two brothers secretly communicated with each other until Shirtu was conscripted. Quan never came here again. Suddenly, he heard that his brother Shirtu was going to get married, so how could he not come? He borrowed a large basket of eggs from the village and caught 2 old hens at home, and then he came. Fortunately, brother Shirtu treated him as kindly as before. Several tables of banquets were set up in the yard. The place was spacious, and the shouts of the men drinking could be heard from a long distance. Yesterday, the butcher sent half a pig, and many people in the village knew about it. Even if they didn't have much contact with the family, the children would come over to join in the fun after smelling the fragrance. Shirtu was not stingy. He bought a lot of candies and snacks and put them in the children's pockets. It was a bit of auspiciousness. The children didn't know much. They held the candies in their hands and licked them from time to time. They were sweet. They didn't forget to touch their pockets. There were still several pieces in their pockets. They had to eat sparingly. The men drank more and talked more. From the growth of crops in the fields this year and the taxes to be paid in a while, they were also thankful that there were no conscriptions in the past 2 years, which at least gave the people a break. The women sat alone at a table, eating and whispering about Shida's generosity and the new bride who had just come in. No wonder Shirtu was so eager. The bride is really beautiful. She is considered outstanding in this area. Don't you see what the Lee family is like? Shike's father was originally a capable man who had worked outside. The girl is spoiled. She doesn't do any heavy work at her parents' home and won't suffer any grievances. Oh, then Shirtu will have to worship her in the future. Shirtu is happy to worship her. Look at his mouth. It's almost grinning from ear to ear. But Shike is really a festive girl. How can those who are raised carefully and those who are raised roughly be the same? I just don't know how this couple will live in the future. Neither of them knows how to live.
You are so worrying.
Meat can't stop your mouth. Eat quickly. After this meal, you don't know when you can eat meat next time. Shike listened to the excitement outside and ate melon seeds in the house with Arya. Arya came over early in the morning. Her task today was to accompany Shike. Sister Shike, that's not right. You have to call your cousin's wife from now on. I'll go to the kitchen to bring some food. I'm hungry watching them eat. I'm hungry too. Go quickly and take more meat. Arya put down the melon seeds in her hand, clapped her hands, and went out of the house. After a while, she came in with a tray with 2 large bowls of food. Let's eat in the house.
I won't go out to sit with them.
They've picked up so much food that I don't want to eat it anymore. Some people with no manners picked up the meat to eat, which really made people lose their appetite. Shike took the bowl and saw that Arya was really honest. There were 2 large bowls of rice, a plate of fried pork slices with peppers and stewed meat, and a large bowl of chicken soup. The 2 sisters were eating happily in the house. After a day of hard work, Shike felt energetic after eating a bowl of rice. Sister Shike, oh, I forgot again, cousin. This meal was served in advance by Brother Shirtu and the kitchen helpers. Brother Shirtu was afraid that there would be too many people and it would be chaotic, and you wouldn't be able to eat here, so he asked the kitchen to prepare it first. Shike was happy. It was rare for Shirtu, a big and strong man, to be so careful. Arya, are you full? If not, go outside to eat more. I'm full, I'm a little stuffed. I won't squeeze with them. Their words are too rude. Shike understood immediately after hearing it. Arya has grown up, and someone must have made fun of her outside. After eating and drinking, it was dark, and the sky was full of stars. The villagers gradually dispersed, and the courtyard, which had been bustling all day, gradually became quiet. Dinyo and his wife came the earliest and left the latest. They helped to tidy up the kitchen and piled up the tables, chairs, and benches, preparing to send them back one by one tomorrow. No one's family can have so many tables, chairs, and benches, so they are naturally borrowed from the village. Shike and Shirtu sent Nyo and his wife to the door before turning around and closing the door. Although Shirtu drank a lot of wine today, he was not drunk at all. Seeing Shike turned around and went to the kitchen, he thought Shike was not full. Shike, there is still a lot of meat left today. Sister Chue has kept it and hung it on the beams. There is also leftover meat and vegetables. Sister Chue left the whole thing in the cupboard, and the villagers also took a lot away. If you are hungry, I will heat it up for you. The magpie looked at Shida's sparkling eyes. Why did his eyes become brighter after drinking? I'm not hungry. I'll boil some hot water for washing up later. In the countryside, there aren't so many rules, and there's no rule for a new bride not to leave her room. After they both finished washing up, Shike just entered the house, and Shirtu followed in. Shike has been very calm since the engagement, but now she felt a little nervous. After all, it was the first time for a young girl to get on a sedan chair, and also the first time for her to be alone in a room with a man. Even though she was hot-tempered, she couldn't help blushing now. Big red candles were lit in the room, and in the candlelight, Shirtu's eyes became brighter. His wife was really pretty, with a rosy face. How could she be so lovable? She was also so white, more lovable than a big white steamed bun, and he really wanted to take a bite. Shike only heard Shirtu's breathing but didn't hear him speak, and couldn't help wondering. Didn't he have anything to say to her? It didn't seem like it, as they had a good chat before. Looking up, she saw Shirtu staring at her intently, with a faint blush on his face. Was he drunk or was it hot? Brother Shirtu, why are you blushing? Shirtu foolishly touched his face. It was a little hot. Shike, you look really good with makeup today. No, you look good normally too. Shike pursed her lips and smiled. She had good taste. She also thought she was pretty. When Shike was at home, she had the final say on family matters, and now she was not shy. Brother Shirtu, are you tired today? No, I'm very happy, and seeing you makes me even less tired. Shike saw that he was usually quite taciturn, but she didn't expect that he was also good at talking when he tried to coax people. After chatting for a few words, they both relaxed.
That.
Shike, after a day of hard work, let's go to bed. After saying this, Shike shyly lowered her head again. She was not a little girl who knew nothing. She had heard this from the wives in the village many times. Shike turned her head to see that Shirtu didn't move, and Mutu turned around and got on the Kong first. Shike spread the bedding, lay down first, and took off her coat inside. Turning her head, she saw that Shirtu was still staring at her, without even moving from the nest. What are you looking at? Are you going to sleep or not? Sleep, sleep. Shirtu came back to his senses and answered repeatedly. His wife was already married. How could he just look at her? He quickly climbed onto the Kong and lifted the quilt and saw Shike's snow-white skin. All the blood rushed to his head in an instant, and his brain was hot and dizzy. How could his wife be so white, especially when she was in his arms, in contrast to him? Shike closed her eyes tightly, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The strange masculine scent made her a little at a loss. Shirtu hugged Shike tightly in his arms, and the two people's skin formed a sharp contrast, one black and one white. So white. How come his wife is so fair and so desirable? Shirtu couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her. She was more fragrant than white steamed buns and sweeter than honey. Shike tensed his body and held Shida's shoulders tightly. Shike had also heard other young wives talk about things between men and women, but hearing and experiencing it personally are different. Especially Shirtu, a young boy who had just experienced love. It's only because she is in good health. If it were someone weaker, he would have fainted long ago. Who said it was comfortable? It hurts a lot. It's not entirely true. Now that it hurts, I feel a little numb. Shike's mind was filled with. She was thinking about all sorts of things, and her limbs were so sore that they felt numb. No matter what, she was going to sleep first. The next day, Shike woke up at dawn. She felt uncomfortable all over, and she really didn't want to get up. She opened her eyes and looked around the house, then closed them again. When she heard the noise coming from outside, She forced herself to get up again. When she was getting dressed, she saw many red marks on her body, and it still hurt. Shike blushed, which was rare. When she opened the door, she saw Shirtu scrubbing the table and chairs. It was late yesterday, and there were many oil stains on the table. He was embarrassed to return it without cleaning it. Shirtu heard the door open, turned his head, and saw Shike was up. If you are tired, just sleep a little longer. You don't have anything to do today. Don't you have to go to the village to return the things later? You are not needed for this. Brother Dainyu will come to help in a while. I have heated up some water in the kitchen. Go wash up. Shike went to the kitchen, took his small basin, scooped up some hot water, and took it to a secluded place to wash her body first. She came back to brush her teeth and wash her face. When she was brushing her teeth, Shirtu saw that Shike's dowry also included 2 toothbrushes and 2 boxes of tooth powder. These things were also very expensive, and almost no one in the countryside bought them. If there was a stink in the mouth, he would just wipe it with a cloth when washing his face. After washing, Shike said, "The other one is for you." Shirtu saw that his wife was quite particular. "Well, just put one aside. I have heated up some food in the pot." Shike smiled. "Can you cook?" Shirtu was very frank. "I can't cook, but I can heat up some food. This is what was left over from yesterday. It's clean. No one has moved it around, so you can eat it with confidence." Shike went into the kitchen, which had 2 stoves and 2 pots. The pot inside was heating up some food, and the pot outside was warm water. After the meal was served, Shike saw that it was yesterday's stir-fried dishes and steamed buns, and went back to the kitchen to make egg drop soup. Eating only steamed buns would be too choking. "Eat first and then we'll clean up together." "Hey, here I come." Finally, he could eat ready-made food, even though it was the food he heated up himself. Shirtu used to eat steamed buns and pancakes with a pot of wild tea, and never made soup because he thought it was troublesome and the taste was not right. Thinking of wild tea, he said to the magpie, "I forgot to tell you that I went to the mountains a few days ago and picked some tea leaves, all of which were tender buds. I fried them and put them away. If you want to drink them, you can make them yourself." The magpie was happy. "Okay, I'll go with you into the mountains next time. I used to see those rich people in the town drinking fragrant tea. But good tea is also very expensive, and those bad coarse teas are too astringent and can't be drunk at all. Don't worry, what I pick is definitely not worse than what those rich people drink, but there is not much. So next time you go into the mountains, you have to take me with you. Let's pick more, so that people who come to our house don't have to always bring plain water to drink." Just after the 2 finished their meal, Dainyu and his wife came over. Dainyu and Shirtu carried the tables and chairs back to the people, and they also carried some meat and eggs left over from yesterday. You can't use other people's things for nothing. After they left, the magpie stood by the courtyard wall, looking at the layers of mountains in the distance, breathing the air with the fragrance of flowers and plants. Everything here is new and strange, but strangely, she feels very peaceful. She will live here in the future. Sister Cui looked at Shike from behind and stared into the distance, and hurriedly said, "What are you looking at?" Shike turned around and smiled. "Nothing, just looking at something new. There are no such high mountains where I live. Once you leave the courtyard, the neighbors are sometimes very noisy, but it is quiet here."
You are the only one who said that.
"The timid ones are afraid to live here." "That's right. Shirtu is the only one living here, and it is a little far from the village. The timid ones dare not live here. It should be fine. It is still far from the deep mountains. As long as there are no wild animals, there is no need to worry." This is what Shirtu told her. Shike looked for a while, then turned around and cleaned up the yard with Sister Cui. After the wedding banquet, the yard was a mess. Although it was simply cleaned up yesterday, it was still quite dirty. The 2 of them washed all the dishes and chopsticks in the kitchen, sorted them out, and sent them back later. Then they sorted out the meat, vegetables, and eggs left over from yesterday. Sister Cui left a lot of good meat. "Shike, meat can't be kept for a long time now. You should smoke it quickly. Don't let it go bad." "Okay. Wait for Brother Shirtu to come back. I'll ask him to help me hang it up. Sister-in-law will take a basket of vegetables and eggs back later. We can't eat so much." What to take? These are gifts. If you can't eat them, you can sell them for money. Sister-in-law, don't refuse. I'll pack them for you and take them away later. I'll pickle the remaining eggs later and won't sell them. You too? You really don't know how to live. Who eats eggs so freely? Shike said, before I got married, my family raised 5 or 6 chickens. We never sold them. We kept them all for ourselves. Then you have to raise a few chickens. Shirtu has nothing here. Do you want to spend money to buy them? I think so. Sister-in-law, if it's convenient for me, please help me keep an eye out for which family has hatched chicks and buy a few for me. It doesn't need to be many, just 5 or 6 will be fine. Why buy these? I have already hatched 2 nests. I will pick out the best ones and bring them to you later. Oh, that's great. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are so generous. You are still refusing such a small amount of eggs and meat. Is it the same? Why is it different? Sister Chui was speechless. She was really loose-handed, which was very similar to Shirtu. Dainyu and Shirtu went back and forth twice before delivering all the things. Sister Chui couldn't refuse, so she took the things given by the magpie back to the village. Brother Shirtu, Sister Chui asked me to smoke this piece of meat into bacon. Smoked? I'll help you hang it up after smoking it. Hang it up first. There are still a lot of leftover vegetables and eggs. Let's eat the rest first. Shirtu stepped on a stool and hung the meat. I told Sister Chui to help me get a few chicks. We can keep the eggs they lay for later. Okay, you decide. But I think Sister Chui won't ask for money. Next time you hunt, give her some.
Don't take advantage of them.
Shirtu was happy and looked at Shike and said, I have a good relationship with Brother Dainyu. It's okay. Besides, when I was making furniture, his son's crib was not stable, so I made him a crib. I also asked Zhang the carpenter's apprentice to help repair the broken tables and stools in his house. If you take her chicks, the couple will feel at ease. This way, they won't have to owe favors. Oh, so there is this. Then I don't have to worry about it. Since the engagement with Shirtu, Shike has been prepared. She knows that he lives alone and must have no money or food. But today, when I went to the kitchen, I saw that he had a lot of rice and flour stored here, and there was even more meat. These must have been bought by him on the spot. How much silver must it cost? Even with his 2 mu of thin land, the annual output may not be enough to feed him. After so long, she has also understood Shida's appetite, which is even greater than her father's. Now that she has time, Shike looked around the front and backyards of the house. This place is spacious. Even if there are only 2 rooms, the houses are built larger than ordinary rooms. Otherwise, the kitchen cannot be divided into 2, with the back as the kitchen and the front as the living room. She noticed in the morning that the stove was also newly built, and the 2 large pots were also newly bought, which are very precious in a farmer's family. Poor families don't have enough food to eat, so how can they have spare money to buy large iron pots? When she arrived at the backyard, she saw that the toilet was also surrounded by a fence, and the inside was also cleaned up. There was an open space not far away. Shike looked at this place and decided to open it up when she had time to grow some vegetables to avoid the inconvenience of eating vegetables. The wall that Shirtu built this time was quite solid, and the area was also quite large, so she could grow some vegetables outside the wall. The more the magpie looked, the more satisfied she was. As long as a person is alive, the first thing he needs to do is to have enough food. If he can't even have enough food, what else can he do? Shirtu also went to the backyard at this time and dug out a big jar from the utility room. What is it? Oh, right, is it the tea leaves you roasted? Shirtu took the magpie's hand and went back to the front. Putting the jar on the table, the magpie opened it and smelled a sweet smell. This is honey, the wild honey you collected so much. You just threw such a good thing in the utility room. Shirtu said, What's so precious about honey? If you want to eat it, I will collect it for you every year. Just wait for me to get the tea leaves. After that, he went back to the house and took down a box from the top of the wardrobe. Inside was a bamboo jar. The magpie opened the bamboo jar, and there was a layer of oil paper inside. He opened the oil paper and a fragrance wafted in. It was the fragrance of tea. Want to drink some? Which one do you want? I'll boil some spring water for you. I want to taste the tea you picked. Okay, wait, I'll go boil some water. Shirtu used to fetch water from the back mountain. It was real spring water that flowed down from the mountain. After a while, Shirtu came over with a big teapot and 2 white porcelain bowls. Magpie, if you don't have teacups, this white porcelain bowl can be used for both drinking tea and eating. It saves trouble. I usually use coarse porcelain bowls, so don't be picky. Just make do with this for now. If you want me to buy you a new teacup later, I'll buy you a new one. Magpie took it and said, "This white porcelain bowl is good enough. It's a waste of money to buy a teacup." He took the boiling water from the pot, rinsed the 2 bowls, and then poured the water away. Magpie pinched out tea leaves, put them in 2 bowls, and poured the boiling water from the pot into them. The roots of the tea leaves stretched out when they met the water and floated down one by one. Magpie lowered his head and smelled it. It smelled really good. It smelled better than the tea bought in the town. Stone scratched his head and said, "I smell good too, but I'm not picky. I just use a big teapot to brew it. It's better than drinking plain water." The magpie looked at the tender leaves floating in the water. Each one was emerald green, and it made her feel good just by looking at it. She picked up the white porcelain bowl, took a sip, and savored the fragrance. "Brother Shirtu, you should try it too. The tender buds are more fragrant than the old leaves. Let's go up the mountain to pick more one day. I'll fry more and send them to my father." "What's the matter? As long as you can keep up, we'll go tomorrow. Then it's settled." His father loved to drink, but he also loved to taste tea. He would rather not drink if there was no good tea, so she had to send some to her father. The 2 of them sat in the yard tasting tea. Occasionally, the wind blew, bringing bursts of fragrance from flowers, plants, and trees. The magpie thought that such a life was not bad. "Magpie, keep these 2 jars later. From now on, everything in the house will be handed over to you. By the way, wait a moment." Shirtu ran back to the house and took out a small box after a while. "This is the silver I saved, and I'll keep it for you too." Shikei didn't have much hope at first, but she was surprised after opening it. Didn't they say that he was so poor that he only had 2 sets of clothes to change back and forth? Didn't they say that he didn't know where his next meal would come from after he ate the last one? Just the silver in the box. Shikei estimated that there were about 50 or 60 of them, which was not enough to cover the cost of this renovated house and yard. "Where did you get so much silver?" "I saved it. I don't spend much, and I'm not particular about food and clothing, so isn't it saved?" "You did it on purpose, making yourself look miserable so that others would want to avoid you when they see you, let alone have anything to do with you." "Nonsense, I've always been alone, and they think I'm miserable and poor. Should I take the silver and explain it to them one by one?" What Shirtu said made sense. Shikei went back to the house and took out her purse, which contained 2 silver ingots. "These 20 taels were given to me as a treasure by my father. Now, let's put the silver together. It is agreed that I will take care of it from now on. If you need it, you must tell me." Shirtu chuckled. "I'm giving it to you, so of course I'll let you take care of it." Shikei took the silver back to the house and kept it. Now that he had the silver in his hand, he felt more at ease. Shirtu smiled when he saw Shikei coming back. He didn't know how the stone table in the yard was obtained, but it was suitable to be placed in the yard. It is not afraid of wind and rain, and it is cool to eat here in summer. Shikei sat in front of the stone table and drank another bowl of tea, then said to Shirtu, "Brother Shirtu, what do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll make it later." Shirtu was so happy. He had been busy for so long just for this day. "You can cook it and I'll eat anything. If there is anything missing at home, tell me in advance. I can walk fast and I will go to town to buy it." The magpie smiled, knowing that it was good to take the initiative to help with the work. After drinking the tea, he put away the bowls and teapot. The magpie went to cook. Shirtu said something to the magpie, took a machete, and went to the mountainside to cut some bamboo. The magpie wanted to raise a few chicks. There was a lot of space here, and they couldn't run around. He had to make a few big cages. When the chickens are bigger, they have to be fenced in a separate area and can't be allowed to run around. The magpie went to the kitchen and looked around. There were still 3 big white steamed buns left, as well as a lot of green vegetables and the meat stewed yesterday. A large bowl of it was served, and it hadn't been touched yet.
Shikaneu shitou, esa patita.
These steamed buns might not be enough for him alone. Thinking of this, he scooped out the flour, kneaded the dough, and rolled out the noodles to eat later. He cut the steamed buns into slices and put them aside. He picked the green vegetables, washed them, and put them aside to drain the water. After the noodles had risen, Shike found a large board and started to roll out the noodles. The dough should be hard so that the noodles will be chewy. Only Shike has this much strength. It would be difficult for an ordinary girl to roll the noodles. Roll the dough into thin sheets, sprinkle some thin flour in the middle and roll the noodles. Stack the noodles and cut them into thin noodles. Shake the cut noodles and put them on the lid, then wait for a while to cook. Take out a piece of meat, cut it into slices and marinate it for a while before cooking. Blanch the vegetables in boiling water, cool them down and squeeze them dry. Mix them with seasoning and set them aside. Beat 3 eggs in a bowl, add a little salt, and Shike is ready to fry the steamed bread slices. Put oil in the pan, wait for the oil to heat up, and put the steamed bread slices covered with egg liquid into the pan. Do not use a high heat when frying the steamed bread slices. You must use a low heat and fry them until both sides are brown before serving. 3 big steamed buns fried a full plate of steamed bread slices. At this time, there was a noise in the yard. The magpie looked outside and saw that it was Shirtu, who came back carrying a few bamboos. The magpie quickly sped up his work. He put oil in the pot, added the marinated meat slices and stir-fried the green onions, and added some yellow bean paste, and stir-fried the pre-cut vegetables back and forth. The meat was already marinated, and the yellow bean paste was also salty, so less salt should be added. After serving the vegetables, he brushed the pot clean, poured oil into the pot, and added some broken oil residue. Stir-fry until fragrant, and pour in clean water. Shirtu came over after smelling the fragrance. Have you washed your hands? After washing your hands, wipe the table outside, and take the dishes out. Shirtu sniffed hard, took a rag dipped in water, and wiped the stone table outside. The magpie brought out the fried steamed bread slices and the 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Shirtu looked at it and said, "Magpie, you have made so many dishes in such a short time. These are already made. It only takes a long time to roll the noodles. You rolled the noodles. If you don't roll the noodles, this little steamed bun won't be enough for you alone." The magpie returned to the kitchen, and the water was boiling. He put the noodles into the water and stirred them gently with chopsticks. Wait for the water to boil for the second time. The magpie put a few pieces of stewed meat in, and then put the vegetables in. When it was served, seasoning was added, and a large bowl of noodles with soup, vegetables, and meat was served. Shirtu was also very observant. When he saw the magpie serving the noodles, he hurriedly helped to bring it out. The magpie washed the pot and took out 2 bowls and chopsticks.
Eat.
Shirtu first picked up a piece of fried greasy steamed bun and ate it. It was really delicious. The magpie served a large bowl of noodles to Shirtu and scooped a few pieces of meat. "Magpie, you eat first. Eat more meat. Don't serve me all. You eat." Am I being polite? By the way, I wanted to tell you just now. When I looked at the backyard this morning, I asked you to turn over the empty space. Sister Chui and I will find some vegetable seeds and we can grow some vegetables so we don't have to buy them when we eat. I will turn it over in the afternoon. Anyway, there is no rush to make a bamboo cage. The chickens are not even in sight, so why rush to make a chicken cage? If my wife wants to grow vegetables, she should turn over the soil first. This time, Shike had an accurate estimate of Shida's appetite. She felt that she had cooked a lot. There were only 2 people, so much food, and there was no leftovers. Among women, Shike's appetite was considered large, but compared with Shirtu, forget it, there was no comparison. Shirtu felt that this was the most comfortable meal he had eaten in the past few years. There were dry food, liquid food, soup, and vegetables, which was really comfortable. Moreover, Shike was a good cook and could eat as much as he wanted. You eat so much, your stomach doesn't feel uncomfortable. How can it feel uncomfortable? Don't mention how comfortable it is. I consume a lot every day. If I don't eat enough, I will feel weak all over. Don't worry, even if I eat a lot, I can still support you. Yes, the little bit that leaks from your teeth is enough for me to eat. Shirtu laughed. How can that be? I have to let my wife eat first, and the leftovers from you belong to me. Don't tell anyone about this, or you will ruin my reputation. If a man eats what a woman leaves behind, it is the woman who will be scolded. Are you afraid of this? No, but if I'm not afraid, there's no need to let those gossipers talk about it. Before she got married, many people in Xiaoyang village said that she was lazy and greedy. Did she care? She didn't care. Her father told her since she was a child that girls should be pampered. Why do you have to do so much work? Why can't you eat delicious food? In the past, his father could support her, and now men can also support her. Shike would never let herself be wronged. After the two of them finished their meal, Shike put the dishes in the kitchen. Shirtu followed in and wanted to help her wash them, but Shike pushed them out. He was clumsy and might not be able to wash them clean. After Shirtu came out, he split the bamboo and put it aside. Since there was no rush, he would put it aside and weave it when he had time. He got up and went to the backyard to find the from the utility room. When he found it, he saw that the was rusted. Shirtu also had 2 acres of land, but he seldom went to the fields. He also planted every year and took whatever he could harvest. Anyway, he didn't rely on the harvest from the 2 acres of land to make a living. After rubbing off the rust, Shirtu prepared to plow the soil. Shike cleaned up the kitchen and went back to the house. It was a bit messy yesterday and all her things had not been put away yet. Li Dachui gave Shike a lot of dowry, including brand new bedding, clothes for all seasons, and a lot of fabrics. Shike also made clothes and shoes for Shirtu. Everything that was brought over yesterday was piled up in boxes. Shike took advantage of this free time to sort out the things and put them away, putting only the things that were not needed for the time being in the boxes. The boxes were placed next to the Kong, and the 2 large boxes were filled to the brim. After she finished cleaning up, she went to the backyard. Shirtu had already turned over a lot of things, but it might not be all done in one afternoon. This piece of land is not small, and it has never been planted before, so the ground is relatively solid, and it is a bit difficult to turn over. Brother Shirtu, do you have anything else to do? I'll work with you. Shirtu was working very hard, and he took off his shirt, and big lumps appeared on his strong body. Shike had nothing to be shy about. In farmers' homes, men often work shirtless, and they are used to it. I'm not good at farming, and farmers don't have all the skills.
Don't worry about it. I can do it myself. Take your time.
We're not in a hurry to plant. Just turn the crops over slowly. I don't think we can finish it today. I'll tidy up what I've turned over later and plant this first. Okay, I'll go find some vegetable seeds after I finish turning them over. Brother Shirtu, you promised to take me up the mountain tomorrow. Don't forget. Shirtu laughed after hearing what Shike said. Are you stupid? You're not going back tomorrow? Shike slapped his head and forgot all about it. He only remembered to go up the mountain. Of course I have to go back. If I don't go back, my dad will come to find me before noon. Shike thought for a while and said, Don't smoke the meat hanging on the beam. I'll stew it later. Steam rice in the evening. If you can't finish the meat, take it back to my house tomorrow so you don't have to cook it again when you get home. Shike was thinking that if she wasn't at home, her father wouldn't know what to cook for her. How could a newly married young wife from another family dare to do this? This shows the advantage of Shirtu. There are no parents-in-law, brothers and sisters, and no one will watch how much you work, how much you eat, or whether you miss your parents' home. Sure enough, Shida's eyes lit up when he heard it. The pork belly you stewed last time was very delicious, but it was a pity that it was mixed with rice dumplings. At that time, I thought that if it was mixed with freshly steamed rice, it would definitely taste delicious. Okay, then I'll do this tonight. You don't need me to work with you. I'll go to the foot of the mountain. I see there are a lot of wild vegetables there. You go, it's quite safe here at the foot of the mountain, but you have to take a stick and use it to dig the grassy places. There are no big animals at the foot of the mountain, but there are still snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Don't scare them. I know, then I'm leaving. After saying this, the magpie returned to the front yard and found a small backpack. He also found a small piece of bamboo that Shirtu had cut in the morning and went out. To be exact, Shida's house is on a hillside. Going further back, the hills get higher and higher, and they are connected to the mountains. In front of us is a gentle, with many small wild chrysanthemums in bloom. There are few people here, so there are naturally many wild vegetables. The only inconvenience is that you have to walk a long way to wash clothes. It is far from the river, so it takes half a day to wash clothes. Fortunately, there is a pond behind, which is convenient for carrying water. When Shike was at her mother's house, she also went to the mountains with Arya to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. But it was purely for fun. Her family was not short of food. She just saw her sisters going there every day, so she wanted to join in the fun. This is also the reason why many women in Xiaoyang village did not like Shike. Other girls of her age either collected firewood, worked in the fields, or went up the mountain to pick pig grass and wild vegetables, and they could not delay the work at home. In short, there was no time to be idle. But Shike never did these jobs. What she did most was feeding the 5 chickens, cooking, and washing clothes. Going up the mountain to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables is just for fun. How can people not say that? However, she still knows some wild vegetables, so she picked some fresh and tender ones, enough to make a plate. She actually found a lot of wild onions, so she dug some of them and added some to the soup to make it delicious. Magpie looked at the small yellow wild chrysanthemums all over the ground and thought that it would be better if she came in the morning. She could pick some half-open ones, wash them, steam them, and use them to soak in water to drink. Well, I will pick them when I come back home. By the way, I have to go up the mountain first and then pick them when I come back. Thinking about it this way, I have a lot of things to do. Magpie walked around with her backpack on her back. Not far from the foot of the mountain, there was indeed a bamboo forest. Shirtu should have cut it here in the morning. Not far away, she also found a lot of azaleas, some of which had buds. Girls always like to pick flowers, and Magpie is no exception. She picked up a small shovel and dug a lot. She dug up the vegetables, including the soil, and transplanted them to the yard to avoid leaving the yard bare. She looked at the sky and decided not to walk anymore. She would let Shirtu take her someday when she had time. She was a little scared to walk farther. Shike had eaten well since she was young and had a good body. Her father, who worked for the agency, had taught her and her brother some kung fu moves. Although they were not very good at it, they were quite strong. After walking around like this, Shike did not feel tired. She dumped out all the things in the backpack, dug a few holes in the yard with a small shovel, and planted the wild azaleas with soil. She fetched water to pick the wild vegetables, washed them, and drained the water. She moved a small stool and took down the 2 large pieces of meat hanging on the beam. She washed them in a large basin, then cut them into small pieces with a knife. There was quite a lot of meat, and she would take half of it back to her mother's house tomorrow. She washed the meat with water. She cleaned the pot and lit the fire. Slowly simmer the pot dry over low heat. Cut the pork belly into a large coarse porcelain basin. Pour the whole magpie into the pot and slowly stir-fry. The fat slowly comes out, and the skin of the pork belly gradually turns yellow. Use a colander to scoop out the meat and pour the fried oil into a small bowl. There is still a lot of oil left in the pot. Add sugar and fry it to bring out the color, then pour the meat back into the pot. Add a little wine, green onion, and seasoning. Scoop a large spoonful of yellow paste, and throw in 2 or 3 chilies. Stir-fry evenly, add water, and simmer over low heat. Steam the rice in another pot. Bring the washed wild vegetables over, blanch them in water, and mix them cold. 1 meat and 1 vegetable solve the dinner. When Shirtu came over from the backyard, he smelled the fragrance wafting from the kitchen. To be honest, this feels quite novel. Isn't it what I have always wanted to eat, a hot meal at a certain time? When washing hands, I saw the wild flowers planted next to me. It's really different to have a woman at home. In the evening, Shirtu ate the pork belly mixed with rice that he had been longing for. Shike put 1/3 of it in a small bowl, and the rest was still in the pot, which he was going to take back to his mother's house tomorrow. There were not many cold wild vegetables left. Shirtu finished a bowl of rice and saw that there were still a few pieces of meat left, so he filled another half bowl of rice and poured the meat, broth, and some vegetables on the plate into the bowl and mixed them. He stuffed it into his mouth with big mouthfuls, which was really delicious and satisfying. Is it enough? If not, there's more in the pot. I'll help you get some more. Enough, it's not worth throwing back these few pieces. After swallowing the rice in his mouth, Shirtu suddenly thought that he would go back to his parents' home tomorrow, and it might not be enough to take only meat. Magpie, we should take something tomorrow. We can't just take the stewed meat. Magpie piled up the empty plates and said, I saw some snacks today. There is still some wine left over from the wedding banquet, right? These will be enough. Do you want me to go up the mountain to hunt some more? Magpie glared at Shirtu. What mountain? Can't you see it's getting dark? I'm just afraid that I won't take enough. Shida's attitude still made Magpie very happy. They're only my father and Huzi left at home. If you really want it, when Huzi comes, I will bring some things home for him. Just don't be upset. Shirtu didn't like what he said. What are you talking about? Your father is my father. It's just that our house is small. Otherwise, I would have no objection to taking him over. You underestimate me by making a face when eating. The magpie smiled. Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. From now on, I will cook for you whatever you like to eat. Shirtu liked to hear this. I have to say that watching Shirtu eat makes his appetite better. He eats a lot to begin with, but when he eats facing Shirtu, he can't help but eat half a bowl more. Du won't gain weight anymore. Although the magpie thinks he is good like this, it would be better if he could lose a little weight. There are still a lot of candies in the drawer in the room. Take them out tomorrow. I remember there are still several packages of snacks. I'll give you 2, give my aunt 2, and get a bag of candy. Let's also go to my aunt's house. Okay, let's just keep 1 package of snacks, and give the rest to Arya and Huzi to eat. Take all the candy too. It's too hot to keep them. The 2 were not stingy people, and they arranged tomorrow's affairs in a few words. After dinner, Shike cleaned up and tidied up the kitchen. Shirtu came in to scoop water, and then he paid attention to the time of the day. The kitchen was much cleaner and tidier than before. Not so much firewood was brought in, and it was placed neatly. The stove was also wiped clean, and the pots were cleaned and filled with clean water. Even the bowls, chopsticks, and basins in the cupboard were clean and tidy. There still needs to be a woman in the house. These jobs can't be done by oneself. Shike, it's still a little early now. I'll take you to Brother Dania's house. Aren't you going to find vegetable seeds? Is it appropriate to go so late at night? What's inappropriate? Forget it, okay? There won't be a newly married daughter-in-law visiting the whole village the next day. I'll go home and tell Aunt Liang tomorrow. She has quite a few too. Okay, I'll boil some water. No need. Just add some fire. No need to watch. Shirtu looked around and saw that there was nothing to do without him. So he said, then I'll sort out the bamboos and weave them when I have time when I get back. Go ahead. The water will be hot soon. Just come and scoop it when you need it. I don't need it. Find me my clothes later. I'll go take a bath in the pond. The water is quite cold right now. You'd better take a bath at home, so as not to get sick. Shirtu chuckled. I take a bath there all year round, and I've never been sick. You can use the hot water yourself. Don't worry about me. After saying that, he took a knife and sat on a bench in the yard, splitting the bamboo he had cut in the morning into thin strips. Magpie went back to the house and took out a set of clothes she had made for Shirtu. He would definitely have to wear new clothes when he returned to his mother's house tomorrow. After splitting the bamboo, Shirtu put the clothes together, stood up and said to Magpie, Magpie, I'm going to take a shower. Bring your clean clothes.
Got it.
Shirtu saw that Shike had prepared a full set of clothes for him, which he didn't need. He took out a pair of old pants and went to the pond. Just like before, he took off his clothes and went into the water. He washed his clothes in the water first and threw them on Shirtu. He plucked 2 soap leaves from the side, rubbed bubbles with his hands, scrubbed from head to toe, and dived into the water. When he came out again, his body was clean. He stood up, wiped the water droplets on his body, and put on his pants directly. After Shike saw Shirtu leave, he scooped out hot water with a small wooden bucket and poured it into the bathtub. After adjusting the water temperature, he took off his clothes and went in to soak. With the conditions of Shida's family, there was no place to take a bath separately, so the bathtub was placed in a corner of the backyard. There was a bamboo mat on the side. It was okay in summer, but it was impossible to take a bath in winter. In fact, it would be suitable to put it in the kitchen, but the kitchen is not big, so it is impossible to put it in the kitchen. Let's make do with it for now, and we will talk about winter later. While taking a bath, I heard Shirtu shouting in front of me, "Shike, I'm back." The magpie said nothing, quickened his pace, and quickly rinsed off the fragrant soap foam on his body. Before he was done, Shirtu came over. "I'll be there soon. Don't come over." It would have been better if he hadn't said it. But once he said it, Shirtu couldn't help it. The woven bamboo mat didn't have a door, so Shirtu lifted a corner and crawled in. At this moment, Shike was standing up to wipe it, and Shirtu saw it all. Shike's thick hair was piled on top of her head, with a few scattered strands stuck to her face and shoulders. Her face was rosy, perhaps because of the heat or because of Shirtu's anger. Especially on her chest, ignoring the 2 red spots, the deep and shallow red marks on her body reminded Shirtu of last night. He seemed to have eaten very deliciously last night. Shike turned around quickly and reached out for clothes. At this moment, the whole white back and round buttocks were facing Shirtu. This was even more tempting to Shirtu. How could he resist? As soon as Shike's hand touched the clothes, she was pulled into his arms by a strong force. Shirtu hugged Shike tightly from behind. After all, Shike was just a girl of 16 or 17 years old, and she was still very shy. "You go out first." "Go out, I'll go out right away. Shike, I'll carry you back." "Why are you hugging her in the dark? Let go of my hand, and let me put on my clothes." Shirtu thought that it would be more convenient in the dark. He reached out to take Shike's clothes and put them on her shoulders to cover her upper body. He suddenly took Shike out of the bucket and went back to the house. Shike's lower body was still, so she didn't dare to shout. Although she knew that there were no houses around and no one would hear her even if she shouted, she felt very shy. At the same time, she felt a little excited. She had never thought that this would happen since she was a child. She went back to the house and put Shike on the Kong. Shike's clothes fell off as soon as she took them off, and Shike's white body was completely exposed. This night was naturally very sweet, and Shirtu was very satisfied. The next day, Shirtu got up early. He had a very happy day yesterday. Seeing that Shike was sleeping soundly and didn't wake her up, he got up first and washed his face with the toothbrush and tooth powder that Shike gave him. He turned around and went to the kitchen to boil water, as Shike would need it when she got up. But what to make for breakfast? He looked at it and thought no. In fact, in a farmer's family, when it is not busy, there are 2 meals a day. Even if there are 2 meals, they are not necessarily dry meals. If others knew that Shirtu and Shike did not work hard all day, but had 3 meals a day with rice and vegetables, they would definitely be called a spendthrift. Lee Dachui only had this pair of children, so he was very distressed and never wronged his daughter and son. It's not that they can't afford it, why go hungry? As for Shirtu, he often went up the mountain, which consumed a lot of physical energy, and he couldn't do without eating. So the 2 of them never thought that there was anything wrong with eating 3 meals a day. It's not that they can't afford it, why go hungry? When Shike opened her eyes, it was bright outside again. Only then did she really feel that the in-laws her father found for her were not bad. Whose new daughter-in-law gets up so late every day? She got up and put on her clothes. When she came out, she saw that Shirtu had tidied up the corners of the yard again. He saw that Shike loved to deal with flowers and plants, so he tidied it up first. "Brother Shirtu, I'm going to cook." "Shike, keep it simple, let's not go out too late."
Got it.
Shike quickly washed and dressed, then started to light a fire and cook. She really couldn't waste too much time. She had to go back early. Maybe her father would have to wait for her to come home to cook. There were still some wild vegetables left from yesterday. Shike chopped them all up. Mix them with dumpling soup, it's easy. There is also leftover rice from yesterday. If it's not enough, soak some rice in the soup. When the dumpling soup is almost ready, break 3 eggs and pour them into the pot. Stir it, sprinkle with wild vegetables and chopped green onions when it's out of the pot, and add a few drops of sesame oil. Brother Shertu, come and eat. Shike used Shertu's big bowl to fill a bowl of dumpling soup and took out the leftover rice from yesterday. Brother Shertu, if you don't have enough, just mix it with some rice. We'll just make do in the morning. That's okay. Shertu thought it was good. The two of them quickly finished their breakfast, took the prepared things, and went out. Both of them were in good health and fast on foot. The two villages were not very far from each other, and they arrived at Xiaoyang village in less than half an hour. As soon as they entered the village, they saw Huzi waiting here. Sister, you are finally back. I have been waiting here since morning, brother-in-law. Shike hugged her brother, who rushed over, rubbed his head, and said, Why are you so stupid? You are waiting here so early in the morning. Where is Dad? Dad is at home. Dad killed 2 of the chickens you raised and is cleaning them up. Yesterday, Dad went to the town to buy a lot of vegetables and braised meat. Shike understood as soon as he heard it. The reason for buying braised meat was that his father did not know how to cook it, and it was easier to buy ready-made ones. Dad bought braised meat. Why did he kill the chicken? Huzi sighed like a little adult and said, Sister, you don't know, after you left, the chicken was not energetic and stopped laying eggs. Usually he picks up 4 or 5, but in the past 2 days he only picked up 3. Dad got angry and said he would not keep them. The magpie chuckled. Didn't you feed it these 2 days? I fed it, but it just wouldn't lay eggs. Forget it, just kill it. He probably doesn't have the patience to let his dad feed the chickens every day. After entering the yard, Dadley had tidied the yard and the house quite clean and was happily waiting for his daughter and son-in-law to come. What's that smell? Stewed meat. It must be said that Father Lee has a keen nose.
It was stewed yesterday.
It will be ready to eat after it is heated up in a while. Father Lee was happy. Great, this saves trouble. Dad, Shike, and I will go to my aunt's place first. It won't delay us. We'll be back soon. Father Lee nodded quickly. Of course, you go first. Shike looked at the 2 chickens killed by his father and said, Dad, please help me chop the chicken into pieces first, and I will stir-fry spicy chicken when I come back. After that, the young couple took 2 packages of snacks and a bag of sugar to go to Aunt Liang's house. After hearing what his daughter said, Father Shike hurriedly went into the kitchen to chop the chicken into pieces. He even brought the firewood into the house. Aunt Liang was also very happy to see the 2 of them coming and wanted to keep them here to eat. Aunt, you can't eat here today. My father is still waiting at home, the magpie said. Aunt Liang was very happy to see the young couple getting along well. Okay, then I won't stay. By the way, Aunt, do you have any vegetable seeds here? Find some for me later. I plan to grow some vegetables in the yard, so it will be convenient for Shertu and I to eat them in the future. Yes, I'll go back and find them for you, and let Arya send them to you later. Oh, thank you for troubling me, Aunt. Shertu, and I will go back first. Aunt Liang glanced at Shertu, who was smiling beside her without saying a word. She said to him, You can do whatever you want with me, but when you get to your father-in-law's house, be sweet-mouthed and don't stand there like a piece of wood. Shertu said, Aunt, you are talking to the magpie, and I can't interrupt. Aunt Liang waved her hand and said, Okay, you 2 go back quickly. It's not good to live without a woman at home.
Don't bully the magpie.
Shertu agreed readily. How could he bully Shike? What would he do if Shike didn't cook for him? The 2 returned to Lee's house, and Shike went into the kitchen without stopping. Huzi stuck to his sister, helping to light the fire and whispering, Sister, Dad and I went to town yesterday.
Guess who we met?
I met the former uncle from the Song family. The town is so small, it's not strange to see him. Did Dad have a quarrel with him? No, he took the initiative to talk to Dad. He also said that the 2 children were ignorant and the adults didn't know about it, so they settled the matter privately. He also said that he scolded the brother of the Song family when he went back.
Once que poted.
She didn't believe it. Then he asked Dad why he bought so many things in town. Dad said you were going to use them when you go back home. Uncle Song's face turned ugly. How could Shike not know that his father asked her to get married early just to save face? Huzi said mysteriously. Dad said happily at that time that I, the son-in-law, was very filial. I sent him meat, wine, and did all the work for him. The etiquette was just as good, and the wedding banquet was so lively. My daughter has the final say in this family. Sister, you didn't see that Uncle Song had a very ugly face at that time. Shike was happy. How could she not understand that Song Wentao had never taken the initiative to help with the housework since he came to her house? She suspected that her father went to the town on purpose to anger the Song family. While listening to her brother talking about what happened at home in the past 2 days, Shike quickly made lunch. There was food in the kitchen, and she could talk to her sister, and Huzi would not go out anymore. Father Li and Shertu were chatting lively in the main hall, but the fragrance wafting from the kitchen made them both sniff. Especially Father Li. After his daughter got married, he immediately felt that the house was a lot quieter. He had a headache when it was time for dinner, especially when Huzi chased him for food. His headache hurt even more. If it wasn't for the intention to anger the Song family, his daughter should really stay for a few more months. The lunch was very sumptuous. Shike cooked a lot and left a lot for her father and Huzi so they could heat it up and eat it in the evening or tomorrow. To be honest, when Shike was not at home, what I was most worried about was the 3 meals a day for the father and son. His father could cook, but he was too sloppy. He was craving for meat, but the stew he made himself was not tasty, so he went out to buy braised meat. All the dishes were cooked in one pot, and they were not picky about the taste after they were cooked. After eating and drinking, Father Li felt a little dizzy. The wine brought by the son-in-law was not bad, and the two drank most of it. Shike, take the other 3 chickens with you when you leave. If you don't come home, your brother and I will not raise them. Then you will have to buy eggs in the future, so keep them. You can feed them a little and pick up eggs to eat. No, take them away, or I will kill them in 2 days. Hearing this, Shike decided to take it away herself. The hen was laying eggs at the time, and it would be a pity to kill it and eat it now. Shertu felt embarrassed when Shike agreed. He came to her mother's house this time and had to take things from her. At this moment, Arya came to find Shike. Arya, have you eaten?
Eve eaten.
I came here after I finished eating. Sister Shike, oh, I forgot again, cousin, this is what my mother asked me to give you. Arya was holding a large paper bag, which contained several paper bags. Few farmers in the countryside could read, but they had their own ways. Different patterns were painted on each paper bag, so they could tell what seeds they were. After looking through them, Shike knew what they were. The vegetable seeds that Aunt Liang brought her included beans, peppers, green vegetables, and cabbage seeds. There were 2 other kinds, and Shike couldn't tell what they were painted on. Forget it, just plant them first, and you'll know when they grow out. The couple stayed at Li's house until it was getting dark before going out. Father Li didn't see them off, but went back to the house because he couldn't bear to see his daughter go. Huzi, on the other hand, held his sister's hand and walked all the way to the village entrance.
Huzi, go back.
Let Dad heat up some food for you in the evening. Go find your sister when you're free. Huzi's face was also a little lonely. His sister was leaving after coming back for a long time, and he only now realized that his sister was really married and would no longer live with them. I know, sister, bring your brother-in-law back when you're free. Go back quickly, it will be dark soon. Aunt Liang came over at the fork in the road. Oh, you 2 haven't gone home yet so late. It will be dark by the time you get home. Aunt Liang went around the fields and came back when she saw it was getting late. Aunt, we're just about to leave. Aunt Liang looked at the 3 chickens in Shida's hands and couldn't help laughing. Look how good your father-in-law is to you. Live a good life in the future, okay? Shertu smiled. Don't worry, Aunt. We will definitely get better and better. Aunt Liang smiled and nodded. Turning to Shike, she said, Shertu's parents are both gone. He has been living a rough life these years. He has no plan for what he does and doesn't like to go around. In the future, he will have to rely on you, for life matters. Aunt Liang knew the background of her daughter and Shike because they were close. Although everyone in the village saw that Shike did not work, she knew that she had been the head of the family since her mother passed away. She had also been to Shike's house, and the house was kept in order inside and out, and it was obvious that she was a person who could live a good life. As for not working and not calculating about food and drink, don't you see what kind of person Lee Dachui is? How could he bear to let his daughter work so hard? Shike was a person who knew how to live a good life and was straightforward and bold. Now, standing with Shurtu, the two of them were really a good match. Okay, Annie won't waste your time anymore. Let's go back quickly. Shurtu took Shike home, and the two of them walked quickly and finally got home before dark. Even when they reached the door, Shurtu did not let go of Shike's hand. Shike shook off his hand and said, "It's just getting dark now. If it were broad daylight, you would hold my hand and walk all the way here. Listen, I don't know what people would say about me tomorrow." When Shurtu heard this, he grabbed her hand again and squeezed it hard. "You are my wife now. What's wrong with me holding your hand? I'm not pulling someone else's hand. Just pull if you want, but why are you pinching me? It hurts me, and I can't cook tonight." Shurtu quickly let go of her hand. Eating was the most important thing, and he didn't dare to pinch it again. The magpie's little hands were chubby and comfortable to touch. What should I do with these 3 chickens? The chicken coop is not woven well, and there is no separate place for them to come out. We can't tie them up all the time. The magpie looked at the 3 old hens fluttering on the ground and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Feed them some leftovers later. It's okay to tie them up all night. I'll simply circle them tomorrow. Just don't run out. My dad is really annoying. He always makes trouble for me. Shurtu smiled. Don't be ungrateful. Have you ever seen a girl being loved so much by her father? When we said we were leaving just now, your dad's eyes were red. How could the magpie not see it? Her eyes were red, so she didn't dare to look back. The magpie put the 3 chickens aside and couldn't help complaining. There's work to do tomorrow, and you said you would take me to the mountain, but there is always something to do every day. Shurtu asked, how can a girl like to run to the mountains so much? I haven't been there, but I heard there are a lot of things on the mountain, so I wanted to go and see them. Shurtu brought out a basin of water and asked Shike to wash his hands first. Yes, there are a lot of things, but climbing the mountain is tiring, so you have to be prepared. It's okay, I can walk. Besides, if I can't walk anymore, you can carry me down. Shurtu was happy. No wonder Shike was so eager to go. It turned out that he had already thought about it. What if I can't carry you? Shike shook off the water droplets on his hands and laughed. If you can't carry me, just throw me into the mountain, and I'll be someone else's wife. Shurtu laughed. Forget it, I'd better grit my teeth and carry me back. It's a pity to throw away such a fat wife.
What are you talking about? You also say I'm fat.
Shike also knows that she is a little fat, but she just doesn't like to listen to others say that. You're wrong, you're wrong. This can't be called fat for a woman. This is called plumpness. When you go out, people will know that you and I have a good life. What a great honor. I tell you, don't lose weight. Otherwise, not only your father will be distressed, but I will be too. If he makes his wife thin, his father-in-law will definitely come after him. Shike looked up and down at Shurtu. Your aunt said that you are taciturn. Your aunt is very good at judging people in the village, but I didn't expect that she was wrong about her own nephew. I'm just going to talk to you for a while. Am I going to go out and gossip with those women? Forget about anything else. What are we going to eat tonight? It was already dark now. Shike thought for a while and said, let's roll noodles. There are not many vegetables at home. Besides, rolling noodles is convenient. Shurtu enjoyed the noodles last night very much. He nodded and said, okay. I'll help you get the firewood. Shurtu went to get firewood, while Shike took a lamp and went into the kitchen to knead the dough and select the vegetables, and took out the eggs to prepare. The two divided the work and worked together, and it didn't take long before a big pot of hot soup noodles was ready. Shike fried 4 more eggs, 2 for each person, and put them on another stove. Shurtu also boiled water, by the way. He had been running all day, so he had to wash up at night. When Shike got up in the morning, Shurtu was no longer around him. After getting up late for 3 consecutive days, Shike seemed to be a little used to it. He looked around the front and backyards, but Shurtu was not there, and he didn't know where he had gone. After washing up, he started to cook porridge. He cut half a bowl of pickled vegetable shreds, looked around the house, and found that there was really not much vegetable, so he took out 4 more eggs. Originally, he wanted to pickle the remaining eggs, but now there is no need to pickle them, as they will be gone in 2 days. After a while, he heard a sound in the yard. Shike looked and saw that Shirtu had chopped a large bundle of bamboo again. You got up so early. Are you going to cut bamboo again? Shirtu threw the bamboo in the yard and said, "Let's first fence off a piece of land to raise chickens. This will save trouble. After dinner, I will split the bamboo in half and fence it next to the toilet in the backyard." "Okay, I'll plant the rapeseed later. Let's eat first, and then work after dinner." Shike suddenly felt that after she got married, she seemed to have more and more work to do. Shike fried 4 more poached eggs, 2 for each person. After bringing the porridge and pickles to the table in the main hall, Shirtu washed his hands and sat down to eat. What I ate the most in the past was cold pancakes or a big pot of porridge. A big pot could last for 2 meals. Shike laughed. "You are really fooling around. Even so, sometimes the porridge I made is not delicious. Sometimes it is mushy, and sometimes the rice is not raw. It's not as sticky as the one you make. Cook porridge over a low fire and cook it slowly. If the fire is too big, of course the bottom of the pot will be burnt. Maybe you are not as good as my father." Shirtu chuckled. Now he no longer had to worry. He could eat ready-made food every day. After they finished their meal, Shirtu said, "If you want to grow vegetables, you need to water them. I'll fetch the water for you first, and then I'll put the chickens in the pen." Yesterday, Shirtu turned over most of the soil, and he turned it quite deep, and then he leveled the soil. Although he didn't know how to plant, he had seen others plant. After dinner, he went to the pond with 2 buckets. The pond was not far from him. The water flowing down from the mountain gathered into a small pond here, and when it was full, it flowed down to the lower place. He usually got water from above, but if he wanted to irrigate the land, he didn't have to bother. He could just pour water from the pond. The pond was not very deep. This piece of land was low and had been formed over many years. Shirtu was the only one who often came here. For convenience, he moved 2 large flat stones to pad the place where the water went down. After filling 2 buckets of water, he took them directly back to the backyard. After Shike cleaned up the dishes, she came to the backyard. When she was at her parents' home, she also planted some vegetables and other things in the yard. If she had to buy everything, it would not cost much money, but it would be inconvenient. At this time, someone shouted in front, "Shirtu, Shike, are you at home?" Shirtu heard it and said, "It's Sister Chui." The magpie clapped her hands and turned to the front. "Sister Chui, we are in the backyard." Sister Chui came over with a basket of vegetables, put it down and said, "I was wondering why the 2 of you were not here so early in the morning. What are you busy in the backyard? I brought you some vegetables. I guess you have finished eating here, right?" The magpie smiled. "Sister-in-law, your guess is right. You haven't finished eating. Thank you so much. What's there to thank you for a few vegetables? What are you busy in the backyard?" "Sure too, and I also grow some vegetables. They grow fast in the season, so we don't have to go to the village to buy them every time we eat. It's time to plant some." Shirtu was away from home for 3 or 5 days before. When he came back, the pots and stoves were cold. If we wanted to cook something, we had to buy it now. That's what I said too. We can't rely on buying everything after living for a long time. We still have to grow some ourselves. "Do you have rapeseed? What do you plant?" "Yes, my aunt gave it to me yesterday. I have some there too. I'll help you." The 2 of them went to the backyard. Shirtu said hello. Sister Chui looked at the land they had made. It was really flat, but there were no furrows. "Never mind. They didn't plant much, so let's keep it simple. Don't water it yet. Make a furrow here. Shike and I will spread the rapeseed, and then you can water it." Sister Chui was good at farming and growing vegetables. She directed Shirtu, and the 3 of them got busy in the backyard. Growing vegetables was simple. With Sister Chui's help, the rapeseed was spread in a short while. All that was left was for Shirtu to water it himself. Shike took Sister Chui back to the front yard, scooped a basin of water, and they washed their hands. Sister Chui looked at the house and yard and couldn't help saying, "You are still good at cleaning. It's really clean." Then she looked at the kitchen and said, "Last time when we had a wedding banquet, I saw that shitas was all white rice and flour, without any brown rice. White rice and flour are so expensive. If you eat some coarse grains, you can eat for many more days. Although the magpie ate little coarse grains, it knew that Sister Chui meant well. It took out a large bowl and poured a bowl of honey water for Sister Chui. Sister Chui took a sip, smacked her lips, and said, Shirtu gets a lot of wild honey every year, which can be sold for a lot of money in the town. Just a jar like this can be sold for $300 to $500. The magpie wanted to laugh when he heard this. Sister Chui could estimate the price of anything. Sister Chui finished drinking the water and said, Are you scared to live here for the next 2 days? If there is no man at home, a woman would not have the courage to live here. It's okay, I don't feel scared.
Sister Chui smiled.
This magpie is still a fool and bold. The magpie moved the small stool forward and asked, Sister Chui, there are really ferocious beasts in the mountains not far from us. Yes, I heard from the old people that they came down the mountain to harm people in previous disaster years. The government office can't do anything about it and can only ask the villagers to be careful. I think this mountain is quite big. How big is it? Mrs. Chui shook her head. I don't know. You can ask Shirtu. Maybe he can tell you something. But I heard that our mountain is very big. There is another court on the other side of the mountain. I don't know which one it is. If the other court wants to cross the mountain, they will attack us.
Mrs. Chui smiled.
It's not that easy. Who dares to walk in the deep mountains and old forests? Not only will you have nothing to eat or drink, but you will also have to leave more than 100 kilograms of meat in there to feed wolves and tigers. Mrs. Chui looked at the magpie and didn't believe it. We can only be regarded as the foot of the mountain. There are people going up the middle of the mountain, but not many people go higher. There are people in the village who have lost their lives for this. It is said that it is not a deep mountain anymore. As for how big this mountain is, no one knows. The magpie said, There is a river near my home. There are hillsides on both sides of the river, but they are not mountains. There is nothing. Are you curious and want to go into the mountain to take a look? The magpie nodded vigorously. Sister Chui smiled. I was like this before, too. Dania took me there once, and I never went there again. When I came back, my legs didn't even belong to me. There are things in the mountains, but you have to carry them out. You can't even walk, so what are you going to carry? When he came back, he told me that this was still on the outskirts, and he hadn't gone deep yet. So far? Of course not, but Shirtu went deep. As for whether he reached the real deep mountains, I don't know. But he always went farther than us, so he could always catch prey. After hearing this, Shike held his cheek with his hand, a little hesitant. Chui Saozi also looked strong. Since she said so, could he go up the mountain by himself? Would he really let Shirtu carry him back? The two of them were busy that day. In the morning, they prepared the vegetable garden in the backyard and the fence of the chicken coop. In the afternoon, Shirtu saw that there was no meat at home, so he wanted to go up the mountain. Seeing Shike looking at him eagerly, he hurriedly said, I won't go far today. I'll just look nearby to see if there is any game. Besides, I can't go far in the afternoon. But you promised to take me up the mountain the day before, and you haven't kept your promise until now. This mountain can't be escaped, and you are still worried that you won't have the chance to go. How about this? You come with me to the foot of the mountain and pick some wild vegetables or something. I'll go up by myself, and I'll find you when I come back. That's fine too. Shike hurriedly took out the backpack and stones and went out. There was really nothing to eat at home. There was rice and flour, but no vegetables. Sister Chui brought a basket, but it wouldn't last for 2 days. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they stopped in a sunny place. Shike, you can pick wild vegetables here. Don't you like to plant flowers? There are wild flowers over there. When I come back, we can go home together. Okay, you be careful. Don't be too late. I know if it's late, you go back first. I will definitely not go far. I heard Sister Chui say that this mountain is quite big. Does it have a name? This mountain is called everything, but when I was outside, I heard that they called it the Wanshan Mountain Range. It stretches for thousands of miles, and no one has really gone deep into it. It sounds really big. However, seeing Shitu's relaxed face, Shike didn't know whether it was because he was familiar with the situation or because he was skilled and brave. Shike, when we are done with the housework in the next 2 days, I will take you there. I will definitely do what I promised you. That's good enough.
Got it.
You can go quickly. Even if you can't hit it, don't delay too late. Shirtu walked into the mountain, waving his hands to show that he understood. Seeing Shirtu walking away and climbing the mountain so easily, just like a farmer carrying hay to the field, Shike was indeed not too worried about him. Everyone has his own strengths. Others think that the mountains are dangerous, but this may be what Shirtu likes. Shike spent a long time digging wild vegetables in this sunny place. The wild vegetables can be boiled and dried at home and saved for later. Fresh ones cannot be kept, but it is convenient to store them after drying. On a deadwood stake, Shike the magpie also picked a lot of wood ears, in large bunches.
This is not cheap to buy.
Stir-fried eggs with wood ears is another dish. Eggs are not cheap either, but luckily I caught 3 laying hens from my mother's house. While thinking about it, I picked all the wood ears on the tree's stump. It was getting late, and the magpie dug some wild flowers. Just like last time, the roots were covered with soil, so they were easy to survive. Looking at the sky, the magpie did not wait for the stone and went home to prepare dinner. After entering the house, he first fed the 3 chickens with vegetables and filled the water tank. Then she sat in the yard and put away the harvest of the afternoon one by one. A woman, from a girl to a daughter-in-law, from a familiar place where she has lived since childhood to a strange place full of strangers, many people will be anxious, and it will take a long time to adapt. But Shike did not feel that way. Speaking of it, she was used to being the head of her natal family. After marrying Shirtu, all the food and daily necessities in the family were under her control. She did not feel like an outsider at all. She entered the kitchen and scooped out the noodles and pancakes. At noon, the 2 of them had a simple meal. In addition, the 2 of them were not idle. Shirtu went up the mountain again and consumed a lot of physical energy, so they made something to resist hunger at night. The meat in the house was eaten up, but it would be better to leave it for 2 or 3 days in this season. Alright, it can't be kept for too long. But there are still a lot of oil residues at home. So Shike decided to make pancakes, oil residue pancakes. Chop the oil residues into pieces, chop the wild onions that were picked, mix them with the oil residues, and add a little salt. Her younger brother, Huzi, likes to eat oil residue pancakes, especially those that are just out of the pan. The oily ones are so fragrant. After kneading the dough, let it wake up first. Shike first picks all the wild vegetables and washes them. Keep the ones to eat today, and blanch the rest in boiling water later, and then dry them. The dishes sent by Chui Saozi include a large bundle of green vegetables, as well as freshly harvested beans and eggplants. One day, Chui Saozi will have to come over to help her make some yellow sauce, which she doesn't know how to do. It's hot now, and Shike doesn't want to cook. She mixed 2 large bowls of cold dishes and finally poured chili oil on them, which smelled delicious. She took out the eggs and made another vegetable and egg soup. After she finished, she started to make oil cakes. She estimated that by the time they were done, Shirtu might have come home. Shike was indeed right, and Shirtu was mainly worried. It was already dark, and he was really anxious to leave Shike alone at home. He was afraid that Shike would be scared, so he hurriedly killed 2 rabbits and went down the mountain. This was the time when he had the least achievements. However, he also picked a lot of wild fruits for Shike to taste. In fact, there are many things to eat in the deep mountains. Every year, there are many ripe wild fruits that can only be fed to birds or rot on the ground. There are also many chestnut trees, which can only be picked in autumn. There are more fish in the stream, and the most common thing he eats when he goes into the mountains is fish. It is convenient to catch fish and roast them. Not to mention that after the rain, mushrooms, fungus, and the like in the mountains also grow in patches. Of course, people go more in the middle of the mountain, but they pick less. But if you go deeper, you can pick more and more wild fruits. You don't have to worry about not having food. It seems that I really need to take Shike up the mountain with me in the future. It's nice to have someone to talk with and pick wild fruits and game together. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the halo of light coming from the kitchen and the busy figure of Shike. Not to mention the fragrance of the food, my stomach rumbled in response. It's great. He has been dizzy these 2 days, as if such a good life is just a dream. He is also a married man, and his wife is so suitable for him.
Shika, I'm back.
Shike leaned half of his body out of the kitchen and said, Brother Shirtu, I told you not to stay too late. It's inconvenient to see the road. Hurry up and wash your hands. I'll eat soon. Even though Shirtu listened to Shike's complaints, he was still very happy. He threw the 2 rabbits in the corner and went into the kitchen first. Oh, this pancake is baked. He reached out to take it. The magpie slapped his hand away. It was so dirty. He didn't know what his hand had touched. Then he tore off a large piece and stuffed it into Shita's mouth. Go wash your hands first, and come over to help me serve the dishes later. Shirtu chewed the cake and hurried to the yard to wash his hands. The cakes made by his wife were greasy. Why do they smell so good? Brother Shirtu, you shot 2 rabbits. Yeah, we didn't shoot much today, so we didn't go far. I'll peel them in a while and save them to make scarves for you in winter. Let's stew the meat tomorrow. Okay, we'll stew these 2 tomorrow and smoke some more bacon later. Fresh ones can't be kept. That's easy. I'll shoot more and smoke more when I go up the mountain one day and save them for eating slowly. Especially in winter, we have to prepare them in advance. The magpie laughed and said, Don't talk about winter for now, it's too far. Come and help me carry it. There's no meat today, mainly pancakes and the vegetable soup I made, but the dishes are all vegetarian. It's okay to have pancakes. These pancakes are delicious. My wife, I find that your cooking is really delicious. The magpie smiled happily. It's still nice to be praised by your man. At night, the 2 of them lay in bed, and the faint moonlight sprinkled into the room. I talked to Sister Chue today and told her not to bring the chicks over for now. With these 3, we won't raise any little ones for now. That's fine. It's troublesome to raise too many of them. In the countryside, there are no people like us. We raise chickens, ducks, pigs, geese, and nothing else. Why raise so many? Just like pigs, they eat so much and have such a strong smell, but you can't sell them for much silver all year round. If you want to eat meat, I'll go up the mountain to get it for you. Didn't your mother's family raise any either? Magpie felt uncomfortable when she mentioned her mother's family. My father didn't allow me to raise chickens because they smelled too bad. I'm the one who raised these chickens. Yes, you weren't so tired even at your mother's house. How could I let you raise so many open animals and feed them every day? If you go into the mountains with me, sometimes you won't be able to come back for a whole day. Who will take care of them? The magpie turned sideways, looked at the stone and asked, You won't be able to come back for a day? Are you going deep into the mountains? If I follow you, will I be a burden to you? The stone laughed. It's impossible to go deep into the mountains. You can't get there. The deep mountains are indeed dangerous, and I can't let you take the risk. Then he reached out and hugged the magpie in his arms. Why do you want to go up the mountains so much? There are so many snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the mountains. Are you afraid? I'm afraid of snakes. Most people use sticks to explore the way ahead. I have medicine here. If you sprinkle it on your body, the snakes will avoid it. That thing is soft all over. It's creepy to look at. But if it's big, it's a treasure, you know? Before we got married, I caught 2 snakes and sold them in the county town for 40 taels of silver. Then I sold a wild boar. Otherwise, how could I have saved the silver in my box? It was the first time that Shike heard that prey could be sold for so much. Snakes are so valuable. How did you catch them? I tell you, you wouldn't dare to do it. We can eat meat for a long time after selling them. Don't worry that I can't afford to support you. But we can eat game every meal. By the way, let's go to the town to buy some rice in a few days. There's not much rice left. The main reason is that Shirtu used white rice and white flour when we got married. Shirtu has a big appetite, and he has eaten less in the past few days. Okay, I remember it. Shirtu's hand rubbed back and forth on Shike's back. Shike was white and fat, and it was comfortable to hug him. Don't touch me. Your hands are so rough. I want to sleep. Shike, What are you going to do tomorrow? The magpie thought for a while and decided that the rapeseed had just been planted, so there was no need to worry about it. There was nothing to do at home, so he might as well go pick wild chrysanthemums. I'll go to the foot of the mountain to pick small chrysanthemums tomorrow morning and soak them in water. This can reduce internal heat, and it's just right to drink in summer. Then I'll go with you. There's nothing else to do at home. The magpie asked, Don't you still have 2 acres of land? Aren't you going to the fields? What fields to go to? UCA and produce much food after spending half a day working. Let it grow whatever it wants. The magpie pouted. If the old people in the village heard this, they would definitely call him a prodigal son. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt Shertu's hand reaching down.
I am sleepy.
Shertu looked at the magpie's confused eyes in the moonlight. Then you sleep.
Don't worry about me.
It will be fine in a while.
What are you talking about?
Shertu has always been decisive in doing things. Without waiting for Shikei's response, he stripped off his clothes in a few seconds and pressed Shikei under him. Even so, he could still sleep. You're really going to tire me to death. Should I go out tomorrow?
It'll just be a while.
I'll sleep better after I'm done. I'll make breakfast tomorrow, so you don't have to get up early. In order to feel good for a while, Shertu took everything on himself. Seeing that Shikei wanted to talk more, he quickly blocked her mouth with his mouth, and the two people's rapid breathing intertwined. After Shikei got used to it, Shertu moved faster and faster, holding 2 big white buns and chewing them back and forth. Shikei wanted to cover her mouth. Why did the sound come out by itself? It doesn't hurt now, but Shertu is so energetic. After a long time, she is exhausted every time. This is really unreasonable. She doesn't have to work hard, but she is too tired to move. The next day, as expected, Shikei got up again when it was bright. Well, I have already adapted to it in the past few days, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. There were still a lot of cakes left from yesterday, so Shertu got up in the morning and cooked porridge. He remembered Shikei's words and cooked it slowly over a low fire, so he was very satisfied with the porridge he cooked this time. After Shikei got up, he cut half a bowl of pickles, put the cakes back into the pan to heat them up, and the two of them had breakfast. Since they decided to pick wild chrysanthemums today, Shikei took out another cloth bag. What I want to drink has to be clean, and it is a bit dirty to put everything in the backpack. Looking up at the sky, it is clear and blue. Occasionally, there was a breeze blowing at the foot of the mountain, which was quite comfortable. There was a large open space at the foot of the mountain, where there were many wild vegetables. She thought it would be okay for her family to raise pigs, as there was so much grass for pigs. Because it was far away from the village, few people came here to cut it. Shertu was carrying a bamboo basket on his back, and after putting it down, he didn't know what the magpie would do. The magpie was like a happy little magpie at this moment, busy picking half-opened wild chrysanthemums, shuttling back and forth among the flowers. The magpie picked the half-opened wild chrysanthemums and put them into a cloth bag. Magpie, you only want the half-open ones, not the fully open ones. You need the half-open ones for soaking in water. They are fragrant. The fully open ones have no taste, but you can pick them when there are too many, dry them, and put them in the pillowcase, which is comfortable to use as a pillow when sleeping, and they have a fragrance. When Shikei was at her mother's house, her pillow was filled with wild chrysanthemums. This indirectly shows that the villagers were not lying. Others went up the mountain to pick useful things, but she went to pick flowers for fun. When Huzi saw this, he persuaded his sister to do one. But Shertu didn't like to do this job. A grown man picking flowers for fun. Shikei, I'll go to the front for a walk and be back in a while. Well, go ahead. Shertu walked forward with the bamboo basket on his back. He remembered clearly that there were a few rottenwoods here, and it seemed that a lot of wild fungus could be picked every year. The two could see each other and felt at ease. Shikei suddenly felt that her life after marriage was happier than before she got married. There were endless wild chrysanthemums in this field. Shikei picked more than half a bag and waved to Shertu. When Shertu saw this, he came back with the bamboo basket on his back. He gained a lot from this walk because this field was ripe and he knew everything. There was actually half a basket of fungus in the basket mixed with mushrooms. There are still a lot of wild onions on the top. Brother sure to. Shall we go back? Let us go home. Give me the cloth bag, and I'll carry it. The magpie said with a smile. No need. This one isn't heavy. I picked up some wood ear mushrooms yesterday, but not as much as you did. There are several rotten wooden stakes over there. There are more if you go up a little further. Then pick more and bring them back. These can be dried and stored. You can eat them anytime without worrying about them going bad. That's easy. I'll go and have a look in the afternoon. Well, I'll stew the rabbit meat in the afternoon, and we'll eat in the evening. I also have to pick up these small wild chrysanthemums quickly. If I have nothing to do in the afternoon, I'll come back to pick them. This is not enough to make a pillow core, but you don't need to be so particular about making a pillow core. The two went home while arranging their afternoon work. After lunch, Shirtu went out in the afternoon with the bamboo basket on his back. The magpie soaked the rabbit meat that Shirtu had cut in water to remove the blood first. After preparing the seasoning, put it in the pot and simmer it on low heat. There is no need to watch this, and then Shike poured all the small wild chrysanthemums in the cloth bag into the big bucket. First wash it clean, then drain the water in the yard. The flowers have already wilted in the sun. After draining the water, Shike boiled water in the big pot again, and this needs to be steamed. The time cannot be too long, otherwise the taste will be light. After steaming, it is taken to the yard to dry. In a farmer's house, who has any decent tea, when there are guests or people visiting, most people will have a handful of coarse tea, which is still exquisite, and more often they will have a bowl of clear water. If you have a good relationship, at most you will put a spoonful of sugar and serve a bowl of sugar water to sweeten your mouth, which is the limit. In summer, make a pot of wild chrysanthemum tea, which tastes fragrant and can relieve internal heat, and the main thing is that you don't have to spend money to buy it. Wild chrysanthemums must not be dried well in one day, and they have to continue drying tomorrow. The oil cakes baked yesterday have been eaten up, mainly because Shirtu has a big appetite and can't be full if there is less food. Shike went into the house and steamed the rice first, then picked the vegetables brought by Chui Saozi in the yard. There was meat soup at home, so he used it to stew beans. Looking at the big bunch of wild onions, Shike thought about beating a few eggs and frying them with wild onions. Then he thought, forget it, there is so much rabbit meat tonight, and if he stews another pot of beans, it will be enough for 2 people. Eggs are precious, so it is better to save some. These 3 old hens are not enough for 2 people. Everything that should be done was prepared in advance, and Shike didn't have to worry. He added another fire in the kitchen and went to the backyard. There was a big water tank in the backyard, and Shirtu filled it with water every day. It would be even more indispensable for growing vegetables in the future. The ground was still wet from the water from yesterday, so there was no need to water it today. He threw the rotten leaves he picked into the chicken coop. He also had to buy some bran and millet. He couldn't feed them rice, right? It was too wasteful. Don't forget this, and ask Shirtu to remember it when he goes to town. Before the sun went down, Shirtu came back with a bamboo basket on his back. Magpie, Magpie, I'm back. Look what I brought you. What? Wild fruits again. They're sour and not tasty. The fruits are not ripe yet, so they must not taste good. Magpie waited for Shirtu to get closer, and then found that he was holding a bamboo net with a lot of small fish in it. Oh, why are you fishing for this? It takes a lot of time. There is a river in Xiaoyang village. Huzi is naughty. Seeing others catching fish and shrimps, he also wants to go. Magpie was worried, so he followed him. After catching for a long time, he didn't catch more than 1 or 2, so he threw the fish back in anger. But there were quite a lot of fish in the bamboo net that Shirtu brought back, and they were all big. Open the mouth of the net and place it in a low-lying area, and you will naturally catch fish. Why wait there? Who has the time to waste? The magpie took a closer look and saw that the net was made by splitting bamboo into thin strips with a machete, and then using the strips to weave a thing that looked like the Chinese character Wa. The net made in this way is denser, but does not retain water, and is flexible. It can be fixed on the riverside to catch a lot of things. When did you put it out? I put it out the day before yesterday, but the fish caught are still relatively small.
Can I eat it?
They're edible, but I don't have time to clean them up now. Put them in a basin first. I'll make fried fish tomorrow. After Shirtu poured out the small fish in the net, he took out 2 big fish from the backpack. These 2 fish weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds and were very large. It was unknown how long they had lived. How come there are such big fish? What's the point of eating only small fish? Of course I have to catch 2 big ones. The magpie's eyes were full of stars. Brother Shirtu, what else did you do? Didn't you ask me to pick more black fungus and shiitake mushrooms? But I went to the river first. After I caught the fish and put them in the basket, I realized that if I put black fungus and other things in, the taste would be mixed. So, I didn't pick any today. If you don't pick them, then don't pick them. Go another day. Anyway, there's still a lot at home. But I dug a lot of wild sweet potatoes. This one is small, so I can steam it together with rice. The magpie smiled. This is not bad either. It can save some food. Save some food, Shike said without thinking much, but Shirtu took it to heart. There's not much food left at home. I'll go to town to buy some tomorrow. Then I'll go with you. Shirtu naturally wouldn't refute Shike and make her unhappy. It's nice to go together, and there'll be someone to talk to on the way. Brother Shirtu, shall we walk there? It's too heavy to carry the food back. Let's walk. The road here is not easy to walk on. We can take a ride back when we come back, so we don't have to carry the food on our backs. When making furniture, Shirtu became thoughtful and asked Zhang the carpenter to make him a cart. It was made of wood, and a lot of materials were used, but it was rather heavy and it was not easy to push it to far places. When the food was brought back to the end of the village, he could use the cart to push it home so that he could buy more. In the past, he bought only as much as he could eat, and would buy more when he ran out, as they rarely stored food at home. After the 2 of them agreed, they cleaned up the tables and chairs and prepared to eat. In the afternoon, the rabbit meat had been stewed until it was soft and tender. This time, Shike put a lot of chili peppers. Without chili peppers, the rabbit meat would not taste good. There was meat soup at the bottom of the pot for stewing the rabbit meat, so the beans were stewed in the meat soup. Without meat soup, beans would not taste good no matter how you cook them. It was just in time to dry up the meat soup, and the beans were cooked. The beans were put in 2 plates, and Shike put 1 plate in the cupboard for tomorrow's meal. Shirtu helped Shike put the rice, and stewed a large plate of rabbit meat was brought to the living room, and the magpie followed out with bowls and chopsticks and beans. After running halfway up the mountain for an afternoon, Shirtu was already hungry. Eating the spicy rabbit meat and a mouthful of rice was really refreshing. The magpie had eaten several pieces of rabbit meat in the afternoon, so he put down his chopsticks early and went to the kitchen to clean up the 2 big fish. The fish was dead when Shirtu brought it back, and it would go bad more easily if it was not cleaned up. The small fish was fine. They were still alive and swimming happily in the water. After cleaning them up, he rubbed salt on them, added some peppercorns, covered them with a lid, and put them next to the bucket. When he comes back from town tomorrow, he will stew the fish. The small fish is still alive, so let it live for 2 more days. When Shirtu finished his meal and brought the empty bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen, he saw that the magpie had already cleaned up the fish with his hands and feet. I'll do this job next time. You don't have to worry about it. It's okay, you do the hard work and cleaning the fish is not tiring, so we don't need you. After washing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen, the magpie warmed up the water in the pot. He hadn't taken a bath for 2 or 3 days, so he had to take a bath today. But Shirtu, on the other hand, took his pants and went to the pond without hesitation. Before going to bed, the magpie said to Shirtu, "Don't move around today. I want to walk with you tomorrow. I'm not as energetic as you." Shirtu suppressed the throbbing in his heart. "I won't move. I'll just hold you, okay?" Magpie found a comfortable position in Shida's arms and fell asleep in a short while. Shirtu watched Magpie sleeping soundly and listened to her shallow breathing before he fell asleep. Magpie was the first to wake up the next day. It should be said that she was awakened by Shida's heat. He was held so tightly, and it was not comfortable at all. Thinking that she had to go to town today, she got up first. There was still a lot of rice left from yesterday, and there was a dish left over from yesterday. Magpie decided to make egg fried rice after Shirtu got up. Boil water in a pot. Rice alone was too dry in the morning, so they didn't make soup. They would make a pot of tea, and refill the bamboo tube. It would take a long time to go to town and back, so they had to bring some water. Wash a handful of wild onions, cut them into small pieces, and put them in a large bowl for later use. Then take out 4 eggs and beat them in the bowl. When Shirtu got up, he found Magpie busy in the kitchen. His wife is really hardworking. Go wash your face quickly. The meal will be ready soon. Let's leave quickly after eating. Don't be too late. Why bother urging me? Shirtu wiped his face and cleaned up the backpack, which he would have to carry to the town. He also tidied up Shikei's small backpack. He quickly heated the pot and added oil. First scramble the eggs, then put the beaten rice in. Quickly mix the rice in the pot, sprinkle with salt, and finally put the chopped wild onions in. Shikei filled a large bowl for Shirtu, and hers was much less. He put a handful of wild tea that Shirtu often drank in the teapot and poured boiling water. Brother Shirtu, it's time to eat. Shirtu rinsed his hand in the basin, came over, and took a look. Oh, it smells so good. Nowadays, only a few families often eat white rice, not to mention that it is fried with eggs, plus the fragrance of wild onions. It looks particularly appetizing. Brother Shirtu, this is all the rice. If you don't need it, you can eat more in town. There is no way. Shirtu has a big appetite, but it will take a long time to cook anything else. Is it about right? It's okay. Let's hurry up and come back early to eat at noon. Shikei took 2 more bowls and poured a bowl of tea for each of them. It's also quite comfortable to eat fried rice with eggs and drink hot tea. While cooking just now, Shikei rinsed the 2 bamboo tubes clean. Pour boiling water into the teapot, and then pour the tea into the bamboo tubes. The 2 bamboo buckets of tea are enough for the 2 of them to drink for the whole morning. After eating, Shikei did not clean up the kitchen. He piled all the dishes and chopsticks into the basin and scooped water to soak them first. Shikei put his purse in his pocket, and the 2 of them went out with the bamboo baskets on their backs. The morning breeze blew coolly. It was especially comfortable at this time without the sun and with the wind. Many wives get up early and do more work while the weather is cool. The diligent men carry hoes to work in the fields. Cui Saozi piled the dirty clothes that the husband and son had changed into a big basin early in the morning and went to the river to wash them early in the morning. There were already young wives who had occupied the land by the river. From a distance, Shirtu and Shikei were seen coming, as if they were going to leave the village. Magpie, what are you 2 going to do? Magpie saw Sister Cui stand up and walk 2 steps towards her, and hurriedly ran forward and said, "The family is short of things. Brother Shirtu and I are going to the town to take a look." "That's right. We need a lot of things every day to live a life of opening the door, so I won't waste your time. Go quickly. It's cooler to travel now." Magpie hurriedly said, "Sister Cui, I also want you to help me make some yellow sauce. I can't make it well." Sister Cui laughed. "It's a little late in this season. I guess it won't be possible this year. If you want to eat, just come to me and get it. I make a lot every year. And vegetables, if you don't have them at home, come and get them. Don't spend money to buy them." Magpie also smiled. "Okay, I'll take the time to go to Sister Cui's house to get some yellow sauce when I come back. Speaking of which, I haven't been to Sister Cui's house these days." "That's right, I also go out for a walk on weekdays. I still have some vegetable seeds. If you want to plant them, just take them back together." "Well, I won't be polite to you, sister-in-law. We'll go first. You can go and do your work." After watching the 2 people walk away, Sister Cui returned to the river and squatted down to wash clothes. Ernia's wife next to her secretly pouted. Sister Chunhua, who was next to Sister Cui, said, "I didn't realize that you and the young wife of the Hunter Stone get along so well." Everyone in the village knew that Dania's parents were partial to him, and they separated him early, and the old couple lived with Erniu. Even Ernia's wife was the niece of Nyo's mother's family. It can be imagined that the 2 sisters-in-law are incompatible. Erniu's wife finally caught the topic. "Sister Chunhua is right. My eldest sister-in-law is so enthusiastic. She was not so attentive when her brothers got married, but she helped others for several days in a row." Sister Cui glanced at her brother's wife and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Sister Chunhua said, "This young wife has been married for several days, but I haven't seen her come to the village. She has never been to the 2 acres of land at the foot of the mountain. What do you think this young couple do at home all day? Ernia's wife giggled and then said ambiguously, "What else can a poor hunter who hasn't seen a woman for 800 years do?" Sister Chunhua also laughed. Sister Chui sneered and said, "Just take care of yourself. Why do you care about other people's affairs?" Ernia's wife said, "Look at what the eldest sister-in-law said." The eldest sister-in-law likes to get close to the hunter couple and rush to deliver vegetables to them. "I don't know what you want. I grow vegetables, I can give them to whoever I want. Why, do you want to meddle in my family's affairs?" "Oh, how dare I do that? My parents don't dare to intervene. I don't have the nerve to do that." A big basket of vegetables, sent away as soon as they said it would, but my parents didn't even see a leaf of vegetable. "Sister-in-law, you have to figure out how close you are to me." Sister Chui threw the half-crumpled clothes into the basin, pointed at Ernia's wife and scolded, "You still think you are so shameless. Who gave you the chicks you raised in the yard for free? Who bought the meat and fish for your family during the New Year? There wasn't even a leaf of vegetable. What were you doing when I went to deliver the vegetables? You are sleeping and can't see it, you are blind." Thinking of the old couple in the Nyo family, whenever they have a headache or a fever, they will call Dainyu over, and whenever they need a doctor, Dainyu will definitely pay for it. Not to mention the filial piety during the New Year and other festivals, that is really a lot of money spent, but when it comes to her sister-in-law, it seems that she and Dainyu don't care about the elderly. Ernia's wife is the niece of old lady Nyo. She is very confident. She is even more unwilling to be scolded by her sister-in-law, and she opens Sister Chui's hand. "It is not up to you to decide whether to be filial or not. Let the elderly say. Don't think everyone is a fool. Can the elderly divide the family fairly? Can you separate us without giving anything? You have taken all the advantages, and you are still acting cute in front of me. Don't let me spit on you. What advantage did I take? Tell me, what advantage did I take?" Ernia's wife said, and pushed Dinyo's wife. Dinyo's wife was very angry, and she waved her hand to push Ernia's wife away. They were fighting back and forth, and Chunhua's sister-in-law next to them was stunned and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you fighting for nothing?
Stop it."
The fighting was lively by the river, and Shirtu and Shike, who were far away, were discussing what to buy. Shike was more familiar with the town than Shirtu. After all, he had lived in the town for several years and knew what was sold everywhere. When passing by the breakfast stall, he asked, "Brother Shirtu, are you hungry? If you are hungry, have another bowl of noodles." "No, let us go shopping first. Let's go buy rice and flour first. After buying, you have to carry it on your back. It's so heavy. You can go at the end. It's not like you don't have enough. Go buy some needle and thread first. You have to sew 2 sets of single clothes in summer." Shirtu smiled. "I often run in the mountains. I don't need 2 good ones. I'll buy you brightly colored ones." "No, my father bought me a lot, and there's still several pieces in the box. The main thing is you. In addition to the 2 sets of clothes I made for you, do you think your old ones can still be worn? Just wear them when you work at home. I will make you 2 more sets." Oh my God, Shirtu was so happy that he didn't know what to say. After his mother died, he only had those few sets of clothes. When they were torn, he would sew them himself, and he would wear 2 or 3 sets back and forth. This was one of the reasons why the villagers thought he was too poor to eat. "Then what else do you want to buy?" Shirtu wanted to buy something for Shike. Shike thought about it and realized there was nothing to buy. The main reason for coming here this time was that there was not much food at home. "Not for now, let's talk about it later. It's this shop here, I used to come here often." After entering, the lady in the shop was arranging the goods. When she saw Shike coming in, she smiled and said, "Oh, isn't this Shike? You haven't been here for a long time." The magpie also said with a smile, "Annie-san, didn't my father move us to the countryside? It's a bit far and we're too lazy to come out. Living in the countryside is inconvenient. What do you want today? Buy some needles and thread.
Take more.
You can mend clothes. And tear 2 pieces of this dark and durable cloth to make clothes." At this moment, Auntie's son naturally noticed Shirtu. "Oh, he has a burly figure and looks quite handsome." Auntie's son swept her eyes between the 2 of them, Magpie, this is Annie's son. I'm married, and this is my man. In the past, when Shike got engaged, all the familiar families knew about it. But no one knew about the broken engagement. Originally, the Song family was engaged to the daughter of the Zhao family from the grain store, and some people were wondering, didn't the Song family already have an engagement with the Li family? What happened here? It turned out that the two families had broken off the engagement long ago. Aunt Sun is also an old and experienced person, so you can't ask too many questions about such things. Oh, what a handsome young man. The two of them are a good match. Shike has to loosen the cloth a little, otherwise there won't be enough for 2 sets. Okay, Annie, just cut it out as you see fit. Auntie's son skillfully cut the cloth for Shirtu and took out the needle and thread that Shike wanted. After paying the money, the two of them went out and turned to another street. There are 2 or 3 grain stores in the town, and Shike must have bought from the one he is familiar with. But to bypass the Zhao family's grain store, you have to go around half a street. The two of them didn't mind the trouble. They went around and happened to come to a vegetable market. A peasant woman was selling chicks and puppies on the side of the road. Women may like these furry little things, which are so cute. If there weren't 3 old hens at home, Shike would have wanted to buy a few more. She didn't buy the chicken, but turned her head and saw a few puppies in the cage next to her, looking at her with bright eyes. Shike reached out and touched them. Shirtu also squatted beside Shike and asked, "Do you like it? If you like, let's raise one." Raise one. In case you go out, I have someone at home to give you courage. Shirtu smiled. Point at it to give you courage. And wait, let me see. Shirtu opened the cage and took out a few puppies to look at. The peasant woman was about 30 years old and wore patched clothes. When she saw someone wanted a puppy, she hurriedly said, "These puppies are all strong. Do you want 1 or 2? If you want 2, I'll give you less." The magpie asked, "How much is 1?" The peasant woman thought for a while and said, 25 big coins. "If you want 2, I'll give you 40 big coins." The magpie understood as soon as he heard it, and he estimated that he could buy 1 for 20 big coins. Shirtu looked at it very seriously, picked out one that was not the strongest, with gray fur, and said, "This one." But this one doesn't seem to be very energetic, and it doesn't look as strong as the others. Shirtu smiled and said, "I'll tell you later, just listen to me and buy this one." The puppy that was picked up whimpered twice, looking at the 2 people with a pair of watery eyes. "Auntie, a puppy is 20 big coins."
Oh.
"This one is 25 big coins, you've spent too much at once." "Auntie, this one is not the most energetic one. Besides, if you have so many, you can't sell them and you have to raise them yourself, which will waste a lot of food. Here are 20 big coins, please keep them." The aunt shook her head, took it, counted it, and put it in her purse. "All right, the family really doesn't want to raise so many, it will waste too much food." The magpie brought the puppy over and said to Shirtu, "Why did you choose this one?" Shirtu lowered his voice and said, "This should be a little wolf dog." A wolf dog. Wouldn't it be very powerful? Can it be raised well? It should be said that it is not a pure wolf dog. If it is the first generation of wolf dog, it must be more powerful, but it is much better than an ordinary local dog. Oh, that's okay. If it is really a big and strong wolf dog, the magpie would be afraid. When I get a purebred wolf dog back, I still have to find a powerful one to guard the house. The magpie's face changed. "Brother Shirtu, but I'm scared." "What's so scary about it? I've raised it since it was young. It won't hurt anyone at home. A purebred wolf dog is much better than this dog. No farmer would raise a wolf dog. It eats a lot and looks scary. If it hurts someone by accident, you have to pay for it. It's a loss." The 2 bought some salt and seasoning on the way. They had a wedding a few days ago, and there was still a lot of oil. But the meat was gone, so Shike bought another big piece of pork. When the butcher saw that it was Shirtu who came to buy, he was very impressed by this man, a straightforward person, and bought a big piece of meat very happily. After weighing the weight, Shike did not bargain and gave the silver very happily, which made the butcher happy to spare him 2 big bones. When they arrived at the grain store, Shirtu said, "Give me 100 caddies of rice, 100 caddies of white flour, 100 caddies of brown rice, and 10 caddies of the worst broken rice. Brother Shirtu, why are you buying broken rice? Shirtu said, didn't you say you wanted to feed the chickens?
Oh, I forgot. I was thinking about it yesterday.
3 chickens can't eat much. The leftovers of 2 people, plus some vegetable leaves and mixed with broken rice scraps, are enough to eat for a long time. The grain store owner heard that this was a big customer. Shirtu said, could you please send it to the east gate for me? I have to take the village bus back. What's wrong with that? It can be pushed over with a cart, and it won't take any time. The store owner agreed happily. The magpie turned around and said, storekeeper, please weigh some mung beans for me, and also give me a few pounds of glutinous rice flour. Okay, wait a moment. The shop assistant put all the things the 2 people want on the cart and finally settled the bill. This trip into the city cost nearly 3 taels of silver. In ancient times, 1 tael of silver was equal to 1,000 coins, that is, 1,000 won. In ancient times, copper coins were really circulated. In the Ming Dynasty, 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 700 to 800 yuan. In the Qing Dynasty, when it was the lowest, 1 tael of silver was equivalent to about 300 yuan. The Tang Dynasty was the best, and 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in modern times. Of course, this is not fixed, there are ups and downs. In peaceful and prosperous times, prices are stable, not to mention in troubled times. This article is based on a fictional era, so don't take it too seriously, but prices are not too outrageous. In the past, people bought grain by the bucket. For convenience, all the conversions in this article are into caddies.
Don't criticize me.
It's mainly because I'm lazy, and this saves me the trouble of thinking. In the past few years, it has been relatively peaceful, and the price of grain has stabilized. I heard that fine white rice used to rise to 15 or 16 won per caddy, but now it's only 8 won. White flour is slightly cheaper at 6 won, and brown rice, old rice or broken rice is even cheaper, but the most bought by ordinary people are still brown rice and old rice. After all, new rice is still expensive. Most of the noodles are black noodles or multi-grain noodles. Many families in difficulties exchange new rice for old rice to eat, which can make a lot more. Even old rice and brown rice are sometimes mixed with wild vegetables. Not to mention the years of disaster, it is common for people to starve to death. Watching the 2 guys load the groceries into the car, they agreed to wait for the guys at the east gate to deliver them. After the 2 came out, because they drank a lot of water in the morning, Shike went to a corner as if he was familiar with the place and said, Brother Shirtu, I'm going to the toilet first. You wait for me in front. Shirtu took the basket from Shike and walked a few steps outside to wait for her. His figure was eye-catching even when he was standing there. He looked to the side, and it seemed that there was a jewelry store on the corner. He couldn't help but walk forward. Coincidentally, a young man and woman came out of the store. The girl looked shy and touched the gold hairpin on her head with her hand. The man next to her smiled and saw the girl's happy expression with a little pride in his eyes. Brother Shirtu, let's go. Okay, let's go. After walking 2 steps, Shirtu turned his head to look at the store again, waiting for one day to buy a gold hairpin for Shike. Oh, Shike, it's really Shike. Why are you in town? Shike saw that it was really a narrow road for enemies, and Song Wentao smiled brightly. This town is not yours. Why do you care when I come? Song Wentao smiled. Why are you still so bad-tempered? I heard from Uncle Lee that you got married. It's not easy to get married so quickly. Oh, you are not going to marry this guy, are you? Song Wentao was also stunned when he saw the stone. This man was too strong. Yes, he looked like a rough man. If he was not a rough man, how could he marry Shike, who was fat and had such a bad temper? Yes, this is my man. Song Wentao deliberately sighed and said, Shike, why are you in such a hurry? Although you broke off the engagement in a fit of anger, you can't just marry anyone. Wait a little longer. Maybe you can find one in town. Find one in town, find a pretty boy like you, who has nothing to do except spitting when he opens his mouth. It's not annoying enough to look at. Song Wentao didn't like it. How can you talk like that? Since you are married, you should be careful about what you say. I have known you for so many years. Am I not worried that you will not marry well? Shike laughed. Thank you, please keep your kindness. I am married well, and I don't know how happy I am now. The magpie turned to Shirtu and said, Brother Shirtu, this is the who was engaged to me in the past. He is a dishonest person, and weak. He can't even beat me. What do you think you want to do with a man like this? He's of little use, so just throw him away. Shirtu felt a little uncomfortable when he heard that this man was engaged to the magpie. After listening to what the magpie said, he felt relieved. Song Wentao was about to speak when the magpie said, What's the matter? You're still not convinced. You can't even beat me. Brother Shirtu can knock you to the ground with one hand. Why are you still showing off? Brother Shirtu, let's go. Why waste time talking to him? It's just a waste of time. The two took 2 steps forward, and the magpie turned sideways and said to the woman next to him, Keep an eye on this man. He always likes to live off women. Although your family runs a grain store, you can't stand him eating his meals. After saying that, without even looking at the 2 people's faces, he pulled Shirtu towards the east gate. The 2 did not take this matter to heart at all, but said a few words to feel relieved. But Song Wentao and Zhao Xia were uncomfortable. The Zhao family is also a family with assets, and she has a bad temper. Seeing Song Wentao being humiliated, she turned around and walked away with a sullen face. Song Wentao clapped his hands. This magpie was really harmful. He turned around and hurriedly chased after him, smiling and coaxing Xia. Brother Shirtu, you don't mind, do you? What do you mind? I heard from my aunt that you took the initiative to cancel the engagement. You canceled it because you didn't like that boy. The magpie said, It's all my father's fault. He arranged a marriage for me so early, and I had to accept it whether it was good or bad. If I had found out that she was philandering after I got married, how upset I would be. Fortunately, I found out early and we broke up, so I didn't have to be upset. Okay, it's all over. Look at those 2 people. Each of them is so weak. This is only in peaceful years. When the world is in chaos, even the family can't be protected. Indeed, Song Wentao looked good, but he couldn't even beat her. Who would want a man like this? When they arrived at the east gate, Shirtu first found a bullock cart. After a while, the clerk of the grain store pushed the cart to deliver the things. Shirtu didn't need the clerk's help, and he carried the grain to the bullock cart by himself. The remaining broken rice and beans were lighter, so they were put in the backpack. The bullock cart also had to carry people. After waiting for a while, 3 young wives who came back from the market got on the car. Shike, do you want to take a ride too? Let me walk with you. There's still room on the car. If you don't take a ride, Uncle will have to wait for people. He won't leave until the cart is full. Isn't this a waste of time? It's true. The old man pulled the ox cart back and forth. If the cart was not full, he would make an empty trip, which was a waste of both the cart and the ox. So he always waited until the cart was full before leaving. Magpie got on the cart. With 4 people and the things they bought piled up, the ox cart could barely move back. Halfway through the journey, Shirtu said to Magpie, I'll go back first. I'll push the cart to the foot of the mountain. When we're there, you unload the rice and wait there first. Okay, I got it. You go back first. To be honest, it was quite uncomfortable for Shirtu to follow the ox cart.
Why?
The ox cart was moving slowly. Shirtu took a step, and in a few steps he passed the ox cart and walked a long way. The old man driving the ox cart smacked his lips. He was still young. If there were a few more such strong men in the family, life would definitely be good. The ox cart was moving forward slowly, and halfway through, a young wife got off the car with the things she bought. The other 2 seemed to be from the same village, and the 2 young wives were talking in a low voice. It seemed that these 2 wives were from Daya village, and they kept talking about the latest news in the village. Because Shike heard the 2 people talking about Sister Daya. Sister Daya was the eldest daughter of Aunt Liang, who married to Daya village. The 2 people were extremely envious because the family that Daya married into was good. Daya lived a comfortable life, and the man was handsome, and the young couple could make a lot of money by doing some small business outside. It seemed that some girl in the village had thought about him, so the 2 young wives were full of envy in their words. Shike heard some gossip, and when they arrived at the foot of the mountain in Xiaohe village, they asked the old man to stop the car. In the surprised eyes of the old man, Shike carried the grain to the roadside by herself. This is a bag of 100 kilograms. Look at Shike again. Well, this girl is also capable and strong. It costs 2 cents to take a bull cart, but the grain bought by Shirtu is heavy, and Shike also took the cart, so the old man asked for 10 cents. Shike paid the money happily and saw Shirtu pushing the cart from a distance. The food was pushed back with a cart, and the stone didn't need the magpie's help at all. So much food couldn't be placed in the kitchen, as the space was small and dusty. It was placed in the yard first. The magpie made a pot of wild tea and drank half of it. In this weather, the water brought was finished long ago, and the magpie was thirsty. After drinking the water, he simply washed his face with water and went into the kitchen. The 2 fish marinated last night had to be stewed quickly, otherwise they would change the taste. Light the fire, clean the pot first, and then add oil after the pot is hot. If the fish is not cooked well, it will be inedible. The magpie fried the fish first, put seasoning in the pot, put more chili and more wine, and then added water to stew. While the fish was stewing, the rice was steamed again. This time white rice and brown rice were steamed together. After everything was done, the magpie picked up all the small fish in the basin. If they were not picked up, the small fish would die. Such small fish must be fried, and they can't be eaten if stewed. After cleaning up, he added salt, marinated it, and put it next to the water tank. There was still a small plate of rabbit meat stewed last night and a plate of beans stewed. These were enough for 2 people. Shirtu took out half of the white rice and half of the white flour and took out all the brown rice and put it in the kitchen. There was a cellar next to the courtyard wall. It was not very big. When his mother was here, it could store some things. Now it was empty. He put all the rice and flour in the cellar and put the cart in the utility shed in the backyard. Seeing that there was not much water in the tank, he simply filled it with water first. After 3 trips back and forth to fill it with water, he washed it by the pond. Brother Shirtu, is it time to eat? Hey, I'm here. Looking at the stewed big fish on the table, as well as the plate of rabbit meat and beans that had been heated, Shirtu felt even hungrier. The magpie came over with a bowl full of rice. Eat quickly. You must be hungry this morning, right? Yes, you should eat quickly too. I got up so early and was busy all morning. Next time, if there is nothing important, I will go alone, so you don't have to go back and forth with me. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Hey, where's the puppy? Where did you put it? When Shirtu came back first, he carried all the things in the backpack back, and of course he also brought the puppy back. It's still in the basket. The magpie stood up and ran out. It's been so long, the puppy needs to eat something. The magpie picked up the puppy, and the little thing whimpered twice and licked the magpie's hand. It must be hungry and thirsty. The magpie hurriedly found a broken bowl and scooped some water for it. For such a long time, the puppy didn't drink a drop of water or eat a drop of rice. How could it not be hungry? It went to the bowl and sniffed it first, then stuck out its tongue and began to drink the water. Drink some water first, and I'll give you more after you finish eating. Magpie, eat first. You don't need to take care of this thing so carefully. You can feed it some leftovers later.
Got it.
Magpie turned and went back to the house. When the puppy saw Magpie leaving, he looked up, then lowered his head and continued to drink water. After eating, Magpie poured a little bit of stewed fish soup on the remaining rice, mixed it well, and poured it into the broken bowl. Eat quickly. This will be your home from now on. You must remember that you have to guard the house and drive out the bad guys who come. The puppy sniffed with his nose, opened his mouth, and started to eat. Shirtu saw Magpie go to take care of the puppy, so he put away all the dishes on the table. After putting it in the kitchen, he said, "Only you have this treatment. Whose puppies eat white rice?" Shirtu found a damaged backpack from the utility room and repaired it simply. Let this be the puppy's kennel first. After the 2 of them finished cleaning up, Shike said, "I have nothing to do in the afternoon. Accompany me to Chui Saozi's house. I don't know her house yet." Okay, I haven't seen Brother Dainyu for several days. After running for a whole morning, Shike finished cleaning up and went to the Kong. She had to sleep for a while and take a rest. Seeing Shike lying down, Shirtu naturally lay down next to her. After a nap, he immediately felt energetic again. He took out the small backpack and put the porcelain jar for the sauce in it. He cut a small piece of the meat he bought in the morning and put it in the backpack. Then the two went to the village. Dania's house is in the center of the village, separated from his parents by a street, but not very far away. As the two walked along, Shirtu greeted Shike when he knew him, and most of them just passed by. He didn't have much contact with the villagers, and few of them were even acquaintances, so there was no need to try to make things warm. But the strange thing was that people looked at them in strange ways. The door to Dania's courtyard was open, and after the two of them went in, Shirtu called out in the courtyard, "Brother Daniu, are you home?" At this time, Chui Saozi's voice was heard in the house. "Who is it? Who's here?" But Chui Saozi didn't come out. It was her 2-year-old son who pushed the door and smiled at Shirtu. "Gooden, call me uncle." Gooden grinned, and his drool wet the clothes on his chest. Shike pinched Gooden's face, which was really soft. "Shike is here, come in." Shirtu picked up Gooden, and the couple went into the house. As soon as they entered the house, Shike's eyes widened. "Chui Saozi, how did you do this? Weren't you fine this morning?" Chui Saozi was sewing clothes at the moment. Her face was bruised, and there were scratches on her neck and arms, and faint traces of blood were visible. "Sister-in-law, how did this happen? Why is it so serious? Have you applied any medicine?" "It's okay. How can it be called serious? Do I need to apply any medicine?" "You two sit down." Shirtu also asked sister-in-law, "What happened? Where is Brother Daniu? Why isn't he at home? He went to the fields." Sister Chui folded the clothes, threw them aside, and said, "What went to the fields? Ask his parents to call him over." "What happened?" Shirtu knew how difficult Dania's parents were. They wished they could squeeze Daniu and his wife dry. "Weren't we washing clothes by the river this morning? The second son's wife picked a fight with me on purpose, and we started fighting. It's happened more than once, and it's not a big deal, but those old couple are biased. They called Daniu over and scolded him. Then she said actually they wanted to scold me more, but I didn't go over at all. Now they called Daniu over and didn't let him back from this morning until now. What's the matter? They still want to keep Brother Daniu for dinner?" Sister Chui snorted coldly. "You wish. There are 3 of us in our family. How can we afford to eat a bite of their food? Only this honest Daniu doesn't care about anything. Forget it, I won't say it anymore. If others tell others, they will think we are unfilial." Shike didn't know about Dania's family affairs. "In my opinion, Big Brother Nyo should beat up Erniu. My sister-in-law and sister-in-law are fighting, and they are right. You can't beat a woman, but you can beat her husband, right?" Shirtu smiled. "I think so." Sister Chui also smiled. "Shike, it's easy for you to say that. If they really touch that gold nugget, the old couple will dare to die in front of my house, and we will have no chance to live as human beings. There are biased old people in every village, and Shike has seen them before. But now there's a word of filial piety on his head, so he can only pinch his nose and accept it. If the matter does not fall on him, he can say anything. If he really meets such parents, what can he do as a younger generation?" This is also one of the reasons why Old Man Lee was happy with the Song family. He only has 1 son, and he can't be biased. Sister Chui grabbed Shike, who was trying to find medicine for her, and said, "Really? You don't need to apply any medicine? Isn't this common for us country folk? No matter how common it is, it shouldn't leave scars. It's so ugly. It won't leave scars. It will heal after scab. Besides, the second son's wife is not much better than me. I can't be fine in a day or 2, otherwise the old couple will say that I was cruel." Shike thought, well, it seems that Sister Chui didn't suffer any loss. Shirtu was angry and said, "Brother Daniu is really something. He beat you up like this. Why is he still fighting with that? In my opinion, just like Shike said, beat up the second son and see if they dare to do it again in the future." Shike nodded after hearing this. If a woman is wronged, who else can she go to if her own man doesn't help her out? Sister Chui looked at the couple and couldn't help laughing. "Don't say this when you go out. Otherwise, people will say that it is us women who disturb the peace of the family, and in the end, the bad reputation will be put on me. Shike didn't like to hear it. What bad reputation? Anyone with eyes can see it clearly. Why bother with him if you're willing to pretend to be blind? Then she asked, Sister Cui, what is the reason between you two? Because I sent you a basket of vegetables 2 days ago. I don't know how she knew about it. Just for this, you are really free. Isn't it just because you have nothing to do? Who doesn't grow vegetables? Besides, I grow vegetables. I can do whatever I want with them. She insisted on bossing me around, and even said in both open and covert ways that I didn't know what was good for me. How could I tolerate this? She had to be beaten, but this was because I wasn't around. If I were around, I wouldn't have needed my sister-in-law to do anything. I could have beaten her down. After hearing this, Shirtu couldn't help but say, then you'd better not come to the village much in the future. The villagers are always gossiping about their wives when they have nothing to do. If you want to fight, you can do it every day. Shike raised her head proudly and said, to be honest, I'm not afraid of a fight. If anyone dares to say something bad in front of me, or act in a weird way, I will definitely slap her in the face. Sister Cui laughed when she heard this. She knew Shike was a hot-tempered girl. Shirtu also laughed. Okay, you can fight if you want, as long as you don't lose.
How can you say that?
There's always a chance. What if I really lose? If you really lose, then I'll have to fight. No one in the village can take my punch, and that's going to be a big deal. After hearing this, the magpie looked at Shirtu happily. I want to fight. Are you really going to help me? Isn't that nonsense? If I don't help you, will I help someone else's wife? After hearing this, Cui Saozi couldn't help laughing. At this time, there were footsteps at the door, and Shirtu knew that it was Dainyu who came back. When Dainyu entered the house, he saw Shirtu and his wife, and hurriedly said, Hey, why are you two here? Shirtu hit Dainyu. You are really great. You have been gone for so long. What's the matter? Did your parents leave you a good meal? My stomach is still empty from morning till now. That's because you're stupid. You go when I tell you to go. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your uncle and aunt would never do that. They are so biased. Dainyu sighed and said, What should I do? I met such parents. What else can I do? Cui Saozi hurriedly pulled Dainyu to sit down and asked, What did they say? Did they scold you? Dainyu looked at the scars on his wife's face and the blood on her neck, and couldn't help feeling distressed. Suetsue had suffered a lot with him, and she was filial to his parents. But he couldn't say many things. They were his parents. What could he do? If they were outsiders, he could still fight with them. But they were his parents, and they were also his brothers and sisters, and he was the eldest, so he could only suffer. Does it still hurt? Sister Cui looked at the man, knowing that he felt sorry for her. It doesn't hurt anymore. Forget it. I won't be angry with them. Dainyu smiled. His wife was so generous. Then, he turned around and looked at Shirtu and the others and asked, How did you two find time to come here? Sister Cui clapped her hands and said, See, you forgot what you were talking about. Are you here to get the yellow paste? Magpie nodded and said, Yes, and sister-in-law, do you have any old starter here? Give me some. I will make some steamed buns when I have time. One steaming can last for 2 days, saving the trouble of making pancakes every time. Yes, wait, I'll take it to you. Sister Cui gave Shike an old dough starter and a bag of rapeseed to her. I see your vegetable garden is not ready yet. I will come over to help you plant it when it is ready. No need, sister-in-law. I have learned it all. With the help of Brother Shirtu, we can do it. Okay, call me if you need anything. Watching Shike take out a small jar from the backpack, she thought about it and decided to give it to Shike instead of giving it to others. Shike, your small jar is full, and it won't last long. You might as well take the whole jar away. If you take it all away, what will your family eat, sister-in-law? This is a small jar, I have a big one. I make a lot every year, and send a lot to the old courtyard after I finish making it. This time we fought well, so I won't send it this year. She doesn't have any extra. What else can she give? Sister-in-law, is this okay? Shike asked Sister Cui, and turned to look at Shirtu. Almost every farm family can make a lot of yellow sauce. It is inevitable to use it when cooking. Even if there is no vegetable, just make some yellow sauce and it can be eaten with rice. Not to mention fried in oil, it tastes even better. Those with better conditions will make a lot of side dishes and throw them into the sauce jar to make pickles, which can be eaten for a long time. Especially in winter, when it is cold and there are no fresh vegetables, you can only rely on pickles and pickled vegetables to eat with rice. Sure too is very single. Sister-in-law said, "Take it away." Brother Daniel, don't always think about being a good person. This sauce is made by sister-in-law. They eat the sauce made by sister-in-law and beat and scold people. Brother Daniel, you shouldn't spoil them. Dania smiled bitterly. You say it's easy. If you meet such parents, what can you do? Shirtu shook his head. I don't know, but I know that you gave the sauce to us, and I, as a brother, still remember your kindness. If you send it to that courtyard, you will get nothing, and maybe they will even complain that your sauce is tasteless. Chui Saozi clapped her hands and said, That's right, Shirtu. If you take away the jar with you, I really won't send it this year. Okay, wait for me to clean the jar and send it back to you. The magpie patted his head and said, Brother Shirtu, we should buy 2 jars and a few pots when we go to town today. It's getting cold, and we have to pickle some vegetables. We don't have these things at home. Dania said, Coincidentally, my water jar is broken, and I have to go to town to buy one. Tell me what you want to buy, and I will bring it back to you when the time comes. We don't want too big, just the size of this pickled vegetable jar, or a little bigger than this, and buy 2 large coarse porcelain basins. Okay, I'll remember it. Then I'll ask Brother Shirtu to send the silver to you. Dania smiled. Why are you in a hurry? Wait until I come back and send it to you. By the way, if you have sturdy backpacks, buy 2 too. The 2 at home are too old. No need to buy them. Why spend that money? I'll find time to weave 2 for you. They're no worse than the ones sold outside. Shirtu smiled and said to Shike, Listen to Brother Daniel. Even though he looks rough, he's very skillful. The things he weaves are no worse than the ones sold outside. Dania turned around and punched Shirtu. You think I look rough? Are you handsome? You have the nerve to flatter me. Shike put the jar he brought back into the backpack, took out the meat he brought, and said, I won't pay for the backpack. This piece of meat is for Gooden. Daniel and his wife hurriedly declined. This piece of meat is much more valuable than the backpack. Shirtu carried the jar of soy sauce and Shike carried the backpack, and they went home. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Shike stuffed the empty jar in the backpack to Shirtu and said, You go back first. I'll pick some wild vegetables with you. Now is the season when wild vegetables are in full bloom. If you don't pick some and take them back, the magpie will be anxious. Shirtu went home first with the jar of soy sauce. Now he has time, just in time to prepare the remaining space. It is not difficult for Shirtu to prepare this little piece of land, but he is impatient to do this work with his head down. He would rather run in the mountains and forests, which is so much fun. While preparing the land, he was thinking about when to go to see what his 2 acres of land has grown like. He has never taken care of it since he planted it. While he was working with his head down and thinking about it, he heard a squeaking sound. Shirtu turned his head and saw. Hey, the puppy came over. Although the puppy is very clumsy now, he still climbed out of the doghouse and staggered to the backyard. What's the matter? Are you hungry again? You have to endure it if you are hungry. I haven't eaten yet, so how can there be any left to feed you? He scooped some water from the water jar and poured it into the small stone trough next to it. Come here, drink a few sips of water, mix it with water first, and we will eat in the evening. The puppy whimpered twice, came over, and licked the water in the trough. After coming back at noon, although it was fed water, the magpie poured out the water in the bowl when feeding it. It didn't drink a sip of water for such a long time, so it must be waiting anxiously. After drinking the water, the puppy found a comfortable position to lie down in the ridge. Shirtu looked and thought. Well, he was not alone anymore. The magpie picked a basket of wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that the small wild flowers beside the forest at the foot of the mountain were more lush, he wanted to pick small wild chrysanthemums tomorrow morning. Other families are busy in the fields all day, but Shirtu only has 2 acres of land. He doesn't care, and he doesn't let the magpie go to the fields. so the two of them are relatively free. Seeing that the wild vegetables were almost picked, they carried them on their backs and walked home. Put the wild vegetables aside and look at the doghouse first. Hey, why is it not there? Dog, dog, where did you go? In the backyard. The magpie turned to the backyard, only to see that Shirtu had almost finished turning the ground. The puppy also got up and whined at the magpie. Brother Shirtu, why did you bring it here? It ran here by itself. It must be hungry. The magpie pinched the puppy's front legs with both hands and lifted it up. The puppy looked at the magpie with watery eyes and tilted its head. Dog, are you hungry? I'll give you food soon. Brother Shirtu, it's not nice to call it dog all the time. Let's give it a name. What name? Look at its gray fur. Let's call it Dahue. It has wolf blood. Calling it Dahue is too tacky. Let's give it a more majestic name. Shirtu smiled. If you go to the village and call Dahuang, several will come out. Then this name will be considered nice. Okay, then let's call it shall we, because you have impure bloodline? Otherwise, I will definitely give you a good name. After putting the puppy on the ground, the magpie went back to the front. When the puppy saw the magpie leave, it turned its head to look at Shirtu, who was working with his head down. Turning around, he chased after the magpie. Why do girls like furry little animals? He chased the magpie from behind and then ran to the front. The magpie had to watch his step when walking so as not to kick it away. When the magpie sat in front of the stove and lit a fire to cook, he lay beside it, barking in a baby voice from time to time. There were not many fish left from lunch, and the small fish had to be cooked quickly after being cleaned up, as they had a strong fishy smell and were more likely to go bad. The magpie kneaded the dough and made pancakes in the evening. He kneaded another piece of dough and put a starter on it, ready to steam buns tomorrow. The evening is enough time for the dough to rise. After kneading the dough, Shike went to the yard and washed a handful of freshly picked wild vegetables to eat cold in the evening. Shirtu had already hung the pork bought in the morning on the beam. These days, Shike also knew Shita's living habits. Although he is not picky about food, he cannot do without meat. Today, I brought back a few potatoes from Chui Saozi's house. They are all sprouting. I will plant them tomorrow. They can be eaten as both rice and vegetables. After Shirtu finished the rest of the land at the back and watered it, he returned to the front yard. As soon as he came back, he smelled a fragrance. Shike, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? It's the little fish you brought back yesterday. If you don't eat it, it will die. Tonight, I'll make pancakes and dry fry the little fish. It tastes so good when wrapped in pancakes. Shirtu laughed. How can something fried in oil not taste good? Then I'll go to the pond first. He took a pair of pants and went to the pond to take a bath. To be honest, Magpie had not washed Shita's clothes these days. He just washed his clothes while taking a bath. They were all old clothes anyway, so he didn't care. When he came back with dripping hair, he saw a large basin of fried fish, a pile of pancakes, and a basin of cold wild vegetables on the main hall. Magpie also heated up the remaining half of the fish, poured out some of the soup, cut the pancakes into pieces, soaked them, and fed them to Shalwi. Shirtu kicked Shalwi, who was eating his meal. Look at you, how well you are treated. Who can eat white rice and white flour? Eat well. We will rely on you to guard the house in the future. Magpie just brought out the meal and called him hurriedly. Eat quickly, don't kick him. He is small. If you use a little more force, his life will be over. During this long time, Little Gray was still very attached to Magpie, and Magpie liked it very much. The most direct way of showing this was to find 2 broken coarse porcelain bowls, one for drinking water and the other for eating. The little fish was wrapped in eggs and batter and fried to an attractive golden color. The aroma made Stone's stomach growl. Stone took a pancake, tore it in the middle, wrapped the little fish in the pancake, picked up a piece of vegetable with chopsticks, rolled it up with the pancake, and put it in his mouth. It was really delicious. Magpie didn't have steamed rice for the pancake, but made wild vegetable soup. It was called wild vegetable soup, but it tasted very good, with eggs and sesame oil in it. After eating half of the pancake, he picked up the bowl and drank the no longer hot soup in a few mouthfuls. He picked up the other half and rolled it up in the same way. Magpie looked at Stone, who was eating with big mouthfuls. He couldn't even talk now. He didn't know whether he was really hungry or the food was to his liking. Brother Stone, be careful. You don't even spit out the fish bones. Don't get them stuck. How can such a small fish have any bones? Just chew it, and it will become mushy. After finishing his meal, Shirtu took another bowl of soup and sat down to drink it slowly. This time he was not in a hurry, because he felt relieved. Shike looked at the long fish bone in his hand. Even if the fish was small, it still had a bone. Besides, the fish was not too small. In order to prevent herself from gaining weight, Shike only ate half a cake and drank 2 bowls of soup even though it was delicious. The rest of the soup went to Shirtu, and he ate 2 large cakes. It seems that the white rice and flour she bought can't be eaten for too long. Although the 2 of them can eat, they are also capable. At least they are not idle, and they are also diligent. Anyway, Shike thinks so in her heart. She has never felt that she is lazy. As the saying goes, after a good meal, you will think about that. The fish they ate twice a day was a great meal for the 2 of them. Shirtu had not been in the mountains for the past few days, so he had enough energy. That night, Shirtu held Shike and tossed around for half the night. This was because Shike was in good health. Although she was also very tired, she still had the energy to hit Shirtu twice afterwards. As expected, Shike was the last one to get up the next day. When she came out, she saw that Shirtu had already planted the rapeseed and the potatoes she brought back yesterday. Shike, get up. I have heated up breakfast. Go and eat it. Have you finished eating? Shirtu smiled. Don't you see what time it is now? I have eaten, so you should go and eat it quickly. When he walked to Shirtu, Shike clenched his fist and hit him. Is it my fault that I got up late? You say it's my fault? Shirtu said seriously. It's my fault, of course, but you also need to practice, and your body needs to be stronger. The magpie punched him again. How strong does a woman have to be? If she goes out now, she will be considered strong in the village. After washing up, she opened the lid of the pot. The pancakes were already hot, but she had no appetite in the morning to eat only pancakes. Brother Shirtu, are you just going to eat pancakes? Yeah. Aren't there some small fish left? I'll wrap them up and eat them. No, they're too dry. I can't eat them. I'll stew some pancakes. Do you want to eat them? I'll make some more for you. I won't eat them. I'll go to the fields to check later. The magpie laughed and said, Why, are you going to change your career to farming instead of being a hunter? I'll go and see if the crops are alive or dead. The magpie smiled. You really know yourself. If you don't like to grow crops, just rent them out. Don't ask for rent. Just let people pay according to your wishes. That way you don't have to worry about it. Shirtu nodded. Okay, then I'll ask Brother Danyo if he wants to grow crops. Does Brother Danyo have a lot of land? Not much. When the family was divided, we gave him 2 acres of land, and the majority of it remained in the hands of his parents. It's only because Brother Danyo is strong and can earn some money doing odd jobs outside. Otherwise, how would the couple live? Then rent it to Brother Danyu, and we don't have to ask for any rent. Just leave us some vegetables and firewood every year. Anyway, you won't get much grain if you grow crops yourself. Shirtu thought of something and smiled. I'm not lying to you. Once I saw that the fields were all bare, so I remembered that it was time to harvest the grain. When I got to the fields, I saw that other families had harvested their crops long ago, and only mine was left. You still farm like this, it's just because you live outside the village. If you were in the village, you would definitely be scolded all day long. Why don't you just rent it to Brother Danyu? Okay, I don't know how to farm anyway, and I don't have the patience. The fried fish yesterday tasted so delicious, so Shirtu wanted to go fishing again this morning. After saying something to Shike, he took the things and went out. Shike had just finished his meal and cleaned up the kitchen when he heard a noise in the yard. He came out and saw that it was Huzi. Huzi was carrying a basket on his back. He must be tired, so he put the basket aside and was opening the door with a heavy breath. Huzi, why are you here? Are you tired? Sister, I missed you so much. Huzi felt wronged because he hadn't seen his sister for several days. Shike hurriedly pulled her brother over. Look at you, didn't I tell you earlier? Come over if you miss me, and you know the way, so come in quickly. Sister, this is what Dad asked me to get. What is it? It's so heavy. You carried it all by yourself. Dad went to the town to do some business, and he sent me halfway, so I carried a part of it. It's a hot day now, and Huzi was sweating profusely after carrying him here. Shike hurriedly fetched a basin of water and a towel for Huzi to wash his face. While Huzi was washing his face, Shike brought the backpack over and looked at the things he brought for her. Huzi, this is what your father asked you to bring me. It would be better if you could keep it at home and eat it yourself. It's so heavy, and you still carried it all the way here for me. Shike was not a hypocritical and crying girl, but when she saw 2 packets of her favorite snacks and a big bag of peaches in the backpack, her eyes became red. She took out the snacks and smelled them, and she knew they were the rose cakes she loved to eat at home. When Shike was at her mother's house, Fatherly loved her and knew that his daughter was greedy, so whenever he saw fresh snacks or fresh fruits, he would buy them for her. Shike's favorite was big peaches, which were so juicy that her mouth was full of juice when she bit them, and they were especially satisfying to chew. But there were few peaches in the countryside, and even if there were any, they were not delicious. Where did Dad buy these peaches from? Didn't you leave a few for yourself? After Huzi washed his face, water was still dripping down his face, and he grinned. Sis, this was brought to Dad by an uncle from the county town 2 days ago. He seems to be the man who used to with Dad. Dad doesn't anymore. Why are you looking for him? How should I know? I heard him say that he always saw Dad bring 2 boxes of rose cakes, and he also brought the peaches. Then he came to Shike and said mysteriously, Sister, Dad, and that uncle were talking in the room, and I was listening outside the window. It seemed that they said there was some chaos outside. Sister, do you think there will be another war? Shike was stunned. Isn't it peaceful now? What's the chaos? What else did they talk about? Then talk about the county town, the capital, and some king or something. I don't understand. Shike rubbed Huzi's head and said, If you don't understand, don't think about it. I'll ask Dad when I have time. You can take half of these back, and I can keep the other half. No need, I'll keep a few peaches and the walnut cakes. I know you don't like walnut cakes. Magpie smiled. You remember everything you eat. Don't you like glutinous rice cakes? I have some glutinous rice here. I'll make you some cakes later. Huzi laughed. He knew there would be delicious food at his sister's place. Forget it, I won't go to pick wild chrysanthemums today. I kneaded the dough that I made last night again, and put it aside. I took the pork I bought yesterday, and washed it. The butcher was really generous. He gave me a big piece of high-quality pork belly, which was perfect for mincing. Steamed meat buns, Huzi likes this, and so does Shirtu. After mincing the meat, add salt and seasoning, and mix well. Blanch the wild vegetables in boiling water to remove the astringency, then chop them up and squeeze out the water. A handful of green onions is a must to enhance the flavor. I grabbed 2 handfuls of mung beans and boiled mung bean soup in a big pot. Huzi was having fun with Xiao Hui, who came up to him in the yard. Soak a handful of dried black fungus and stir-fry a plate of black fungus later. When Shike just put the meat buns into the pot. I heard Huzi shouting in the yard, Brother-in-law, where have you been? Oh, why are there so many fish? Huzi, when did you come? Did you come alone? Dad went to town, so I came to see my sister. You knew my brother-in-law was going fishing, so I came early. The magpie came out and said, You're back.
Wow, there are so many fish.
Go wash your hands quickly. It's time to eat soon. Huzi was very tactful and scooped a basin of water for his brother-in-law. Shirtu was happy and whispered to him, It's not easy to fish. Your brother-in-law will take you there in the afternoon. Huzi grinned with his teeth bared. This brother-in-law is really nice. At noon, we had big meat buns with mung bean soup, a large bowl of cold wild vegetables, and fried eggs with black fungus. There were some wild vegetables mixed in the buns, but not many. Don't think that wild vegetables are not tasty, because there are many kinds of wild vegetables. Like shepherd's purse, qingming vegetable, purslane, fern, alfalfa, chicory, water celery, wild onion, and so on. There are so many of them, one after another. These are the ones that magpies can't recognize all of them and often eat. Especially at the foot of the mountain, there are patches of them in the sunny places. It was not a famine. Everyone had enough food at home, and not many people went out to dig. It would be nice to do something else with this time. Huzi ate the meat buns with big mouthfuls and took a sip of the sweet mung bean soup when he had time. The food cooked by his sister was still delicious, just this taste. He had been thinking about it these days. Shertu was the same, eating the meat buns with big mouthfuls. The last time he ate it, it was Shike, who asked Old Man Lee to send it to him. He had been thinking about it after eating it once. But these days, every meal cooked by Shike tasted delicious, so he didn't ask for meat buns. You two eat slowly, there are still some in the pot, and we steamed a lot today. Huzi listened to his sister and consciously slowed down a bit. Shertu ate 4 big meat buns and drank a bowl of mung bean soup. After he poured himself another bowl of mung bean soup, he picked up another meat bun, but this time he didn't eat it so fast. Huzi, are you going home today? Huzi heard his brother-in-law asking him, and after swallowing the food in his mouth, he said, "My father went to town. When I came, he said that if he came back at night, he would come to pick me up. If not, let me stay for one night." After saying that, thinking that his sister's house was small and there was only one room, he hurriedly said, "I am small, I can just find a place to sleep." Shertu smiled. This boy is really smart. Although my brother-in-law's place is not big, I have to find a place for you to sleep. I didn't throw away my old bed. I will make a single bed for you in the living room at night. Anyway, it's hot now and you don't have to worry about the cold. Huzi grinned. Okay, that's good. Brother-in-law, my sister's cooking is delicious, right? Shertu nodded hurriedly. Delicious. The next time you see brother-in-law must be fatter.
Huzi lauget.
Shertu also laughed and said to Shike, "I'm telling the truth. Your cooking is really delicious. Who taught you? Did you learn it from your mother-in-law?" Speaking of his dead mother, Shike said, "At first, my father brought my mother and me to live in the county town. There was a cook living next door to my house. I often went to his house to play and learned a little from him. Of course, my mother is also a good cook." Huzi said, "I have never lived in the county town and I rarely went there. Did you let me hold you then?" Then Shike said, "My parents had a good relationship. My father was very happy when my mother was pregnant with me. I guess my mother ate a lot and made me too big. I had a difficult birth. What happened later? It's because of this mother-in-law that you died, right? Isn't there, Huzi? My mother gave birth to me with great difficulty, and she was ill. She even said that she might not be able to have another child in the future. So my parents valued me and were willing to buy me everything. But I didn't expect that they would give up hope, and then I had a younger brother, so there is a 10-year age difference between us. But my father-in-law and mother-in-law are definitely not partial. Of course not. I always buy 2 of everything. Sometimes I even have more than Huzi. When I was little, I envied other people's families with many brothers and sisters. I was so happy when I had Huzi. I almost raised Huzi. Of course, I beat him the most." Huzi turned his head and smiled at his sister. "Sister, it doesn't hurt when you beat me." Shike smiled and wiped the oil off the corners of Huzi's mouth. "But my mother's health was broken after all. Even though she took good care of her, and my father took her to see doctors and gave her medicine, she passed away about 2 years after Huzi was born." Huzi sighed like a little adult and said, "I don't even remember what my mother looked like now." Shertu said, "That's better than me. I don't remember what my biological father looked like. My stepfather treated me like his own son, but I didn't show filial piety to him before he left." Huzi was overwhelmed with sympathy. "Brother-in-law, I will let my father be your father in the future." Shertu smiled. "You silly child, your father is my father now." The magpie also smiled at his brother. Shertu sighed and said, "Parents in the world are not the same. Look at Brother Daniel. He is in a similar situation to you. His mother almost had a dystocia when she gave birth to him. She also waited for 3 or 4 years before she got pregnant with his brother. But his mother thought that Daniel was sent by God to torture her, and she treated him badly since he was a child. Why didn't Daniel get married until he was in his 20s? It's because everyone knows the situation in his family, and no one wants to marry him. Then Sister Chui must have suffered a lot of grievances in his family. More than grievances, they got married in winter, and the two were separated in the spring of the following year. They were given 2 acres of land, and not much food rations. The two moved out with the clothes they had on them. Is the yard they live in now allocated to them? No, it belongs to an old family in the village. The two had no place to live, so they found the head of the village. The village had arranged for them to stay there, saying that he would transfer the ownership of the house to them when he had enough money. Shirtu snorted coldly, and then said, because Brother Daniel lived in that extinct house, his parents disliked him even more and cursed that he would also be extinct in the future. Where can you find such parents? Yes, where can you find such parents? But Brother Dania happened to meet them. They were so miserable when they got out, but fortunately Brother Dania loved Sister Chui and had a lot of strength, so they had no problem making a living. After I came back, I often sent him prey. I heard from Brother Daniel that by the end of the year, they would have enough money to buy the house. Shi Kei and Hu Zi were amazed to hear this. Although their mother passed away early, their father loved them deeply, and they had never suffered any grievances. After my mother passed away, my father didn't want to stay in the county, so he took Hu Zi and me back to the town. Later, the world was in chaos, and I only returned to the village 2 or 3 years ago. My dad said that he would never let my brother and I go through the suffering he had gone through again. Hu Zi continued, my second uncle and third uncle were not good to us either. They said my dad was superfluous and that I was superfluous too. Shi Kei asked with a stern face, who said that my uncle, my aunt, or his children. My brothers said that when they were playing outside. Beat them up if you hear them again next time. Hu Zi pouted, they're older than me, and there are more of them. I can't beat them up. Shi Kei said, they don't dare to hit you. If they do, your dad won't forgive them. Then dad won't hit children. Dad won't hit children. That's too embarrassing. Dad will beat up second and third uncles. Shirtu watched Shi Kei teach his younger brother domineeringly, while Hu Zi took note of it seriously. Hu Zi was still young, and he thought about it seriously, as if he had made up his mind to give it a try another day. Shirtu and Hu Zi sat in the shade in the yard, rubbing their stomachs. They were both too full. Half of the mung bean soup was left, and the mixed wild vegetables and fried black fungus were not finished. Everyone was eating meat buns, so who would eat vegetables? Shi Kei made some food to feed Xiao Hui, and chopped up the wild vegetables and mixed them with broken rice to feed the chickens. When he came back, he had 2 eggs in his hand. Shi Kei brought out a large teapot, took out 3 bowls, brewed a pot of wild tea that Shirtu often drank, and poured it into the bowls. Come over and drink some water, and eat 2 fewer buns, okay? Don't you feel uncomfortable eating so much? Hu Zi said, I didn't feel full when I was eating, but I felt it after I finished eating. Shirtu also said, it's mainly because it smells too good. How much is left? Is it enough for dinner? It will definitely be enough for dinner. Didn't you see I chopped up that big piece of meat into stuffing? What are you going to do this afternoon? Hu Zi pulled Shirtu's sleeve and looked at him eagerly. I'm taking Hu Zi to the river to fish this afternoon. You caught so much in the morning, and it's still not enough to eat. I'll fry some small fish to eat in the evening. Catch more and keep them for food. If there are extra, dry some fish and send some to Brother Dania's house. The main thing is that Hu Zi has never been there, and he wants to go. You also said you would take me to pick tea leaves. It's been such a long time, and you never took the initiative to take me there. Shirtu smiled. Why are you arguing with Hu Zi? Besides, tea leaves can be picked in spring and in autumn. It's okay to go now. Let's go in 2 days. You prepare some dry food and I'll take you there. We probably won't be able to come back on the same day. Then where are we going to stay? Just find a place to shelter from the wind. There's no bed or quilt anyway, and it's definitely not as comfortable as home. Shi Kei thought about it and realized that he had never had such an experience. Then I'll go too. Hu Zi asked hurriedly, Brother-in-law, can you take me with you? Wait until you are 2 years older. You are too young to walk such a long distance now. Besides, the road on the mountain is not easy to walk. Maybe your sister will ask me to carry her down. How can I carry 2 people? Okay. Wait for 2 years. Don't cause trouble for my brother-in-law. After confirming that my brother-in-law would take him to go fishing, Huzi could no longer sit still. Shike took out her old small backpack and asked Huzi to carry it, while Shurtu took his big backpack and took Huzi to drink a pot of tea, and then they went out. To be honest, Shike wanted to go too. But when she saw the chickens and puppies at home, and the many fish she had caught in the morning, she hadn't cleaned them up yet. Why did she feel that there was never enough work to do after getting married? She didn't even have time to pick the wild chrysanthemums she wanted to pick. First, clean up the small fish caught in the morning, and then marinate them with seasoning. Put all the meat buns in a clean basket, cover them with a clean cloth, and put them on the cupboard. Save this for tomorrow, and bake some in the evening. Order some pancakes. It is delicious to wrap fried small fish or vegetables with pancakes. There is still green bean soup, which is enough for dinner. After cleaning up, seeing that it was still early, Magpie took a big cloth bag and went to the foot of the mountain to pick chrysanthemums. Now she is definitely not picking chrysanthemums to soak in water, which have to be picked early in the morning or in the morning. Now she is picking fully open chrysanthemums to make pillow cores. This does not need to be so delicate and particular. As long as they are open, Magpie will pick them all and put them in the cloth bag. When Magpie came out, she brought Little Gray out with her. Maybe this is the first time that Little Gray has played so happily since he grew up. From time to time, he ran to Magpie's feet, called out in a baby voice, and then twisted his little body and ran to the side. Don't say, it's really not lonely to have a companion. Little Gray, let's go home. When Little Gray heard the magpie calling, he tilted his head to look at it, fluttered twice in the grass, and saw that the magpie was still calling him, so he ran over with his short legs. The magpie walked in front, and Little Gray followed behind. After opening the door, Little Gray was the first to run in, drank some water from the bowl, and then nestled in his little nest. All the wild chrysanthemums in the magpie's cloth bag were poured into the wooden barrel, washed with clean water, and spread on a large winnowing basket to dry. Seeing that it was getting late, he went into the kitchen to make pancakes first, which was easier. Beat 3 eggs in a bowl, add a spoonful of flour, and add clean water to make a thin paste, ready to fry small fish later. After everything was ready, the magpie played with Little Gray in the yard. After a while, he heard voices outside, and the magpie hurriedly got up and opened the door. He looked and found that it was Shurtu and Dainyu who met at the foot of the mountain, pushing the jar and pot that he wanted. "Brother Dainyu, you're quick enough." Dainyu smiled innocently. Together with Shurtu, he carried 2 jars, 2 pots, and 2 large coarse porcelain basins into the yard. "Sister-in-law, can you see if this works?" "Sure, there's nothing wrong with this. As long as it works." Sister Chui came in holding Gooden. As soon as Gooden got to the ground, he was attracted by the puppy. "Go, play with shall we for a while? It won't bite." "Huzi, watch it." "Onfikashit. Why did you buy a puppy?" "Well, you're in a remote place here, and having a dog as a companion can give you courage." Shike went back to the house and took out 2 pieces of rose cakes, wiped Gooden's hands, put them in his hands, and said, "Eat." Sister Chui laughed and said, "Oh, you're in for a treat today. Call me Aunt." Gooden grinned and said, "Aunt." Shike handed the other piece to Sister Chui and said, "My brother brought it to me.
Try it."
Sister Chui was not polite to Shike and took a bite. "Oh, the snacks outside are so delicious." "Sister-in-law, how much silver did this jar cost in total?" Shurtu took it and said, "I just asked Brother Dainyu. The total amount of these in our family is 320 coins. The 2 jars are a total of 160 coins, the jar is 100 coins, and the 2 porcelain basins are a total of 60. Dainyu smiled and said, "My family bought a lot, and the shopkeeper rounded off all the decimals." Shike hurried back to the house to count out the silver and handed it to Sister Chui. Sister Chui didn't even count it and put it away. Shike went back to the house and scooped out a few bowls of mung bean soup. "It's really hard for Brother Dainyu in this hot day." "We are relieved. Let's drink some mung bean soup quickly. It's cold and will quench our thirst." Sister Chui took the bowl and tasted it. "Oh, you even put sugar in it." Mung bean soup is not tasty without sugar. Come Gooden, come and have a sip. Sister Chui drank more than half of the bowl and gave the rest to Gooden. There's more in the pot. I'll get a bowl for sister-in-law. Don't get more. We have to go back after unloading the things. Shirtu said, sister-in-law, I took Huzi to fish today. There are still a lot of fish here. You can take them back and eat them. Shirtu poured out most of the fish he had caught today. That's enough. That's enough for us to eat. We'll stew small fish and make pancakes in the evening. That's an improvement in our diet. Dania didn't have the time to go fishing. In the past, most of the food was sent by Shirtu, so Sister Chui and Shirtu were not polite. After Daniu and his family of 3 walked away, Huzi said to Shike aggrievedly, Sister, I spent the whole afternoon fishing, and all the fish are gone. The magpie smiled. Your brother-in-law caught a lot this morning, and I'll fry some fish for you tonight, so there will be a lot left, right? Huzi looked at the basket, which was less than half full, and thought, well, we can't finish them. Shike put away the meat buns, and in the evening they had pancakes, fried fish, and the leftover vegetables from lunch. They didn't cook any vegetables, as they probably had enough fried fish. There wasn't enough mung bean soup, so Shike gave all the remaining mung bean soup to Huzi, and she made a pot of tea and ate the pancakes with Shirtu. Sure enough, the pancakes wrapped with fish tasted burnt and fragrant. Shike looked at the sky outside, and it was so late, so his father would definitely not come today. Brother Shirtu, help Huzi put up the small bed later. Okay, I'll put it up after I clean up, that's easier. It was indeed easier, and they just used 2 stools to put up the bedboard and took out a set of old mattresses and spread them on the wooden board. At night, it was still a little cold at the foot of the mountain, so Shike brought him a small thin blanket. Huzi was very excited to stay at his sister's house for the first time. He played with Xiao Hui for a long time and then went to the pond with his brother-in-law to take a bath. Although Huzi is small, he is not spoiled. Father Li deeply understands that no matter what time, you need a good body to survive. So, he's been giving him cold showers since he was a child, but unlike Shirtu, who does this in the winter, Huzi is considered strong. Although the water in the pond is a bit cold, it is fine after a little adaptation in the summer. The 2 took a bath in the pond and washed all the clothes before carrying them back. Huzi wore this set of clothes when he came, and he had no change. Shirtu put his old coat on him, which could be used as a long coat. His coat would be dry in one night, and he would wear it again tomorrow. With Huzi here, the 2 of them would definitely not do anything small, and Shirtu was honest all night. The next day, Shike was the first to get up, heated up a few meat buns, and made a big pot of noodle soup. Huzi missed the days when his sister was at home, and he could always eat when he was hungry. After breakfast, Huzi pestered Shirtu to take him to the river to fish. Yesterday, all the fish caught were small ones, and most of them were shared with others. He saw that there were big fish in the river, but they were hard to catch. Anyway, it was okay. Shirtu would not upset his brother-in-law, so he took him away after dinner. But no one expected that soon after the 2 of them left, Shike heard shouting and cursing at the door. Who would come here to quarrel? Shike ran to the door to watch the fun. When she opened the door, she saw a young wife with scars on her face walking towards her and cursing. You wild dog who can't die of hunger, you eat everyone's food. Why don't you choke to death after eating my food? I'll beat out the food you ate before you can it out. Shike stood at the door and watched her cursing as she came towards her. Who is this? She and Shirtu didn't provoke or offend anyone. It was not easy for her to become someone's wife, so she cared about her image and wanted to show that she was virtuous. These days, she really did it because Shirtu was very satisfied with her. There were few people here, so even if she cursed, no one would come. The young wife walked up to the magpie and spat on the ground.
Who are you?
Don't spit at my door. My dog is more careful than you. The young wife was even more annoyed when she heard it. You followed this poor hunter, who is bleeding, which shows that you are also a cheap person. You are poor, so you can be poor. It's easy to take other people's things when you reach out to other people's homes. The magpie was confused for a while. She didn't seem to have any impression of this person. Don't spit. Who took your things? Do I recognize you? You don't recognize me, but you recognize my things. You take it away just like that. You are so shameless.
Bah.
The magpie didn't want to pay attention to this inexplicable, crazy woman. She turned around and went back to the yard. When she was about to close the door, the young wife pushed it open. Look, look, the newly bought jars and cans have all been moved to your house. Look, this is my pickle jar. How did it get into your yard? You still say with a straight face that you have never taken other people's things. Bah, I know neither of you has clean hands and feet. You have 2 eyes to vent your anger. Is this your pickle jar? After saying this, Shike glanced at the young wife. Looking at her face, which was obviously scarred after a fight, he immediately thought that this should be Ernio's wife. Are you Ernia's wife? That's the old lady. I can see that since you call yourself the old lady, you are just an old and stubborn person.
You are really right.
I can see that your wife is pretty, white, and plump, but she must be lazy and good for nothing. She is a perfect match for that poor hunter. Who told you to break into my house? Get out. I won't. Ernia's wife is a witch at home. After marrying her cousin, her mother-in-law is her aunt, so she is used to being a witch at home. The magpie smiled. I tell you, I haven't fought with anyone for a long time. If you provoke me again, be careful that you will get humiliated. I am not like the sister-in-law of Dainu who will give in to you. Ernia's wife heard from someone this morning that the poor hunter took a whole jar of sauce from her eldest sister-in-law yesterday. She went home and told her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was so angry that she scolded her at home, and she rolled up her sleeves and went out. On the way, she heard people say that Dainu and his wife gave these 2 people jars and pots, which made her even more angry. How could the poor hunter have silver? It must have been given by his eldest brother. After scolding for a long time, she saw that Shike was calm and not angry at all, which made her even more impatient. More importantly, the hunter was not at home, so she became even bolder. She stretched out her claws with mud in the nails and slapped Shike in the face. Shike took a step back. Because of inertia, she missed and turned half sideways, and Shike kicked her in the knee. Ernio's wife knelt on the ground. It's enough to know that you are in the wrong. I don't care. There's no need to kneel down and apologize. Go away. Ernio's wife had never suffered such a loss since she got married. She stood up and pounced on Shike. I'll tear your mouth, you rascal. Shike couldn't let her hit her. There was a lot of noise here, and Xiao Hui ran over without knowing the depth of the situation. Although it was small, it knew how to protect the family and who to protect, and it barked at Ernia's wife twice. Ernia's wife was angry and kicked Xiao Hui aside. Xiao Hui rolled on the ground for several times, and the sound it made was abnormal, whimpering. Shike hurried over to pick it up, and it was fine.
Xiao Hui, how are you?
Does it hurt? Xiao Hui whimpered a few times. Ernia's wife took the opportunity to grab Shike's hair from behind, and one hand was still pulling her clothes. Shike was furious. At that time, women fought. Nothing more than pulling hair, scratching faces, pulling clothes, and biting with upper teeth. But Shike was different. His father had taught him the tricks since he was a child. Although he didn't practice very well, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary countrywomen. Shike half-squatted, and his hair was pulled by Ernie's wife, but Shike was not anxious. He bent his arms and pushed back hard, and Ernie's wife sat on the ground with a cry. Father Lee had taught his daughter that the strongest parts of her body were fists, elbows, and knees, and that she should never hit with her hands if she could kick with her feet. Ernie's wife fell to the ground and cursed loudly. It's so unfair, it's so unfair. She stole other people's things and beat them, my God. Shike watched Ernie's wife sitting on the ground, slapping her thighs and spitting out foul language. To be honest, she found it quite interesting. There are people like this in the county, but they are very rare. She hadn't seen them many times in the town, mainly because they are self-respecting and have some restraint. But since she returned to the village, she had seen them several times, slapping her thighs, crying, shouting, and cursing for a whole morning without repeating, and the more she cursed, the more energetic she became. The magical thing is that her voice didn't become hoarse, and Shike was deeply impressed by this. The puppy barked at Ernie's wife at Shike's feet. The magpie touched it, took it aside, and said, Let's be more polite and not disgust people like Stinky Dog. Don't bark at her. She doesn't deserve it. As the old saying goes, don't step on Stinky Dog, and you are even less allowed to step on it, and don't talk to her, remember. Ernie's wife was so angry. What did Shike mean by putting her and the dog together? Shike put Xiao Hui in the doghouse, then turned to look at Ernie's wife. I'm done scolding you. Get out of here now. Don't let me do it again, or I will definitely slap you in the face. You poor witch who peed blood. Try to touch me. I'm afraid of you two poor and stupid guys. The magpie shook his hands, took 2 steps to Ernie's wife, raised his hand and hit her in the face. Ernie's wife was experienced in fighting. She lay down on the ground, dodged, turned over and climbed up and rushed towards the magpie again. The magpie was stronger than her, and before he came to her, he kicked her in the stomach. Ernie's wife screamed, half covered her stomach, and bent over. The magpie took the opportunity to come forward and slapped her in the face. Ernie's wife kept yelling and cursing, but the sound became smaller and smaller and more unclear. The magpie estimated that it was about time, and the last punch hit her on the bridge of the nose. He said that he would make her face bloom, and he couldn't break his promise. Ernie's wife's face was really unbearable to look at now. The original scars were not healed, and now her face was even more exciting. Blood was gushing out of her nose. When Ernie's wife touched her face, it was hot and she screamed. Someone come quickly, someone is killing someone. If you shout again, I will punch you. If you shout twice, I will punch you twice. If you don't believe me, just try it. The magpie clenched his fist and shook it in front of Ernie's wife. Ernie's wife was really scared at this moment. She couldn't beat the magpie. She found that she had underestimated the fighting ability of this young wife. Just wait. I'm not done with you. The magpie smiled, whatever. Ernie's wife pointed at Shike with her bloody finger and wanted to say something harsh. Shike's face was full of impatience. She still has a lot of work to do, right? Who has the time to waste with her? She is a virtuous and hardworking young wife. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Ernie's wife's hair, and dragged her out of the yard. After walking out of the yard and pushing forward, there happened to be a small branch at the door, which should be what Huzi pulled for fun. He picked it up and hit Ernie's wife with it. Mad dog, wild dog, you spew from your mouth. Come here every time, and I will beat you. Ernie's wife screamed and ran down the hillside. She tripped and rolled down several times before she got up and ran back to the village. This was the worst time for her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She entered the village and ran back home crying. Shike clapped his hands and smiled triumphantly at Ernie's wife, who ran away. He wanted to fight with her with just these 2 tricks. But a man was walking from afar at the fork in the road. Shike looked and thought that the figure looked like her father. When she got closer, it was indeed her fatherly Dachui. Shike trotted to meet him with a bright smile on her face. Dad, I saw from a distance that he looks like you. What were you doing in town? Why did you come back just now? Fatherly smiled when he saw his daughter. He hadn't seen her for several days, and he missed her very much, but seeing Shike's rosy face, he knew that she was doing well. Where's Huzi? Did he make any trouble? No. Brother Shirdu took him to catch small fish yesterday, and they gave many of them away as gifts. He was unwilling to give up, so he took Brother Shirdu out again early this morning. Dad, I fried the small fish and there are more? You can try it later. Okay, my daughter's cooking must be delicious. After entering the yard, Shike scooped a basin of water for his father and asked him to wipe his face first. She went back to the house to get her treasured tea and made a bowl of tea for her father. Fatherly was thirsty after traveling for a long time, so he sat in the shade, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Daughter, this is what you bought. This tea is not cheap, right? It tastes good. Shike stretched out a small stool and sat next to her father, smiling. No, this is what Brother Shirtu picked on the mountain. It seems to be quite far away. I will ask him to take me to pick more in a few days. I will send it to Dad after frying it. How could he not be happy that his daughter thought of all the good things for her? My daughter, is sure too good to you? Has he bullied you these days?
No, he is very good to me. We always discuss things together. He gave all his money to me, Dad.
He is not poor. He has 40 or 50 taels of silver on him. Lee Dachui was stunned. How much? How can he have so much? Isn't he very poor? It should be said that he is lazy. He lives too roughly and muddle-headedly. Others think he is poor. 40 or 50 taels of silver is a large sum in the countryside. Even some families in the town may not be able to afford so much silver. He gave all the silver to you. Yes, he gave it all to me. Yes, yes. When he first saw Shirtu, he felt that he was reliable.
Don't ask why.
It's just a feeling. He thinks he is pretty good at judging people. The father and daughter were in the yard when they heard Huzi shouting. As soon as he entered the yard, his father came. Dad, Dad, look at the fish I caught. What a big fish. Lee Dachui laughed. Did you catch it, kid? Small fish don't come to you, let alone big fish. Shirtu put down the backpack and walked over. Dad, you here? Lee Dachui nodded with a smile. Huzi is too naughty. Don't let him play. Shike went to the backpack and took a look. Oh my God, there were several big fish, but there were fewer small fish caught this time. Do you want to stew the big fish? I don't want stewed fish. My brother-in-law said he can grill fish. I want grilled fish. Shirtu looked at the magpie and said, don't worry about it. I'll clean up the fish in a while. I'll fry the small ones and grill the big ones. You can then prepare 2 dishes. Okay, go ahead. There are still a lot of buns and pancakes left. I'll make a soup. Dad, you sit down first. I'll go to the pond and clean up the fish first. Okay, go ahead. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. Let's go. We just need a helper. After the 2 men left, the magpie refilled his father's big bowl with water. Dad, you sit here for a while. I'll go cook. There's some wine here. You can have a sip later. Okay. I need to take a break. Go ahead. The magpie returned to the kitchen happily. The lunch was very rich. There was a large plate of fried small fish, which was also good to go with wine. There was a large plate of shredded cabbage fried with oil residue and garlic sprouts fried with old bacon. There was a plate of cold vegetables mixed with chili oil and a plate of fried eggs with black fungus. The magpie finally made a vegetable meatball soup. Of course, the main course was the fish that Shirtu grilled in the yard. He was grilling in the yard while Huzi squatted on the side and watched. The magpie took out the meat buns and pancakes, put the dishes on the table, and waited for Shirtu's grilled fish. With grilled fish, Huzi didn't even take the initiative to eat the meat buns. Shirtu grilled 4 big fish. There were 2 left in the backpack, and his father would take them away later. Grilled fish must be eaten while hot. Freshly grilled fish is brown on the outside, and the meat inside is delicious and chewy. Shirtu took out the wine and filled it for Old Manly. Dad, we don't prepare enough today. You just eat it. Old Manly said happily. Very good, very good. Shirtu felt a little ashamed. He was a hunter, but there was not much meat on the table, let alone game. He felt a little embarrassed. Old Man Lee only ate half of the grilled fish, but he ate a lot of the small fish fried by Shike. He was very happy that his daughter and son-in-law were honoring him. This table of food was considered very good in the countryside. Especially since he came so suddenly, they still prepared such a meal, which was very thoughtful. After dinner, several people sat in the shade of the yard, and Shike refilled his father with new tea. Shirtu saw Old Man Lee squinting his eyes and tasting it carefully, with a look of intoxication on his face. He couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder, Shike always arranged to pick tea leaves. It seems that the old man likes to drink it too. This time, he kept his word and would take her there in 2 days. He also wanted to go into the mountains once. There was really not much meat at home. As a hunter, did he have to buy meat? At this time, Shike asked, Dad, I heard from Huzi that someone from the county came to see you. What happened? Old Man Lee put down the tea bowl and said it was Big Lou who used to with me. They went on a long journey and just came back 2 days ago. This time they encountered a serious situation on the way back, and several brothers were injured. Then what does Uncle Lou want to ask you for? You are not escorting anymore. Your Uncle Lu doesn't want to go anymore and wants to retire. After his trip, he felt that the outside world was going to change again. He was afraid that it would not be peaceful again in 1 or 2 years. Sure too, as heart moved and asked, Dad, what exactly happened? Because there was no war with foreign tribes in the past 2 years. If it was not foreign tribes, then it was within the court. What could happen in the court? Naturally, it was a struggle for power. I was afraid that several princes in their prime would fight for the throne. Almost every time the throne was replaced, there was a bloody storm. Sure enough, what Old Man Li said next confirmed Shirtu's guess. I heard that the old emperor is in poor health, and his sons are making a lot of noise. As long as the new emperor does not ascend the throne, there will be no peace. Hu Zi pouted and said, the emperor is too cowardly. He can't even control his own son. In his narrow-minded mind, he thought that a father who couldn't control his own child was a coward. Old Man Li laughed. Haven't you heard of it? When a son grows up, he is no longer under the control of his mother. If he is not under the control of his mother, how can he be under the control of his father? Besides, it's not just a matter of 3 or 5 acres of land and a few houses. It's the whole world. Hu Zi didn't understand so much. He blinked and listened ignorantly. Shirtu asked, Dad, did he say that there are signs of chaos outside? He heard from insiders that there are gangs and factions in the capital fighting each other and causing a lot of trouble. Then there are the local areas. Although they still maintain a smiling face, everyone is doing a lot of small things in secret. Shirtu pondered for a while and said, the war with foreign tribes has stopped. It's hard to have peace for 2 years. If it starts again, the people's lives will be difficult again. Old Man Li also sighed and said, who says it's not? This time I went to the town just to take a look. I haven't heard any news here yet, so it's relatively stable. But we have to plan ahead, and we can't run out of food. You two don't have land, so you have to prepare in advance. The magpie said, Dad, a few days ago, Brother Shirtu and I bought 100 kilograms of white rice, 100 kilograms of white flour and brown rice, which are enough for a long time. When Father Li heard this, he thought, wow, the two of them are really generous.
Who in the countryside buys so much at one time?
But when he thought of Shida's good appetite, and then looked at his fat daughter, who also has a good appetite, this little food is not enough. It's better to store more just in case. If you can't finish the food, even if it's stale, it's better to have a worse taste than nothing. Shirtu has been tempered in the battlefield of the army and is very sensitive to this. Dad, I understand what you said. I will secretly store more food. The magpie asked, Dad, what about the family? Don't sell the food this year. Shikei's family used to store grain, but not much, because they had land and could harvest grain twice a year. When it was time to harvest new grain, they would sell the old grain. We won't sell it anymore. We'll store it all.
Don't worry about it.
Even if we don't store enough, we still have Dad. Shirtu said, Don't worry, Dad. I've made preparations in advance. There won't be a shortage of food. In fact, as long as there is no conscription and there are people at home, we won't starve to death even if we rely on the weather for food. Except for Hu Zi, who knew little. The 3 of them had experienced that as long as the world was in chaos, the price of grain would rise like crazy, and the common people would not be able to afford it. Father Li picked up the big tea bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Okay, I've said everything I need to say, and you all have a peace of mind. I'll take Hu Zi home too. Shirtu hurriedly stood up, took the 2 fish in the backpack and said, Dad, there's nothing decent at home. Take these 2 fish back. Shikei and I will pick some tea leaves and come to see you in a few days. Old Man Li did not refuse. There were still 6 meat buns left, and Shikei wrapped them in a clean cloth and handed them to his father. Dad, take this back too and heat it up in the evening so that Hu Zi and I don't have to cook.
Hu Zi reached out to take it first.
Alas, I don't know when I will be able to eat the meal cooked by my sister next time. Shikei was a little reluctant and said, Dad, it's still hot now, why don't you wait a little longer? It's too uncomfortable to travel today. It makes a difference if you come a little earlier or a little later, you'll be sweating when you get home. The 2 of them sent Old Man Li out of the yard. Old Man Li carried the fish, and Hu Zi held the meat buns, and they left his sister's house, looking back every few steps. After the two came back, Shir-tu looked at Shike, who was a little unhappy, and said, "Don't be sad. Go back if you miss home. Haven't you always been thinking about picking tea leaves? Prepare it tomorrow, and we'll go picking tea leaves the day after tomorrow. I will fry it and send it to your father when I come back." The magpie then laughed and said, "We still have to store food." There's a commotion again.
Huzi is right.
The emperor is a really bad father. That's not our business. We just need to take care of ourselves. When we come back from the mountains, I'll hunt more prey and store some food. While the two were talking, they saw Sister Cui running over in a panic. Shir-tu and Shike followed Sister Cui to the village. On the way, Sister Cui told them what happened at home. It turned out that Erniu's wife ran back home crying as soon as she entered the village, and this caused a big commotion. Especially her face was covered with blood, which was scary to look at. As soon as she entered the house, the two elders of the Nyo family were frightened and almost fainted. Ernia's wife exaggerated the matter and took the opportunity to fall to the ground and pretend to be dead. The old couple had never seen this before, especially Mrs. Nyo, who was very angry when she saw her niece being beaten like this. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. People who are so poor that they are about to urinate blood dare to beat people. Hurry up and find the second son back. We can't let it go like this. Old Nyo went to the field angrily and called Ernia back. When Ernia heard that his wife was beaten, he ran back home immediately. He was shocked to see his wife lying on the ground with blood all over her face and bruised nose and face. Old Nyo brought hot water, helped Ernia's wife up, and wiped the blood off her face. Ernia's wife didn't want to wipe it at first. She wanted to let everyone in the family see her like this so that the family would stand up for her. After wiping it dry, Ernia's wife's nose was still crooked. Ernia's wife was not happy about it. How many young wives don't like it? Beautiful? Ernia didn't bother to cause trouble at Shitta's house, and first took his wife to the neighboring Dea village to see a doctor. The doctor helped to straighten the bridge of her nose, and because the skin was broken, he pasted a thick white cloth on it and told her not to get wet for a while. Ernia was so upset watching from the side. Originally, his wife was pretty, but now her face is simply unbearable to look at. Her hair was messed up, and her face was bruised and swollen, which was worse than the previous 2 days. Put a piece of white cloth on the bridge of her nose, my God. He didn't even want to look at it a second time. On the way back, Ernia's wife told him the whole story with exaggeration. The main emphasis was on his elder brother. Dania moved all the things in the house to Shitta's house, and people in the village saw it, so it couldn't be faked. Ernia kept silent and walked home. 2 days ago, his wife and sister-in-law had a fight, and both of them had injuries on their faces. The injury hasn't healed yet, and it's getting worse. He also knew that his wife was not someone who would suffer a loss. For this matter, his parents scolded his elder brother and forced him to take out money to treat the injuries on his wife's face. His elder brother ignored them for the past 2 days, and he never came to the house after he left. Even if he is angry, he can't give things at home to outsiders. After the two got home, Mrs. Nyo took her family to find the eldest son's house. She didn't get what she wanted originally, but now there is even more room for improvement. At the beginning, I said not to let the eldest son marry you, you prodigal Nyang. Giving things at home to outsiders, they were bought with my son's money. Why do you give them away? I'll let my son divorce you. As soon as we entered Dania's house, old lady Nyo started to curse. Ernia's wife was even more crying and wailing, saying that she was too ashamed to see anyone after her face was ruined. This made Daniu and his wife confused. After knowing the whole story, Daniu explained that he bought it for someone else, but no one believed him. Seeing the miserable state of Ernia's wife being beaten, Sister Ke Chui couldn't help but burst into joy. Shike was really fierce and more ruthless than her,
but it was really satisfying to watch.
She didn't dare to do anything to Ernia's wife. If she dared to beat her like this, the family would be in turmoil. But this didn't stop her from cheering for Shike in her heart and beating her happily. When a family quarrels, they lose control of their mouths when they start to yell. Somehow, Erniu and Daniu started fighting. Erniu. The ox was hit hard by his eldest brother's 2 punches and cried out in pain. Now, Old Man Nyo, Old Lady Nyo, and Second Nyo's wife were all upset. The whole family rushed towards Big Nyo together. Big Nyo could punch his younger brother, but he couldn't do that with his parents, and his brother's wife had to avoid him even more. He would only be beaten. Gooden was so scared that he cried when he saw his father being beaten. Sister Chui was anxious and wanted to join in the fight, but after thinking for a while, she picked up Gooden and put him at the neighbor's house next door, and then she ran out of the village to find Shirtu. When a family fights, outsiders can't persuade them, especially when the parents come to the door to fight. Outsiders will only say that it is the fault of the younger generation. Shirtu is not close to the villagers, and he is not afraid of offending anyone, so Sister Chui thought of Shirtu first. She coughed and said, "It's my fault. I beat her like this," but she said something so irritating. Shirtu said, "She has come to my house to fight with me, and you are still being polite to her. She did nothing wrong and should have been beaten. Sister Chui is not in a position to take action, so you don't have to worry about it. I'm not afraid that she will come to my house to fight with me, but why do you have to vent your anger on Brother Dainyu? This is bullying Brother Dainyu and his wife, who dare not fight back. How can you fight back? You hit your parents, and you will be labeled as a filial son. Brother Dainyu will have to move away from home." Sister Chui wiped her tears and said, "Brother Shirtu is right. We have endured it for so many years because we don't want to have a bad reputation. After all, we have a child, so how can we not worry? But they are too bullying, Shirtu. I have no choice but to find you, otherwise sister-in-law will never cause you trouble." "What are you talking about, sister-in-law? What trouble is it? I am going to solve the problem for my magpie, and it has nothing to do with sister-in-law." The magpie also said, "Sister-in-law, just stay aside with Gooden in your arms. Don't talk or do anything. If the old couple scold you, you just cry, hug Gooden and cry together. Who can act pitiful?" Faced with the scolding of the parents-in-law, she didn't talk back, didn't fight back, could only cry by herself. What a pitiful image. Who dares to say anything else? Chui Saozi said, "Then I will leave it all to you. I really have no other way. I can still fight, scold and fight with outsiders, but with them, Dinyo, and I can't fight back." As soon as I entered the alley, I saw a lot of people gathered at the door. There were bursts of sharp shouting and cursing in the yard. When Shike heard it, it sounded familiar. It must be Nyo's wife. She was still so energetic. It seemed that she was not gentle in the morning. Another voice. It must be Dainya's mother. She was old, and her scolding level was different. Much better than Nyo's wife. Old Mrs. Nyo screamed, "You rebellious son! You dare to hit your brother! Are you going to hit me too?" Someone who was watching the fun at the door said, "Dinyo's mother is lying with her eyes open. It was Nyo who beat Dinyo, okay? Look how Dinyo was beaten." Hearing this, Shirtu pushed the people aside and squeezed in. Shike followed closely behind him and also entered the yard. Sister Chui went to hug her son first. Dinyo squatted on the ground with his head in his hands, while Nyo grabbed his eldest brother's collar with one hand and raised his fist again. But this time, before his fist could be raised, it was grabbed by someone. Turning around, it was the poor hunter. "You poor ghost, let me go." Shirtu saw that Big Brother Nyo's face was also stained, so he got angry and exerted force with his hands, and Ernia screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Shirtu exerted force with his hands, and Ernio held his wrist and screamed, "Ouch! Ouch!" Old Lady Nyo was not happy with it. This poor guy dared to hit her second son, which was simply a stab in her heart. Although Old Lady Nyo was old, her legs and feet were very nimble. She pounced on Shirtu in 2 steps and swung her fist to hit him. "You poor guy, you dare to touch my son, I will fight you." Shirtu did not move at all, holding Ernia's wrist tightly, and Ernia's face turned pale. Magpie took 2 steps forward and pushed Old Lady Nyo away. "What are you doing? Why did you hit my man? Try hitting him again." Old Lady Nyo saw that it was the poor guy's new wife, who looked good, without any scars on her body. Then she looked at her niece. Old Nyo hit the magpie like crazy. The magpie leaned to the side and stretched out a leg. Old Neo was tripped by the magpie and fell to the ground. Murder, this is going to kill someone. Old Neo raised her head, and everyone saw that her nose was bleeding and her upper lip was broken. The magpie shouted loudly. The villagers saw it. It was this old lady who wanted to hit my husband and me. I didn't dare to fight back. I dodged it. She fell to the ground by herself. It has nothing to do with me. Don't blame me for it. The onlookers also made a noise. Indeed, Shida's wife didn't fight back. It was old Neo who fell by herself. You are blind. It was this little witch who played a dirty trick on me. Old Neo hurriedly stepped forward to help the old lady up. At this glance, she was already old and ugly, and now with a face full of bruises, she looked even worse. But no matter how hard it was to watch, it was also his own wife, and he could not help but yell at the stone. Look at what your wife has done. Did she fight with the elderly? If she is not taught by her parents, she is a rascal. The magpie yelled at the old man Neo. What are you yelling about? Your old woman fell to the ground without eyes, and you blame others. You have parents to teach you, but you just do nonsense. The old man Neo pointed at the magpie. You. Don't point at me. I tell you, if anyone dares to touch me, my father will immediately bring people to the door. If you don't believe it, just try it. If I don't smash your house clean, I will take your surname. When the magpie got married, the villagers naturally knew her background. Her father used to be a bodyguard. He was a rough man who had used a knife. Who dared to mess with him? The old man Neo had no choice but to help the old woman up. The magpie turned around and saw the second cow's wife. Shike crossed his arms and said, It's you who is causing trouble again. It seems that I didn't beat you enough this morning. What's going on? We men are fighting. Let's continue the fight. Ernia's wife took 2 steps back in fear. You bully others because you have connections in your natal family. Who doesn't have connections in their natal family? I bullied you. I would still bully you even if I didn't rely on my natal family. He stretched out his hand. Before he touched Ernia's wife, she screamed, Someone is beating someone up. Someone is killing someone. Shike was stunned and immediately laughed. The villagers have seen it. We didn't do anything when we came in, but they accused us of beating someone up and killing someone. Tell me, is there any place to seek justice? Is there any way to get this family involved? This was not a good thing to say. If there was no way to get involved, then their family would be isolated in the village. Shirtu saw that the matter was almost over, so he let go of Erniu's hand. Erniu held his hand, and his wrist was red, as if it was broken. Ernia dared to fight with his brother Dainu, but he didn't dare to provoke Shirtu, because he knew he couldn't win in a fist fight. Not only could he not win, but he also squeezed his wrist, okay? Now it was swollen, and half of his arm was broken. With this strength, he was stronger than his elder brother, so how could he dare to fight with Shirtu? Shirtu looked at Erniu and said coldly, Don't you get out of here? I have to throw you out. Erniu hurried to the door. After walking 2 steps, he came to his senses and turned around to pull his parents with him. Old Neo's nose and mouth hurt, and it was difficult for her to scold people. When she walked to the door, she saw Dania's wife outside the door, still smiling. The fire in her heart surged up. You are a jinx. You have corrupted my good son. Get out. Our Neo family doesn't want you anymore. After saying a few words, the upper part of her mouth hurt so much, and blood was still dripping from her nose, so she hurriedly covered it with her hands. After hearing what Shike said, Chui Saozi hugged her son and started crying without saying a word. Mom, you can scold me. You can scold me in any way you want. You can hit me a few times to vent your anger. I have nothing to say, but don't hit Dainu all the time. The family is still counting on him. Old Neo was still jumping up and down and scolding. Chui Saozi hugged Go Daner and knelt in front of old Neo. Mom, I beg you, don't beat Dainio all the time. You call Dainio over and scold him when you're unhappy, and let Dainio do the dirty and tiring work. We all accept that, but please don't really hurt him. Someone who is fair, and just said, indeed, Dainio is an honest child. He has been honest since he was a child, and he is not so partial. That's right, when the family was divided, what was given to the eldest couple? They lived their own lives, but they still come to find fault every day. Dainio is also unlucky. He was born with such parents. Who can he blame? Old Lady Nyo couldn't help it. What do you know? He is a wicked creature who tortures me. Nyo raised his head and looked at his parents in pain, his eyes red. These are his real parents. Just because he had a difficult birth, they wished he would die. Shirtu looked at him and shook his head. It would be better not to have such parents. The villagers who were watching were also thinking that the old Nyo family was really unreasonable. Ernia listened to the villagers' discussions and took his parents back home. Ernia's wife followed behind, covering her nose with one hand, and trotted all the way. Shike walked to Choi Saw's side and helped her up. He also took Gooden over and took out a piece of candy from his pocket. Gooden was choking with sobs. Gooden, be good, don't cry. Auntie will give you candy, okay? Gooden looked at his mother and said, for Mom. Shike smiled, what a good boy, your mother has some too, and this is for Gooden. Take it quickly and go to the house to play by yourself. Choi Saw wiped the tears from her face, turned around and said to the people outside, we have made a fool of ourselves in the neighborhood. Let's go home. After closing the courtyard door, there was no sadness on Choi Saw's face. When he came up to Daenyu, he saw that his face was a little bruised, so he knew that Erniu had punched him a few times. Daenyu shook his head to Choi Saozi and said, it's okay. Then he turned to Shirtu and said, thank you, Shirtu. You came just in time. Shike said, what do you mean just in time? Didn't you see how anxious Choi Saozi was just now? She was afraid that you would be beaten by them. Shirtu knew Daenyu's difficulties, but he didn't say anything else, just patted him on the shoulder. After dinner in the evening, Shirtu asked Shike, I was not at home in the morning, and you and Ernia's wife had a fight. Why didn't you tell me when I came back? What is there to say? It's not like I was beaten. Shirtu said, I was not at home, and she dared to bully me. This is because you subdued her the first time, otherwise it would never end. I'm not afraid of her even if she comes. As soon as she left, my father came. If my father knew, he would dare to fight to the Nyo family, and that would be a big deal. Having a father who protects his shortcomings is also a headache. I remember when I was a kid and didn't know much, I would have a fight with someone outside. No matter if I won or lost, his father would always find the other adult to fight again. In the end, she had a fight with someone outside, and she dared not tell anyone when she got home. Shike, didn't you always want me to take you up the mountain? Prepare some dry food tomorrow. We'll go up the mountain together. We probably won't be back in one day, so we have to stay overnight. Really? What dry food should we prepare? Shirtu thought about it. He had no meat left at home, so meat buns were the most suitable. They could be used as both a dish and a meal, which was convenient. Do you have any oil residue at home? I have a small pot to make oil residue cakes. Let's take the small pot with us. If we take the pot up the mountain, we can make a fire and cook on the mountain. The pot is not big. I didn't go down the mountain for 3 or 5 days before, especially when it was cold. I had to carry a small pot with me. This was because Shike wanted to go with him. If he was alone, he wouldn't take it with him for 3 or 5 days, let alone 1 day. In this season in the mountains, food can be found everywhere, and it would be too cumbersome to carry so many things. Okay, I got it. Find a small pot for me tomorrow, and I'll wash it. There was no conversation that night. Shirtu used to go up the mountain alone. He went whenever he wanted to, without any preparation. But Shike couldn't follow him. He had to change into a new set of clothes and bring all the food and daily necessities. He also had to find 2 large backpacks because the old ones at home were useless. Shike, I'm going to go to Brother Daenia's house to see if he has finished weaving the backpacks. Shike came over and said, go ahead and talk to him about the land. By the way, the jar of soy sauce has not been returned to him yet. I haven't had time to empty it yet. Why don't you just give me a little more money and we can buy the jar together so I can save myself the trouble? Okay, these are just small things. I'll go first. Shike was busy at home, and Shirtu went to Daenia's house. Daeniu and his wife had just finished their meal. Shirtu, come here for something. Sister Choi hurriedly greeted Shirtu. Have you eaten? If not, I'll get you some more. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I came here after I finished eating. I want to see if Brother Daeniu has finished making the backpack. Oh, I just finished one. And there is another one that I haven't finished yet. Why don't you take this one at home first? This one is newly woven and has not been used for long. Dainyu is dexterous, but he has to work during the day and do odd jobs during the slack season, so he can only use the time at night to weave for a while. Sister Chui took out the one used at home, and Shirtu saw that it was also quite new, and it was not big, and it was suitable for women to carry at first glance. But it was also much bigger than the original one of Shike. This one is fine, it's quite suitable. Dainyu said, then you take it first, I will hurry up and weave it for you. Shirtu said to Dainyu, Brother Dainyu, I have something to discuss with you. Don't I have 2 acres of land? You know me, I'm not good at farming, so you can just farm those 2 acres of land. Dainyu and Chui Xiaozi looked at each other, and Chui Xiaozi asked, That's great, but how about the rent?
Why should we talk about rent? It's not top-quality land.
I discussed with Shike and asked her to send us some vegetables every year and leave us some firewood. In fact, there was no need for firewood, and Shirtu could pick up a bundle every time he came back. Then aren't we getting a great deal? Sister-in-law, with the relationship between me and Brother Dainyu, there's no point in saying who's getting the better of whom. You two just farm the land, otherwise I'll just leave it there and do nothing. Dainyu thought about it and realized that Shirtu was right. His 2 acres of land were really just lying there and doing nothing. Let's not be polite, brothers. If you get more, I'll give you more. If you get less, I'll give you less. Whatever, it's not much anyway. And last time you took the jar of sauce, Shike has been busy these days, so she didn't empty the jar. Here's the 50 coins she gave me when she came out, asking me to give it to Sister Chui. We'll buy the jar and not empty it. We have to pickle vegetables in the winter anyway, and the jar can be used. Sister Chui hurriedly declined. Look at what you said. You let us farm the land for nothing, and you still want money for a jar of sauce. Sister-in-law, take it. If you don't take it, Shike will be embarrassed to ask you for help making sauce next year. Shirtu didn't waste any words. He put the 50 coins on the table, picked up 2 backpacks, and went out. After Sister Chui chased him out, Shirtu had already walked out of the alley. What do you think of this? He is just taking advantage of others. Alas, among the brothers in the family, Shirtu is not as close to us as an outsider. Forget it, just keep it. Shirtu knows that we are in trouble and wants to help us. Just remember this favor. If he has any problems, we can lend a hand. But the 2 of them didn't expect that Shirtu would be seen by Ernyu as soon as he walked out of the village with a basket on his back. Why did this poor hunter come again? These 2 baskets must have been taken from his eldest brother's house. Thinking about how he took his wife to Dea village to see a wound yesterday, and then took his mother there and spent a lot of money, he thought about it and turned around to go to his eldest brother's house. What did the doctor think of him yesterday? His family was in such a fight, and he blushed when he came to see the wound twice in one day. He just entered the alley and met Dainyu, who was about to go out. Brother. What for? My wife and mother went to see a doctor yesterday, and it cost almost 500 coins, and you? Why are you telling me this? I didn't beat them. I still have bruises all over my body, but you beat them. Can you show me too? Brother, mother is still your mother, and you can't go to the doctor for half of the cost. Go find whoever beat them. If you have the guts, go find Shirtu and shit his wife. Ernia choked. How could he dare to find Shirtu? He had been a soldier, had seen blood, maybe even killed someone. He was the only bachelor in the village, and he didn't have many relatives or elders, so it was impossible to reason with him. And his new wife was not a good person at first glance. His wife rarely suffered losses in fights, but he didn't expect that when she did, she suffered a big loss. Just now I saw that poor hunter carrying a backpack and walking away. Big brother, it was you who gave it to him. How can you be so generous to him? Don't forget who is your brother. Speaking of this, Dainyu felt uncomfortable. Sometimes it is really hard to tell whether someone is close or not. Shirtu is poor, but he always paid me with silver for anything he took from me. Because he knows that I have a hard time and can't bear to take advantage of me. Who would believe it? Ernyo didn't believe it anyway. It's up to you whether you believe it or not.
Don't waste your time.
I'm going to the fields to take a look. Whoever should be asked for medical expenses should be asked.
It's useless to ask me. I can't take it out. I don't have it. After saying that, he left. Nyo stomped his feet and turned to go home. Chui Saozi patted her chest at the door when she saw that the two of them had left. The head of the family was not confused and didn't indulge that side this time. Shirtu walked to the foot of the mountain and saw Shike picking small wild chrysanthemums alone. You haven't picked enough. Why are you still picking? How can this be enough? The ones I picked first are drinkable, so I'll pick more and save them for drinking. Today I'm mainly picking these to make pillow cores, and I'll use a lot of them. What I picked is not enough. Shirtu happened to be carrying a backpack, so he picked with Shike. He didn't pick them one by one like Shike, he just picked them in handfuls. He even laughed at himself, a grown man, so careless, actually picking flowers with his wife. By mid-morning, one backpack was full, but Shike was almost plucked bald by this patch. This much is enough, right? Almost. This won't take up space if dried, and it should be enough with the original ones. Shirtu went home with the backpack, and Shike followed behind, picking wild vegetables from time to time. There was no way. The ones planted in the field hadn't grown yet, but there were a lot of wild vegetables outside in this season, so he could eat them in rotation. The magpie thought she was very diligent and virtuous. In the countryside, if a young wife was idle at home, she would be scolded. If she wanted to work, there was work everywhere at home and outside. If she was idle, she would be lazy. This is because the two of them were outside the village, and no one knew what they were doing. They took picking wild chrysanthemums as a serious matter and wasted a lot of time. Who else should be scolded? Shirtu put down his backpack and took the wooden bucket to the pond to fetch water. It was almost noon, and the magpie needed water to cook. At noon, the magpie stewed small fish and pasted wild vegetable pancakes on the edge of the pot. He also mixed a large bowl of wild vegetable egg noodle dumpling soup. Shirtu was eating while saying, I have nothing to do this afternoon. I'll go to see Shirkwan. He is my cousin. He came when we got married. It's been a while. I miss him too. Shike said, I have nothing to do this afternoon. I'll go with you. Just bake the oil dregs cakes in the evening. It's quick. Shike asked again, what should we get him? Who else is with your brother? No one. My uncle is gone too. My aunt just passed away last year. Now Kwanzi is the only one living there. Shike paused. Your family is really something. How come everyone passed away so early? So, you two brothers are the only ones left in your Shur family. That's not the case. There are quite a few people in the Shur family. Otherwise, why couldn't they accommodate my mother and me back then? It was because they were afraid of dividing up a portion of the family property. Among so many brothers in the Shur family, Kwanzi and I are the closest. After my mother took me to remarry, he came to look for me. He was afraid that I would starve, so he was reluctant to eat the boiled eggs and brought them to me. The magpie nodded. This brother is good. You can acknowledge him. Yes, now I acknowledge this brother. I miss him these days when I haven't seen him. He lives alone, so let's give him some rice and flour. He will never have too much food, but there is no meat at home. Shirtu also felt a little embarrassed. As a hunter, he had no meat at home. It's okay, I'll go up the mountain to get more tomorrow and send it to him when I come back. After the two of them agreed, they poured out 10 pounds of rice and flour from the kitchen after dinner. Shike also needed a large piece of dough to keep him awake, just in time to make oil dregs cakes when he came back in the evening and take it away as dry food tomorrow. After dinner, the two of them rested for a while before going out. Shurqiao village is not a big village. Shurqiao village is not far from Xiaoa village. There is another small river not far after crossing the river. You will arrive after crossing the Shurqiao bridge. Shirtu walked on the familiar road, which was familiar and strange at the same time, because he had not been back for many years. Shirtu's father died when he was 2 or 3 years old. Because there were many brothers in the family, and Shirtu was a boy, he had to have a share in the future division of the family, and his uncles were not happy. Shita's mother endured it in the Shur family for 2 years, and she remarried because she couldn't stand it anymore. She was able to take him away when she remarried, because as long as he left, the other brothers in the family could get an extra share of the property. It was also because there were many children in the family, and more it didn't matter if one was missing,
so Shida's mother could take him away smoothly. But among so many brothers, only Shirkuan cared about Shirtu. Whenever he was free, he would secretly run to Xiaohe village to find him and often bring him food. Shirtu and his mother had experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature since he was a child. He had never heard of rumors and sarcasm. So the warmth that Shirkuan gave him, even the egg, could always be remembered by Shirtu. Although he hadn't been back for a few years, Shirtu still recognized the yard of his fourth uncle's house. As soon as the two entered the village, they were stared at because they were strangers. When they saw that the two had gone to Shirsi's house, Shirtu knocked on the door, and Shirkuan happily called him brother. Someone behind him looked at Shida's face carefully, and then suddenly realized it. This is the kid from Shirsan's family. He and his mother remarried and went to another village. Why are they back now? Shirkuan closed the door, hurriedly asked Shirtu, and Shike to sit down, and then hurried to the kitchen to bring hot water. Brother, sister-in-law, I didn't expect it was you two who came. Don't be disgusted by the simple place. You must be tired on the way. Shirtu patted Shirkuan's shoulder and said, the two villages are not far away. You could come to find me when you were young. How could it be tiring to walk these 2 steps? Shirkuan's eyes and nose became sore when he mentioned his childhood. When he was a child, he couldn't beat anyone. Brother Shirtu always helped him. No one dared to bully him when he followed Brother Shirtu. What are you doing? Your eyes are red. What are you doing alone at home? Shirkuan sniffed quickly. Take a break and get ready to go to the fields when the sun is not so hot. Can you plant the land by yourself? Didn't you learn the craft of a carpenter? Shirkuan scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm not very skilled. They call me over when they're busy. Usually, I mainly work on those acres of land. The magpie took a sip of the water. It tasted sweet. She looked around again. Shirkuan was the only one at home, and everything was deserted. There were half-woven baskets and baskets in the yard, and chickens should be raised in the backyard. The tables and chairs in the house were all old, with obvious signs of repairs. It can be seen that Shirkuan's life was not easy. On the way here, Shirtu told her that when they got married, Shirkuan carried a large basket of eggs and caught 2 old hens. In the countryside, this was already a very generous gift. Sister-in-law, you drink some water. The magpie smiled, picked up the bowl, and took another sip. Sugar is also very expensive, and in the countryside, ordinary people rarely eat it. Kwanzi, this is the rice and noodles your brother brought you. We came in a hurry and didn't take anything else. Shirkuan rubbed his hands and said awkwardly, Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing? I'm happy that you are here. Why do you bring so many things? How expensive is rice and flour? Just take what your sister-in-law gives you. No matter how expensive it is, it's food at the same time. It's worth it as long as you don't throw it away or waste it. Shirtu looked at Shirkuan's slightly thin body and said, Don't be to yourself. If you have any difficulties, just go to your brother quietly. Don't be afraid that those people will be unhappy. Take care of yourself first. Shirkuan's nose felt a little sore again, and he nodded quickly. Shirtu felt a little sorry for his younger brother, a 15 or 16-year-old who had to support the family alone and was busy alone at home and in the fields. He remembered that he was also very naughty and noisy when he was a child, but now he is so steady, and he is cautious in everything he says and does. This is a child who is not loved by his parents. Thinking of this, Shirtu felt bad. The next morning, Shirtu woke up Shike. Shike had been thinking about going up the mountain today. She was so excited that she couldn't sleep for half the night last night, and she was still a little confused at this moment. When she was at her mother's house before, she just climbed the hillside by the river, which was not strenuous at all. So, he was very excited at this moment and finally went to the real mountain. Shirtu had put enough food for the chickens early in the morning, and Xiaohui had also put enough food here and watered the vegetable field. After Shike finished cleaning up, the two of them put on their backpacks, locked the door, and headed straight for the forest. It was okay at the beginning, but after walking for a while it became difficult to walk. We haven't reached the mountainside yet. People often come here. This is a path trampled by people. Wait a minute, you walk behind me and follow my footprints. When they got to the mountainside, Shike felt pretty good and not so tired. But the grass on this mountain is half a person tall, and there are mountain flowers everywhere in this season. So beautiful. Don't look at this for now. Aren't you going to pick tea leaves? Let's go. There are also tea trees on the mountainside, but they will be picked by the villagers as soon as they come out. In general, no one in the country spends money to buy tea. When they went out, Shirtu rubbed some medicine powder on Shike's body and brought her a sachet, saying that it was for mosquitoes, rats, and ants. After crossing the mountainside, Shirtu pulled Shike straight up the mountain, and halfway through he found a stick that he could use and handed it to Shike. Hold it, it will help you climb the hill later. The magpie was a little out of breath at this moment. Fortunately, it was cool in the forest, but it also made him sweat a lot. The two walked deeper and deeper, walking in the deep mountains with lush forests and empty spaces. Occasionally 1 or 2 unknown calls came from all around. Only then did the magpie feel the difference of the deep mountains, which were too empty. Brother Shirtu, how far is it?
I'm tired.
Go further. There is a river. Turn east from the river. There are still many chestnut trees there, but the chestnuts are not ripe yet. I didn't ask you about the chestnut trees. I asked if you are close to the tea trees. Not far from the land where the chestnut trees grow, there are a few tea trees, but they grow close to the mountain. Be careful when picking them. You pick the ones inside, and I'll pick the ones outside. Then how long will it take? The magpie felt tired at this moment. How should I put it? It depends on the pace. It won't take me an hour. But with your pace, it will probably take more than an hour. The magpie's face immediately turned bitter. Why is it so far? It's almost noon, and we haven't arrived yet. That's why I said I would stay here for a night. We can't pick much right now, and it's not enough to waste time on the road. It's over. Even if I calculate that, the dry food I brought is not enough. I'm already hungry now, so I must have eaten a lot. You can eat more than me. How can this little bit of dry food last for 2 days? Shirtu looked at the magpie's red face. Looking at the magpie at this moment, he didn't feel embarrassed, but felt that she was quite pleasing. What a silly girl, there will be food in the mountains. When the time comes, we can roast wild rabbits, roast pheasants, roast fish, and wild fruits. But I didn't bring anything, no seasoning, no salt. How can I eat it without any taste? Shirtu also wiped the sweat off his forehead. I brought it and put it in the backpack. This is what you must bring when you go into the mountains. How could I forget? The magpie said breathlessly. Then I want to eat grilled fish. The fish you grilled last time was very delicious. Shirtu smiled. That's easy. Let's go to the river first, where the water is cool. We can rest there for a while, have dinner, and start collecting in the afternoon. Is the river far away? How many times have you asked? Come, I'll hold your hand. It's not far away. Along the way, the magpie asked countless times, and Shirtu didn't know how to answer how far it was. The atmosphere around was something the magpie had never experienced before, so she wanted to talk, as if she wouldn't think of anything else when she was talking. Brother Shirtu, are there any ferocious beasts here? Women are naturally afraid of animals. It's not yet a good place. We can only hunt rabbits here, and wild sheep when things are good. If we want to hunt wild boars, wolves, deer, etc., we have to go up. Look over there. That's the boundary of the deep mountains. Magpie followed the direction of Stone's hand. Oh my God, it's so far away. Fortunately, they heard the sound of water not long after walking. Magpie mustered up her strength and walked to the river. Wow, the scenery here is so beautiful, with a small river flowing by and small wild flowers blooming on both sides of the river. She felt that she had reached her limit. Magpie sat down on the ground, and Stone saw her and pulled her up to sit on the wooden stake next to her. It has been more than 2 hours since this morning, and they're still on the mountainside. Now she finally understood why it is said that the deep mountains are dangerous, why it is said that not every man can be a hunter. To be a hunter, you must have a strong sense of direction, and you must be particularly sensitive and have an instinct for danger. Even if pheasants and rabbits have no attack power, it is difficult to catch them except by setting traps. Who among the ordinary country people can use bows and arrows? It's impossible. Hit it with a stone. It's a living creature. It won't wait for you to hit it. You need to have a good body to run in the mountains and forests all day. With a good body, you can do anything, but you have to run to this dangerous place, so there are really few real hunters nearby. Magpie took out a bamboo tube with wild chrysanthemum water in it, and she drank half a bucket of it. Finally, she recovered a little. Brother Shirtu, this mountain is really big. How long will it take to reach the end? Shirtu smiled. No one can tell the end. This mountain is bigger, more dangerous and vast than you think. Although I often walk in the mountains, I dare not go to the really dangerous places easily. Shirtu also drank a sip of water, and then said, in fact, wild animals are easy to deal with. You can avoid them if you find them in advance, but the road is the most difficult. Every step in the deep mountains is dangerous. There are places with mud, and you can't get up if you go down, and there are cliffs. You have to be careful every step. Because some dangers, you know they are dangerous, so you have a good idea of them. But some dangers you don't know, that's the real danger. Then let's not go deep into the mountains, it sounds scary. Don't be afraid. I know this area well, and I'm familiar with several roads. Not far upstream of the river is a snake den, and I dug those 2 little dragons there. So, in this area, you don't have to worry if you follow me. The magpie shuddered when he thought of the soft thing. Don't scare me. The snake won't come over. I don't have the energy to run now. What are you running for? If it really comes, I'll make soup for lunch. I'll catch a pheasant. Do you know what it's called? Dragon and phoenix soup, very tonic. When talking about food, the magpie's stomach growled. Brother Shirtu, what are we having for lunch? I'm hungry, but I don't have any energy. Shirtu looked at the magpie's somewhat coquettish look and thought it was quite rare. You rest here first. I'll go catch some fish first. I said I'll grill fish for you at noon. Heat up the oil cakes later and boil some water in a small pot before leaving. You go ahead. I'll pick up some firewood nearby. After saying that, Shirtu ran to the deep river. Magpie took a break for a while, and then picked up some firewood nearby. There were a lot of dead branches and rotten leaves here, and Magpie found a lot of firewood in a short time. She put the firewood on a relatively flat open space. Her body was sticky, so she wanted to go to the water to wash it first. When she arrived at the river, Magpie saw Shirtu standing in the middle of the water with a sharpened wooden stick. What is Brother Shirtu going to do? Isn't it to catch fish? Catch fish with a wooden stick. Just thinking about it, I saw Shirtu suddenly raise the wooden stick and poke it into the water. The sharpened wooden stick pierced the fish's body, and Shirtu lifted the fish up and shook it towards Magpie. This fish is really big, and it is still flapping back and forth. This is fine, it's too easy. Magpie, I'll catch 2 more, and we'll start the test. Oh, then I'll clean up the fish first. Don't worry about it. I'll do it together later. You stay away, don't fall. The magpie touched his forehead and said, I'm going to wash my face. It's too hot. Then walk a little downstream. The water there is calm, and there is a big rock there. You can stand steadily. The magpie listened to the stone and walked downstream for more than 10 steps. There was indeed a big stone here. He took out a cotton towel from his pocket and wiped his face and neck with water. Beside the stone, some grass and flowers stubbornly emerged from the cracks. The magpie was pleased to see it and scooped up water with his hands to water them. After washing his face, he felt cool. Besides, the mountain was cool to begin with. After resting, it was quite comfortable to stay here. When the magpie came back, he saw the stone squatting by the water, using the small knife he carried with him to gut the fish. The magpie found 3 stones of similar size, arranged them in a triangle, and placed the small pot on top. The pot was filled with clean water. There were still dried chrysanthemums, but boiling water was needed to make tea. He made some boiling water first, as he would also drink it in the afternoon. Shirtu stabbed the fish with a fork and roasted it on another fire. It was not so particular outside, just sprinkled with a little salt, and it was done. The fish roasted very quickly, and soon it was sizzling, and the aroma wafted out. Even with just a little salt, it still tasted good, perhaps because of hunger. Magpie was eating and thinking, next time I come, I will bring all the seasonings. While eating, he suddenly thought of the beggar's chicken his father used to make. Could the fish be cooked this way? Seeing Shirtu catch the fish so well, It's simple. Try it when you have a chance. There were 4 big fishes. Shirtu ate 3 by himself, and Shike ate 1. He roasted the oil cakes again, and Shike ate a whole 1 by himself. The oil cakes became more charred and fragrant after being roasted over the fire, so Shirtu ate 2 more. The water had already boiled, and Shike had already thrown a handful of chrysanthemums into the small pot. He poured the chrysanthemum tea from the pot into 2 bamboo tubes, and Shike poured clean water into them and boiled another pot. After the 2 of them filled their stomachs, Shike didn't feel tired anymore. He was in the mood to walk around. Sure enough, no matter what you do, you still have to fill your stomach before you can be in the mood. The scenery by the river is called Quebec. Magpie liked it very much. This river was different from the river in the village at the foot of the mountain. The river water was sparkling and clear. The surface of the river reflected the sunlight like a shining gem. Looking further away, it seemed like a small waterfall with water flowing down from above. Magpie squatted by the river in a flat place, scooped up water with her hands, and splashed it forward. Magpie suddenly thought that there was a pool of water not far from her home. Maybe it was a tributary of some unknown river in the mountains passing through there. No wonder the water from there tasted better than well water when boiled for making tea. She squatted by the river and could see fish swimming at the bottom of the river. There are big and small ones. It seems that I can catch 2 more tonight. The fish turned around and swam away. The magpie heard the sound of water splashing, turned her head, and saw that it was Shirtu, who went to the water to take a bath. What a rough man, taking a bath in the river in broad daylight. The magpie slandered in her heart while looking at Shirtu. Brother Shirtu has a really good figure, wide on the top and narrow on the bottom, especially the muscles on his limbs and waist, which bulge with big lumps. When Shirtu turned around, the magpie blushed for a rare time. How come his little brother is so strong and stands straight? Although the 2 of them have been intimate many times at night after getting married, and the magpie thinks she is very familiar with them, she never thought of the scene swaying in front of her. Naturally, Shirtu also noticed that the magpie was looking at him. In the mountains, when there is no one around, he always does this when he is hot. He takes off all his clothes and jumps into the river to take a bath. Besides, they are married. What is there for the magpie to be shy about? Thinking of this, he shouted, "Magpie, come here and help me hang the washed clothes on the branch over there. They will be dry in a while." Shirtu's habit is to jump into the water with clothes on in the water and rub the clothes. Turn around. Shirtu's thing was swaying in front of him, and Magpie's heart was pounding and her face was a little hot. At this moment, Magpie was really like a shy young wife, picking up the clothes from Shirtu and hanging them on the branch where the sun could shine. "Magpie, the water here is shallow. You come down too. I will teach you how to swim and catch fish." To be honest, this was quite attractive to Magpie. "Don't be embarrassed. We are a couple. There are no outsiders here, and no one can see us. Hurry up. It's not like you to dawdle." The provocation method was very effective for Magpie. But she didn't know how to take off her clothes. She just threw her shoes on the riverside, trembling, step by step, and walked into the river carefully. Shirtu took 2 steps forward, put his arm around Shike's waist, and took her to the river. When they really got down, Shike's legs felt weak again because she couldn't swim. Instinctively, she hugged Shirtu tightly. In broad daylight, the body was in front of her, and the strong scent of the man surrounded Shike. When Shike had just stabilized herself, she suddenly saw Shita's little brother shaking restlessly with his fangs and claws. Shirtu whispered in Shike's ear, "Are you still tired?" Shike nodded foolishly and said very honestly, "I'm here after a break." Shirtu smiled when he heard it. His wife was in really good health. "Shike, do you think this place is beautiful? Is it nice to look at?" "Then should we not let this beautiful scenery down? What should we do?" "What?" "The flowers over there are blooming beautifully. When I go back, I will take 2 seeds to plant in the yard. I'll help you dig them one day. I want to see you." Shike's mind was a little confused. Looking at her. Can't he see her every day? When he saw the expression on Shirtu's face and the information in his eyes, Shike realized what he meant belatedly. How could this person become so bold after entering the mountains? How?
How?
So exciting. Without waiting for Shike's response, Shirtu took off Shike's clothes in a few seconds. Now he saw that his wife's body was whiter, and she looked even more tempting than at night. Brother Shirtu, this is not a good idea, right? What if there is someone here? If there is someone, it's just the two of us. Don't worry, come here, and let me. There is a little dirt here, I will help you wipe it off. Shirtu's big hands were stroking the magpie's body, and he lowered his head and began to nibble. This was too immoral, but also too exciting. The cool river water brushed over the body, and the magpie shivered. How could it be like having an affair? In the mountains, mandarin ducks were playing in the water. After the exercise, the magpie didn't feel the water was cold anymore. Shirtu returned the magpie's clothes and washed them, then took them out and hung them on a tree branch. There was wind in the mountains, and they would dry in a short while. The magpie was still soaking in the water. He said he would teach her to swim and catch fish, but he was just lying. Shirtu also threw a few soap leaves to the magpie. The magpie rubbed bubbles with her hands and washed her body. But she couldn't go out now, and her clothes were still on the tree. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Look at you, you're so angry. Why did you? When you were feeling comfortable just now. Shut up, if you say one more word, I'll never talk to you again. Shirtu smiled. Okay, I won't say anything. Shirtu sat by the river in his shorts and put all the things he brought in a backpack. After he finished packing, he touched Shike's clothes and found that they were almost dry. He took them down from the branch, walked to the river, and said, "Put on the inner one first. The outer one will soon be dry."
Shitu dinte tisons que animor.
He put the clothes aside and turned away without looking. Shike stood up from the water, twisted a cloth handkerchief to wipe the water droplets on her body, and hurriedly put on the small clothes. When Shirtu turned around, he saw that Shike's arms and legs were exposed, glowing white through her shiny skin. Shike was chubby and fair, and Shirtu couldn't help wondering why his wife was so cute. Just now in the water, he lifted Shike's legs and saw that her little feet were also chubby. He really wanted to pinch them and play with them for a while. What are you daydreaming about? Don't try to do anything bad again. Shirtu shook his head, shaking off the image in his mind, unable to think about it anymore. What bad can I do? Look, I have put everything in place. We will go to the tea trees later and try to pick more. Now the two of them were full and had enough fun in the water, so it was time to get down to business. Putting on the backpack, they started walking in another direction. The magpie was still following Shirtu, but this time it didn't go too far and saw quite a few chestnut trees. Brother Shirtu, let's pick chestnuts in the fall. They are delicious when cooked. Chestnuts can be ground into powder and steamed into chestnut cakes. You can also add some chestnuts when stewing pheasants. It is sweet and soft and more fragrant than chicken. You can also stir-fry them. If you want to save trouble, just throw a handful in the drying oven after the fire is lit, and they will be roasted in a while. I have to say, these two people are quite similar in some ways. They are quite energetic when talking about food. After walking forward for about 3/4 of an hour, Shirtu pointed to the front and said, "See, there are several of them." The magpie looked forward and didn't see anything. Do we have to go a little further? We definitely have to go a little further.
I'm tired.
Not tired, hurry up. We've wasted so much time. We have to hurry up and pick some in the afternoon. In fact, it's best to pick tea leaves in the early morning. Let's come early tomorrow, pick until noon, and then go down the mountain in the afternoon. Shirtu took a shortcut and passed between two hills and arrived in front of the tea trees. The magpie had never picked tea or seen tea trees before. Looking at the few tea trees that were not very tall, he didn't see any difference. Brother Shirtu, how do we do it? Can we just pick the leaves? Look, for tea like this, you need to pinch the bud on top, one bud and one leaf, so that the shape is good when fried and the tenderest part is also fragrant. Leaves like this are a bit old, and the taste is strong when fried, and the taste is worse. This is what I often drink. There are also some that are worse than the one just now, so you can just drink them by yourself. It takes more time to pick tender buds. Shike picked a few leaves according to Shida's example. Is it simple? In fact, the quality is better if you pick them in early spring, but the taste of autumn tea is also okay. I will bring you here then. While talking, Shike's hands did not stop, and she had already picked a lot. It seems that women are more suitable for this job. Shike, you pick here. There are a few more trees on the mountain, but the ground there is uneven. I'll go there, don't run around. Shike responded to Shirtu without stopping. I know, I'm right here, brother Shirtu, pay attention. Shike also noticed just now that there are a few more a little higher up. But the terrain around was uneven, and there was a cliff ahead, which was quite dangerous, so she didn't go over. Shirtu took out the things in the backpack, unscrewed the bamboo tube and drank a few sips of water, and then went up with the empty backpack. In fact, Shirtu didn't have the patience to do this, but when he thought that this tea was what Shike loved to drink, and he had to send it to his father-in-law, he tried to pick the tender buds as much as possible. Shike felt much more relaxed. In her opinion, this was not work at all. She brought a large cloth bag when she went out. This was light and clean, and she put all the picked tea leaves in it. In between work, she looked up at Shirtu in front of her, and sometimes she could feel that Shirtu was looking at her. Thinking of going up the mountain once it's not easy. If she picks more this time, she can send more to her father. Shike worked hard. Even if the autumn tea can be picked, she still has to wait. There are still several months before autumn. A breeze blew through the mountains, and unknown birds occasionally chirped around. There were also wild flowers swaying in the wind around, and there was a faint scent of flowers at the tip of her nose, mixed with a faint tea fragrance, which was very pleasant. Although picking tea is not tiring, it is not productive. After picking for half a day, Shike looked at the cloth bag and found that there was not even half of it. What is slow work and fine work? She only picked buds and leaves, which is slow. No wonder Shirtu used to grab everything no matter good or bad, so that it was fast and productive. She picked once and drank for a long time. The sun set in the west, and Shirtu came down from the mountain. Shike, how much have you picked? It's almost done. Let's come early tomorrow. Shike shook her hands. Although she couldn't say how tired she was, it was very uncomfortable and tiring to keep holding up both hands and picking only tender leaves. Let me see how much you have brought down. Shirtu's backpack was also half full. And this time, he picked very carefully. There were almost no old leaves. Magpie nodded. That's right. If he got a lot of old leaves, he would have to pick them up himself when he got back. It was so troublesome. Let's go back. Where are we going to stay at night? Of course we'll stay by the river. It's convenient there. Listen to Shirtu. He has experience in the mountains. The two returned to the river, but this time Shirtu took her upstream. From here further up is the small waterfall. Magpie followed Shirtu and turned a few corners here. There was actually a small cave. It was indeed a small cave. 4 or 5 people could sit inside. The space was indeed limited. Magpie, I'll go catch 2 more fish and see if there's any game. You pick up some firewood here and then light a fire first. The magpie looked around. The scenery was clear during the day and she liked it here very much. But at night, the shadows of the trees were heavy and the birds' calls sounded a little creepy. I understand, Brother Shirtu. Don't waste your time, come back quickly, don't hunt for game, just catch fish, it's easier. I'll cook fish for you tonight. Shirtu also knew that Magpie was scared, so he quickly agreed. They had to hurry, as he was worried about leaving Magpie here alone. Magpie mixed mud by the river, put the fish that Shirtu had cleaned on the leaves of a big tree, and rubbed them back and forth with salt and freshly picked mint leaves. When he felt it was almost done, he wrapped it tightly with clean leaves. He wrapped it in 3 or 4 layers in a row. Finally, he wrapped the leaves completely with the mud. Shirtu used the leaves to drag the 3 fish covered with mud back, and Magpie brought back a pot of water. Shirtu dug a shallow pit on the ground and put the fish wrapped in mud in it. Magpie built a fire on it and baked cakes. Water was boiling on another fire. Shirtu asked, Magpie, how long will it take to bake these fish? You have to wait a long time. This one heats up slowly, but it will definitely taste better than the baked one. Shirtu took a sizzling and greasy cake and said while eating, then I'll go for a walk after I finish eating the cake. The magpie got anxious when he heard it. No, I'm scared if you leave me here alone. I'm not going far. I can hear you if you shout. I'll just look around here and catch whatever I can. I'll take it when I go down the mountain tomorrow. Don't worry, there are no ferocious beasts here. You're absolutely safe if I leave you here. Remember to light the fire and don't put it out. Then you'd better hurry up. Whether you can catch it or not, you must come back soon. I will definitely come back. I haven't eaten the fish yet. Don't worry. After Shirtu finished a piece of cake and his stomach was not empty, he picked up the bow and arrow and disappeared into the darkness in a few steps. Speaking of which, Shike is also a brave girl. Although there were sounds all around, no calls of wild beasts were heard. It was just the occasional sharp bird calls that made people feel scared. Shike threw a few pieces of firewood into the fire, and the fire burned even more vigorously. She was baking cakes and drinking chrysanthemum tea at the same time. It was quite comfortable. Shirtu went out and came back nearly half an hour later. After all, he was still worried. When he saw Shike leisurely drinking tea and eating cakes, he couldn't help laughing. He is really a fool and brave. If it were an ordinary girl, she would probably be scared to tears. Shike performed well, so of course she should be praised. I'm not bragging, my wife is just better than others. If it were someone else, they would have been scared and screamed. They are not as stable as my Quebec. Shike raised her little head. That's right. Didn't you say there are no wild animals here? I'm not afraid if there are no wild animals, and I'm even less afraid if there are people. I looked at Shirtu again, and saw that he really threw down 2 pheasants. It is so dark you really caught one. What's the matter? I just miss you, and I dare not go far, otherwise I would not even look down on this little thing. As he said, he took out a few pheasant eggs from his pocket. Magpie, boil the eggs and have them for breakfast tomorrow. Magpie was happy, it was great. She just went out for a while and got both meat and eggs. She really didn't think there would be such a good thing before. What about the chickens? What should we do with the chickens? Shirtu scratched his head and said, or we can do the same as the fish, roast them all night, and we will both have food tomorrow. The main reason is that it's simple and no one needs to watch over it, and it doesn't matter if it takes a long time. Magpie naturally agreed. Magpie took a piece of wood as a torch and went to the river with Stone to clean the chicken, gut it, and throw away the head and claws. Magpie did the pickling, while Stone made mud and found big leaves. The 2 of them wrapped the mud and brought it back. The fish was ready, and Stone dug out the big mud lump that wrapped the fish, threw new mud lumps in, covered it with soil, and moved the fire over to continue burning. Magpie put the pheasant eggs in a small pot and boiled them. Then he looked at the mountains in the distance and listened to the sound of flowing water not far away. Why does this place feel like a big granary? With these old things, there is really no need to worry about being hungry. No wonder Shida's family never stored anything in the past. When they were short of meat, they would go to the mountains for a walk. When they were short of vegetables, they would pick some wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. There was really no need to store too much. Shirtu cracked the big mud block, and the aroma of fish wafted out. Shirtu peeled off the roasted and dried leaves layer by layer, and put them on clean leaves first. It was still a little hot, so he let them cool first. Then, he cracked another one. Shike, this method is convenient and tastes delicious. Let's do it this way in the future. Shike threw 2 pieces of firewood into the fire, and the firelight illuminated Shida's face. Brother Shirtu, this cake is still hot. You should eat it while it's hot. When the oil cakes were roasted over the fire, the oil came out again, and the burnt aroma was particularly addictive. Shirtu ate another cake before picking up the fish. The fish was quite big, and the fragrance became stronger after it was opened. Now it was not so hot, so Shirtu held the fish in front of Shike. Shike had already found 2 clean branches, washed them in the river, and prepared to use them as chopsticks. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up the fish meat. The snow-white fish meat made people drool. Except that the seasoning was not complete, it tasted more delicious. Brother Shirtu, I'll take it myself. You eat it quickly. Shirtu didn't use chopsticks, but held the big leaves to eat the fish. Next time, listen to Shike and bring more seasoning. When I went up the mountain, I saw wild vegetables, mushrooms, and flower mushrooms. In fact, if you pick a little of them and wrap them with fish or chicken and roast them, they are also fragrant, especially mushrooms and chicken, which are delicious when they are roasted well. Shirtu nodded vigorously. I'll listen to you. Let's do it this way next time. It's so convenient and tastes good. It's not like roasting. You can't be sure whether the fire is big or small. You have to watch it. Brother Shirtu, I boiled this water tonight. Drink some water and don't choke. I'm full after eating one. You can eat the other one. The main thing is that the magpie is not idle at this time of the night. He eats the pancakes while they are roasting. After eating, Shirtu threw the food aside and found 2 dead branches nearby. He kicked them in 2 and put them aside for use at night. The magpie and Shirtu sat in the cave. There was a big fire burning at the door. It was not cold at all, but Shirtu still took off his single clothes and put them on the magpie. Women can't catch cold, unlike him who is used to being rough and can do anything. Go to sleep, have a good sleep, and recover. There is still a day to go tomorrow. In fact, Shike was also tired that day. He left home early and had been busy until now. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of water not far away. But neither of them was affected, and they fell asleep soon. When the sun rose and the morning light spread all over the earth, it was still dark in the cave. As soon as the birds chirped, Shirtu opened his eyes. He looked at Shike, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and let her sleep for a while. After putting Shike gently down, Shirtu left the cave. He washed his face by the river first, and then brought back a pot of water. He asked a blacksmith to make this small pot specially for him. It was like a big iron spoon, not big, but deep. Put something underneath and light a fire underneath to start a fire. He usually brings it with him when he goes out in winter. When the water boiled, the magpie woke up. When the magpie came back from the river, Shirtu had already dug the chicken out of the mud. The magpie picked 2 large tree leaves and put them on the ground, and put the whole chicken on top. The 2 sat on the ground and quickly finished their breakfast. Because there were pheasant eggs, the chicken only ate 1. The magpie was very happy. There was still 1 left, so lunch was solved. Stepping on the thin morning mist in the mountains, the 2 went towards the direction of the tea trees again. The green leaves of the tea trees stretched out, and sure enough, the state at this time was different from that in the afternoon. The 2 were still like yesterday, picking tea leaves separately. With yesterday's experience, the magpie was more skilled today. With his fingers flying, he picked tea leaves skillfully. Practice makes perfect in any job. Picking tea is not too hard, but it also requires skills. Suddenly, the magpie thought of the couplet at the entrance of the tea house when he was in the county town. 1 bud, 1 leaf, 1 hint of fragrance. Each person was busy picking tea with a basket. But she was carrying a cloth bag, not a tea basket. Yesterday's tea leaves were piled in a backpack, and they couldn't be piled together, as covering them would affect the taste. The other one was naturally carried up the mountain by Shirtu. The sun was getting higher and the temperature was rising, and Shike was sweating profusely. There were no big trees or shade in this area of tea trees, and they were all exposed to the sun. Shirtu came down from the mountain soon. He was the same, sweating profusely, and his face was dark and shiny when exposed to the sun. Shike, how much have you picked? That's enough. It's so hot now, so don't pick any more. I'll go back after I finish this. Shirtu picked up the bamboo tube and drank all the water in it. Brother Shirtu, there's more in my bucket. If you're not satisfied, drink that too. Shirtu was indeed thirsty and drank half a bucket of water in Shichue's bamboo tube. Shirtu woke up early in the morning and made 2 pots of chrysanthemum tea, which he poured into the bamboo tube. The 2 drank a lot before leaving. They picked more this morning than they did yesterday afternoon. After pouring all the tea leaves into Shirtu's big backpack, Shirtu carried it and went to the river. Shichue followed behind, swinging his arms. When Shirtu went to the river, Shichue went straight to the cave. Shirtu came over, looked at her and smiled.
I've already walked to the river, and when I saw you didn't follow me, I thought you were lost.
No, im tirat.
I want to lie down for a while. Don't bother me. Get yourself something to eat. Okay, I'll put all the tea leaves here. You take a nap first, and I'll get something to eat. The magpie had mosquito and rat repellent powder on her, so she lay down in the cave with peace of mind, curled up on her side. She was too tired and needed to take a nap. It was scorching outside, but the temperature in the cave was just right. Seeing that the magpie fell asleep in a short while, Shirtu quietly came out and went to the river. After thinking for a while, he turned around and climbed up to the small waterfall. The vegetation is more lush here. Others might be scared when they see it, but Shirtu walked as if on flat ground and soon disappeared into the jungle. After a while, the chirping of small animals was heard in the distance. The magpie was awakened by hunger. Now she is not sleepy, but her stomach is cramping and she is very hungry. What's that smell? Turning around, she saw several dead rabbits and chickens thrown aside. Could it be that Shirtu went to hunt them while she was sleeping? When the magpie arrived at the river, she saw Shirtu was roasting pheasants here with hot cakes. Magpie, are you tired after a rest? Are you hungry? I've prepared everything. Come and eat quickly. Brother Shirtu, didn't we have a beggar chicken left last night? Why are you roasting a chicken again? There's only one left. How can it be enough for both of us? I'll leave that for you, and I'll eat this one. I'll leave this chicken leg for you later. How can I eat a whole chicken? Do you really think I'm such a glutton? What glutton? It's a blessing to be able to eat. I haven't dug out that beggar chicken yet. It's still hot now. You can bring it here. Magpie went to the river to wash his face first, then went back to pick up the big mud lump. Shirtu was quite satisfied watching Magpie go back and forth twice. Magpie, I find that you have a good sense of direction. There are several turns from the river to the stone cave, but you can remember it clearly. Brother Shirtu, are you praising me or insulting me? It's only a few steps away. If you get lost, wouldn't you be a fool? I'm really praising you. It's easiest to get lost in the mountains. Don't underestimate these few steps. They are not straight lines, but have several turns. People with poor sense of direction will forget them. The magpie smiled. That proves that you were right to bring me to the mountains. You can bring me with you next time you come. It's no problem for such a long distance, but it won't work if it goes any deeper. Your body can't handle it. Shirtu roasted the chicken, and then took apart the beggar's chicken from last night, and with 2 fried dough cakes, the two of them quickly finished their lunch. After filling the bamboo tube with water, the two of them prepared to go down the mountain. People say that going up a mountain is easy, but going down a mountain is hard. That refers to a real mountain, and Shike only now understands this. Shirtu was beside Shike, holding her, and Shike used the force to not feel it was so difficult. Shike was tired from climbing the mountain road, and sweat was running down her cheeks. She could feel the traces of sweat rolling on her body. Now she missed the time soaking in the river very much. If she wrung the clothes now, she might be able to wring out water. Shirtu held Shike tightly by the side, leading her the way and letting her avoid the potholes under her feet. When going down the mountain, Shike felt a little pain in her feet, probably because of blisters. When they turned a corner and came to a forest, there was a sudden sound in the bushes. A pheasant dragged its long tail and ran quickly into the distance. You're running so fast. We've fought enough. We don't want to kill you. Why are you running so fast? The magpie muttered as he looked at the pheasant running away. After walking a few steps, Shirtu asked the magpie to sit here and rest for a while. He went to the side for a while, and the magpie thought he was going to. When he came back, the magpie's hair stood on end. It turned out that he had tied 2 snakes with vines. Brother Shirtu, why did you catch it? Shirtu remembered that the magpie was afraid of this thing, so he tied it with vines a few more times so that it could not be seen clearly. This is a good thing. Snake gall is not cheap, and snake meat is also delicious. However, these 2 are not too big. I won't sell them. I will take them to Brother Daniu and stew them for dinner. Then don't eat it at home. Take it to Brother Dania's house. Magpie, try the snake meat. It smells so good after stewing. No matter how delicious it is, I won't eat it. Keep it away.
I get goosebumps when I see it. Sure found a stick and used the other end of the stick to lift the snake tied with vines. The two of them did not delay any longer and continued to walk down the mountain. Magpie felt that she could not lift her legs, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. Magpie, sit here and rest for a while.
Don't rest.
The more you rest, the lazier you will be. Let's do it in one go. It's not far from home. There are wild grapes over there. I'll pick some for you. Don't worry, we will be home before dark. After hearing what Sure said, Magpie fell silent. She really could not walk anymore. Sure moved quickly, and soon he came back with a lot of wild fruits in his clothes. Why are you carrying wild fruits in your clothes? The juice will get on your clothes, and it will be difficult to wash. It doesn't matter. They are all old clothes anyway. If they can't be washed, they can't be washed. Besides, there is no room in the backpack. Indeed, the magpie's backpack was full of tea leaves and covered with a cloth bag. There were 4 rabbits and 3 pheasants in Sure backpack. We couldn't throw wild fruits in there, could we? And the 2 snakes, Sure put them outside and didn't dare put them in. They were on the road again and finally reached home before dark. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, the magpie felt relieved and the strength in his body dissipated. He sat down on the ground and didn't want to move anymore. They were almost at the doorstep, so Sure didn't have to worry and took the things home first. Then he turned around and came out to pick up the magpie. A pair of big hands stretched out to the magpie. Get up, I'll pull you up and carry you back. At this time, Little Gray also followed out and ran to the magpie and called twice in a baby voice. The magpie reached out and rubbed Little Gray's head. Sure held the magpie's hand and pulled her up with force. As soon as she stood up, the magpie felt even more pain in the soles of her feet. Sure squatted in front of the magpie without saying anything, carried the magpie on his back and walked home. Little Gray cried and ran home from behind. Although they arrived home, it was dark and they were both hungry. Sure was about to cook, but the magpie stopped him. There is still half a box of snacks. I'm going to make a pot of dumpling soup. We can just eat it. The main thing is that Sure doesn't know how to cook, and even if he does, it will definitely be unpalatable. Can you do it? You look so tired that you can't even stand. Okay, I have to boil water later, and I need to soak for a while. Soaking for a while can help me relieve fatigue. Go and help me carry the firewood to the kitchen. Sure went out and brought the firewood to the kitchen, cleaned the pot, and lit the fire. After washing his hands, Shike took out a few shepherd's purse from the basket and cut it into small pieces. He heated the pot with oil, added clean water, and when the water boiled, poured the dough mixed with cold water into the pot. Finally, he put in the vegetables and 3 beaten eggs. The main reason was that making egg dumpling soup was easier, and Shike didn't have the energy to do anything else today. Sure sat aside and helped Shike light the fire, and the water in another pot was also heated up. There was still more than half a box of snacks left from the last time Huzi came. The 2 of them drank the dumpling soup and ate a few bites of snacks, and at least managed to get through dinner. After dinner, Sure helped Shike get the water into the bathtub. When Shike went to take a bath, he took a change of clothes and went to the pool. After soaking in the hot water, Shike breathed a sigh of relief, washed his hair, cleaned his body, and touched his feet. Sure enough, there were 2 big blood blisters. There were 2 big blisters on each foot. It seems that I still need to exercise more often. The last time I climbed the mountain, I got a blister on my foot, which was too painful. After changing into clean clothes, Shike slowly moved back to the house. Now I dare not step on my feet firmly. I have never walked such a long way since I was a child. When Sure came back, he saw Shike trying to break the blood blister in the candlelight. Do it, I'll help you later. Sure turned and went out, and came back in a while later. He took out a little piece of cloth from a cabinet. He took a needle, squatted on the edge of the Kong, and picked all the blood blisters on Shike's feet and squeezed out all the blood inside. I don't know where he got the leaves from. He crushed them in his hands and then applied them to the place where the blood blisters were just broken. It was cool, and the pain in the feet was not so bad. What are you applying? This is moonstar grass, the kind with small white flowers. Isn't there also one at the foot of the mountain? Crumble the leaves and apply them to the wound. It has the effect of reducing swelling, and it will feel more comfortable when it is cool. Shikei didn't understand this. There are so many plants with small white flowers. She knows them all. You know some herbs? You must know them because you often run around in the mountains. Besides, I learned a little during my years in the army. Soldiers are bound to get injured, but there are only so many military doctors, and I don't know when it will be your turn. If you want to suffer less, just learn more yourself. Shirtu said as he wrapped Shikei's feet, which were smeared with medicine, with a cloth. His feet were now chilly, much better than the burning pain just now. Brother Shirtu, I haven't asked you about your time in the army. Were you often injured then? Shirtu fixed Shikei's feet, went out to wash his hands, came back to out the candle, and then lay down beside Shikei. Brother Shirtu, I asked you a question just now, and you haven't answered me yet. Shirtu held Shikei in his arms and rubbed her shoulders gently with one hand. When Shikei came back, she also carried a backpack. Although it was not very heavy, there were red marks on her shoulders from carrying it all the way. He rubbed Shikei gently, and she felt much more comfortable. Shikei, ordinary people like us were conscripted, and we have no connections and no backing, so good things will definitely not come to us. Shirtu sighed when he thought of that time. During the conscription, one person from each family went, and it was either him or his hunter father. But his father was not young anymore, and although he was not his biological son, he was very kind to him, so he went. When I first arrived at the army, they saw that I had good skills, and after a period of training, they put me in a scout group. What does a red monkey do? It's to get information first when the army is moving forward or when two armies are fighting. It's extremely dangerous. Then Shirtu smiled again, but this experience has made me more powerful in the mountains, and it has made me more adept at tracking prey and avoiding wild beasts in the mountains than before. I remember you said that you came back because you were injured. Was your injury serious? It was during a battle with foreign tribes, and I got a knife in the leg. I knew that after my leg healed, I would have to stay in the army, but I didn't want to stay. My parents were waiting for me at home, and I couldn't die there. What should I do? Yeah, I asked myself that question at the time. Fortunately, I knew some herbs, so I tried to make my wound look like I was poisoned, blue and purple. Not all military doctors were good at medicine. After a quick examination, they said it was poisoning and the leg might not be saved. So they let you come back. In order to stay alive, they suggested sawing off the leg. I found my superior at the time and said that I had elderly parents at home and I might not be able to come back alive even if my leg was sawed off. Anyway, I was disabled, so I begged him to let me come back. That's right, you're disabled. What's the point of keeping you in the army and having to support you? Maybe they were just going to kick you out, but you just spoke up first. Anyway, I've received all my military pay and some travel expenses, so I'm back. In fact, 9 out of 10 people who go out to enlist may not come back, so I'm lucky. The magpie smiled. You're not lucky. It's because you're smart that you didn't lose your life there. So the year I came back, I was always leaning on a wooden stick and everyone thought I came back because of a leg injury, and they didn't suspect anything else. Now that I'm better, they just think I've recovered. Is there anyone investigating this? Of course it's better if no one investigates, but you never know. If they find out that my leg injury is not serious, and I leave by lying, I'll be considered a deserter, and that'll be troublesome. Brother Shirtu, you're so good at fighting. You could have escaped at the beginning. Isn't it said that many people die after every war? You just pretended to be dead and escaped. Shirtu laughed. Silly girl, you think it's that easy. Pretending to be dead might allow her to escape, but if she escapes, she will lose her identity. Should she really hide in the mountains? Where can she go without a household registration? I guess I won't even dare to go home. So it's so serious. She can't even go home. That won't work. If Shirtu doesn't come back, who will she marry? She feels her life is pretty good now. The next day, Shirtu got up early, fed the chickens and Shalwi outside, swept the yard, wiped the house, and went to the kitchen to cook. Shikei got up late and felt sore all over. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she couldn't walk because her feet hurt too much. There were 2 big blood blisters and a place next to it where her skin was broken from walking. After resting for a night, the pain became even worse. Shirtu was considerate and brought her the water for washing her face into the house. After pouring out the water for washing her face, the meal was brought in. Shirtu didn't know how to cook, so he just made some porridge in the morning.
Shike, eat first.
After dinner, I'll help you apply some medicine.
It's okay.
You'll be well in 2 days. It will take another 2 days. There is so much work to do at home. What work is there? No, if you don't want to move, just lie down. I'll dry the tea leaves in a while and then fry them. Magpie had never done frying tea before and asked, "Is it troublesome? How can I help you? What can you do?" "I can't even stand. I'll dry the tea leaves in a cool and ventilated place. I spread them out last night, and I'll fry them in the afternoon." "Who said I can't do it? I just can't walk all the time. If you can get up, help me dry the tea leaves. You need to turn them over 3 or 5 times to make them soft." "That's easy." Shirtu applied medicine on the magpie's feet again, and the magpie put on socks and shoes. The soles of his feet felt cool, and the pain was not so severe, but it was still awkward to walk. The magpie looked at the 2 large sieves of tea leaves, spread them out evenly, and turned them over after a while, as Shirtu taught him. Shirtu was not idle either, and he picked out all the pheasants and rabbits he brought back. He smoked all 4 rabbits and left 1 pheasant. The remaining 2 chickens were covered with mud as in yesterday's method, and then roasted in the yard. Before frying, the tea leaves need to be dried in the sun for about 3 hours and turned over several times. Shirtu had spread them out last night, and by noon the tea leaves had become soft. Magpie had gotten used to walking by now, so he steamed a pot of rice, picked wild vegetables, and mixed some cold dishes. It was mainly because it saved trouble. In the afternoon, Shirtu began to prepare for frying. First, clean the pot with boiling water, and there must not be any grease. Light the fire and heat the pot. Shirtu put his hand on the pot, felt the temperature, and then poured the fresh tea leaves into the pot. Shirtu had a cloth wrapped around his hand and turned the tea leaves quickly in the pot. Magpie watched intently from the side. Although this was not considered a strenuous job, it was not easy to turn the tea leaves in the pot quickly and continuously with both hands. Shirtu felt that it was almost done, so he poured out the tea leaves. At this time, the tea leaves were softer and the tea fragrance was very strong. "Brother Shirtu, it's ready. It doesn't seem that difficult." "No, it needs to be spread out to let the heat dissipate as quickly as possible. Once the tea leaves are stuffy, they will change color and the taste will not be good. They will have to be fried again in a while." The magpie was watching with relish. Shirtu said, "Come here. After frying the tea leaves for the first time, you have to knead them. This is easy. I'll teach you." The magpie saw Shirtu kneading the tea leaves with his hands and learned from him. Shirtu then fried the second pot. After the tea leaves were fried for the first time and kneaded again, the temperature in the pot should be lower than the first time, so fry them for the second time. This time, you don't have to be as anxious as the first time. After the tea leaves are put into the pot, stir-fry them slowly, and this time the time is longer. Slowly, you can see that the fresh tea leaves have taken shape. The magpie lowered his head and smelled it. The fragrance was refreshing. "Brother Shirtu, is this ready and can be drunk?" Shirtu wiped the sweat off his face. "Okay, we don't have to be so particular about what we drink ourselves, unlike the tea houses, where the production is definitely more complicated than ours. It smells so good. It's also good to make it yourself. I'll make a bowl first." Shike took out the only 2 fine porcelain white bowls in the house and put the freshly fried tea leaves in them. The water was boiling outside where the beggar chicken was roasted, and Shike scooped it over, cooled it a little, and poured it into the bowl. The tea leaves were picked by Shike herself, leaf by leaf from the tea tree, and carried back. She participated in every step except frying, drying, and kneading the tea leaves. Watching the emerald green tea leaves turn into dark green dry tea with her own eyes, and now watching the tea leaves slowly stretch out in the water and turn into upright leaves. This feeling is so wonderful. The tea leaves rise and fall in the water. Shike feels that just watching is a kind of enjoyment. Shirtu smiled on the side. Look how happy you are. You're so happy just by making some tea leaves. I picked it myself. I will give it to my father in 2 days and let him have a taste. I have to tell him that I made it myself. Okay, I will go up the mountain to hunt some game tomorrow and then go to your house and give it to your father.
What?
You are going up the mountain tomorrow. Aren't you tired?
What's tiring about this?
It's just 2 days for you to rest. The magpie looked at Shita's burly figure in frustration. Forget it, there is no comparison. This is really incomparable. After frying the tea, it was still daylight. Shirtu said, I will take the snake to Brother Dania's house. Do you want to go with me? The magpie shook his head. I won't go. I have to walk to the village. Isn't there any left over from lunch? I will just fry the rice and eat it. You go. Shirtu laughed. I really don't want to go. The snake meat is so fragrant after stewing. Stewing it with pheasant is called dragon and phoenix fight. It is absolutely delicious. No matter how delicious it is, I won't eat it. The magpie felt uncomfortable when he thought of the snake's limp appearance. Then I'll go, you close the door. Got it, don't come back too late. Shirtu carried the vines used to tie the snake and the pheasant, and took some white rice and brown rice from the kitchen in a cloth bag, and went to Dania's house. With his appetite, it would be difficult for him to eat at someone else's house without bringing some food. It was still early and some men were working in the fields. When Shirtu arrived at Dania's house, only Sister Chui and her son were at home. Oh, Shirtu is here. Why are you still carrying things? Shirtu threw the things aside, fearing that Gooden would be scared. Sister-in-law, those are 2 snakes. They are not small. We will peel them and stew them later. Stew them with the pheasant. I'm coming to your house to eat, and the magpie is afraid that I won't let him cook at home. Sister Chui was not afraid. She went up to take a look and said with a smile, Okay, your brother Daniu also likes to eat this, but it's not easy to catch it. Then she asked again, She didn't come with you, so what did she eat at home alone? Sister-in-law, don't worry about her. She doesn't like this. There are leftovers at home. Forget it. I'll make some for Shike later. Sister Chui thought about it and went to the kitchen to boil water. Shirtu cleaned up the snake and pheasant and came back just after stewing Daniu. Sister Chui said hurriedly, You are so lucky. You came back just by smelling the food. Today Shirtu brought a pot of dragon and phoenix dishes. Daniu smacked his lips really. What's real or fake, it's already been stewed, and Shirtu also brought a lot of rice and asked me to steam it all. Come on, you 2 can have a drink together later. It's been a long time since you had a drink together. While the meat was not yet cooked, Sister Chui fried garlic sprouts with bacon, put them in a large bowl, and sent it to Shike first. After having a full meal at noon, Shike was not very hungry at night. He drank tea, washed a plate of wild grapes, and played with Xiao Hui in the yard. Shike looked up. Hey, Sister Chui, why are you here at this time? Shirtu is eating at my house. You are the only one left at home. I brought you some food. Shike hurriedly asked Sister Chui to sit down. He took the large bowl and saw that it was full of food. Sister Chui, there are some left at home. Don't bother. This place is not close to the village. Why do you have to make a trip here? If you stew the chicken and snake for a short time, they will not be tasty. Why are you in such a hurry in the middle of the night? Shike hurriedly took out a bowl from the kitchen and put the food brought by Sister Chui into the bowl. Shirtu said that you don't like snake meat and are afraid of that thing. In fact, I tell you, it will be very delicious after stewing. I won't eat it even if it is fragrant. My hair stands on end when I see it. Many young girls are afraid of soft things, so Chui Saozi, stop talking. Are these meals enough? Yes, they are enough. I can't eat any more. Okay, then I'll go back. Shirtu is weaving a backpack with my brother Dania now. It will be ready in a day. I've also made a small one for you to carry. It will be convenient for you to pick wild vegetables when you go out. Shike smiled. Then I have to thank Brother Daniu. Thank you for what? That's all he knows. You eat it. I'll go back first. When sending Chui Saozi away, Shike brought her a few bunches of wild grapes. This one couldn't be stored, so she took it back for Gooden to eat. When she came back, she refilled the hot water. After dinner, She drank a few sips of hot tea and ate a few bites of wild grapes. It was quite comfortable. In fact, the backpacks brought back from Dania's house were not small. Shike used to like to carry the small one because it was convenient and not heavy. After entering the mountain, she finally realized that the big one was more convenient and could hold more things. There are so many things that I can't see and can't bring back. I feel itchy in my heart. It's quite convenient for the little one to pick wild vegetables at the door. The magpie left some food, soaked it in water, and fed it to Shalwi. The magpie finished washing early and sat in the yard, enjoying the cool and sipping tea. It's over, I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. I drink too much tea in one day, but the taste is different when I drink it myself. The magpie was alone in the yard, enjoying the wind and watching the stars, occasionally teasing Shalwi, while Dania's house was lively. The fragrance filled the whole yard, and even the neighbors could smell it. It's not a festival. Who would eat so much? Wouldn't it be a waste of money? But it smells so good. The greedy children sniffed their noses, breathing in the aroma. After Sister Chui came back, she fried 2 more side dishes and cut a plate of salted duck eggs, and then set the table in the yard. Go Daner also knew that there would be delicious food at home today, so he didn't make any noise and followed his mother obediently. Sister Chui brought the food to the table and said embarrassedly, "Every time our family improves the food, it is Shirtu who brings the food. Sister Chui doesn't have any good dishes here, so Shirtu is not allowed to pick on it." Sister Chui, it's so polite to say that. Brother Daniu, let's have a drink first. The two of them clinked their glasses and took a sip of wine before they started to eat. The dragon and the phoenix were stewed in one pot, and the aroma was very strange. It made people smell the deliciousness and couldn't stop eating. The sister-in-law picked out a little bit of the stewed chicken and fed it to Gun first. When he had almost finished eating, she gave him a chicken claw and let him gnaw on it for fun. Danyo took a few big bites and said, "Your sister-in-law is right. You still send more meat dishes to my family." Shirtu said, "When I first came back, the house was in a mess, and it was Danyo who helped me clean it up. Originally, Shida's family had 2 main rooms, one for the hunter and Shida's mother and one for him. There were also 2 mud houses next to it, one for the kitchen and the other for sundries. But then his parents died one after another, and no one lived in the houses. They were broken and damaged, and no one repaired them. In 2 years, they were in a mess. When Shirtu came back, the 2 mud houses had collapsed, and only the 2 main rooms were still good, but the roofs were exposed. So when Shike got married, Shirtu had only 2 main rooms. Fortunately, the main rooms were big enough, and one could be separated for use. It was Danio who helped him clean up the house and yard, and it was Sister Chui who took care of his 3 meals a day. How could he forget this? He was eating happily when the gate of the yard was knocked. Sister Chui shouted hurriedly, "Who is it?" As soon as the voice fell, a series of curses were heard outside. "You heartless little rascal, your conscience has been eaten by wolves, and you don't care about anyone. You are locked up in your own home and eat alone. Do you still care about your parents?" Sister Chui had just taken 2 steps, but stopped when she heard the voice. Why did the people from the old courtyard come again? It must be something bad. She turned her head and looked at Daniu. It was impossible not to open the door when his parents came. Daniu sighed, "Open the door." Sister Chui opened the door. Aunt Neo put one hand on her waist and pointed at Sister Chui and scolded her. "It's all your shameless instigation. You have corrupted my good son. You are eating alone. Go around the village and ask, where are there people like you who enjoy the good life but don't care about your parents? Mom, where can we get the money to buy these? These are all given by Shirtu. Who are you trying to fool? How can a poor guy like him give you good things?" Shirtu put the chopsticks on the table and said loudly, "What's wrong with me being poor? My poverty does not bother you. I am poor, and I have not eaten a grain of rice from your family." When old lady Nyo heard Shirtu's voice, her heart trembled. That's it. She came alone without asking the old man and son to follow. Then she thought, at his eldest son's house, would this poor hunter dare to beat her? Thinking of this, she became energetic again. You didn't eat the rice for my family, but what you are stuffing in your mouth now is. What's for my son's family belongs to me. When old Mrs. Nyo took a closer look, oh my God, the white rice and brown rice were steamed together. It's not a festival, who would eat dry rice at night? When it's not the busy farming season, farmers have porridge with pancakes, and the poorer ones will add a lot of wild vegetables to the pancakes. You must be a starving ghost reincarnated. You come to my son's house to eat and drink. How can you not starve to death? You old thing, oh my God. Then she pointed at Dainyu and cursed. When you have delicious food, you don't think of calling me and my mother, but give it to outsiders. You are possessed by the devil. Why did I give birth to you? I should have strangled you when you were born. Shirtu said coldly, it's not too late now, you can strangle him to death now. Hurry up and do it. As soon as Shirtu finished speaking, old Lady Nyo became angry and hit Dainyu twice with both hands, and even pinched him on the neck. Shirtu quickly winked at Sister Cui. When Sister Cui saw this, she put Gooden in Shitta's arms, ran to the door, and started crying. Oh my God! You really don't want us to live. How can a mother shout and kill her own son? Someone, come and save my Dainyu, we can't live. It was dinner time, and the house of Dainyu was already filled with fragrance. Many people came running over immediately. Through the open door, there were indeed 2 bloody marks on Dain유's body, and old Lady Nyo was pinching her eldest son's neck and trying to strangle him to death. Fights are inevitable in every family, but if someone dies, it's a big deal. Besides, I've never heard of a mother strangling her own son to death. It's really eye-opening. The magpie yawned with his hands covering his mouth. He walked to the gate of the yard and looked out. How come it was so late and Brother Shirtu hadn't come back yet? Little Gray followed the magpie and ran to the door. The magpie looked around and didn't see anyone, so he turned around and walked back, accidentally kicking Little Gray to the side. Little Gray whimpered a few times, and the magpie almost tripped. You're so blind. Where can you get kicked now? What if I step on you? I'll step on the out of your stomach. Go back to sleep quickly. He squatted down, picked up Xiao Hui, and threw him into the doghouse. After entering the house, Shike turned up the oil lamp and lay down on the Kong with his clothes on. After a while, when he was about to fall asleep, he heard the door open. Brother Shirtu, why are you back so late? Shirtu sighed. Don't mention it, I'll go wash my face first and talk to you when I come back. Shirtu washed up in the yard, went into the house and closed the door. When he was lying next to Shike smelled a faint smell of alcohol on him.
Drank.
A little. How can you have meat without wine? Why so late? It doesn't take so long to eat a meal. I couldn't help but go to the village to find you. Shirtu snorted. Brother Dainya's house is very lively today. Halfway through the meal, his mother came over. She's here to make trouble again. It can't be because of you? It's almost the same. Then Shirtu told Shike a rough account of what happened. It turned out that in the evening, Ernia's wife left the house after finishing cooking in the old courtyard of the Liu family. She wanted to go and see why Ernia hadn't come back yet. But after walking a few steps, she heard others on the roadside saying that Dainya's family was stewing meat and making wine, and the fragrance could be smelled throughout the alley. Ernia's wife came up with a plan and went to the vicinity of Dainya's house. She didn't need to look, just smelled it and knew that the neighbors were right. The waves of fragrance made the glutton in her stomach keep making noises. After thinking about it, she turned back home and secretly told old Lady Nyo about it with exaggeration. Old Lady Nyo was furious when she heard it. Well, this little rascal has been making trouble for her since she was in her belly, and she almost lost her life when she gave birth to him. Now he eats and drinks well, but he doesn't even remember to call his parents over. He slapped his legs and ran to Dainya's house. Shirtu sighed and said helplessly, Brother Dainyu is also pitiful. He has such parents who don't care about his hard life at all and always find ways to make things difficult for him. It's because Brother Dainyu and his wife are too easy to talk to. What can they do if they are not easy to talk to? They are his parents. He can't really hit them. Then what happened? Brother Dainyu is not that stupid. He really let his mother pinch him and not move. Shirtu smiled. Brother Dainyu didn't move. He was afraid that if he moved, his mother would take the opportunity to fall to the ground and say that Brother Dainyu hit her or pushed her, and then she wouldn't be able to explain herself even if she was right. Shike couldn't imagine that kind of scene. Her parents loved her so much, even her younger brother who Z couldn't compare to them, so she found it difficult to understand such behavior. Sister-in-law Dainyu was crying at the door, attracting many neighbors, and everyone saw that it was old lady Nyo who came to her son's house to find trouble. Shike said, "Neighbors won't care about this matter. Don't you still have me?" When Ernyu came over, I punched him twice, and old lady Nyo quit immediately. "He is blackmailing you, right?" Shirtu laughed. "No, she is not stupid. She knows I have no relatives in the village, so I beat her and patted her ace and left. She has no way to deal with it. Knowing that I was a soldier and I am ruthless, Ernyu didn't dare to come to our house to ask for medical expenses, so he kept bothering Dainyu. If he comes, I'm not afraid of him. If he has the guts, he can come to me. Why bother Brother Dainya's family?" Shirtu looked at Shike's angry look, pinched her cheeks, and said, "That's what I told Brother Dainyu. If he wants to make trouble, let them come to me, and I will compensate them. I was just saying, it's just a meal. Why did you eat so late? To be honest, if I wasn't worried that you would be scared at home alone, I might not have come back by now." Shirtu thought of the unreasonable people in the old house of the Nyo family. They beat Ernyu at that time, and the old lady Nyo cried and shouted. Shirtu was annoyed when he heard it, and he used his tricks to make the old lady Nyo fall again, and this time her nose was hurt again. Old man Nyo and Ernyu did not dare to make trouble for Shirtu, so they asked Dainyu to take his mother to see a doctor and asked him to pay for the medical expenses. Shirtu said at that time that today's incident was caused by his dinner at Dainyu's house, and if there was anything, he would come to him. If he knew that he was going to make trouble for Dainyu's family again, he would beat him every time, and if you don't believe it, just try it. After all, Shirtu had been on the battlefield, and he deliberately released that momentum, which immediately intimidated the people in the old house of the Nyo family. When he left, he deliberately said that he would go hunting tomorrow and send some game to Dainya's house, and watch out, don't let the cats and dogs take it away. The people in the old house of the Nyo family secretly hated it. Since Shirtu came back, the eldest son's family was not so easy to deal with. Shirtu turned his head and looked at the magpie and said, "Next time when it's late, lock the door and go to bed. You don't have to wait for me. I'm not waiting for you on purpose. I just drank too much tea today, and I'm not sleepy at night." Shirtu chuckled. "Even if it tastes good, you can't drink so much at once. You couldn't help it, right? But I'm sleepy now." "You're sleepy. Go to bed. I'll go up the mountain tomorrow. You don't have to get up early. We'll go to your house the day after tomorrow." Magpie nodded, leaned in Shida's arms, and soon he began to snore. When Magpie opened his eyes the next day, it was already bright, and Shida's shadow was no longer around him. Magpie got out of bed slowly, washed up, and fed the chicken and Shawi first. Yesterday, Sister Chui brought her food, but he didn't cook it. There was still leftover rice from yesterday's lunch in the cupboard, so he fried it. He made egg fried rice with eggs and wild onions, but it was a bit dry, so Magpie made another big bowl of tea. Tomorrow Shike was a little excited to go back to her parents' home. She thought about the last time Huzi came. She promised to make him glutinous rice cake, but she had only eaten fish for the past 2 days and didn't have time to make it. But she also thought that she had to add some dates or dried fruits to the glutinous rice cake, but there was none at home. After kneading the dough, she closed the door and went to Chui Saozi's house to ask. There was no way. She was not familiar with other people in the village. When she arrived at the entrance of the village, she happened to meet Chui Saozi, who was going home with a large bundle of firewood. Shike explained her purpose, and Chui Saozi said, "Yes, there are red beans. Do you want them? Then give some, and when it's done, I'll send a few pieces to my sister-in-law to try, but let Gooden eat less of the sticky ones." "Why are you being polite? This is not a valuable thing. What about the stones? Why did I let you come here alone?" "He went up the mountain early in the morning. I will go back to my parents' home tomorrow to see him. I will also make some food to bring home for my brother. Children are greedy. Sister Chui went home and put away the firewood. She took a lot of red dates and red beans from the kitchen and gave them to Shike. Shike had to go back to make glutinous rice cakes, so she didn't bother to ask what happened after Shirtu left yesterday. After all, it was not a glorious thing, so she didn't ask. There are abundant resources in the mysterious mountains, and food and daily necessities are inexhaustible, but there are also many dangers. Many times, if you are not careful, your life will hang by a thread. Mist is floating between the mountains, and there are lush trees all around. Looking up, you can only see a little bit of blue sky, and there are endless vegetation all around, and there are faint roars. There is no shortage of food in the mountains, but at the same time, there are also many dangers. Shirtu jumped down from the tree. Just now, he wanted to hunt a wild boar, but he didn't expect to attract a group of pigs. Shirtu is very self-aware. He quickly ran into the dense forest and found a tall tree to climb up. He jumped down after the group of pigs passed. If it was just one, Shirtu would definitely not let it go. He would sell the big one and keep the small one for himself. But forget about a group. He went up the mountain early, did not stop at the mountainside, and went straight to the edge of the deep mountain. He found a place close to the water source. Shirtu first hunted 2 rabbits. He cleaned one and roasted it over fire. He left home early in the morning and only ate the 2 snacks left at home. He was already hungry now. Shirtu ate the best meat of the roasted rabbit and put the rest on a big tree leaf. After eating, he put out the fire with water. He took the remaining bones and threw them into an open area. After arranging them, he hid in the dense grass. If you want to hunt big animals, you have to rely on luck. Shirtu will only dare to hunt if he catches a lone wild boar. Since there is a group of wild boars here, there must be some lone ones. Shirtu decided to sit back and wait. After lying down for an hour, Shirtu sniffed and saw prey coming. It was a lone wild boar, not very big, and must have fallen down while looking for food for fun. The bones on the ground attracted it with a fragrance. Just as it was sniffing around, Shirtu shot an arrow. It was impossible to kill the wild boar with one arrow, but it was also crazy with pain, and ran toward Shirtu. Shirtu held a dagger in his hand and stabbed it in the neck with a sideways motion. The little wild boar howled miserably. No matter what, it was very painful to have its neck cut. It will be hard for it to survive. Shirtu did not allow it to scream anymore and turned around and punched it on the head. After a few punches, the wild boar was silent. Shirtu dragged the wild boar by its hind legs to the water source. It was too hard to carry it down, and he did not plan to sell it, so he simply divided its meat here. At the water's edge, Shirtu gutted the pig and removed all the good meat. He put a few large tree leaves in a large backpack and stuck the cut meat in it. Shirtu shaved the skin while cutting. He did not want the pig's head or internal organs. This time it was quite smooth, and it took more than half a day. There was a harvest, and Shirtu didn't want to delay, so he turned around and carried the big backpack and planned to go down the mountain. There were many wild animals from the edge of the deep mountain to the mountainside, and Shirtu also shot a few pheasants and rabbits. Although there were many wild animals in the mountains, there were only more pheasants and rabbits near the mountainside. It was really hard to meet other things, but there were more in the deep mountains. If the wolf wanted to hunt deer, it had to go up. After walking down the mountainside, Shirtu turned around and looked at the mountains behind him. He thought that he would have to come in again one day. If he wanted to sell silver, he had to go to the edge of the deep mountain to catch some rare ones, so that he could sell them at a high price. At home, Shike soaked red dates and red beans in the morning, and made several pots of glutinous rice cakes in the afternoon. Glutinous rice cakes are made of glutinous rice, and some are made of glutinous rice flour. Shike bought a lot of glutinous rice flour when he went to town last time. Everything was prepared in the morning. Shike was full in the morning, so he was not hungry at noon. Put the remaining fried rice in a small gray bowl. Eat quickly, and then go play somewhere else. You keep circling around my feet. I'm afraid I'll step on you one day. Little Gray wagged his tail at the magpie, called out twice in a baby voice, and then buried his head in the bowl to eat. After eating, he licked his water twice and ran to the magpie again. Go play somewhere else. The magpie kicked it away gently with its feet, But Little Gray thought that the magpie was teasing it, so he circled around her with his tail wagging. The magpie chopped some wild vegetables, mixed them with a handful of broken rice, and took them to the backyard to scatter them in the chicken coop. These 3 old hens were raised by the magpie. Since they came here, they have no worries about food and clothing, and they lay eggs very diligently every day. Little Gray called out twice at the chicken coop, and seeing that no one paid attention to it, it circled in the vegetable garden and chased its tail to play. "Let's go, Little Gray, I'm going to sleep." The sun was shining at noon, and it was quiet all around. The magpie was a little sleepy from the sun. It is cooler here at the foot of the mountain, not hot and stuffy, and it is the best place to sleep. In the afternoon, Shike was full of energy and began to make glutinous rice cakes. Shike made 2 flavors, red bean and red date, both of which were added with honey. There are 2 ways to make it. One is to boil the glutinous rice flour first, steam it in a pot, knead it into dough, roll it out, and sprinkle the fillings in the middle, then cut it into squares and steam it again. This method is particularly sticky. The other method is to mix the dough and the dough starter with warm water, wait for the dough to rise, mix it with the fillings, and steam in a pot. This method makes it softer. When everything was done, the sun was about to set. Thinking that Shirtu must be very hungry after going up the mountain for a day, I quickly kneaded a piece of dough. I soaked the mushrooms in fungus, and then made a stew with the mushrooms, fungus, and eggs. I also boiled a plate of wild vegetables and mixed them with noodles. Everything was ready, just waiting for Shirtu to come back. Seeing that it was getting dark, Shike first made the sauce, rolled out the noodles, boiled water in the pot, and brewed a large pot of tea. Just as he finished, he heard a noise in the yard.
"Shika, I'm back."
Shike hurried out from the kitchen. There were several pheasants and wild rabbits. What was in the backpack? It felt heavy. When he got closer, he saw a lot of meat. "Brother Shirtu, why is there so much meat?" "I killed a wild boar. It wasn't too big, so I shaved the meat in the mountains to save the trouble of carrying it down." "With so much, how long will it take us to eat it all?" Shike was beaming with joy. "Magpie, we can't finish all this meat. Take a piece of meat, 2 chickens, and 2 rabbits. I'll send them to Big Brother Dinyo's house later. We'll keep some of the rest and bring it all to Dad tomorrow." "Okay, go ahead. By the way, I also made glutinous rice cakes. Take a few pieces of each." Magpie found a clean cloth and wrapped them together. Shirtu poured all the pork into a large basin in the yard and threw 2 wild rabbits, 2 chickens, and a large piece of wild boar meat into the backpack. Since the glutinous rice cakes couldn't be put in, Shirtu took them with his hands, carried the backpack, and went out. Magpie looked at the large basin of pork. It must be heavy, and Big Brother Shirtu carried it all the way back. Little Gray also ran over, kept sniffing it, and wanted to stick out his tongue to lick it. Magpie caught it aside and quickly went into the kitchen to light a fire. Big Brother Dinyo's family of 3 were having dinner. When they saw Shirtu bringing so much meat, they felt embarrassed to keep it all, so they let him take half. Shirtu didn't hesitate to pour the meat directly onto the steps outside, picked up the 2 baskets he had already woven, and left. He didn't even look back, even though Chui Saozi kept calling him from behind. Why should he be polite about a little meat? He was hungry now and wanted to go home and eat quickly. When Shirtu came back, Shike had just taken the noodles out of the pot, rinsed them in cold water, and brought them to the main room outside. Shirtu washed his hands and drank up the tea that Shike had left in the teapot. "Brother Shirtu, drink less and eat first. You must have been hungry all day." "I'm really hungry. Let's eat noodles with gravy." "Oh, this is delicious." Shike took a small basin and filled it with more than half of the gravy for Shirtu, then poured the gravy on it. It was almost a full basin. It was too troublesome to take a bowl, and I had to fill it 2 or 3 times. It was easier to take a small basin. Shirtu was also very satisfied. It was so delicious. He then picked up 2 chopsticks of stir-fried wild vegetables, mixed them well, and then Shirtu started to eat with a snort. Shike didn't eat at noon, but had a full bowl of noodles at night. There was still some left in the basin, and Shike gave it all to Shirtu. "Shike, the noodles you roll are really delicious, especially chewy. Really? My dad likes it too. The noodles must be harder, and it's quite hard to roll them. Arya likes it, too, but she's not as strong as I am, so the noodles are always soft and don't taste good. By the way, let's go tomorrow and give Aunt a piece of meat. Shike smiled and said, Go ahead, there's so much. After all, Aunt Liang is your aunt, and she's our matchmaker. Isn't it normal to give her a piece of meat? Shirtu glanced at Shikwebec. Shike was so kind. As long as it suited her taste, she would never be stingy. Shike, I brought all the backpacks from Brother Daniu's house. They're all new, and there is a small one. Brother Daniu made it especially for you. I heard about it from Sister Chui. I didn't expect Brother Daniu to be so quick. We don't need thick bamboo for this. There are thin bamboos near the village. They are easy to split. It's just right to make a backpack after splitting. Brother Daniu has very skillful hands. If he weaves it more carefully, he can sell it for money. No matter how good it is, how much can it sell? It's so hard to live on this. Let's not talk about this. Put the new ones away first. I will carry meat tomorrow and use this old one. Shike thought for a while and said, Brother Shirtu, you can pick up all the chickens and rabbits later. I just took a look and there are 3 pheasants and 4 rabbits. Let's keep 1 chicken and 1 rabbit to marinate and dry them, and make the rest in the same way as beggar chicken. We can take them directly over tomorrow morning to save the trouble of making them there. Shirtu smiled. This is a lazy way, and it tastes good. After a night of stewing, it will surely become soft and mushy. Okay, I'll get it done in a while. Shirtu ate half a bowl of noodles, rubbed his stomach, and felt so good after eating. He drank a few sips of tea from the pot, and then took the pheasant and rabbit to the pond. He came back to the place in the yard where he had cooked beggar's chicken, dug up the soil again, buried the pheasants and rabbits wrapped in mud, and started a fire on top. There was still a fresh rabbit left, which would be just right to send to my aunt tomorrow. While Shike was putting the dishes away in the kitchen, Shirtu took his clothes and went to take a shower. As soon as he came back, he saw Daniu coming. Shirtu saw that it was so late, and the couple would not feel embarrassed to bring the meat back to him, right? Daniu smiled at Shirtu and said, It was your sister-in-law who insisted that I make this trip. Brother Daniu, if you bring the meat back to me today, our friendship will be over. That's impossible. I can't stop. I really didn't bring it back for you. It's the pickled vegetables and a bag of red dates prepared by your sister-in-law. Shike heard the voice and came out of the kitchen. Brother Daniu is here. Sister-in-law, just get a jar quickly. Your sister-in-law asked me to send you a lot of pickled vegetables. This can be eaten with porridge in the morning and evening. Before Shike got married, Shirtu was short of everything, and it was impossible for him to pickle pickles. That's great. Brother Daniu, go back and thank my sister-in-law for me. We always eat cold vegetables or wild vegetables, and we really don't have pickled vegetables. Shike hurriedly took out the clean jar and put the pickles in it. And this small bag of red dates. I picked them when I went up the mountain. Your sister-in-law kept a lot of them. How long can they be eaten after drying? A sister-in-law is really thoughtful. I asked my sister-in-law for some red dates today. There are not many now. I will pick more in autumn. Shirtu said, No, you can pick them and keep them for yourself. If Shike wants to eat them, I will go pick them. Okay, that's easy. If it's convenient, we can go together then. Daniu didn't stay long. Seeing Shike put away the things, Shirtu sent him to the door. After the two returned to the house, Shike said, Brother Daniu and his wife are really honest people. Shirtu was lying on the bed, thinking about the past, and then he said to Shike, Brother Daniu was bullied even worse before he got married. He almost did all the heavy work at home. Sister Chui is from Dae village next door. She has 4 brothers in the family, and she is the youngest, so she is a bit fierce. Sister Chui must have suffered a lot of grievances after she got married. It's not that much grievance. Sister Chui is fierce. Aunt Nyo always orders Daniu around, but Sister Chui doesn't agree. They often fight just a few days after they got married, so Aunt Nyo got angry and separated the two of them after the new year. The magpie sneered and said, Sister Chui is hot-tempered, but she is not unreasonable or unruly. Also, Sister Chui has 4 brothers. If they are really provoked and attack, who in the Nyo family's old house can withstand it? Even so, they have been bullied a lot. This is because Sister Chui's family has people. If there is no one who knows how badly they would be bullied. It is not uncommon for mothers-in-law to rub their daughters-in-law. It happens in every village. It is not uncommon. Shirtu smiled. You don't understand this, right? Everyone in the village knows that Aunt Nyo bullies her eldest son's family. So every time the Nyo family fights, no one says bad things about Dainyu and his wife. The magpie pouted. That's also quite frustrating. Shirtu also sighed. What can we do? They are his biological parents. Shike is now very thankful. If she had found a family like the Nyo family, with so many problems at home, she probably wouldn't have had the self-restraint of Chui Saozi and would have made a scene long ago. Her parents had never wronged her, so it was even less likely that she would be wronged by others. Thinking about it this way, she felt that her father had a good vision. At least she had been living a good life since she married Shirtu. No one could make her angry, and she had the final say at home. Was there any better choice than this? Shike was just thinking about it when she heard the snoring of Shirtu next to her. Listening to Shirtu's snoring, Shike also felt sleepy. After a while, she also snored in Shida's arms. The next morning, when Shike got up, Shirtu had already fed the chickens and watered the vegetable garden. He also cooked the porridge. Shike was very happy. She once again felt that she had married the right person, and it also proved that her father had good vision. Shike quickly washed up and cut half a bowl of pickles that Chui Saozi gave her yesterday. The two of them had a quick breakfast and put the things in the backpack. Shike took out the new small backpack and put the tea for her father and the glutinous rice cakes steamed yesterday in it. But after a day's walk, Shike was worried about Xiao Hui, so she asked Shirtu to carry him as well. After everything was packed up, Shike locked the door, and the two of them walked out of the house in the morning light. On the way, Xiao Hui sometimes ran in front, sometimes ran behind, and when he got tired, Shirtu would carry him for a while. Xiao Hui had never run such a long distance before, except for playing around at the foot of the mountain at the entrance. At the beginning, he was very excited and ran very fast, but in the end, he was carried to his father-in-law's house by Shirtu. As soon as they entered the village, several village women who were chatting looked at the two of them. Hey, this is Shike. You are back to see your father, and you are carrying so many things. What delicious food are you bringing? This is Aunt Lu, the famous know-it-all in the village. You are carrying a backpack to deliver good things. Who is Li Dachui? He can appreciate ordinary things. This is Aunt San, the most difficult aunt in the village. Her grandson and Huzi had a fight before, and Shike came to their house and beat them up. Yes, my father doesn't like ordinary things. I don't bring anything, and I have to carry 2 backpacks from my mother's house to my husband's house, and my father is happy. Oh, look at what Shike said. What kind of girl is stingy with her parents' family? What kind of girl doesn't care about her parents' family? My father loves me and is willing to give me. It turns out that the daughter of my aunt's family gets things from her husband's family to support her parents' family, but my father doesn't let me do this, thinking it's embarrassing. Shike said, not wanting to see the faces of these women, and pulled Shirtu home. Shirtu laughed. Shike's mouth was really unforgiving. Shike, according to what you said, I may, and I'm going to my father-in-law's house to beg for money. Are you? If you are, don't say it, and if not, don't say it. These aunts and aunties are just idle, and any little thing about their family will be spread all over the village. You haven't been working in the fields or at home for a long time, but just chatting here at the entrance of the village. Do you think you are a person who can live a normal life? Maybe in their hearts, you are not the one who can live a normal life.
I don't care about them.
I live my own life. I don't eat or drink at her house. The two of them were talking when they arrived at the door of their home. As luck would have it, when they were just a few steps away from home, Old Man Li opened the door. Dad, I'm back. When Old Man Li saw that it was his daughter and son-in-law who came, he immediately smiled from ear to ear. Oh, hey, I was saying that I was not comfortable staying here today. I just wanted to go out for a walk. It turned out that you two wanted to come. Dad, why are you not comfortable? You are not comfortable and happy that we are here. Old man Lee glared. Nonsense, I'm happy, very happy, coming quickly. Shirtu followed behind and shouted, Dad. Old man Lee answered loudly, coming quickly, what are you carrying? Why are you carrying so many things from such a long distance? Shirtu went into the yard and put the backpack on the ground, only to see Father Lee hurriedly helping his daughter to take down the small backpack. It must be heavy to carry all the way. You must be tired. I'll go boil some water. The magpie smiled and said, Not tired. There's nothing in this backpack. It's quite light. Dad, didn't you like the tea I had last time? Sure too, and I went up the mountain to pick some again, and I brought it to you with the freshly fried ones. This is the glutinous rice cake I made yesterday. Huzi likes it, and the steamed cake you like. Father Lee saw that his daughter was so filial that she even kept the food and drinks in her heart, and his heart was warm beyond words. Dad, there are pheasants and rabbits in this backpack. We have prepared them, and we can open them and eat them in a while. By the way, where is Huzi? Why don't I see him? Old man Lee was so moved that he wanted to wipe away 2 tears. He's already a grown-up boy, and all he does is play around. I sent him to Mr. Lee in the village so that he can at least learn a few words. It's time to send him to learn something. I can't expect him to have a great future, but he can't be a blind man. When the magpie saw that old man Lee was going to the kitchen, he hurriedly followed him. Dad, don't worry about it. I'll go boil some water and make some tea for you to taste. I picked it and made it myself. Oh, my daughter is amazing. She even knows how to make tea. Dad will have to taste it carefully later. Shike was praised by her father like a little girl. She went to the kitchen happily without blushing. Shirtu, who was watching from the side, was so happy. Well, if he had such a sensible, thoughtful, and lovable daughter, he would spoil her as much as he could. Thinking of this, he wanted to have children with Shike as soon as possible. He wanted a daughter as the first child and a son later. Shike went to the kitchen, and Father Lee called Shirtu. It was that girl who insisted on going up the mountain with you.
It's not that easy to go up the mountain.
Lee Dachui traveled a lot when he was young and saw a lot of the world. Naturally, he had also run on mountain roads, so he had a deep understanding of it. Shirtu pulled over 2 benches, and the 2 of them sat down in the shade of the yard. Fortunately, it's just halfway up the mountain, not too high. In fact, there are wild tea trees on it, but they are too far away, and Shike can't reach there. We hunted this prey together that day. No, I went up the mountain again yesterday. Shike came back to rest for 2 days, and my feet got blisters. Lee Dachui laughed, and he guessed it. His daughter is either pampered or not. It just depends on whether she wants to or not. Shike came over with a teapot and 2 cups. Dad, please try the tea your daughter picked, but the water in our house is not very good. Brother Shirtu has mountain spring water, and the tea leaves taste more fragrant. This tastes good. Where can we find mountain spring water here? Shike poured 2 cups of tea, and Father Lee picked them up and smelled them. Not bad, not bad. The taste is indeed not worse than the one sold in the tea houses in the county, and the tea shape is better than what they sell. Dad, I will take care of the tea you drink from now on. Father Lee squinted his eyes with joy. Okay, my daughter is better than others. What other vegetables are there in the kitchen? If not, I'll go to the village to buy some. I looked, there are some green vegetables and a piece of tofu.
Don't worry about it, Dad.
I'll cook later. Father Lee agreed with a smile. It was good that his daughter came back, so that they could eat ready-made food. Magpie said to Shirtu, please take out all the meat in the basket for me. I have to rub it with salt first, so that it can be stored. Leave a fresh piece for later. Before Shirtu could even take a sip of water, Shike ordered him to work. Father Lee, on the other hand, was drinking tea and watching the young couple working with a smile on his face. He said that his vision couldn't be worse. Look at how honest the son-in-law is. When he sends meat to his father-in-law's house, he doesn't just carry 1 or 2 pieces, but carries them in a backpack. There's no other one like him in the village. No, there are only 10 miles and 8 villages like him. He was so happy that he poured himself a cup of tea. How come this tea tastes so fragrant? The filial piety of a daughter and a son-in-law is different. After a while, the fragrance wafted out of the kitchen. Just when Shike was about to finish the meal, Huzi came back from school. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his father and brother-in-law talking. He ran over and shouted, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, when did you come? Is my sister here? If I had known you two were here, I wouldn't have gone to school." Shirtu rubbed Huzi's head. "Go wash your hands first. Your sister is cooking and will be eating soon." Huzi hurried to the kitchen door and called out sister, then turned around and put the book in the house before going to wash his hands. Why was his house so lively as soon as his sister and brother-in-law came back? There was definitely no time to stew the meat at noon, but Shike still cut a lot of it. One portion was cut into pieces, washed with water, and put aside. A lot of meat slices were cut and marinated with seasonings. Shike steamed a large pot of white rice, which was white rice without any brown rice. After the rice was steamed, put it aside. Heat a pan with oil, cut the tofu into pieces, and fry until both sides are golden brown. Add water to the pan and a spoonful of sauce. Add dried chilies. Cover the pot and simmer for a while. Add salt and seasoning, and put in a few green vegetables. Shike had already prepared a plate of cold dishes, but there was not much of it, as neither Old Man Lee nor Huzi liked green vegetables very much. He also fried the peppers with the marinated meat slices and made a whole plate of them, which was the best to eat with rice. Shirtu took out 2 large mud lumps, cracked them open, and took out the still warm pheasants and rabbits, put them in a large plate, and placed them on the table. Huzi was playing with Xiao Hui, and when he smelled the fragrance, he stopped playing with Xiao Hui and hurried to the table. "Brother-in-law, you can make this, and so can my dad. Try it later and see which one your sister and I make is better, or which one your dad makes is better." Huzi chuckled. "They must be both delicious." Old Man Lee smiled. "Yes, they are delicious. They are scooped out for me before they are cooked." The magpie thought of it too. Once, when Father Lee saw that his children were craving for meat, he bought a big fat chicken. He didn't dare to kill it at home, because his daughter didn't allow him to. After patiently marinating it and just throwing it into the stove to light the fire, he was not paying attention and let Huzi pull it out in a short while. It must not be cooked through in such a long time. Huzi opened it and took a look and was dumbfounded. Father Lee was not at home, and the magpie was so angry that he punched him twice, chopped the chicken and stewed it again. Father Lee was looking forward to eating beggar's chicken, but when he got home, he found that it had been stewed again. Well, it wasn't wasted anyway, so Huzi would be spared the beating. After listening to what the magpie said, Shirtu smiled and looked at Huzi, who was scratching his head. "Sister, how old was I then? It felt like a long time had passed. How could it not be cooked yet?" Huzi had nothing to be embarrassed about his embarrassing story being dug up, since there were no outsiders around. A rabbit and a chicken were eaten up, without leaving anything. With Shike around, Old Man Lee only drank a small cup of wine. There was almost no left of the fried pork slices with peppers. In addition to the cold vegetables, there was also a little bit of stewed tofu left. Shirtu also served a little less rice and scooped all the dishes into the bowl and stirred it, because what his wife did should not be wasted. Shike used the soup from the stewed tofu to soak some rice and feed Xiao Hui. Huzi helped his sister clean up the dishes, while Old Man Lee and Shirtu sat under the tree in the shade and drank tea. After Shike cleaned up the dishes and came out, he saw that his father and Shirtu had serious faces. "Dad, what's wrong with you two? Why are you still unhappy after dinner?" Shirtu pulled over a small stool and let Shike sit next to him. "Dad is not here for anything else. I heard a few days ago that the county is in chaos." During this period, Shirtu and Shike hardly went out. Shirtu usually went to the county town to sell game from time to time, but he didn't go during this period, so he didn't know what was going on. "Shike, I just told Dad that if it doesn't work, we will go to the county town to take a look. No matter how chaotic it is, we ordinary people have to have a clear mind. Yes, we're going to the county town and we won't be back in a day." Father Lee coughed. "If you go to our county town, you can come back in a day, but if you want to gather information and test the truth, you definitely can't come back on the same day. Then we will stay for 2 days, Dad and Shirtu will go, and Huzi and I will stay at home. Fatherly nodded. Then it's settled. Don't worry if we don't come back for a day or two. We will be fine together.
Once que nadie.
Her father was not a farmer from the countryside. He could take care of himself when he went out. Brother Shirtu didn't have to worry about him. Shirtu said, I still have to go to my aunt's place. Shike, you stay with Dad at home. I can go alone. Shirtu took out a packed rabbit and a piece of meat and went to Aunt Liang's house. When Shike got home in the morning, she would be busy cooking, and Aunt Liang would definitely leave some food for her in the morning. It was just right to go now as they had just finished their meal, and it was not time to take a break. After Shirtu went out, Huzi closed the door and ran to sit next to his sister. Sister, you want to stay at home with me? Can you stay for a few more days?
I've missed you for a long time.
Huzi only knew that his father and brother-in-law had to go to the county to do business, and his sister stayed at home with him. You said you've grown up just now. Why are you so clingy now? I just miss you, but I can't see you every day. Fatherly said, You're a grown-up now. How can you be so clingy every day? Go and have a rest. You have to go to school in the afternoon. The magpie looked at his brother and said with a smile, Go lie down in the house for a while. Don't be late. I also made glutinous rice cakes for you. Tell me what you want to eat these 2 days, and I will make it for you.
Huzi nodded happily.
It's better for his sister to be at home. His father is too sloppy in cooking. But his sister can't stay for a few days. Oh, it's really worrying. Huzi went back to the house with his worries. Fatherly said to Shike, You know where everything in the house is. The silver in my room is in a box. Take the silver to buy anything you need. We won't be at home these 2 days. You two take care of yourselves.
Once que Ismail, don't worry, Dad.
It's not like you haven't been out before. Not to mention 2 days, you have been out for 10 days or 8 days. I still took good care of my brother. Speaking of this, Fatherly felt relieved. Shike is so good. Unlike other girls who are nagging, she is quick and straightforward in doing things, and she is not afraid of problems. After Shike's mother passed away, he also had to go out to work, and he had to raise a pair of children. So, Shike was trained by him since she was a child. After a cup of tea, Shirtu came back. Why so soon? You didn't say a few words to Aunt. Fatherly said, What can I say, except that I want you two to live a good life. It's enough as long as the things and gifts have arrived. This shows that you two have not forgotten her in your hearts. Shirtu smiled and nodded. Yes, and had given him a lot of instructions. In short, he should live a good life after marrying a good wife. When I came back, I told Arya that you would stay at your parents' house for 2 days. She said she would come to see you tomorrow. Shike smiled. If she doesn't come to see me, I will have to go to her tomorrow. I'm back, so I have to show my face to Aunt. Old Manly finished the water in the cup and said, Shirtu, help me clean up the cart. We will go tomorrow by donkey cart. Shirtu quickly agreed and helped Old Manly wash the cart and checked it again. After Li Dachui returned to the countryside, he first bought 15 acres of land and a donkey cart. In the countryside, this was a big deal, almost catching up with a small landlord. People in the village who had a good relationship with Old Man Li often came to borrow the cart, but more often it was left idle. Although many people said behind the back that the Li family was not good in this way, or that Li Dachui was still quite popular in the village, most of them couldn't stand how he doted on his children. Especially to Shike, a little girl was treated as a treasure. I don't know what Li Dachui thought. In the afternoon, Shike stewed the meat that he had cut in the morning. Thinking that his father and Shirtu would have to travel early tomorrow morning, he made a lot of rice, which would be convenient to eat on the road. Making rice is the simplest. Mix some sticky rice with white rice and steam it. Chop the blanched vegetables while they are still hot, add pickled vegetables and cooked mincemeat to it, mix well, and then knead it into a ball with your hands. Not only is it easy to eat this way, but it is also very filling. Shike made a lot in the afternoon. There was no other way, because his father and Shirtu both had big appetites, and if they made less, it would not be enough. In the evening, there was stewed meat, and Shike stewed a large plate of beans with the meat slices and steamed a pot of rice with rice and brown rice. Freshly stewed meat is delicious, and Father Li and Huzi ate a lot of it. The same was true for Shirtu. Although he had a lot of meat at noon, it was not as satisfying as freshly stewed meat. Shirtu poured the meat and broth on the rice, and each grain of rice was full of flavor. They were all dipped in the soup and shoveled into their mouths in big mouthfuls. Huzi followed suit and found it particularly enjoyable to eat this way. Xiao Hui kept circling around Huzi, because Huzi often had food falling down, but there was less meat. Because there was stewed meat, there was still a rabbit and a chicken left that had not been opened. After Shi Kei finished cooking, she threw the rabbit into the kitchen. Anyway, it was covered with mud, so she could take it out tomorrow morning and let his father and Shirtu take it to eat on the road. The remaining chicken was left for her and Huzi. On the day Shi Kei came back, the fire in the kitchen was almost always on. The aroma of stewed meat drifted outside the yard, and the neighbors all knew that the Li family had started eating meat again. Li Dachui was too worried about his daughter. I wonder how much it would cost for this trip? But it smelled really good. Tomorrow, Li Lao Di and Shirtu have to get up early to go out, so they also went to bed early at night. Shi Kei handed the purse on her body to Shirtu. I didn't expect to stay this time. I didn't bring much silver. There is less than 2 taels in it. You take it all. Shirtu said you should keep a little. What if you need to buy some vegetables or something and you don't have any money on you? Shi Kei said indifferently, it's okay. I know where my father keeps the money. It's more convenient to carry it with you when you go out. I can handle anything at home. Since Shi Kei said so, Shirtu put away the purse. The road to the county town is not close, and they may have to stay for a day. They can't let their father-in-law pay for everything. The two of them slept in Shi Kei's unmarried room. Although Shi Kei is married, her room is still the same as before, but there is dust. Father Li is a grown man, and it is impossible for him to have the patience to clean it so carefully. Shi Kei took some time in the afternoon to dry her old quilt. Lying on Shi Kei's original bed, Shirtu could not stretch his arms and legs. Sleeping on a bed is not as comfortable as sleeping on a kong. This small bed is okay for a girl like you, but if 2 people sleep on it, any noise can be heard in other rooms. Magpie punched Shirtu. What kind of noise do you want? You're still not behaving yourself after coming back for a day. Even if I want to be dishonest, the conditions here don't allow it. Magpie thought about how they made a lot of noise when they were at home. But at her mother's house, how dare she do that? Shirtu hugged Magpie and lay on the bed. Magpie nestled in Shida's arms and didn't dare to move much, for fear that he couldn't help it. Even though they felt a little uncomfortable at first, they fell asleep quickly when they smelled the familiar smell. The next morning, Magpie opened his eyes when he heard the noise outside. Father Li and Shirtu had already harnessed the donkey cart, boiled water, and filled 2 bamboo tubes with hot tea to drink on the road. Magpie hurried to the kitchen to dig out the rabbit. Dad, take this with you. There are rice. Eat this rabbit, and you can have lunch. Hey, you're thoughtful. After eating the rice and drinking water, the 2 drove out. Shi Kei looked at the sky and saw that it was still early, so after closing the door, he went back to the house and took a nap. Shirtu was not as skilled as Li Laodi in driving, so it was Li Laodi who drove when they went out. The donkey cart could not run fast, and the road in the countryside was not very flat, so the speed could not be very fast. Shirtu watched the little donkey running hard, but it was not as fast as he walked. Dad, I'll get off at the intersection ahead. I'm going to the mountain. You wait for me at the fork in the road of Xiaochuan village outside the county town. What are we going to do in the mountain? I thought you would have to take a detour when driving the donkey cart. I can take a shortcut in the mountain and get some game. Let us sell it in the county town first. We can't go to the county town in vain. I know the fork in the road of Xiaochuan village, but how long will it take you? Don't waste time on the road.
Don't worry, Dad.
I won't be late. Maybe I'll get there before you. Okay, as long as you have it in mind. Father Li also knew that Shirtu was fast and had good skills, so he let him go. Shirtu got off the car at the intersection and headed for the forest. Father Li drove the donkey cart and swayed towards the county town. Shirtu knew that time was short and it was impossible to go far, so he took a shortcut through the mountains in the direction of the county town. While walking, he kept an eye on the traces around him. There was no possibility of big prey, but catching a few rabbits would be fine. As he was walking, Shirtu suddenly stopped. There were 2 snakes coiled in the grass ahead. Ordinary people would not notice it at all, but Shirtu could smell the heat they emitted. A faint fishy smell. Okay, it's your turn. Anyway, we can't go empty-handed. And Fatherly took the backpack from behind, which contained lunch for 2 people, and Shike also put a few pieces of glutinous rice cakes. Fatherly took out a piece of glutinous rice cake and ate it slowly. The donkey cart was moving really slowly, and he felt a little sleepy from the swaying. Not far ahead is the fork in the road to Xiaochuan village. It will take more than an hour to reach the county town. I don't know if Shirtu has gotten off the car, it's already noon. Fatherly yawned and saw a figure sitting on the side of the road in front of him from a distance. Could it really be Shirtu? He got off so quickly. Walking closer. It was really Shirtu, and he also saw Fatherly. Fatherly saw Shirtu standing alone, with no prey around him. Didn't you catch any prey? How can you catch prey in such a short time? Shirtu chuckled. If you catch it, it will be more valuable than the prey. After saying that, he kicked a bunch of things tied with straw vines next to him. Fatherly took a closer look and said, "Oh my God, you're digging out a snake nest. How many snakes are there?" 3, the rest were too small, so I let them go. Oh my God, this one is poisonous. Where are you going to sell it to? Let's go to the pharmacy first. The whole body of a snake is a treasure. Its fangs can ward off evil spirits, and snake gallbladders are even better. I still have 2 snake gallbladders at home. I'll bring them to Dad to make wine someday. I forgot about them in such a hurry this time. Old Manly laughed. Okay, if we sell them, we can make a lot of money on this trip. He was happy and drove the cart to a shady place on the side of the road, where they had lunch. The main thing was to let the little donkey have a rest. It was tired after walking for half a day. After they had a good rest, they drove straight to the county town without stopping. You have to pay silver to drive a donkey cart into the county town. It was past noon now, so you didn't have to queue up to enter the city. The yamen runners guarding the gate of the county town came over to take a look and saw that it was an empty cart. 5 cents. Old Manly was stunned. Don't empty carts not do business and don't charge money? It's a new rule. Besides, your animal has to go in too. If it poops and pees, someone will have to clean it up. If we pull the goods into the city, it will cost more than 5 cents. Shirtu took out 5 cents and handed it over. I'm a country boy. I haven't been to the county town for a long time. I don't know the new rules. Please forgive me. The 2 men guarding the city gate saw that although Shirtu was tall and strong, he was easy to talk to, so they waved their hands and let them in. Shirtu whispered to Old Manly, "For several years, we have never charged money to enter the county town. This is not a good sign." Old Manly also nodded and said, "Let's find an inn first, store the car, and then go and have a look separately." After entering the county town, Fatherly and Shirtu looked around carefully. If you don't pay attention, you really can't see any clues. Fatherly has experienced the turmoil of the world and has encountered both natural disasters and man-made disasters, so he is very sensitive to some things. Shirtu has been a scout in the army, and some details can't be hidden from his eyes. Fatherly will go to the county town or town every once in a while, mainly because the countryside is too isolated and any news from the outside will never be passed on to the people below. By the time you know it at home, everything is too late. He brought Shike and Huzi back to the countryside to live a few years ago because he received the news in advance that the court was going to fight with foreign tribes and recruit soldiers. Although the countryside is a little hard, if something really happens, he can take the 2 children and hide even if he digs a hole in the ground. In the county town, there is no place to hide. They don't have anyone to rely on. If you want to live a peaceful life, you can't be blind. If the world changes and things get chaotic, they won't know anything and it will be too late to run. But now the county is still prosperous. On both sides of the wide road, all kinds of shops are open to welcome customers, and people carrying loads are shouting enthusiastically. The 2 found an inconspicuous inn, parked the donkey cart first, and asked the waiter to feed the donkey some fodder. After booking a room, the father and son went out. Li Dachui strolled around the county carelessly. because he had lived in the county before and was familiar with the roads. Shertu took the bundle of tightly wrapped vines and ran to the clinic. No need to ask, go straight to the largest clinic. When the medicine boy saw the tall man coming in, he hurried over and asked, "Brother, are you here to see a doctor or get medicine?" Shertu pointed to the vines in his hand. "I'm selling something. Let your shopkeeper take a look. Do you want it?" The medicine boy saw it and smiled. "Big brother, we don't accept this here. If the quality of the herbs is good, we can negotiate." Shertu saw that he had misunderstood. "Little brother, find a more secluded place. I'm afraid that if I open it, it will scare people." Shertu used his hands to pull the vines apart a little, and the medicine boy saw the blue and white snake coiled inside. "We can negotiate this. Big brother, come with me to the backyard." When they arrived at the backyard, Shertu squatted down and untied the vines layer by layer, slowly revealing the blue and white snake coiled inside. "Oh, big brother, this is really big. Please let the shopkeeper take a look first." When entering the backyard, the medicine boy asked someone to notify the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper also knew that the medicine boy brought people to the backyard, so there must be good things. So he came over without wasting time. "Shopkeeper, please take a look and see how much silver you can give for this. If it's suitable, you can keep it. If it's not suitable, I'll go to other pharmacies to ask." Bowen Hall is the largest medical clinic in the county, with guaranteed quality and credibility. The shopkeeper is naturally a discerning person. If it is really a good thing, he can also take it to other places. "I'll keep this. The blue and white snake, this kind of snake is poisonous and few people can catch it." The shopkeeper pondered for a while and said, "I won't quote a false price. I'll give you 12 taels of silver. Although these 3 snakes are poisonous, they are obviously not good. It should be that you were too heavy-handed when you caught them. The living and dead have 2 different prices. Only the snake gall is worth a little silver." "Okay, I'll do as the shopkeeper says." Shertu had other things to do and couldn't waste his time here. Besides, the shopkeeper's offer was not low. When he got to the front, Shertu paid the bill and left without looking back. Shertu also seemed to be wandering around the county aimlessly and then threw 2 cents into a beggar's bowl at an intersection. There are still such generous people these days, most of whom give alms of coarse flour buns or cakes. "Little brother, I have something to ask you." The little beggar was about 12 or 13 years old, or maybe older, but he looked very thin now. "What's the matter?" The little beggar had a good attitude. "I haven't been to the county town to sell things for a while. Why do I feel something is wrong this time? But I can't tell, little brother, do you know? I don't feel anything wrong. Anyway, he doesn't have enough to eat every day. It's okay now that the weather is warm, but when it gets cold, he may not be able to survive until next year. When I came here before, 2 stalls that usually had breakfast were not open, and the patrols in the city were stricter. Fortunately, I didn't bring things from home to sell this time, otherwise I would have to pay a few coins to enter the city gate." "Then you haven't been here for a while. The city gate has been collecting entrance fees for more than half a month, and we don't leave the city anyway. In addition, a lot of taxes have been added to small stalls, hawkers, and shops. Anyway, they all have their own names. Small businesses should rest first because they can't make a lot of money, not enough to give to the officials. The court has its own regulations, and the county magistrate cannot change them privately." The little beggar smiled. "Sir, what you said is really funny. Let's not talk about the court. It's too far away from me. Even if it's the county magistrate, I've seen his sedan chair, but what does it have to do with me? Who dares to disobey the decision made by the officials?" Shertu scratched his head. "I remember, he was not like this before. He has been here for 3 years. How come he suddenly seems like a different person? Who can know this?" After saying that, the little beggar looked at Shertu's honest appearance. He whispered to him, "I think you look like a good person, so I'll tell you, the county magistrate has just got 2 concubines. Each of them is very beautiful. How much silver do you think it cost? With the county magistrate's salary, is it enough to support a room full of women? He has to think of a way." Shertu smiled. "Yes, my family is not bad. I would stutter if I married one. So how could I think of having 2? The little beggar also smiled. "I didn't marry her. She was given to me by some high-ranking official." When we arrived at the county government office that day, several of us were standing not far from the back door, and we got a lot of things, so we knew it clearly. Sure too clapped his hands and said, "Then we can't talk about it anymore. It will be taboo if we talk about it again. I have to go home quickly." Sure too walked out of the alley and strolled on the street for a while before returning to the inn. Old Manly was familiar with the county and had strolled around many places. When Old Manly came back, it was already dark. Sure too waited for Old Manly to come back and asked the waiter to bring the meal to the house. Both of them were honest people and didn't do so many pretentious things. Each of them had a large bowl of rice, a large plate of stewed meat and potatoes, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables with spiced tofu. Both of them had been busy for half a day and were already hungry. They didn't even bother to exchange information and just ate their meals. After the meal, Sure too took the empty bowl away and asked the waiter to bring a pot of tea. Sure too poured it for Old Manly first and then poured himself a cup. "Dad, where did you go this afternoon? Did you hear anything?" Old Manly picked up the tea and took a sip, then pouted and put it down. "What kind of tea is this? It's really bad. Much worse than the one my daughter brought. I was in a hurry to go out, so I forgot that I should have brought some with me." Sure too took a sip and it tasted bitter, not as good as the ones he cooked. Then he heard Fatherly say, "It's hard to say now. It is said that the capital is quite chaotic, and the officials in our prefecture are the third prince's men, so each county under it has increased the intensity of tax collection, but how much can they get from the common people?" When Sure too heard this, he vaguely understood. "Dad, the emperor has 6 sons now, not counting the youngest. These 6 are all adults. Logically, the legitimate son of the empress should inherit the throne, just like us common people. The eldest son must get the biggest share." Fatherly smiled. "They don't get the biggest share, there's no comparison, but I heard that the prince is quite kind." Sure too nodded. "I have also heard that the prince is quite kind. Some people also say that he is cowardly and not suitable to be a monarch. Each has their own opinion. The third prince has considerable power, and his maternal and in-laws are his helpers, so he has the power to fight for it. That's just the 2 of them making trouble." Sure too shook his head. "There are also the second prince and the 4th prince. It was the second prince who fought against foreign enemies. No matter what year it is, he has the power to be strong with military power in his hands. That's the fight between these 3 sons. They are fighting in the capital, and we are far away from the emperor. Why should we collect taxes? No matter how we fight, we have to win people over, and winning people over requires money. No matter who is greedy, the people below dare only take the small head, and the big head has to be paid as tribute." Fatherly sighed. "I went around several shops that used to serve cooked food today. The names of the taxes now are all kinds of things such as public security tax and cleaning management tax. You say the government is in charge of public security. It's good that they don't come to make trouble. They make small businesses want to close down. When I entered the city gate today, there was no change on the surface. There were still many shops open for business, but I couldn't tell at first. It's only been more than half a month. Even if it's difficult, we have to grit our teeth and hold on. Otherwise, the shop rent, the employees' wages, and the people in the yamen have to spend money from time to time." Old Manly looked at Sure too and asked, "You have been a soldier. Do you think the emperor's sons will fight for power? But don't expect them to fight. They only have power in their eyes, not the common people. We will be the ones who will suffer then. Yes, if they want to fight, they will definitely find people to guard their own territory and raise private soldiers first. But the soldiers need food, drink, and military pay, and they need money everywhere. Where does the money come from? They have to increase taxes layer by layer to plunder the common people. I'm afraid that they will recruit soldiers and increase the head tax. Then the people will have a hard time. If it's a good year, we can still get by. But if there's another famine, life will be unbearable. The people in power won't care about the lives of ordinary people. Sure too, we have to prepare early. The court has a regulation for conscription. A family must keep 1 adult male. We don't have to worry about this, but if we really fight together, the world will definitely be in chaos." This reminded Old Manly of what he had heard before. It seemed that when the current emperor first ascended the throne, He also went through a struggle before he came to power. According to rumors, the capital was in a killing spree at that time. Many officials were dismissed, and even many in the prefectures and counties below were implicated. Dad, don't worry so much. It shouldn't be that fast. After all, the old emperor hasn't died yet. No matter what, you have to take care of the surface. The more shameless a person is, the more he cares about his face. Then there is still time to prepare. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Sure too, you have to know this. Sure too nodded. He originally had a cave in the mountains, but he hadn't been there for a long time. It seems that he has to go into the mountains that day to clean up the nest, just in case there is chaos outside. As long as there is chaos outside, he will take the magpie into the mountains and hide for 2 years. He looked up at Old Man Lee. He also had to take Old Man Lee and his brother-in-law with him. Otherwise, the magpie would definitely not go with him. After exchanging information, the father and son washed their feet and went to bed. The next day, the two left the inn and went to a breakfast stall not far from the yamen gate to have breakfast. The most direct thing to say is to see the people in the yamen. Boss, give me 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles. Okay, wait a minute. Boss, your place is so close to the yamen gate, your business should be good? But why are there so few people coming to eat so early in the morning? It was good before, but these days, oh, forget it, I won't say anything, I will close the stall at the end of the month. I can't do it anymore. The boss kept busy with his hands, sighing, and no smile on his face. The boss's wife was also full of complaints. Our noodle stall has been open for 4 or 5 years, and it is usually full of people. But from the beginning of the month, we have to pay road occupation fees, road blocking fees, and security fees. How much can we earn from our small business, and we still have to pay them? They come here to eat something and give me credit. Do you think we can continue this business? After a while, the boss brought the noodles. The 2 of them ate up the noodles, and when they paid the bill, it was 12 cents a bowl. Boss, I remember that shredded pork noodles were only 8 cents. Why are you charging so much here? It's not because no one comes because it's too expensive, right? The boss's wife said, Don't say that, young man. The price of rice and flour has increased, and my noodles have to increase with it. Otherwise, how can I say that I can't continue this business? Shirtu said nothing more and paid the bill happily. The 2 left the breakfast stall and bought 4 more hot buns. The bowl of noodles just now did not fill them up at all. Sure enough, the price of buns also went up. The 2 went straight to the grain store. The grain prices in the county and town were not much different, but the grain prices in the county town had indeed gone up. Dad, the summer harvest is about to arrive. The grain prices should not go up. Old Man Lee shook his head. No, this is not right. Dad, since we came here in a donkey cart, we should not go back empty-handed. Let's buy some food and take it back. She and I don't farm, so we have to save more food in advance. Old Man Lee said, Okay, let us buy it from the town and see the grain prices in the town. I have silver with me, so I'll buy some back. No, Dad, I sold my snake for more than 10 taels, so I can buy more food. You don't need to help me with the silver. Old Man Lee chuckled. Okay, I said there's money to be made this time. Let's go catch the cart. We can still get home before dark if we leave the city now. The father and son agreed and headed for the inn. On the way, Shirtu bought a lot of meat buns. These would have to be eaten on the way. After they harnessed the donkey cart, they planned to go back to the town to have a look. When passing by a dim sum shop, Old Man Lee couldn't help it and got off the cart to buy 2 boxes of dim sum. They were all the favorites of his daughter and son. Shirtu. Shike was greedy when she was young and loved dim sum. She could also make them, and she wanted to open a dim sum shop in the town at that time. But it would definitely be a bad influence for a girl to do business in public, so I stopped her from opening it. Shirtu smiled. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Shike is a good cook and her glutinous rice cakes are delicious. There are several ways to make glutinous rice cakes alone. At that time, I was just dealing with food at home, otherwise I wouldn't have eaten so much. Shirtu said with a smile, Not fat, this is just right.
People who are too thin are not blessed.
When Old Man Lee heard what Shirtu said, he laughed. They arrived in town safely and went straight to the grain store. They went to the same store where Shike had brought Shirtu before. When the clerk saw Shirtu, he immediately thought of him. The main reason was that this man was generous and bought hundreds of kilograms of grain. Who would buy so much at once? Shirtu asked about the price of the grain, and fortunately, it was still the original price. Just like last time, 100 kilograms of white flour, 100 kilograms of white rice, 100 kilograms of brown rice, and 10 kilograms of broken rice. After hearing this, the shopkeeper ran over in a hurry. "Oh, I guessed it was you when I heard the voice." Old Man Li said, "Old Liang, I've been standing here for a long time and you didn't see me." Shopkeeper Liang slapped his thigh. "Oh, I knew who it was Old Li. I haven't seen you for some time." Shopkeeper Liang greeted Old Man Li enthusiastically and then looked at Shirtu. "This is my brother-in-law. He bought a lot from your family last time." Old Man Li said. The shopkeeper said, "I remember that I didn't meet such a generous person in a year. It's been such a short time. Why does he want so much again?" Old Man Li said, "Look at his piece. One person eats as much as 3 or 5 people. Can he buy less? Besides, his family is planning to start construction, so we have to provide meals for people. You can't use white rice and white flour for meals. Give us more brown rice." My brother-in-law is honest. We still have brown rice and whole grain flour at home, but we have run out of precious rice and flour. How about it? I'll take care of your business. Shirtu laughed secretly. Old Man Li even made up an excuse for him to come to buy food in the future. Shopkeeper Liang laughed. "Take care of him, or brotherly, don't go home today, stay in town for one night, and I'll treat you to a drink." Old Man Li also laughed and waved his hand. No, if you are free someday, come to my place in the countryside and I can treat you to a drink. The people working at home are still waiting for the rice to be cooked, so quickly ask the servants to prepare rice and noodles for us. Okay, hurry up, give enough portions, and give more broken rice. As he spoke, the servants prepared enough food and put it on the donkey cart outside. After coming out, Shirtu bought 2 jars of good wine and put them on the cart. As soon as Old Man Li saw it, he knew that it was his brother-in-law who was honoring him, and he couldn't help but laugh. He raised the whip and drove the donkey cart back to Xiaoliang village. When they got home, the sun was about to set, and every household was either cooking or preparing to eat. Magpie looked at the sky outside. It was already this late. Why hadn't his father and Shirtu come back yet? "Sister, when are we going to eat?"
I'm hungry.
Shirtu asked his sister while eating glutinous rice cake. What a little brat. He has eaten his father out of money, but his mouth is never idle, but he is still complaining of hunger.
I'll go roll the noodles now.
Shike had already fried the sauce, cut a plate of braised meat, and mixed a plate of cold dishes. He wanted to wait for his father and Shirtu to come back before rolling the noodles. Forget it. The 2 of them will eat first. Shike went to the kitchen, and Huzi followed, sitting on a small stool to light the fire for his sister. A large pot of water took a while to boil. Shike rolled enough noodles for 2 people and put the rest of the noodles in a basin. Before the noodles were put into the pot, there was a knock on the door outside. Huzi jumped up when he heard the sound. "Sister, it's Dad and brother-in-law who are back." Huzi trotted over to open the door. "Dad, brother-in-law, you are finally back." Huzi removed the threshold of the gate and asked his father to drive the donkey cart in first. Shike then left the house. "Dad, why did you get home so late? What did you buy?" "So many things." Shirtu looked at Shikwebec. They had just not seen each other for 2 days, but why did it feel like they had been separated for a long time? "Shike, we bought a lot of rice and flour from the town when we came back. Our family uses a lot, so we should store more." "Okay, unload it first. I'll go roll noodles and have fried noodles with soybean paste in the evening." Shirtu and Old Man Li unloaded everything from the car and led the donkey to the shed to feed it water and straw. Huzi carried 2 boxes of snacks back to the house. After putting them away, he ran back to the kitchen to help his sister boil water. "Sister, Dad bought snacks for us. I saw that there is your favorite rose pastry. You read just thinking about eating. Your mouth is always busy when you come back. Why are you still complaining of being hungry?" "I don't know. I'm just not full, and I just want to eat."
Onfek Ismail.
Fortunately, there was only one boy. If there were 3 or 4 boys in the family, I would have gone broke. Shirtu washed his hands and came over to ask, Shike, what can I do for you? No need. I've taken the dishes and the food to the room. You and Dad can go and have a rest. It will be ready soon.
Don't worry about it.
Shirtu saw that Shike didn't need his help, so he turned around and went out. Shike turned around and called Huzi, go get the teapot and make some tea for Dad and the others. They must be thirsty after all the journey. Okay, I'll go right away. The water was about to boil, so he made some tea to quench their thirst. The noodles were also quick to cook. Shike skillfully rolled out a large piece of noodles before putting them in the pot to cook. Knowing that his father and Shirtu had big appetites, he rolled a lot of noodles. Since one pot couldn't hold all the noodles, he cooked them in 2. Father Li and Shirtu washed their faces, dried their hands, and sat at the table to drink 2 glasses of water. Father Li breathed a sigh of relief. They say a poor nest is better than your own. It's true. I feel great when I get home. Shirtu said, Dad, you can keep half of the rice and flour. I have to use the donkey cart tomorrow to pull the rest back. Go ahead and use it. I'm of no use to you. You can just drive me away. I won't keep any rice and flour. The summer harvest is almost here. I'm going to save all the grain from the 2 seasons this year and won't sell a single grain. Dad, it'll take some time before the grain is stored in the warehouse.
Keep half of it for now.
I'll go to the town in 2 days to take a look. If there's any change, I'll buy more. Okay, then Dad won't be polite with you. After a while, the magpie came in with a bowl of noodles. Dad, Brother Shirtu, eat quickly. The magpie helped the 2 of them pick up a large bowl each, and then picked up the remaining noodles in the bowl into the empty bowl. Dad, there's still a pot left. Don't worry, eat slowly. The pot will be ready soon. Don't worry. We're already home. What's the hurry? Although Father Li and Shirtu said they were not in a hurry, they ate the noodles very quickly. Before Shike brought the second bowl, the father-in-law and son-in-law had finished the noodles in their bowls. After the second bowl of noodles was brought over, Shike and Huzi sat down to eat. Dad, the meat I brought has been smoked. I am usually too lazy to cook, so when steaming rice, I can cut some bacon and some vegetables and mix them together. It is more convenient to steam bacon rice. Father Li nodded, okay, this is more convenient and tastes better. When Shike is not at home, it is Father Li who cooks, but he does not have the patience to cook on time every day, so the father and son often fool around. That's why Huzi is looking forward to his sister coming back. The next day, after lunch, Shirtu left 50 kilograms of rice and 50 kilograms of flour for Father Li and Huzi, and loaded the rest on the donkey cart. Huzi has been following his sister everywhere. Don't follow me all the time. You are more clingy than Xiaohui. Go to school quickly, or you'll be late this afternoon. Huzi said with a slightly nasal tone, I will go to school after I send my sister away. It's okay if I'm late, I will make it up. Old Man Li also said, It's okay if I'm late. I'm not counting on him to pass the imperial examination. Old Man Li put the box of rose cakes he bought in the car. He said to Shike as he did when he was a child, Don't eat too much of this, you have to eat when you need to eat, and eat this as a snack. Suddenly, Shike's nose felt a little sour. He sniffed it quickly and nodded, I know. Dad, we re-leaving. I'll come to see you when I'm free. Shirtu also said, Dad, we re-leaving. You go back. Huzi, get in the car. I'll take you there. Oh, Huzi, carrying his school bag, sat next to his sister. Old Man Li watched the donkey cart go away, and the figure of his daughter on the cart became more and more blurred. Then he went back home with his hands behind his back. For some reason, after his daughter left, he didn't feel like going out. Looking at the bacon hanging on the beam in the kitchen, his daughter had already smoked it for him. The pots, pans, stoves, and floors in the kitchen were all clean for him. Back in the house, he took a sip of water. This tea was also brought to him by his daughter. Why does it taste different now? Forget it. Go back to the house and lie down for a while. Lying on the bed, he realized that the bedding on the bed was very soft. It must be that Shike had helped him dry it when he was away.
Li Dachui rubbed his chest. Oh my, why is it so uncomfortable here? I should have recruited a son-in-law to stay at home, and I can see him whenever I want.
Hu Zi was also not very happy.
When they arrived at the entrance of the alley where Master Li lived, Shike said, "Go quickly, come to your sister's house to play for a day during the holidays. What if Dad doesn't let me go? Then bring Dad with you." Hu Zi then smiled. "Okay, next time I go, I'll ask my brother-in-law to take me fishing." Shirtu smiled. "What's so difficult about that? I'll teach you how to roast them when you catch them." Hu Zi smiled. "Okay, I'll remember that, brother-in-law. You have to keep your word." Shirtu laughed. "Go quickly, and come to my brother-in-law's house when you have time." Hu Zi then happily trotted to school. Shirtu drove the donkey cart towards Xiaohe village. Shike didn't take the car either, but walked slowly side by side with Shirtu. Shirtu told Shike about what had happened in the past 2 days. According to that, there may be chaos for a while in the future. That should be the case. If they really fight among themselves, it's inevitable. Yuri just bored. Why do you need so many?
You can take them away when they die.
When they make trouble, the people will suffer. Shirtu looked at Shike's angry face and couldn't help but smile. Yuri right. When they make trouble, the people will suffer. As long as the world is in chaos, various taxes and levies will increase. If a war breaks out, it is possible that they will use their power to recruit private soldiers, and the price of food will also rise. Think about how much money ordinary people can earn in a year. How can they withstand such a toss? Brother Shirtu, why don't you buy more food and save more? Then he thought for a while and said, Brother Shirtu, even if you don't like farming, we have to buy more land in the future. Just like my family, if you don't farm, you can rent it out, and you can guarantee a harvest regardless of drought or flood. No matter what time it is, having food is the safest. Shirtu thought for a while and said, there are many mountains and few good fields in Sichuan County. Don't even think about buying near our village. If you want to buy, you can only go to Pingqiu County next door. It's also okay at the junction of the two counties, but it's far from home. Anyway, we don't farm, we rent it out, and we can go and have a look when we have free time. This distance doesn't matter. Shirtu thought about it in his heart. The magpie asked Brother Shirtu, what do you think? Should we buy it? Magpie, let's wait and buy. Haven't you noticed that the more peaceful the times, the lower the price of grain but the higher the price of good farmland? When the world is in turmoil, grain grows rapidly and ordinary people cannot afford to eat it, but good farmland is sold at a low price. The magpie is also very smart, and he thought of it immediately. Brother Shirtu, you mean that when the world is in turmoil, we should take the opportunity to buy some? We can say hello to the dealer first. Besides, it is the summer harvest now. If it is not difficult, no one will sell the land now. The magpie nodded. Even if she did not go to the fields, she knew that it was almost time to harvest the grain. So, who would sell the land? The two walked and were not in a hurry to go home. Even though it was getting dark, the magpie was not afraid with Shirtu by her side. But at this time, when they were about to reach the edge of the grove, Shall we suddenly cried. The magpie hurriedly bent down. Shall we come? I will hold you. Don't cry. When Shall we cried, Shirtu became alert and looked around. A light flashed in the woods by the roadside. Magpie, hold Shall we and stand back. After Shirtu finished speaking, he found a not too thick wooden stick nearby and held it in his hand. Before he took the third step forward, 3 people emerged from the woods. Shirtu saw how they were dressed, and he knew they were not specially intercepted. They were a few people from some village who were entangled together. He knew at a glance that they were the kind of people who were not doing their jobs properly. Leave the car, leave the food, leave the silver, and you two can go. Shirtu just felt funny. I bought it with silver, and I won't leave a single grain of rice. If you 3 still have eyes, get out of my way quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. The 3 of them saw that this man was quite arrogant. Although he was burly, there were 3 of them, and he could beat 3 alone. One of them came out with a bulging belly and said, Don't be ungrateful. Letting you 2 go is to save your lives. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have to leave this young lady behind. Oh, the young lady is pretty, and it just so happens that I don't have enough silver. I haven't been to that place to play for a long time.
It doesn't matter if it's any other stone, but when he mentioned the magpie and heard him talking nonsense, he couldn't help it. Before he finished speaking, he swung out the wooden stick and hit him in the face. The man was caught off guard and was hit. The man held his face and wailed, "My face is disfigured. My face is disfigured. Oh, brothers, come on." The other two men rushed toward the stone, and one of them had a dagger in his hand. "Brother Shirtu, be careful." It had been a long time since Shirtu had fought with anyone, so he couldn't help but get angry when he saw the two men trying to kill him. The two men attacked him from both sides, and he exerted force on his feet and kicked out with one leg, knocking one of them to the ground with a sweeping kick. The man with the knife swung the knife and stabbed him in the chest. Shike watched the man fall to the ground from behind, picked up a stone from the side, and hit him on the head. The man just struggled to get up when he felt a hit on the head, and touched it again, there was blood. Seeing that he was hit by the stone and had not fainted yet, Shike kicked him in the chest. The man fell to the ground, and this time he really couldn't get up. Shirtu saw the opportunity and grabbed the arm of the man with the knife. The man with the knife's face changed. It hurts, let go, I won't bother you anymore. Shike clapped her hands and came over, "Come, let me play with you." The man's wrist was pinched by the stone, and the knife fell to the ground. The magpie picked up the knife, which was quite sharp. He put the knife on the man's face, and then moved it from his face to his neck. The man hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? I told you to leave, so don't do anything." The magpie said, "Do you think I should write the word thief on your face, or leave 2 marks on your neck?" "Oh, I'm not sure when I hit you, so you bear with it. I'll be gentler. Don't worry, I'm the one who slaughters chickens and fish at home, and I'm pretty good at playing with knives." The man immediately admitted his mistake. Auntie, we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you." "But you've already provoked us. Tell me, which village are you from? If you say a wrong word, I'll cut your face with a knife." "We are from Xiaochuan village, and the one you knocked unconscious is from Li village." "You are so close to the county town. Why don't you go to the county town to make a fortune instead of running to the countryside to show off? Don't you come to the countryside because you can't make it? We don't want to come here either. We are a bunch of poor guys with no money at all." When Shirtu heard this, he thought that the more such people there were, the more gossip they would have. "I heard that the county town is not very peaceful now. Tell me what's new." The man hurriedly said, "Then let go of your hand first. My wrist is going to break." Shirtu was very obedient and let him go. "Go on, explain it clearly." The man rubbed his wrist and muttered, "Why do you country bumpkins ask so clearly? Do you understand?" He turned his head and saw that Shirtu had a bad look on his face, so he hurriedly said, "I will only say it once. It's not my fault if you don't understand. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Shike raised the knife in his hand. "I have a lover in the building." She said that the girl hung in their building was kept by someone a few days ago. She said that she was helping to entertain guests. When she came back, she found out that it was someone from the capital. It was said that someone in the capital issued an order asking the capital and several counties below to raise military funds and store grain. If a countryman really heard this, he might not be able to understand it. But Shirtu must have been in the military camp, so he must know some of the relationships. "Okay, let's go. Don't do this in the country in the future. There are many places to make money. Don't do such a shameful thing." The man forced a smile and said to Shike, "Give me back the knife." Shike hid the knife behind his back and said, "No, if you dare to come again, I will kill you with a knife." The man choked. He just wanted to play with this young lady, but now she is so fierce. Who is going to play with whom? He didn't dare to stay any longer. He first helped up the man who was hit on the head by the stone, and then carried the man who was knocked unconscious by the magpie. 2 of the 3 men were bleeding. The man who was hit on the head by the stone was still dizzy. The man was carrying one on his back and supporting another, and he couldn't walk steadily. The magpie laughed. Shirtu also looked at the magpie, who was really bold. "Brother Shirtu, they won't come back to retaliate against us, will they? Why, are you scared? Weren't you very arrogant just now?" The magpie drew out the knife. "Don't be afraid.
In a real one-on-one fight, he may not be able to beat me. Shirtu took the knife and put it on the donkey cart. Be careful. Don't cut yourself again. They won't come here. You see, they are fierce, but they are not unforgivable people. Otherwise, that person would have run away by himself and would have taken his 2 companions with him. That's right. He doesn't look like a vicious person. He has hands and feet. He can do anything else but rob people. No country person would carry money when he goes out. In fact, there are always a few such people in every village. They're not doing their jobs properly and are good at stealing. It's hard to say how bad they are, but they're just not liked by others. Shirtu looked at the excited face of the magpie and said, if you encounter such things or bad guys in the future, don't go forward. No matter how strong a girl is, she can't compare with a man. I know. Aren't you here? If you meet bad guys in the future, let's cooperate. You knock them down, and I'll finish them off. Even if there are more, we don't have to be afraid. The magpie imagined the scene. Well, it was pretty cool. Shirtu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Whose wife is like the magpie, eager to fight with people. They hurried home because it was dark when they were delayed. The 2 of them quickened their pace, and it was already dark when they got home. The magpie opened the gate of the courtyard, and Shirtu parked the donkey cart at the door and carried the food in first. The magpie hurriedly lit the oil lamp, and Shirtu put all the food in the cellar with the help of the light. Brother Shirtu, the donkey cart can't be put in the backyard. The vegetables have just grown, and it will be ruined if it is put in the front yard. If you put it in the front yard, your flowers will be ruined. The magpie looked at the flowers and plants he planted. It would be a pity to ruin them, because he had dug them with great difficulty. Brother Shirtu, can you put it at the door? Someday you can fence off the door and build a donkey shed? Shirtu smiled. You really don't plan to return it to your father. Even if we return it to my father, we can buy a set of carriages and horses in the future. We need a place to put them after we buy them. Shirtu looked at it, then put it next to the kitchen and pushed the carriage to the backyard. Magpie and the little donkey are very familiar with each other. He came over and patted its head and said, Don't call a night. I will give you fresh, tender grass later. As he said that, he tied the little donkey to a pillar next to the kitchen. Shirtu put the cart aside and closed the door. Only then did he see 3 ropes made of grass tied to the fence outside. This was an agreement between him and Dainyu. If someone needs to find him for something, when he is not there, 3 ropes made of grass or vines can be twisted and hung at the door so that he can see them when he comes back. Did Dainyu come to see him? Magpie, I'm going out for a while. When I come back, I'll get some fodder for the little donkey. Okay, I think I'll go in a while. Then I'll cook first. Don't come back too late.
Got it.
After Shirtu finished speaking, he turned and went out. He first went to visit Brother Dainyu in the village and brought back the fodder when he came back. Now it was completely dark, and Shike hurriedly washed his hands and went into the kitchen with an oil lamp. Shike thought it would not take long to pick the fodder, so he wanted to make it simple. There were still a lot of wild vegetables left in the basket, but they were all wilted. He picked out some of the vegetable hearts, and the green onions were also a little wilted. Washed them and cut them into small pieces. He also used a small bowl to mix the batter and beat eggs in it. Shike made wild vegetable and egg dumpling soup. It's easier, and it will be done in a short while. There were no pancakes or steamed buns at home, and it was too time-consuming to make pancakes, so I mixed the batter and spread thin pancakes. But after I finished all the work, Shirtu didn't come back. I looked out at the gate of the yard. It was pitch black outside, and I couldn't see too far with the moonlight. Really, how far can you run after pulling some grass? It's better to just pull the little donkey out to eat. Taking this opportunity, I fed the chickens behind, and gave the little donkey water. After a lot of work, Shirtu didn't come back. Shike was startled. Could it be? He encountered robbers again. He quickly took out the knife he got by accident today, held it in his hand, and was about to go out. Shike held the knife in his hand, and he felt confident and courageous. Just as he walked down at the door, he saw a figure coming over. Shike, why did you come out? It's because you haven't come back for so long, and I'm worried. Shirtu walked up to him and saw Shike holding a knife, and couldn't help but smile. Brother Shirtu,
Why are you back so late? Shike saw that Shirtu was holding some grass in his hand, but there wasn't much. It would take so long to pull out just a few blades of grass. Go home. Why are you still carrying a knife so late? Go back quickly. Brother Shirtu, where have you been? Go home first. I'm hungry. I'll talk to you after dinner. After entering the courtyard, Shirtu fed the freshly pulled grass to the donkey. Shike closed the courtyard door and went into the kitchen. Shirtu washed his hands in the courtyard and also went into the kitchen. The two of them didn't put up a table. Each of them had a bowl of noodle soup and 8 pancakes for a meal. Shike tidied up the kong. After all, no one had lived there for 2 days. Shirtu lay down and said, "Let's go see Sister Choi tomorrow." What's the matter? Did you go to Brother Dania's house at night? Shirtu nodded. Yesterday, Ernie's wife's family came over, and somehow they ended up at Brother Dania's house. They beat up Sister Choi for bullying people like that. I'm not sure. I didn't see Sister Choi today. Brother Daniel just said a few words vaguely. Okay, I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Nothing happened that night. When the two had breakfast the next day, Shike went to the village first. Shirtu wanted to take the donkey to the foot of the mountain to feed it. Shike didn't want to wait for him and left first. When she arrived in the village, she saw someone looking at her with curiosity. Shike thought conceitedly, "Am I the most beautiful young wife in the village?" When she arrived at Brother Dania's house, she pushed the door open, but it was still locked. She knocked hard twice. "Sister Choi, are you home?" After a while, footsteps were heard. Sister Choi opened the door, and Shike was about to speak when she was stunned. "Sister Choi, what's going on? Why are you so cruel?" Mrs. Choi said nothing and hurriedly pulled Shike in and locked the door again. When they got to the house, Gooden was sitting on the kong. Shike was so startled that even Gooden's face was scratched. "Onseke, sit down." "Mrs. Choi, why did you hit him so hard?" "Shirtu didn't explain clearly yesterday and I was worried about him, so I came here without waiting for him." "Why isn't Brother Daniel at home?" Mrs. Choi poured Shike a glass of water, shook her head, and smiled bitterly. Then she told her about what had happened in the past 2 days. It was not that the two sisters-in-law had never quarreled before. It was originally a quarrel between women, and it would have been over after the quarrel, but her mother-in-law got involved again. That night, Shirtu played a trick on old lady Nyo and choked her face and nose. That night, they went to see a doctor in the neighboring Dea village and spent a lot of money. After spending so much money in a row, Ernia's wife felt uncomfortable. When she saw her mother-in-law again, she was very upset. The mother-in-law had a face full of wounds and was in so much pain that she couldn't move. She took the opportunity to go back to her parents' home. Old Mrs. Nyo and Nyo's wife were actually aunt and niece. When her family heard that the old aunt and the young aunt had suffered such a great injustice, they couldn't stand it. The next day, they called their 2 sons to come over. Old Mrs. Nyo's brother and his wife Aunt Hua, with their 2 sons, came to support their sister and daughter. The village was bustling at once. As soon as she reached the entrance of the village, she saw someone looking over, and Aunt Hua opened her voice and cried loudly. "My poor daughter, she can suffer such a great injustice from her own aunt. I feel so heartbroken. No matter who beat her daughter, these people are afraid that they cannot beat her, so they're going to make a big deal out of it today." Ernia's wife told old lady Nyo after she got home. When she heard her mother crying, she ran out and also cried and threw herself into her mother's arms. "Dad, Mom, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would be bullied to death." "Who bullied my daughter? I will fight him. I don't want my old life anymore, but I have to avenge my daughter." Ernia's wife cried and said, "Mom, please don't. That's your nephew's wife." When Aunt Hua heard this, she immediately shouted at the top of her voice, "Is it Dinyo's family? How can they, as brothers and sisters-in-law, bully their younger brother and sister-in-law like this? They don't even care about his mother. What's the point of having such a son?" After saying that, she turned around and ran to Dania's house. After these shouts, many idle people at home were called out of the house. Aunt Hua took her husband and 2 sons to Dania's house. Daeniu and his wife had just finished their meal, and Daeniu had not gone to the fields yet. Sister Chui had just cleaned up for her son when she heard a shouting in the yard. Daeniu saw his aunt coming in the yard and wanted to greet her, but before he could say anything, Aunt Hua came up and slapped her twice. "I'm going to beat you, you black-hearted rascal. That's your sister-in-law and your cousin, and you just watch her being bullied." "Aunt, it was just a few quarrels, and my wife's face is still bruised." "Yes, it was just a few quarrels with your wife, but outsiders came to the door and beat your cousin and your mother like that. Why didn't you say a word?" Only then did Daeniu understand that they didn't dare to provoke Shirtu, and they went back to their uncle's house to call for reinforcements.
What could he say?
He said that his mother was unreasonable and that his brothers and cousins were unreasonable. He simply shut up and let his aunt punch him a few times to vent his anger. But when his uncle and aunt saw that he was silent, they thought that he was guilty, and his uncle was also very angry. "What's the point of raising you to this age? You watched your family being bullied and didn't say anything. Beat him and let him remember it." The two cousins also came up to beat him, but Sister Chui wouldn't stand it. She locked her son in the house, went out and rushed towards Danieau's aunt, pulling her away. Even if Danieau was disliked by his parents, he was still their nephew, but Danieau's wife was an outsider. Hua Shinner immediately became energetic and hit Sister Chui in the face. Sister Chui was not to be outdone, and immediately fought back, and the two of them started fighting. Danieau wanted to come over to pull them apart, but was held back by his uncle and two cousins. "Daeniu, they're determined not to let us have our fun. You go find someone quickly. Go find Shirtu." Sister Chui saw that they were really ruthless, and how could the two of them beat so many people? When Niu and his wife came over later, the two of them would be in even more trouble, so they quickly called Shirtu over. Daeniu also understood that he couldn't really fight back against his parents or his uncle's family. Just like now, although his uncle and two cousins were angry, they did not attack his wife. He turned around and ran out of the house. Thinking about it, he felt sorry for Shirtu. Every time he had something to do, he would come to him. When he got here and saw that the door was locked, he shouted a few times, and then he remembered that Shike had said that she would go back to her mother's house. It seemed that the two of them stayed there and did not come back. He was worried that his wife was alone at home, so he left a mark and turned around and ran back home. But there were a lot of people gathered at the door of the house. As soon as he squeezed in, he was furious. Sister Chui and Aunt Hua rolled on the ground, beating and cursing. Ernia's wife also came over. Seeing her mother being beaten by her eldest sister-in-law, she also went to help her mother, and this time Sister Chui suffered. Just as Daeniu left, Sister Chui hinted to a young wife outside the door, who was usually on good terms with her, to send a message to her mother's family. Whoever's mother's family is not alone, she is not afraid of her four brothers. When Sister Chui gets angry, she is not vague. She kicked Ernia's wife away and pulled Aunt Hua's hair so that she couldn't move. Aunt Hua was in so much pain that she kept cursing and saying all kinds of ugly things. But at this moment, Gooden heard his mother's voice and ran out. Ernia's wife saw her mother being beaten, and she was so anxious that she hugged Gooden and twisted her hands on his thighs. Gooden burst into tears. Ernia's wife shouted, "Let my mother go, or I will beat her." Gooden was Chui's weak spot, so she pushed Aunt Hua away. Chui's hands were very strong, and Aunt Hua sat on the ground with a big buttocks after being pushed by her. She held her waist and cried in pain. Ernia's wife threw Gooden to the ground and ran over to help her mother. "Mom, how are you? Where are you hurt?" Aunt Hua cried. "This shrew is really murderous. She wants to kill me." Ernia's wife saw her mother crying in pain, and she couldn't help but get angry. She turned around and threw Chui Saozi, who was about to hug Gooden, to the ground. Chui Saozi and Ernia's wife had fought many times, but they had never really lost their temper. But today was different. She even called all her family members over. Before she could comfort her son, Ernia's wife threw her to the ground again and slapped her twice. Chui Saozi grabbed her hair and scratched her neck and face. Ernia's wife screamed sharply, "It hurts so much. My face is disfigured. I will fight with you today. Erniu's wife's younger brother saw that his sister's face was bleeding after being beaten, so he grabbed Gooden. If you dare to hit my sister again, I will throw this little rascal to death. Go Danner was lifted up by someone's hand and burst into tears. At this moment, Daeniu came back. He married his wife at an old age and had only this one son. If anyone dared to touch his son, he would really fight to the death. Chun Erquin, you dare. He ran over in 2 steps, kicked Chun Erquin's leg, and hugged his son. Daeniu was very strong, and he kicked hard. Chun Erquin lay on the ground holding his leg and wailing. My leg is broken. Oh, broken, you broke my leg. Daenia's uncle and aunt were shocked. Needless to say, Daenia's uncle, aunt, and Chen Dequan rushed to Daeniu. Daenia bent his waist, protected his son in his arms, and let the 3 of them beat him. There were people standing in a circle outside the door watching the excitement, and some of them were shouting, "Stop fighting, talk it out if you have anything to say. This is really ridiculous. They've come to our doorstep to bully us. What's there to say? Why didn't we see the old man and old lady from the Nyo family come over? Oh, if they hadn't gotten involved, how could these 2 brothers be so at odds with each other? I wonder how you can talk like that. No matter what, you can't say bad things about your old family." People were talking outside, but no one really helped. As they were talking, they heard someone shouting at the door, "Please make way, listen, I want to see if my sister is still alive." As they were saying this, a group of people squeezed in from outside, led by a woman. She looked quite old, followed by another woman and 3 young men. Sister Chui also burst into tears. "Sister-in-law, you finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have really died." "Sister," he pulled Sister Chui up. "Look how cowardly you are. It's not worth crying for just a few people." Then he turned around and looked at Daeniu, who was being chased and beaten. At this moment, Daeniu was also in a mess. He had to protect his son and avoid being beaten by his uncle and aunt. "Why are you 3 still standing there? Throw these 2 old guys and these 2 kids out of the yard." After receiving the letter, Chui's sister-in-law called the brothers who had just come back from the fields. The eldest brother of the He family was not at home because of something, so his sister-in-law brought the 3 younger brothers and the second brother's wife to come together. Chui's sister-in-law is the youngest in the family. Her parents are gone, and she was almost raised by his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law also loves Chui very much. Otherwise, during the busy farming season, she would have brought people over immediately when she heard that she was in trouble. The situation immediately reversed, and even Ernio's wife was not spared. She was slapped hard by his sister-in-law. When the fight was going on, Ernio came. He was about to come over, but was stopped by his parents. Why did he come here? Should I fight or try to stop the fight? It would be better not to show up, since I wouldn't suffer any loss anyway. When Aunt Nio estimated the time, she asked Ernio to come over. But when he came over, he saw that his wife's face was even more unbearable to look at. Moreover, his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and 2 brothers-in-law were pressed to the ground and beaten. Somehow, Aunt Nio also came over after receiving the letter, and she immediately refused to do it after seeing it. Her action made others quite restrained. No one from the He family attacked her, so they could only hide. After all, she was his younger sister's mother-in-law, and it would be a big deal if she was really beaten. It was during the chaos that Gooden was pushed to the ground, and his face was scratched. Sister Chui sat on the ground holding her son and started crying. "You are a bunch of robbers. You are a bunch of rascals. I will not live with your Neo family anymore. You bully people to death, God. Why are you crying? Pack up your things and go home with your sister-in-law." After saying this, Hideseo turned to Neo Deseo and Daenia's uncle and aunt and said, "You are the elders, and you are also the family members. You have separated the young couple and caused the wife and children to be separated. Aren't you afraid of retribution? How could Daenia let Chui's wife go?" It took a lot of persuasion to make Hideseo calm down. The 3 brothers of the He family drove everyone from the Neo family out, and Hideseo wiped Chui's face clean and applied medicine. Gooden was held in the arms of his second uncles, and he choked softly for a long time before he stopped. After hearing this, Shikei couldn't help but clenched her fists. If she and Shirtu were at home, how could the Chin family be so arrogant and bully people like this? Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry. In fact, it was Shirtu and I who caused it, but they took it out on you too.
Don't say that.
Who doesn't bully the weak and fear the strong? They just bullied us and didn't dare to really fight back. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Brother Dainyu is really in a difficult situation. At this time, Dainyu and Shirtu came into the house. Shike saw that Dainyu's face didn't show any scratches, but there were several scratches on his neck. How did you two get together? Shirtu smiled. I just asked Brother Dainyu to call Ernyu out. Shike's eyes lit up. What for? I said if they pick a fight with Brother Dainyu, I will beat Ernyu. Shike laughed. Yes, they should be beaten hard, scared, and they dare not come to the door again. Shirtu shook his head. How does it feel to have such a brave and aggressive wife? Mrs. Chui said to Shike, you didn't come to my house for dinner last time, so don't leave today. Dainyu also said, yes, I set a trap halfway up the hill 2 days ago, but I don't know if it caught anything. Mrs. Chui laughed and said, you are just lucky. What if it catches something? If it does, we'll have another meal tonight. Seeing that Dainyu and his wife insisted on keeping them for dinner, Shirtu said, how about this? Dainyu and I will go and see if the trap has caught anything. If not, we can go up the mountain and have a look around and eat in the evening. Sister Chui said that's fine. Shirtu and Shike left Dainyu's house and promised to come over in the evening. They agreed with Dainyu to go up the mountain together after lunch. Shirtu whispered to Shike after leaving the alley, Dainyu and his wife are not the kind of people who like to take advantage of others, and their lives are not easy. Let's go up the mountain to have a look, and no matter what we get, we can't go to their house and eat for free. The two walked towards the village entrance. When they passed an intersection, Ernia's wife came out. Seeing Shirtu and Shike, she turned her head and hid again.
Onfeke laughed secretly.
This is a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She must be scared, otherwise it will never end. After lunch, Shirtu was ready to go out. Before leaving, he said, when I go to Dainya's house in the afternoon, bring some brown rice with me, and don't take the white rice. The magpie is not stupid, so he naturally knew why Shirtu did this. White rice is very precious, and taking white rice would be a favor. The couple from the Dainyu family would always want to repay the favor they owed, and this is not helping others, but adding burden to others. A good relationship requires give and take, but it has to be about the same. If the person you send a gift to cannot repay, then the relationship can't continue. The magpie took a break, washed the dirty clothes of the past 2 days, and mended the torn clothes of Shirtu. Seeing that it was almost time, she prepared to go to Chui Saozi's house. She took out her small backpack and put some of the dried mushrooms and black fungus in it, as well as some chrysanthemum tea. Finally, she found a cloth bag and scooped up half a bag of brown rice. Thinking of Gooden, she put 4 pieces of rose cake in it. Well, she carried the small backpack, locked the door, and went to the village. When she arrived at Chui Saozi's house, Chui Saozi was steaming buns, some with white flour and some with 3-grain flour mixed in. Sister-in-law, I'm here. How can I help you? No. Why are you still carrying the basket? The magpie took out the things one by one, and Sister Chui complained, Dainyu and I are inviting you two to dinner. We usually don't lack your things. Why are you still taking them? Don't be polite, sister-in-law. I picked these mushrooms and black fungus. This bag is chrysanthemum tea. It's delicious when you soak it in water. I picked it myself. Shirtu asked him to bring the brown rice. He said he has a big appetite and can eat as much as your whole family in one meal. He felt embarrassed. You two are really embarrassing. You make me, your sister-in-law, embarrassed. How can I treat you? Who invites guests to dinner and brings their own things? The magpie laughed and said, Oh, so you treat us as guests. Forget it. I'll carry it back later. I told Shirtu to come less often in the future. Sister Chui also smiled. I can't argue with you. Okay, don't do this next time. We are taken care of by Shirtu a lot. There's no need to be so polite and bring our own rice every time we come to dinner. Sister Chui also smiled. I can't argue with you. Okay, don't do this next time. We are taken care of by Shirtu a lot. There's no need to be so polite and bring our own rice every time we come to dinner. Okay, listen to my sister-in-law. Come here, Gooden, this is what your aunt brought you. Gooden was a little scared that day and has been listless for the past 2 days. Shike took out a piece of rose cake. Gooden took it with a smile and ate it slowly. Sister Chui touched her son's head with some heartache and looked at the red scratches on his face. This child has a miserable life and was reborn into my family. Sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. You and Brother Daniel love him so much. This is his blessing. Back then, when Daniel was working in Dea village, he was favored by Chui Saozi's eldest brother, who later married his sister to him because he was honest and reliable. His vision was indeed good, and he did not make a mistake. Although Daniel was a little poor, he really loved Chui Saozi. Otherwise, given the Nyo family situation, why did Chui Saozi still have such a good relationship with him? Isn't it because Daniel is a good person and treats her well? Let Gooden play outside alone, and Shike went to the kitchen with Chui Saozi. When the sun was setting, Daniel and Shirtu came back. They were not empty-handed, but carrying 2 wild pheasants. Oh, we really caught something. Daniel smiled innocently. It's a good thing that Shirtu followed us. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Shirtu said, "We didn't go far, we just walked around halfway up the mountain. There was nothing there." The two also saw the snake, but thinking that the magpie was afraid of it, Shirtu didn't do it, which made Daniel sad because he lost another meat dish. Water was boiling in the kitchen, and Dania deftly plucked the chicken's feathers and cleaned the internal organs. There was not a little meat chopped from the 2 chickens. The magpie lit the fire, and Sister Chui stewed mushrooms with pheasant meat and fried a large plate of beans with bacon. The magpie brought a lot of black fungus, soaked it in the afternoon, and fried black fungus with eggs and vegetables in the evening. Although there are not many dishes, the quantity is large. Most of the country people can only eat meat a few times a year, so people like Shirtu and the magpie are easily talked about. The two seldom come to the village, and no one can hear what they say. Daniel and his wife could hear it, but neither of them could say a word. Shike made chrysanthemum tea, of course, in the big bowl used for eating at home. The light yellow tea exuded a faint fragrance, and the small flowers fluttered up and down, which was very pleasing to the eye. Sister Chui just drank a big cup and said with a smile, "You are really skillful. There are so many of these in the fields, but no one thought of bringing them back to make tea." Shirtu and Daniel were similar. They couldn't taste anything, but they felt that it had a little more flavor than plain water. When the moon came up, the rice was cooked. Sister Chui steamed buns in the afternoon and steamed some rice in the evening. When the dishes were served, Shirtu and Daniel couldn't help swallowing their saliva at the smell. "Shike, this is your first time eating at my place. Don't really think of yourself as a guest."
Shike smiled and said, No.
Sister Chui's bacon is very tasty, very chewy and fragrant. It takes a long time to age. The older the bacon is, the more delicious it is. If you like it, eat more. Shike was indeed not restrained and ate a lot of meat and vegetables. What's the matter? Why does the food at other people's homes taste so delicious? He thought so in his mind and said it out loud, making everyone at the table laugh. Shirtu also laughed with eyes full of doting. This silly girl was also a greedy girl. Even Go Dan, who had been listless for the past 2 days, laughed along. He didn't know why the adults were laughing, he just felt happy this way, and he liked Uncle Shirtu and Aunt Shirtu coming. Seeing that her son was laughing, Sister Chui couldn't help laughing. But as she laughed, her eyes became a little sore. After dinner, Sister Chui made everyone a bowl of chrysanthemum tea, and the 4 of them sat in the yard and chatted. The topic naturally revolved around yesterday's fight. The Chin family is the home of Dania's uncle. They came to our door. What can we do? Can we really beat them? If this gets out, everyone will scold us. But this time the matter has become a big deal. My mother's family has also come. It would be good to have a fight. Next time they dare not bully us again. Sister Chui smiled again after saying this, and then said, "My 4th brother came again last night and gave me some ointment, and then told me that on the way back, they blocked the Chin family again, and warned them, I think it will be quiet in the future." Dania looked at Sister Cui. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? Sister Cui rolled her eyes at him. Why should I tell you? If they come to fight, you can only be beaten. Is it useful to tell you? Shirtu said. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Brother Daniu is in a difficult situation. That is his uncle. How can he fight back? Shike laughed. Sister Cui, I found that you don't seem to be satisfied with this fight. Sister Cui shook her head. It's not that I didn't get enough. I just let out a sigh of relief. At this time Daniu said very emotionally, Cui, you have suffered following me. Mrs. Cui rolled his eyes at him again. Don't say that to me, I don't like it. Shirtu and Shichua looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Shirtu coughed lightly and said, Brother Daniu, keep what I told you this afternoon in mind. If you want to fight, let me know in advance. Mrs. Cui and Shichua looked at Shirtu together. Shichua asked, Brother Shirtu, what are you going to do? You don't want to fight the Chin family, do you? Shirtu looked at Shichua speechlessly. Why do you think I love fighting so much?
Don't think about it.
I have told Brother Daniu all the news I have inquired during this period so that he can have an idea in his mind. Mrs. Cui looked at several people and asked, What's the matter? Shichua said, Sister-in-law doesn't know yet? There is some chaos outside recently, and the people above are not at peace. How can we live in peace below? Shirtu told several people roughly again. Mrs. Cui hugged her son and patted him gently. Thank you so much, you two. When we are short of something, we just go to the town. I can't go to the county once a year, so where would I go if there's anything? Mrs. Cui now takes her son with her, and she also has to help Daniu with farm work when she has time. She rarely goes out of the village, let alone the county. Dania's face darkened. When Shirtu and I went up the mountain in the afternoon, we discussed it. We won't sell the grain this year. We'll keep it all. We have to have food at all times. And we'll have to dig a cellar. Where is the room at home to dig a cellar? Dania's family also has a cellar, but it's not big, just for daily things. Every family in the village is similar. There is nothing to hide. Shirtu said, It's right next to my 2 acres of land. It was originally wasteland. My parents set aside 2 acres just to grow some food. It's in the west, not next to good farmland, so digging a cellar won't attract attention. Dania nodded. I have to repair those 2 acres of land too. Then even if someone sees me working there every day, they won't be suspicious. Sister Cui asked, Shirtu, what about you? Do you want to dig one there too? That way you can feel more at ease if it's next to you. Sister-in-law, don't worry about me. I have a place to hide things in the mountains. Sister Cui was a little panicked now. When she heard them talking about this, her heart was pounding. The magpie said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I heard from my father that it won't be that fast. After all, the old emperor is still alive. If there is to be chaos, it will have to wait until he passes away. We still have time to prepare. When the time comes, take it one step at a time and don't panic. How can I not panic? I heard from the old people in the village that they passed by once and they didn't know why, but they were collecting grain and it happened to be a bad year and people starved to death. The magpie said it happened to be a bad year. There is nothing we can do. No one can control God. But this is a man-made disaster. Who doesn't want to be the emperor? Several people are vying for it, and whoever wins will take the throne. With so many soldiers under his command, what will they eat if they don't collect grain? At that time, the people will suffer the most. Sister Cui exclaimed, It's just 1 day away. What's just 1 day away? The magpie asked puzzledly. Sister Cui shook her head and said, I mean, my family came yesterday and my 4th brother came alone in the evening, so I have to tell them. Shirtu said hurriedly, Sister-in-law, don't panic. It's not that urgent. Let them finish the summer harvest first. Sister Cui nodded and remembered it in her heart. I have to tell my family, let them store more food. My family is not small, and it will be fatal if they lose food. Seeing that it was getting late, Shirtu said, Okay, we have said everything we need to say, and we will go back. Brother Daniu, when are you going to dig the cellar? Let me know in advance, and we will be able to finish it in a few days. Oh, okay. Thank you in advance, brother. What are you thanking me for? You took the punch for all the trouble I caused, and I didn't say anything else, did I? Daniu also smiled bitterly. This was not caused by Shirtu, but it was all his family who was unreasonable. Shirtu pulled the magpie and walked home in the night. As they walked, Shirtu said to the magpie, "Last time Huzi came, he slept in the outer room. At that time, I thought about demolishing our 2 houses and rebuilding them so that when Dad or Huzi comes, they will have a place to live. You didn't tell me? What did you say? Even if we want to do it, we have to wait until after the autumn harvest when people are free and it will be convenient to find people. But after this incident, I want to postpone it." The magpie said, "Then don't build it yet. If it's really chaotic, we can go back to my dad's place and live together as a family. We will feel more at ease with more people." Shirtu thought that it would be more convenient to live near the mountains. Whether it's storing things or digging cellars, even if they come to capture strong men, it will be difficult to catch them once they run into the mountains. "Magpie, I will go to the mountain tomorrow to hunt more prey. I can save more money by selling it. We have no land, so we can only buy more food to save. Won't it make people suspicious if you buy so much at once? Don't run into robbers again." Shirtu laughed twice. "Last time I went to the grain store to buy food, Dad used the excuse of starting construction of a house. Next time I go to buy food, it won't make people suspicious. Magpie, I may go a little further this time and may not come back for 2 or 3 days. I'm telling you in advance, don't be afraid or worried when you are alone at home." Magpie said loudly, "I'm not afraid, as long as you come back safely." Then he said, "Then I will go back and prepare some dry food for you. I will put it on the stove and steam meat buns for you tomorrow morning. This is convenient. You can eat it by roasting it on the fire when it is cold. Okay, your steamed meat buns are better than those sold." Magpie smiled. After returning home, Magpie went to the kitchen first and prepared everything that should be prepared. Shike first took out a large piece of meat and prepared to chop it into mincemeat. "Let me do this." At some point, Shirtu also came to the kitchen. "Okay, you help me chop the mincemeat, and I'll let the dough rise." When she came back today, Sister Chui also picked a lot of green vegetables from the small garden and asked Shike to bring them back. After letting the dough rise, she picked some more green vegetables and a handful of green onions. When Shike was done, Shirtu had also chopped the mincemeat. "You go wash up, I'll mix the mincemeat with seasoning first, so it will be easier tomorrow morning." Shirtu knew that he couldn't help, so he went to the yard to scoop water to wash it. Not long after lying down, Shike came back with an oil lamp. Blowing out the oil lamp, with the faint moonlight, it was vaguely visible that Shike touched the bed and took off her clothes. Only her small clothes were left, and just as she was about to lie down, Shirtu suddenly hugged her in his arms. "Shike, I'll be away from you for a few days when I go out this time."
Ismail.
She didn't know what Shirtu was thinking. Now that she thought about it, they hadn't been intimate for a few days. It was inconvenient at her parents' home. Before returning to her parents' home, Shirtu was afraid that she was too tired and didn't move. Shirtu couldn't help it. He had just been married for a short time and was addicted to this. He was very excited. How could he not miss it after being alone for several days? With her hands crossed, she hugged Shike's flesh and kneaded it gently with her hands. After a few strokes, Shike realized that she also missed Shirtu. Shike was not a shy girl. She thought about it whenever she wanted. What was there to be ashamed of thinking about her man? She turned around and hugged Shirtu. This further stimulated Shirtu, and he hugged Shike and started to bite her. The big hands with calluses rubbed back and forth on Shike's body, making Shike's skin slightly stinging. Shike did the same. She hugged Shirtu's neck tightly and let him do whatever he wanted.
Faling shitou, esa mutions, Shika slowly respunda.
A wave of trembling spread throughout the body. Shirtu naturally felt the change in Shike, took his hand away and leaned down. For a while, there was only the sound of heavy breathing, accompanied by 1 or 2 gentle moans, and the chirping of insects around seemed to be quieter. After a good night's sleep, he naturally had a good night's sleep. Every time Shike got up the latest, but she was still thinking about Shirtu, so she struggled to get up and went to the kitchen. The dough had been fermented, so she kneaded it once and put it aside to wake up first. Put the washed green vegetables and green onions into the meat filling, mix the filling evenly, and Shike started to make dumplings. After the dough was used up, there was actually a little filling left. This was meat filling, which could not be wasted. Shike washed some green vegetables and made a vegetable meatball soup. The steamed buns were quick and did not take long. When the buns came out of the pot, it was not yet completely light. Shirtu put all the things he needed to take with him in the backpack. He ate a few buns and drank 2 bowls of soup first. Shike packed more than 20 meat buns for him in a clean cloth bag. Shike, keep some for yourself. Don't bring so much for me. There's no shortage of food in the mountains. How can I have the same amount? These are enough for you to eat today. This bag is filled with salt. Be careful not to spill it when you take it. Shirtu put all the things Shike packed into the backpack and finally filled a bamboo bucket of water for Shirtu. Okay, I'm leaving. It's still early, go back and sleep for a while. Shike suddenly hugged Shirtu for some reason. Be careful, don't get hurt. Shirtu looked at Shike's sudden coquettish look and couldn't help but feel soft in his heart. If he hadn't decided to go out, he would definitely pull Shike back to the house and do it to her again. Men are sometimes so easy to tease. Shirtu kissed Shike heavily on the cheek and turned to go out. Shike followed behind, and when he saw Shirtu walking farther and farther away, gradually disappearing at the edge of the forest, he turned back to the house. Once he relaxed, he felt very tired. Ouch, my waist still hurts. He went back to the house to take a nap. Magpie never forces himself to do anything. He locked the door, covered himself with a thin quilt, and slept until noon. Stone, on the other hand, kept on going without stopping for a moment, heading straight to the edge of the deep mountain. Stone stopped to drink a sip of water, looked around, and turned to the side. Not far away, he saw a house made of stone and clay. The house was quite solid, but the roof was exposed to the sky. There were lush weeds around the yard, and birds were flying everywhere, as if there were traces of other animals living here. Stone put down the backpack and sat on a tree stump. If he counted carefully, he hadn't been here for 4 or 5 years. No, sometimes when he passed by nearby, he would come to take a look, but he rarely stayed. This was where his hunter father used to live. After his father married his mother and settled down at the foot of the mountain, he only came back occasionally. Stone took a breath, stood up and looked around. He planned to clean up this place so that he would have a place to stay even if something happened. He pushed open the heavy wooden door and looked up at the leaking roof. Shirtu turned and went to the inner room. There was nothing in the inner room except for a Kong that was still intact. There was also a slingshot on the Kong which was made by his father to teach him how to practice his aim. It seems that it will take a lot of time to clean up this place so that people can live in it. Today, he will fix the roof first. There are 2 rooms here in total, one for living and one for kitchen and sundries. He searched the sundries room and found that the broken tables and chairs were unusable. Fortunately, there was a bucket and some tattered clothes from his childhood. He carried the bucket to the nearby area to fetch water, made a fire, and baked some buns to eat. After eating, he did not have a moment to rest and began to clean the house. He also went to a nearby place to cut a lot of watergrass and thin bamboo. He simply wove some straw ropes and spread them on the roof. He laid 2 thick layers, which should prevent leaks. After cleaning up, it was getting dark again. Shirtu lit a fire in the yard and used the firelight to pull out the weeds around. The weeds in the yard grew very lush. Shirtu pulled them out and piled them together. This could be used as firewood. Shirtu came here occasionally before and never thought of cleaning up this place. He did not plan to live here anymore, so there was no need to make such an effort. This was just a place where he would stay when he passed by occasionally. But now it is different. He has to clean it up in case it can be used. The weeds have been pulled out almost completely, and the yard looks better. Shirtu sat in the yard, panting. He picked up the bamboo tube and drank the water inside. He was too lazy to go to the river to take a bath. Seeing that there was still a lot of water in the bucket, he picked it up and poured it over his head. Before going to bed, he found 2 thick pieces of wood and threw them into the campfire. A lot of straw was laid on the Kong in the room in the afternoon. Lying on the straw, the fire outside could illuminate the room. He was a little tired after a busy day. He went to bed first and went out hunting in the second half of the night to try not to miss the opportunity. He should talk to Shike for a few more days. If he didn't go back for a long time, Shike would definitely be worried. Suddenly, he thought that next time he was out for a long time, he could bring his father-in-law over to avoid Shike being scared living alone at the foot of the mountain. Thinking about it, Shirtu laughed. He didn't think about things before, he just thought about what he could catch and never thought about these miscellaneous things. Is this the feeling that people often say only people with families have? The two houses of Shirtu in the mountains are not too big, and there's still a distance from the deep mountains, but there are few people here and almost no one comes. Shirtu set out before daybreak, heading deep into the mountains in the darkness. Looking at the traces on the road and smelling the faint scent in the air, Shirtu found a herd of deer at dawn. Shirtu made a noise, and the alert deer scattered. Just then, a fleeing deer ran in Shida's direction. Shirtu kept saying in his heart, "You really have good eyes. Come quickly, I'm waiting for you." He put down his bow and arrow, picked up a stone, and smashed at the deer's head. Shirtu was already very strong, and with more force, the deer immediately became dizzy. Shaking its body, it stretched out its limbs and ran forward 2 steps before falling to the ground with a thud. Shirtu approached and hit it on the head again before tying its limbs tightly. The more precious the wild animals in the mountains are, the more they can be sold alive than dead. Just like the time he found 2 little dragons and sold them for 40 taels. Generally, they are called snakes or long worms. Those that can be called little dragons are extremely precious species. Moreover, they must be big and alive. The more precious the wild animals are, the more Shirtu likes to sell them alive. The price is high, and they are easy to sell. Shirtu carried the wild deer and went over the mountains and ridges to Pingqiu County next door. Pingqiu County is a plain, and game can be sold at a high price here. Moreover, Shirtu also wanted to see the situation here. There are also several wealthy families in Pingqiu County. Shirtu wanted to do business with them, so he went to ask the family that originally sold the little dragons. When Shirtu entered the county gate, no one collected the city fee, and he was surprised. Why did Sichuan County have to pay a few coins to enter the city gate? It was originally a poor county, and the poorer it was, the more it extorted the people. This rich county didn't pay. Shirtu shook his head and couldn't figure it out. Saving a few coins made him feel much better, but before he walked far, he heard someone talking next to him. "Hey, young man, you are carrying this big thing to sell, right?" Shirtu stopped, turned half sideways, and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly. "Yes, I carried it all the way here to sell it." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he laughed. "It's just right. The mansion is hosting a banquet, and we need such a rare thing. Let's agree on the price first. I won't sell it if the price is too low." The man was not annoyed by the straightforward words and said with a smile, "You won't lose money." Walking up to it, the man carefully checked it. "Oh, it's still alive. Good. The adults will be happy to see it." Shirtu paid attention. Adults, who dares to call themselves adults, must be an official. "Then how much silver will you give?" The middle-aged man said, 20 taels. 20 taels is not low. Shirtu said neatly, "Too low, I won't sell it." After that, he carried the deer and planned to move forward. The man hurriedly called out to Shirtu, "Why are you so impatient? Can't you talk nicely? How much do you want?" Shirtu said seriously, "This deer is so big, and it's still alive. Let's not talk about the venison, which is rare. The deer bones are very nutritious when soaked in wine. And the deer blood is a treasure, every man knows. There's nothing wrong with this deer, and you only gave me 20 taels. Are you bullying me because I haven't seen the world?" The man laughed. "How could a hunter see the world? Okay, I'll give you 25 taels since you've seen the world. 30 taels. 25 taels is not a small amount. I carried this down from a mountain. It was such a long way, and I didn't even have breakfast. And you only gave me this little. 30 taels cannot be less." The man's attitude was not bad. "Let me tell you, Magistrate Mao of our county is hosting a banquet for distinguished guests these days, and he is in need of rare items to entertain the guests. You're lucky to have come across this. If the people in the county government don't want it, who would dare to take your deer? This is really a lot for you. Shirtu deliberately looked embarrassed. I can't afford to offend the people in the county government. He threw the deer on the ground and said, "Give me some silver, and you can carry the deer away." This man is the steward of the county magistrate, Steward Mao. Steward Mao and Magistrate Mao are of the same clan, and he has seen a lot of things with Magistrate Mao over the years. It was also a coincidence that he came out to search for rare items under the order of the county magistrate, and he saw Shirtu carrying the deer as soon as he went out. "Young man, do you think I can carry it? Help me carry it to the back door of the county government office, and I'll pay you there." Shirtu scratched his head. "You have to help deliver it home, and you have to buy me breakfast." Butler Mao was in a good mood today and said cheerfully, Okay, I'll buy you breakfast, let's go." Shirtu bent down, grabbed the front and back legs of the deer, lifted it up, and carried it on his shoulders. Butler Mao could only lick his teeth, thinking that his strength was only suitable for such rough work. He followed the butler to the back house of the county government office and brought it in through the side door of the kitchen. The deer was knocked unconscious by Shirtu, and although it was not dead at this time, it could not stand up. When the kitchen saw such a big thing being delivered, they immediately gathered around to see what was new. After a while, the butler came over and threw a purse into Shita's arms. "This is for you, and there is also 1 or 2 taels of silver as a reward for you." Shirtu opened the purse and saw that he had given 1 or 2 taels of silver more than he had given. "Then if I give you an extra tael of silver, will you give me breakfast?" The housekeeper smiled. He almost forgot about it and hurriedly ordered the kitchen to bring him some food. After giving the order, the housekeeper went back to report to Magistrate Mao. Although the hunter was stupid, he was right. The whole body of the deer was a treasure, and everything was worth silver, especially the deer blood, which his master needed. He would be rewarded if he caught it alive. Shirtu saw that the housekeeper had gone far away, so he didn't say anything. He went to the kitchen and poured all the rice, steamed buns, and vegetables into a basin, and started eating at the door of the kitchen. First, he was really hungry, and second, he wanted to stay a little longer to see if he could hear any news. If you want to say where the most complete news is, it's the kitchen. Shirtu ate his meal slowly, and his ears were not idle. People in the kitchen were gossiping while working. "How long do you think this distinguished guest from the city will stay?" "As long as he has good food and drink, I won't leave." "More than good food and drink. I heard from the maid in the backyard that our county magistrate gave the new beauty to the lord from the city and asked him to serve him tonight. My lord is willing to do so. Compared with your future and your official position, why would you be reluctant to do so?" At this time, the housekeeper came hurriedly again and said, "Oh, fortunately, you haven't left yet. Please help me carry the deer to the garden. The master and the guests want to see the deer." Shita's eyes turned. "Okay, I won't eat your breakfast for nothing. I'll help you carry it." Shirtu followed the housekeeper and followed the winding path to a garden. There were clusters of flowers and a faint fragrance. In a pavilion, several charming women surrounded 2 men with extraordinary appearance. When Shirtu noticed that his eyes were looking at him, he immediately half-bowed his body with a silly look on his face. Shirtu is very colorful. He put the deer beside the pavilion and stood aside properly, not attracting attention. County Magistrate Mao led a dignified young man down the pavilion with a servile look. Several charming women pointed at the unstable wild deer with curiosity. "This is the first time I have seen this wild animal. What's more rare is that it is still alive. Deputy General Chow will have a good time." The young man looked very imposing, and he smiled as he looked at the wild deer. Deer blood and deer are good things. County Magistrate Chow understood and laughed. "That's right. We'll use them tonight." County Magistrate Mao said to the housekeeper, "We'll roast the venison tonight and save the deer and deer blood. You guys should serve Deputy General Chow well." The faces of several charming women next to them blushed. Deputy General Chow was already very fierce without this stuff, and with this, he would be in trouble tonight. At the signal of the housekeeper, Shirtu carried the deer back to the kitchen. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Shirtu found a handyman and asked, "Brother, Can I ask where is the toilet here? The man didn't think much about it and said, Go inside. It's at the corner. After Shirtu thanked him, he walked inside. Seeing that there was no one around, he bent down and, with the cover of flowers and trees, slipped under the rocks behind the pavilion. This was in the backyard, and they didn't bring so many people, otherwise Shirtu would not dare to sneak in. Shirtu had been a scout in the army, and he had taken care to remember the way just now. The two gentlemen each hugged two charming women and flirted with them for a few words before talking about other things. If Lieutenant General Chow is not busy with official duties, just stay here for a few more days. Pingqiu County is considered to be the largest of the nearby counties, and other counties can't compare with mine. Lieutenant General Chow must have had a particularly comfortable life these days, and there was laziness in his voice at this moment. I would like to, but it won't work. The second master has issued an order that some rules of his fiefdom must be changed, and I'm still busy. County Magistrate Mao knew that the second master was the second prince. Lieutenant General Chow is a favorite of the second master, and he is valued by the second master, which makes us envious. Deputy General Chow waved his hand. I don't have any rank in front of the second master. I just have some face in the capital. Don't worry, I will protect you if you have any problems in the future. County Magistrate Mao gave another round of compliments. Deputy General Chow was satisfied and spoke more casually. County Magistrate Mao, your county is big. You have to set a good example. The grain price should remain stable before the autumn harvest and increase it by 1 or 2 cents when the grain is collected.
Why is that?
Wouldn't raising the selling price make money for those peasants? You don't understand this, do you? How much can they earn? If the grain price is high, they will only keep a small amount of food and sell all the grain. Forcible collection of grain will arouse public anger or even civil unrest, which is not worth the loss. Raising the price by 1 or 2 cents will not only make them willing to sell the grain in their hands, but also stabilize them. Why not do it? Oh, I see. If the second master wants to do big things, his fiefdom cannot be in chaos. Deputy General Chow smiled. You are smart and your brain works quickly. He was competing with several masters in arm wrestling. The rear had to be stable. The troops and food and grass had to be supported by them. If he forced them to rebel, the second master would be defeated before the battle. But what name did the second master use to recruit soldiers privately? Who said we need to recruit soldiers? We need to repair the canal. Each family can provide 1 or 2 strong laborers to repair the canal, and they can also get paid. In this way, people will come voluntarily. But after all, we can't hide it. We're going to train and fight on the battlefield. As long as they enter the military camp, they can still go out. Either fight or die. What do you think these mudlegs will choose? When County Magistrate Mao heard this, he was the one who took the blame. When will the price of grain start to rise? Deputy General Chow said in an emotionless voice, Of course, we have to wait until the mudlegs sell all the grain. When they sell, we give them a higher price so that they won't have too much grain left. When we need to buy again, we have to spend several times more silver so that most of the military expenses can be solved. The county magistrate smiled. Yes, these peasants, who would think so far ahead, how could they know that the grain sold at a high price would be bought back several times more? At that time, they would take the initiative to buy it, and we did not force them. This is much better than increasing the head tax. Deputy General Chow laughed and said, Yes, this is the method the military advisor came up with. They sell grain at a higher price than in previous years. This is a good thing. As for the shortage of grain or high price in the future, that is God's will. Then when will we start recruiting people to repair the canal? This has not been decided yet, but it will be soon. Second Master wants to compete with others. How can we compete? How can we do it without money and people? Only when we grasp these 2 things first can we have the confidence. Are the counties under the prefecture doing this? County Magistrate Mao was praying in his heart, hoping that only his county would be like this. Otherwise, he would be beaten to death by those ordinary people. It's not possible to rely on just your county. All the counties under the prefecture are like this. Common people only move around in the surrounding villages, and few of them have been to the county, let alone the provincial capital. The less they know, the better. County Magistrate Mao said hurriedly. How could they know so much? If you hadn't explained it to me, I wouldn't have thought of it, let alone those common people who can't even read 1 or 2 words. Deputy General Chao smiled. I hope the second master can ascend to the throne so that we can have a good future. County Magistrate Mao smiled flatteringly. That's right, that's right. Then he approached Deputy General Chao and whispered, Didn't you praise Yue Hong for her gentleness and charm last time? I'll let her serve you tonight. What do you think? Deputy General Chao understood. He had played with these two for 2 nights, so it was time to change to something new. Magistrate Mao saw that Deputy General Chao showed a satisfied smile, and he also smiled. The woman beside Magistrate Chao curled her lips in contempt, as if it was so glorious to give her woman to others to play with. Then the two talked about romantic things again, and even studied how to use deer blood and deer whip at night. Shirtu saw that there was no one around, so he slipped out quietly again. After walking a long way away from the county government office, Shirtu straightened up. There was no way. Deputy General Chao was a military general, and Shirtu had been a soldier. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the clues, so he had to pretend to be timid. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Now he finally understood it all. How much time do ordinary people have to spend in the fields to grow a season of grain? They are reluctant to waste a single grain. The price of new grain is high, so they will definitely sell more. Sell the new grain at a high price and have silver in hand. When food is scarce, they buy old grain or coarse grain to mix with food. Almost every family does this. But if they sell the grain this year, when they buy it again, they may not be able to afford the old grain or coarse grain. What a sinister calculation. It seems that he still thought too simply. He only thought that there would be chaos for a while due to the power struggle above, and the price of grain would rise. He never thought that there would be so many calculations involved. This is the superior, this is the government, and there may be grain merchants involved. Shirtu was angry and powerless.
He can only take care of himself now.
Even if he tells others, they may not believe him, and it may bring him disaster. But he is not alone now, and he cannot be impulsive and reckless. Shirtu walked around the county town, and sure enough, all the prices returned to their original levels. He thought about it and took a shortcut to Sichuan County. The last time he and his father-in-law came here, they had to pay 5 cents to enter the city gate, but this time they didn't have to pay since they didn't sell any goods. After walking for such a long time, he found a noodle stall and ordered 2 large bowls of vegetarian noodles. After eating, he paid the bill, which was 8 cents. Boss, I paid 12 cents 2 days ago. Why did the price change so much? The boss said with a smile on his face. That's right. For some reason, the price of grain has been rising a few days ago. We sell food, so naturally, we can only follow suit. Strangely enough, it actually fell back a few days ago, so we lowered it back to the original price. Shirtu asked, Boss, you see a lot of people, do you know why? The noodle stall owner smiled and said, I see a lot of people every day, but if you ask me, I really can't tell. There have been times in previous years when grain prices were unstable, but now is the time to harvest summer grain, so grain prices are naturally stable. There was no famine this year, so how could it be so high all the time? There are fluctuations in grain prices every year, but they are not big. I came here a few days ago, and the people in the county seemed to be in a panic. There were many patrols on the streets, and I heard that many taxes have been increased. Yes, it has been going on for nearly a month. I heard that a few people deliberately made trouble, so the county magistrate beat them with a stick, and then the previous rules were restored. After hearing this, Shirtu shook his head and pushed the blame on a few hooligans, and the matter was muddled away. After eating a full stomach, Shirtu went straight to the grain store. Sure enough, the price had dropped again. It seems that the people above have already set up the plan, waiting to reap the common people like them. The county town has regained its former prosperity, and people do what they should do and don't care about this matter at all. Shirtu was worried, and his mind became heavy, but Shike at home was indeed living a happy life. The day after Shirtu left, Shike pulled the little donkey to the foot of the mountain, letting it eat tender grass by itself, while she was picking wild vegetables nearby. Xiao Hui also followed beside, occasionally circling under Shikei's feet and unconsciously barking at the little donkey twice. Shikei came out in the morning and dug half a basket of fresh wild vegetables. At this time, Sister Cui came over with her son Gooden. Shikei, if there are no vegetables, go to my place to get them. I still have a lot in my vegetable garden. I also dried some vegetables. No need, sister-in-law. We still have some left over from last time. I was going to release it anyway, so I picked some fresh ones. Xiao Hui came over happily and barked twice in a baby voice. Gooden loved him so much that he didn't even let his mother hold him. Seeing her son chasing Xiao Hui to play, Sister Cui smiled and said, "It's been 2 or 3 days since Gooden started to make a fuss again. I was so worried about him the past 2 days. Gooden is tough and will be fine. How did you find time to come out today, sister-in-law?" After washing the clothes, Gooden didn't want to play at home. It happened that Danny was going to clean up the 2 acres of wasteland, so I came out with him. I wanted to go with Danny, but he was afraid that the child would get hurt, so he didn't let me go. So I just came to visit you. Brother Danny has to be busy alone for a few days. I'm embarrassed to say that I don't even know the exact location of the 2 acres of wasteland. After listening to what Shikei said, Mrs. Cui laughed. That's why they say that people from the same family don't visit each other's houses. Sure too hasn't been there many times. Sometimes he forgets to plant crops, and the grass grows better than the crops, so Sure too is too lazy to go. After that, she asked again, "Where's Sure too?" He didn't come home. No, he said he was going up the mountain to have a look, and he said he would be back in 2 or 3 days. Mrs. Cui looked around and said, "Aren't you afraid to be alone at night? It's okay during the day, with few people and quiet, but it's a bit creepy to live alone at night." Shikei thought of the time when he slept alone last night, with a knife he accidentally found next to his pillow, and couldn't help but say, "Don't be afraid. Brother Sure too said there are no ferocious beasts here. Although it is some distance from the village, it is not that far. There are sloping fields on the north side of Xiaohe village, and most people go there to dig wild vegetables or collect firewood. The mountain here is a bit steep, so fewer people come here. Shikei, you and Sure too should hurry up and have a child, so you don't have to be bored when Sure too is not at home. I want one, too, but you can't have one just by wanting it." Shikei looked at Godan, who was playing with Xiao Hui, and said, "Sister-in-law, if you are too busy, just leave Godan with me. He is grown up now, can walk and run, and can talk when he is hungry. I can take care of him. I was the one who brought up my younger brother Huzi when he was little." Sister Cui thought for a moment and said, "That's great. You can help me keep an eye on it. I have to go help Danny to quickly prepare the land so that we can plant crops and harvest the crops. It's just too much trouble for you." "What's the trouble?" Shikei waved and called Gooden over. "Gooden, Annie wants to ask you, can you play with Annie and Xiao Hui here and let your mother help your father with the work? Children feel most directly and know who is good to them." "Okay, I'll play with Auntie. Then if Gooden is hungry or thirsty, tell Auntie, 'Don't cry, or I won't give you candy.'" Gooden opened his eyes wide and quickly covered his mouth with his little hands. "Don't cry, don't cry." Shikei smiled. "Go, play with Xiao Hui first, and then go home with Annie, and I'll give you candy." Gooden nodded happily, turned around, and chased Xiao Hui to play again. "Okay, sister-in-law, go ahead with peace of mind. I've also seen through you. You just know how to stuff food into the child's mouth. No matter what you use, just make the child happy." Sister Cui looked at the sun. It was still early and she could help with a lot of work. She thanked Shikei and ran to the wasteland. Shikei was really good at coaxing children. She played and made noises with Gooden and even picked him up so that he could touch the donkey's big ears with his little hands. Then she carried the backpack on her back, holding Gooden in one hand and the little donkey in the other. Xiao Hui ran in front of them and they returned home. Shikei spread a mat in the shade of the yard and let Gooden sit there to play. Shikei stretched out a small stool and sat aside to pick wild vegetables. Since she couldn't eat so many wild vegetables, she blanched them and dried them all so that they could be eaten in the fall and winter. With Xiao Hui around, Gooden was not lonely at all. He found a new playmate, but he didn't make any noise. His giggles could be heard from time to time in the yard. Looking at the sky, she went into the kitchen and steamed 2 eggs for Gooden and heated up 2 vegetarian buns. She put the chrysanthemum tea on the stove and drank it while watching Gooden and Shalwi rolling around on the mat. She fed Gooden some egg custard, and she ate 2 vegetarian buns and drank 2 bowls of chrysanthemum tea. Adults and children all get sleepy after eating, and Gooden soon became a little confused. At least he remembered that he was told not to cry, and he just kept looking at the door. When he saw his mother appear at the door, even Shalwi, who was chasing him, lost her appeal. He ran over and threw himself into his mother's arms. In the afternoon, Sister Chui brought Go-Dan back again, and she and Daeniu hurried to clear the land. Daeniu listened to Shirtu's words and chose a spot on the edge of the land, preparing to dig another cellar. The yard he lives in now was originally owned by an old family in the village. He hasn't spent money to transfer the ownership to buy it, so it's not his yet. So he wants to dig a cellar outside to store some things. In case something happens in the future, the family of 3 will have a place to stay. Sister Chui knew that Shike didn't go out often and didn't like to interact with the villagers, so she felt relieved to leave Go-Dan with her. There was no one to help her take care of it, so she had to take care of it herself. In this way, it would be of no help to Daeniu.
Qui sols hi apreciat així que esquinnes.
There was nothing valuable at home, so she would bring some food every time she came. Shike was not a stingy person, especially to innocent children. As they got along more, Go-Dan became very attached to Shike. This made Shike want a child of her own even more. But think about it, Shirtu is still nowhere to be found. How come she didn't get pregnant after so many attempts? Shirtu looked so brave, but it turned out to be quite useless. Shike did not doubt herself at all. If there was a problem, it must be someone else's problem. How could she have one? It seems that Brother Shirtu has come back, and he needs to be supplemented. The stone that was complained by the magpie for being useless returned to the mountain. He is now back to the stone house in the mountain. There was a reason why the old hunter chose to build the stone house here. It is on the halfway point of the mountain, and it is still a distance away from the deep mountains, so it is more convenient to go there for hunting. Since it is close to the deep mountains, wild beasts may come over. Therefore, this piece of land is high, and there are almost no trees around. There is a cliff not far to the west, and wild beasts cannot come over. There is a water source not far to the east, and the water is relatively deep, which can block some wild beasts. The south side of the stone house is next to the mountain wall, unless you jump down from it. This is another natural barrier. Only the wide north side is down the mountain. The old hunter is very smart. He dug a deep ditch in front and put a wooden board when passing back and forth, which blocked some wild beasts. There are also sharpened bamboo sticks in the deep ditch, and occasionally you can pick up fallen prey. Shirtu bought a lot of tools this time, including a shovel, a saw, an axe, and even a spatula. There was a cave on the mountain wall not far to the south of the stone house, so Shirtu put all these things in the cave and blocked the door with stones. From the outside, there was no trace at all. He took a knife and cut a lot of wormwood and spread it on the kong so that people could sleep. After working for so long, he smelled of sweat, and the fishy smell of prey was unbearable. Shirtu didn't change his clothes. He went to the river to wash his clothes in the shallow water, put them aside, and then jumped in to wash his body. He also caught 2 fish. He was hungry after working for a long time. He didn't want to go out hunting after taking a bath, so he could only catch fish to fill his stomach. He shook the wet clothes and put them on his body again, lit a bonfire in the yard, cleaned the fish, rubbed salt on them, and roasted them. There are few people here, the fish are big, and the meat is firm. This time he will catch a few when he goes back. After finishing the 2 grilled fish, Shida's clothes were also dried. He stood up and patted his stomach. Well, he was not too hungry but not too full either. He just had to make do with his life. Shirtu ran a lot that day, almost without stopping. Soon he began to snore. The next day, Shirtu was awakened by the sound of birds singing. Even if there were no trees nearby, the birds were still singing. Early birds know how to find food, let alone people. He simply wiped his face by the water, scooped up some water, and drank it. He wanted to go to the deep mountains to take a look. He had already come here and had a good night's sleep.
He was full of energy now.
He had eaten the meat buns that the magpie brought him a long time ago. When he went up the mountain yesterday, he bought a lot of big white steamed buns. After a tasteless meal, he picked up his things and headed straight for the deep mountains. He couldn't tell exactly where the deep mountains were, but as he walked deeper and deeper, he had to pay full attention and take every step carefully. Animals in the deep mountains are mostly in groups, so he can't force his way in. He could only sigh as he watched the deer pass by leisurely from the tree. How many 20 tails are these? How much food can it buy? Just as he was thinking, a roar attracted his attention again. It's a bear. Why is the bear out now? Bears are difficult to deal with, and Shirtu didn't dare to be arrogant. There was a sound in front, and the bear ran in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, something hit his head, and Shirtu looked around vigilantly. There was a little squirrel on a tree not far away, eating something in its mouth, and raised its front paws to throw something at him again. Shirtu saw it clearly this time. It was wild apricots. It turned out that there were a lot of wild apricots on the tree where the little squirrel stood. Shirtu was amused.
Dos quirréus eat apricots?
They don't eat apricots, but they throw them at him. Shirtu looked up. The apricots on the top of the tree should be ripe, while those below are still a little green. Shirtu climbed over skillfully, and the little squirrel disappeared in a few vigilant steps. Shirtu's backpack was placed under the tree. He picked the wild apricots and put them in his clothes. He almost slid down and put the wild apricots in the backpack. He went back and forth several times and picked quite a few. You can't just pick a few wild apricots when you go into the mountains. He moved carefully and looked at the footprints left on the road. Wild boar feces. There are wild boars nearby. He put the backpack aside and searched carefully nearby. If it was a lone wild boar, he would take it. If it was a group, he would see it next time. Maybe he was really lucky. It was really a lone wild boar. The fangs of a wild boar are not a joke. Shirtu carefully hid his body and moved. The wild boar looked clumsy, but it was also very alert and soon found Shirtu. Shirtu had been prepared. Almost when the wild boar ran towards him, he held the sharp blade in his hand. After a while, the wild boar let out a mournful cry. Shirtu quickly stabbed it a few more times. This wild boar weighed at least 200 kilograms. Shirtu wanted to shave the meat for it in the mountains like last time. But the bloody smell was too strong, and he was afraid of attracting other wild animals. Shirtu hurriedly carried the backpack and dragged the wild boar out of the deep mountains first. Holding his breath, Shirtu dragged for a while, then carried it and quickly got out of the deep mountains. This time, he quickened his pace and dragged the wild boar back to the stone house. After returning, he drank a few sips of water and ate 2 steamed buns to fill his stomach. He dragged the wild boar to the river, cut it open, and only kept the good meat. The rest was thrown into the river to feed the fish and shrimp. But his backpack couldn't hold so much meat. Fortunately, he bought a lot of coarse salt and put it in the stone house this time. Wash the meat and marinate it with coarse salt. Then he cut a few bamboos and skewered the meat. The space in the stone cave on the south side is large, so the marinated meat was hung inside to dry. There is still a small portion left, which can be carried back home. We haven't had stewed meat at home for a long time. Thinking of stewing meat, he felt hungry again. He poured out the wild apricots, put the meat in the backpack, separated it with leaves, and put the wild apricots on top. Thinking that Shike was still waiting for him at home, he didn't want to delay any longer, so he turned around and went down the mountain. Shike was at home helping Sister Cui take care of the children, so Gooden was not lonely here. Thinking that Shirtu said he would be back in 2 or 3 days when he left, but the day had come. Why didn't he come back? He felt a little uneasy the whole day. After all, he was going to the mountains, where wild animals roamed, and Brother Shirtu was alone. Would he be in danger? He stood at the gate of the yard and looked outside countless times in a day. Gooden held a bun in his hand and ate it while looking at Shike. Why did Aunt Shike always look outside today? Did Aunt Shike not like him anymore? Gooden ran over obediently, holding up a half-eaten bun in his hand. Auntie eat.
Shike rubbed Gooden's head. Good boy, Gooden. Eat by yourself, go drink some water. Shike poured a large bowl of honey water for Gooden. Gooden had just drunk half of it. It was so sweet that he was reluctant to finish it all at once. He drank 2 more sips and continued to gnaw on the bun in his hand. The buns that Aunt Shike gave him were also delicious, with meat inside. Xiao Hui barked at Gooden twice, wagging his little tail happily. Gooden glanced at Shike, and seeing that Auntie had gone to the kitchen, he secretly fed the remaining bun in his hand to Xiao Hui. Shike was preparing lunch in the kitchen. She was alone, and she was a little uninterested. Shike, I'm here to pick up Gooden. Shike heard Sister Chui's voice and hurried out of the kitchen. In the past 2 or 3 days, Sister Chui and Dainyu spent almost the whole day on the 2 acres of wasteland, weeding, tilling the land, watering, and preparing to plant seeds. After giving birth to Gooden, Chui's wife didn't go to the fields much, and she was busy with housework at home. But after these few days of busy work, her face was sunburned, but her spirit was getting better and better. Sister-in-law, you work so hard all day. How come you are still so energetic? Why should I be in low spirits? I work for myself, and I have endless energy. Shike teased. Sister-in-law means that you'll be energetic when working with Brother Dainyu. Chui's wife laughed. You're just a chatterbox, but you're not wrong. Gooden had already run over, and when he saw his mother laughing, he also laughed and hugged his mother's legs. Mom, I am good, and didn't make Aunt angry. Gooden, be good. Mom will go back to cook for you and say goodbye to Aunt Shikwebec. Mom, Gooden is not hungry and gave Bao to eat. Chui's wife knew that if she left Gooden here, her son would not be thirsty or hungry. Shike, I won't thank you. I'll take Gooden back first. Dainyu should go home for dinner soon.
Got it.
Send Gooden here in the afternoon. I won't feel bored if he keeps me company at home. Sister Chui went home first with Gooden in her arms. Shike made 2 pancakes with some green vegetables and cooked a pot of mung bean porridge, which was enough for dinner. He was too lazy to cook, so he just cut a little pickled vegetables that Sister Chui sent, and it was done for lunch. He fed the chickens, and Xiao Hui gave water and grass to the little donkey, and yawned, and went back to the house to sleep. Ever since the 2 acres of wasteland were handed over to Dainyu, Dainyu would work in the fields whenever he had time. He was only given 2 acres of land when the family was divided, and he could handle it alone. But the couple had to work together to clean up the wasteland, so after eating and resting for a while, they went out again. After leaving the village, Dainyu went to the fields, and Sister Chui sent Go Dan to Shike. Shike still spread a mat in the shade and let Go Dan play by himself, while she sewed clothes for Shirtu. Shike's needlework was not very good, but she had no problem sewing simple clothes. The main reason was that Shirtu's clothes were torn quickly, and they would always be scratched after going into the mountains. The cloth bought from the town last time was not finished yet. Now, except for the 2 sets of fine cloth clothes that Shike made for Shirtu when he got married, the rest were coarse cloth clothes, which were durable and resistant to wear. In the afternoon, Go Dan was given half a bowl of mung bean porridge, and some sugar was added to the mung bean porridge. Go Dan ate it very happily and didn't leave any leftovers. Gooden, if you feel sleepy, tell your auntie and I will take you to the house to sleep. Gooden raised his little face and said, Auntie, I'm not sleepy. I'm going to play with, shall we? Shike pinched Gooden's little face. Sister Chui was a neat person. She raised her son well. He was not as sloppy as other children in the village. She let Gooden play with Shall We, while she continued to sew the remaining stitches. Shike looked up at the door and saw a young wife in the village standing at the door calling her. Shike saw that she looked familiar, but didn't know who she was from, so she hurried over and asked, Sister-in-law wants to talk to me about something. The young wife looked like she was jogging all the way. She swallowed her saliva and said, I'm from Juzi's family in the same alley as Dainyu. You should go to the field quickly. The old lady of the Nyo family is scolding Dainyu there, saying that you are using her son for nothing. The scolding is very ugly. This old woman is looking for trouble again. Letting Dainyu cultivate these 2 acres of wasteland is also to help the couple and harvest some food. If it causes trouble for Dainyu again, it will be bad. Shike hurriedly picked up Go Danner, walked out of the yard, and locked the gate. Sister-in-law, please help me look after Go Danner first. I'll go first. The young wife took Go Danner and said, You're fast, go first. I can't run anymore. Sister Chui and Shike mentioned Juzi's wife, knowing that she was reliable, so she was relieved to hand Go Dan over to her. The young wife was exhausted after running here, and she didn't have the strength to run back, so she walked slowly behind with Go Danner.
Shike ran all the way to the wasteland.
It's funny to say that she didn't know where the wasteland was. She only knew the general direction. Sure enough, when she got closer, she saw a few people gathered there.
You are such a...
Your parents are dying of exhaustion, but you don't even lend a hand. You are just working like a for others. And you witch. It's you who instigated my son to do this. You two just watched our parents work themselves to death, but you are not filial and don't let my son do his duty. God, why don't you kill you heartless person? At this time, the magpie shouted, Because God has eyes, he knows who should be struck and who shouldn't be struck. The magpie walked in and pulled Chui Saozi up from the ground. Turning his head, he saw Dainyu covering his arm with blood flowing out from between his fingers. Oh, this mother is really heartless. This is the first time I see someone trying to beat her own son to death. Oh, God. Open your eyes and look. When will you strike down with lightning? Aunt Neo pointed at Shike. You. Shike pushed her hand aside. Don't point at me. You and I have nothing to do with each other. You have delayed our family's work, and I will never forgive you. You are ordering people around, and you still think you are right. I ordered you around, but I wouldn't need you if you wanted to. Bah, how dare you order me around? I just have a big face, but I am better than those shameless people. I tell you, if you delayed my family's work, I will beat you up. My family's fields have no harvest, and I will make sure that you can't harvest a single grain of food from your fields. If you don't believe me, just try it. Aunt Neo saw Shike scolding her like this, but Dainyu and his wife didn't say a word. She was so angry that her chest heaved, and she wanted to fall to the ground and make a scene. The magpie shouted loudly, If you want to faint, go to the side. Faint in my field? I don't care. I will sue you for extortion. These two neighbors also saw it. She is the one who came to pick a fight. If something happens, don't blame me. You two are witnesses. The two people came with Aunt Neo, originally to watch the fun, but they didn't expect to get into trouble. We didn't see anything. Let's go. There's so much work to do at home. The two turned around and left, and the magpie walked up to Aunt Neo. Are you still dizzy? If you are, leave quickly. You are delaying my family's work. I'll ask Brother Shirtu to take Erniu to work as well. You are unreasonable. Shike crossed his arms. You are right. I didn't intend to be reasonable. Reasoning is the government's business. I will do things according to my requirements. My requirement is that you don't make me unhappy, otherwise no one will be happy. After speaking, she turned to Dainyu and his wife and said, Brother Dainyu, your hand is injured. You can't finish the work in 3 to 5 days. What are you going to do with the 20 taels of silver you owe me? Otherwise, let your mother pay for it first. Seeing Shike's eyes rolling, Sister Chui couldn't help but want to laugh. Don't talk nonsense. You are so poor that you can come up with 20 taels of silver. Who are you trying to fool? Brother Dainyu, Sister Chui, tell me, did Shirtu borrow 20 taels of silver from you? This is not nonsense from Shiquebec. Not long after Shirtu came back, Gooden fell ill. No one in the Nyo family took care of him. Dainyu was anxious to ask for a doctor. At that time, he didn't have any money. Shirtu gave all the 20 taels he had on him to Dainyu. Many people in the Nyo family saw it at that time. Of course, Gooden didn't spend that much to ask for a doctor, and Dainyu and his wife had already paid Shirtu back. But outsiders don't know about this. Now Shike insisted that Dainyu owed his family 20 taels of silver, and it was natural for him to help her family. Otherwise, she would ask Old Lady Nyo to pay back the money. Old Lady Nyo couldn't stand the instigation of others, so she came to ask Dainyu to help her work, but she didn't expect that Shike would be more difficult than her. If you want her money, dream on. Old Nyo was about to leave, but Shike pulled her back and chased her to ask her to return the money. The two chased her from the field to the intersection. Shike stopped chasing her when she saw her running far away. Shike happily returned to the field and saw the wound on Dainia's arm. She got anxious and forgot about Dainiu. Don't work anymore. You can't do it anytime soon. Treat the wound first. Shike, I'm really causing you trouble again, said Sister Chui. What's the trouble? You two have been working here for several days. Why did you want to make trouble today? She didn't know about it 2 days ago. I don't know who said that we were working here. It happened that it was time to harvest the grain in the fields over at the old house, and we never went there. Now the old lady is anxious. She really treats you two like cattle and horses. You should work hard for her when you are needed. She wants to strangle you to death when you are not.
Don't go. Don't worry about them.
Erniu is the only strong laborer in the family. His father is too old to take care of him. Ernia's wife only does housework. In previous years, it was always us who helped. Magpie looked at the two of them. You two are stupid? You only have 2 acres of land. You can finish the work early and rest early. Even if there is no work, you can earn more money by doing odd jobs. Why go to help them? They don't appreciate your kindness at all. Chui Saozi pulled Dainu away. Go home first, I'll bandage you. There are herbs over there. Just chew them and apply them on the paste. Dania said indifferently. Shike said, go back and wrap it well. Besides, you won't be able to work for much longer. At this time, Juzi's wife also arrived with Gooden in her arms.
Dad, Mom.
Juzi's wife came up. Oh, why is there blood? Chui's wife said, my mother-in-law came and tried to grab to stop us from working and accidentally hit Dainu. Go home quickly to stop the bleeding. We will be busy soon, and it will delay things if you hurt your arm. Shike also said, yes, if it doesn't work, go see a doctor, and then go to the old house to ask them for medical expenses. Juzi's wife laughed. It's easy for you to say, but you can't get a penny from there. I know, but you have to let them know that Brother Dainu has injured his arm and can't work. Don't come to Brother Dainu for help when harvesting the grain. Chui's wife and Juzi's wife both laughed. Shike was so smart. It turned out that he went to ask for money to shut them up. Dainu also said, it's okay, it's just a scratch, it's not that serious. Mrs. Chui said, then let's not work today, the rest of us will be enough for 2 days, there's no rush. Dainu couldn't persuade Mrs. Chui, so the family of 3 went home. Shike separated from them at the intersection and went home alone. When he was almost at the door, he heard Xiao Hui in the yard barking. Shike hurriedly ran 2 steps. What a shame. He was hungry again in such a short time. Just after opening the door, he saw a figure flashing in the yard. Shike's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a thief? He didn't bring his knife with him when he went out. After a little hesitation, he pushed the door open. What was there to be afraid of in broad daylight? Little Gray came over barking and wagging his tail, and circled around the magpie twice. At this time, a man came out of the house, and the magpie shouted, Brother Shirtu, when did you come back? He trotted to Shida's side, with a bright smile on his face. Shirtu looked terrible at this moment. His clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and he smelled of sweat after walking such a long mountain road. The straw sandals he wore in the morning were already broken, and he barely fixed them with a rope made of straw. Brother Shirtu, you look like a beggar now. When he saw the red marks on Shida's arms caused by branches, some of which were still bleeding, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Shirtu looked at the magpie and smiled. Why are you so sad again? You are not happy that I'm back. I'll go take a shower first, and I'll talk to you when I come back. I'll boil some hot water for you to take a shower. It's so close to the pond. Why bother to boil water? I'll be back in a minute. Hurry up and make me something to eat. The magpie said hurriedly. There's still green bean porridge I cooked at noon in the basin. Drink the porridge, and then go wash. Anyway, it's like this. It doesn't make much difference whether you wash it earlier or later. As the magpie said this, he took the clothes from Shida's hand and put them on the small bench outside. When Shirtu heard that there was ready-made food, it was just right because he was hungry. The magpie brought out a small bowl of mung bean porridge, and Shirtu took a spoon, sat on the small bench, and drank it up. There was food on the mountains, so he wouldn't be hungry, but a few meals in a row would be enough,
and it wouldn't taste as good as home-cooked food. After drinking the porridge, Shirtu picked up his change of pants and went to the pond. He soaked them in the water. This time he didn't need to wash his clothes, because the torn ones couldn't be kept. He scrubbed them back and forth with soap leaves twice, then dived into the water. He swam a circle in the water and rinsed his body. He came up to change his clothes, and then he remembered that he didn't bring his shoes and he couldn't keep his straw shoes. He had no choice but to go home barefoot. Shirtu decided to go down the mountain without stopping for long. On the way to the mountainside, he caught a pheasant. When he got home from the mountain, he found the gate was closed. He entered the yard and called out twice, but the magpie didn't come out. But he didn't see the magpie at the foot of the mountain just now. Did it go to the village? He picked up all the wild apricots in the backpack into the basin and put the pork aside. He threw the pheasant in the corner and would clean it up later. Seeing that his body was in a mess, he went back to the house to get a pair of pants and wanted to go to the pond to wash it first. It just so happened that he and the magpie entered the house one after the other. After Shirtu left, the magpie put the apricots in a basket and put it in a ventilated place. He found a lot of them and washed them in the basin. He took a bite and found them quite sweet. Looking at the half basket of wild boar meat in the backpack, the magpie was beaming. Smoke more bacon for winter. It's too late today. I have to stew some tomorrow. I've been planning to give Shirtu some nourishment. What can nourish people better than meat? Don't delay her from having a baby. Thinking happily, I divided the meat. I forgot to give 2 pieces to Brother Dania's family. Sister Chui brought her a few baskets and dustpans these 2 days. Knowing that Shirtu didn't have much stuff, Dania took the time to weave some for her. Otherwise, why is it said that you need a woman at home to live? Shirtu used to be alone, so how could he need these things? He took out a small basket, put 2 large pieces of meat in it, and separated the wild apricots with leaves and put them together. He will send it over in the evening. After doing all this, the magpie mixed some noodles and ate noodles with gravy in the evening. At this time, Shirtu came back. Brother Shirtu, why did you take so long to wash this time? Oh, why did you come back barefoot? Where are your shoes? The shoes are long gone. I was twisting straw ropes on the way, so I didn't come back barefoot. Wash your feet. There are cloth shoes there. Put them on. After saying that, the magpie was about to take the cloth shoes to the stone. Don't take them, magpie. I have another pair of straw shoes. You can wear them when you go out for something. But you only have that 1 pair of straw shoes. That's easy. I will weave 2 more pairs tomorrow. They are comfortable to wear on hot days, and you won't feel bad about throwing them away. Countrymen usually wear straw sandals on hot days. If they have 1 or 2 pairs of good cloth shoes, they will wear them when going out. The same goes for clothes. If they are torn, they will be mended. If they are too rotten to be used, they will be made into paddles and glued to make soles. In short, there is no waste. Shirtu used to do whatever he could to save trouble. His clothes were often torn and he never bought new ones. So outsiders always thought he was so poor that he had to eat leaves. Brother Shirtu, we are not without money. Why do we live so hard? I have sewed 2 new sets of clothes for you, and there is some cloth left, which is just enough to make another pair of shoes. Shirtu saw it in the house as soon as he came back. They went shopping together. Unexpectedly, Shike quickly made 2 sets of clothes for him. I'm not picky. Why should I make so many good ones? You can make 2 more sets for yourself when you have time. Just now when the magpie mentioned silver, Shirtu said, I was lucky this time. I went up the mountain smoothly and hunted a deer. I sold it and put the silver in the box in your closet. The magpie smiled. Really, how much is it? I'll go and see. Shirtu watched the magpie happily enter the house and soon ran out with a smile. Brother Shirtu, why do you have so much? Shirtu naturally hugged the magpie in his arms. Seeing her silly and money-grubbing look, he couldn't help laughing. The deer is alive, so the price is high. It's not easy to catch. There were 18 taels of silver in the purse. Shirtu bought a lot of things and brought them up the mountain. He first put them in the stone house. The loose silver was almost spent. Ironware is not cheap now, and Shirtu bought all iron products, so he spent so much. Magpie, I never found you so money-grubbing. You can't even find your eyes when you see the silver. With money, we can do a lot of things. We can renovate the house, buy land, and store more grain. Think about it, which one can be done without money? Can it be done without enough money? Indeed, each one is a big thing and it must be done. Magpie, let's not build the house for now. Let's see the situation after a while. Anyway, we have money in hand and can build it anytime. The same goes for buying land. Don't worry, I will definitely buy the land for you so that you can be a landlord in the future. Magpie laughed. Brother Sure, I definitely believe what you say. You told me about the house and the land. We'll do it after this chaos is over. Let's buy some grain first, while the grain is cheap now. I know this. I heard that the price of grain will not rise for a while. We have to wait until after the autumn harvest. There are still a few months, enough time for us to prepare. Magpie nodded. Sure must know more about the outside news than she does. It would be right to listen to Sure. Magpie, you were not at home when I came back just now. Where did you go? Magpie then remembered what happened in the afternoon. With Shida's return, Magpie finally had someone to talk to. She clenched her little fists and told Sure about what happened in the afternoon with indignation. With parents like these, Daigneau and his wife must have suffered a lot. Is Daigneau seriously injured? It shouldn't be serious, but he's bleeding. I'll take out some meat and wild apricots. Why don't you go and take a look? Sure looked at the sky and said, Let's finish our meal. It's not appropriate to go now. No one was visiting at mealtime. Magpie stood up and said, I'll go cook. I've kneaded the dough, and we'll make noodles with gravy in the evening. Shike went back to the kitchen and made the stew, which was still mushroom, black fungus, and egg stew, and used boiling water to blanch some vegetables as a side dish. Shike rolled the noodles, and Sure came over to help boil water. After the noodles were rolled, the water was boiled. Sure had been away for the past few days, and apart from the meat buns that Shike brought in the day before, he would just catch some game to make do with a meal. After returning from the county town, he bought a few big steamed buns, but no vegetables, just ate them dry. Now he was eating the delicious noodles with stew, and he couldn't stop even after eating 2 big bowls. Brother Sure, marinate the meat and make some bacon later. I'll pick out some that are fat and lean and stew them tomorrow. Sure nodded vigorously, stew more. I've been craving meat for a long time. To be honest, the taste of wild boar meat is still not as good. The pork belly bought in town is the most delicious when stewed. Then let's buy some more someday and store more bacon. When the price of grain increases in the future, the price of meat will definitely increase as well. Sure said, It doesn't matter whether the price of meat increases or not. At worst, I can go to the mountains to hunt. I really have no choice but to buy grain. We had dinner early today. After dinner, Shike put the meat in the kitchen, and Sure marinated the meat and hung it up for smoking. After the two of them were done, they went to the village with the basket and took the pheasant that they hadn't had time to pick up. Shike didn't feel sorry at all. With so much wild boar meat, it didn't matter whether the chicken was eaten or not. The two of them arrived at Daigneau's house, and the 3 of them hadn't finished their dinner. Oh, you two are here. Sure has been out for a long time this time. Sister Chui got up and greeted the 2 of them. Have you eaten? If not, I'll make you some more noodles. But the magpie said, Sister-in-law, don't bother. We're just going to have noodles tonight. Daigneau also asked Sure to sit down. Sure asked Brother Daigneau, How is your arm injury? I just heard about it when I came back. Daigneau smiled, Nothing, just a scratch. That's also called an injury. Daigneau saw the pheasant that Sure was carrying and smiled. I just got a little skin scratched. It's worth it for you to bring a chicken to see me. I caught it when I came back. If you don't like it, don't eat it.
Give it to sister-in-law and gooden.
The magpie hurriedly handed the basket to Sister Chui. Sister-in-law, these are 2 pieces of wild boar meat that Sure brought back. I'm giving you 2 pieces. The wheat harvest is about to start these 2 days, so it's a good time to add a dish. Sister Chui felt very embarrassed. What are you 2 doing? You're taking chickens and meat. We've taken advantage of you a lot. If you continue like this, sister-in-law will be angry. The magpie laughed and said, Sister-in-law, don't say who is taking advantage of whom. Look at the vegetables we eat, and the baskets, backpacks, winnowing baskets and some odds and ends we use. Weren't they all sent by you? I didn't say anything else. What are those worth? They are not worth much, but we can't live without them. Besides, I still have a lot left. Seeing that the two were refusing each other, Dania said, Okay, they are all here except them. A few days later, when the grain was harvested, some was sent to Shirtu and the others. Sister Chui then put the things into the kitchen, washed a few apricots in a basin, and brought out 2 bowls of water. The magpie took an apricot and handed it to Gun. Gun took it and said with a smile, "Aunt, eat it." Gun eat it, Aunt just ate it. Sister Chui said, "You can't eat too many apricots, so drink some water." Dania finished his meal in a few mouthfuls, put down his bowl, and asked Shirtu, "You have been away for several days this time. What have you gained?" Shirtu came here just to tell Dania the news he heard, so that he would not be so foolish as to follow Dania just to make money because he heard that the canal was being repaired. This would be really fatal, and it would be in vain if he died. The biggest gain from this trip is hearing some news. I heard that the price of grain has dropped again, and it should not rise in the short term. Besides, the canal will be repaired after the autumn harvest. Then, he briefly repeated the news he heard. Chui Saozi was a little confused, but Daniu vaguely understood. Shirtu, what do you say we should do? Brother will listen to you. I mean, don't sell the new grain after it comes down, and stock up some more while the grain price is cheap. After the autumn harvest, people will be done with their work. If the canal is really to be repaired, you should not go. Tell the relatives we are good at, there is only so much we can do. If they listen to advice, they can save their lives. If they don't, no one can do anything. The magpie said, "It is true that we cannot say more. After all, it is a matter of fact. If someone with ulterior motives instigates it or the government accuses it of disturbing and confusing others, it will be hard to explain, and others may not appreciate it." Dania thought about it seriously and then nodded.
What my sister-in-law said is right.
Who will believe some things unless they are in front of us? You two don't farm, and you don't collect grain. Others raise the price to sell, but you say they can't sell. Others will be happy, so it is better to say less. Shirtu also said, "Yes, I have thought about it for a long time. If others know that I knew the news in advance but didn't tell them, they will say that I am doing it on purpose and gloating. But if I tell others in advance, how can I explain the matter of fact clearly? If the government finds trouble with me again, I will be in trouble. So I only tell you intimately, and I don't care whether you listen or not." Dania said, "Brother believes you. We know little about the news outside. You must know more than we do after being outside for a long time. Besides, there is no loss if the food is stored. At most, I can eat it slowly by myself. Brother Daniu, have you found a place to dig a cellar?
I've seen that piece of wasteland.
If we dig deeper, there are rocks underneath. I don't think it will work." That piece of wasteland was slowly opened up by Shitta's mother and Hunter father. Anyway, there was no tax on the wasteland for 5 years. The Hunter father and Shirtu rarely went there, but his mother was busy there more. Shirtu liked to run into the mountains and forests with his father. He could stay in the mountains and forests for a few days. But he couldn't do it for half a day, when he had to carry A to the fields. That's why it was left wasteland. Shirtu said, "Brother Daniu, since you can't dig a cellar there, why don't you make one over there? There is a cave not far from the water pond. Let's find a hidden place to dig. It should work." "Okay, I'll feel more at ease if I'm closer to you. I'll start working on it once I find a good spot. This year, all the grain from my 2 mu of land will be stored there, and we'll just keep some old grain at home. It's not that urgent. I heard from them that it will be implemented after the autumn harvest. As long as there are no major changes, there should be a few months to prepare." After hearing this, Shike said, "Brother Shirtu, we have to tell my dad and my aunt and the others. I'll find time to tell them, and Shirkwan as well. He's the only one there, so he has to be prepared, too." The Chui sisters said, "And my mother's family. There are many people in my mother's family, so they have to have some peace of mind, too." Dania said, "We have to tell them, but we should say what we should say, and don't say what we shouldn't say, and don't cause trouble for Shirtu." "Oh, I get it," Shirtu said hurriedly. Don't be so nervous.
There's still time.
Let's harvest the summer grain first. The sun has been shining these 2 days, and it won't be 2 or 3 days before we can rush to harvest. Most crops in Sichuan County are wheat, but in Pingqiu County, rice is mostly planted. Wheat must be harvested quickly, in just a few days, and the crops dry quickly under the scorching sun. It's the same at Shikei's mother's house. The tenants all grow wheat, so the donkey has to be returned. Even if Fatherly doesn't need it, he will lend it to the tenants in order to save time. Seeing that it was getting late, Shirtu took Shikei back. The two of them walked out of the village, and the barking of dogs in the village gradually subsided, and they were greeted by the sound of insects at the foot of the mountain outside. Shikei, I'll help you smoke the meat tomorrow, and help Brother Dania to look around the pond and find a place to hide the grain. The day after tomorrow, go to Dad's place and see if there's anything I can help with. The land at home has been rented out, so you shouldn't be needed. Why don't you go to your aunt's place and Shirquan's place together the day after tomorrow to save the trouble of running back and forth? Okay, it's not far, I'll go there together, and when I come back, I'll take you up the mountain. When the magpie heard this, he felt pain in his feet.
Go up the mountain again.
We have a house on the mountain? Why don't you go and have a look?
We have a house in the mountain. Of course we have one.
Have you forgotten that my father used to be a hunter, and he lived in the mountain? But we don't live there. What are we going there to see? There are wild fruits there, big fish in the river, and there are several prickly ash trees and mushrooms and fungus grow in piles. If you don't go, I will go alone. When the magpie heard this, he was moved. Go, I'll go with you. What are you afraid of? At worst, her feet will hurt from walking, so she can let Shirtu carry her on his back. The two had been separated for several days, and Shirtu had been feeling very anxious. It is said that a short separation is better than a new marriage, and after this short separation, the two were even more harmonious than when they were newly married. Shikei was thinking about having a baby, so the fight was fierce all night. Shikei was passionate all night, and although the fire was extinguished later, Shirtu was more determined to take Shikei up the mountain with him. Even if he had to divide his energy to take care of Shikei, he was willing to do so. There were people around to talk to bicker with, and to cook for him, which was much more interesting than running around in the mountains alone. As expected, the next day when Shikei opened his eyes, Shirtu had gotten up early. The sun was already high, and Shirtu was not in the yard, but the chickens had been fed, the vegetable garden had been watered, and even Xiao Hui had not been left out. There was still porridge in the pot that Shirtu had left for Shikei, and there were some chopped pickles in the bowl next to it. Shikei washed up happily and then poured the pickles into the porridge bowl and stirred it. The porridge with pickles, which had no taste, tasted sweet to Shikei. After dinner, I cleaned up the kitchen and cut the meat that I had left yesterday into pieces. Put it in the pot with cold water and pour some wine to blanch it to remove the blood foam. After taking it out, wash the pot and heat it, put oil in the pot, add sugar to fry it to get the color, then pour the meat in and stir it evenly. Add clean water to the pot, and then put the seasonings in one by one. Wild boar meat has a strong fishy smell, so it must be heavy. Cover it and simmer it on low heat. Take out the meat that was rubbed with salt yesterday. The meat needs to be kneaded before making bacon. When kneading, add wine and pepper and keep kneading. When it is almost done, put it in a cool place to air dry, and then hang it on the beam to smoke slowly. There are also fruit wood and seasonings that are used to smoke, which is faster, but it doesn't taste as good as the slow smoking. After smoking, it can be stored for a long time. Knead the meat once, and then Shirtu comes back. Magpie, this is too much trouble. Just leave it there, and I'll do it. I've already kneaded it. You can hang it behind the house to dry first, and then hang it on the beam in 2 days. Okay, if I had known earlier, I would have kneaded it first, so I wouldn't have to find work for you. What kind of work is this? Why did you go there so early? Did you help Brother Dania look for a place? Shirtu nodded. I looked around nearby. It's impossible to dig a cellar. It's too much trouble and it makes a lot of noise. Finding a hidden place and digging out the cave to expand it a little bit is much more convenient than digging a cellar. Magpie asked, Brother Shirtu, should we take this opportunity to dig one too? Shirtu shook his head. No, our cellar has a mezzanine so we can put it there at ordinary times. Besides, you forgot that we have a house on the mountain. If we put things there, ordinary people won't be able to find it unless they are experienced old hunters. Magpie was relieved. It turned out that Shirtu had a plan in advance, so she didn't have to worry. The aroma is coming out. How long do we need to stew the meat? Shirtu asked after sniffing. It was quite bad at noon. If the wild boar meat is stewed for too short a time, it won't be tasty and it will be hard to chew. It needs to be stewed for a while longer. Shike, I'll go to Dad's place tomorrow. It's tiring to walk to several places. Do you want to bring something for Dad? There's nothing to bring. You can give some wild apricots to Huzi and some to Arya. There won't be much left at our house. Shirtu thought for a while and said, how about this? Give some to Huzi, Arya, and Shirkwan, and then go up the mountain to pick them. There are plenty of wild fruits in the mountain. Shike has never been a stingy person. Besides, she has eaten a lot. Okay, take them all. Fortunately, your backpack is big, and you can bring back a lot. Otherwise, how can we share them? What good stuff. When I was in the mountains, I would pick one to eat unless I was thirsty. I rarely carried this stuff down before.
You're so irritating.
It's so delicious, especially when it's ripe. It can also be made into dried apricots. Oh, then let's pick more on the mountain. I'll make more. This can be eaten for a long time. Shirtu couldn't help but smile when he saw the little face of the magpie shining when talking about food. Okay, I will be responsible for picking it for you when the time comes, and you will be responsible for making it. Prepare what you need in advance. When the magpie heard this, he really thought about it seriously. If you make too much of this, in addition to giving it away, you can also sell some of it. Although it is easy for Shirtu to support her, she can also support herself. Try it first. If the market is good, make more. The smell of wild boar stewed in the pot is getting stronger and stronger. Although Shike said that he couldn't eat at noon, Shirtu still picked up a few pieces and scooped a spoonful of broth to pour on the rice. Add some green vegetables and stir, and every grain of rice is covered with broth, which is very satisfying to eat. Shike, we have to bring bedding with us when we go up the mountain this time. There is a house in the mountain, but no bedding. We have to stay for 2 days. Fortunately, it's not so cold now, so we can bring the old ones. How many more days? What about the chickens at home? What about Xiao Hui? Shirtu chewed the rice in his mouth and swallowed it before saying, send the chickens to Cui Saozi and let her help take care of them. Xiao Hui will be with us. It's a little wolf dog, and it doesn't have any blood. It must be brought into the mountains to train its wildness. Okay, then I'll prepare some dry food tomorrow. Shirtu thought for a while and said, it doesn't need to be too much. There is a kitchen there. I also bought a new pot and put it there. We can just carry some rice, flour, and seasoning up. That would save a lot of trouble. Brother Shirtu, you'll go to Shirkwan first tomorrow, right? It's not easy for him to live alone. Bring him some rice and flour. Okay, you pack it out later. I'll go to his place first anyway, there's a donkey cart, and then go to Dad's place from his place. After the two discussed, they went their separate ways. Shirtu had to help Dainyu find a place to store food first, so he went out again after dinner. After he had a look, he had to call Dainyu over, and the two discussed how to do it. Shike packed out the rice and flour, and also packed a few pieces of smoked bacon. There was nothing missing from his father's place, so it was not so troublesome to bring things. Shike steamed rice mixed with white and brown rice in the evening and stewed a large plate of beans in broth. But it was late, and Shirtu didn't come back. Wouldn't he eat at Brother Dainya's house? Just thinking about it, I saw Shalwi running to the door with his tail wagging. Shirtu was right. Why do you love to wag your tail so much? You are a wolf dog. Shirtu and Dainyu came in together. Brother Shirtu, Brother Dainyu, have you found a good place? Dainyu smiled. Sister-in-law, I have found one. I really have to thank Shirtu this time. The place is not small and hidden. Shirtu asked, Shike, is the meal ready? Brother Dainyu and I haven't eaten yet. Dainyu said hurriedly, no, I'm going home to eat. He turned around and was about to leave. Shirtu hurriedly stopped him, and Shike also said, I have prepared the meal. Come and eat here, and then go back after eating. After that, He turned around and went to the kitchen, first bringing the steamed rice into the main room. Then there was a large pot of stewed wild boar meat and a plate of beans. Dania was so amazed that this couple was really capable. They ate dry food in the middle of the night, and they ate it so well. But it looked really delicious. After dinner, the magpie thought about the busy schedule tomorrow, so he said, "Brother Daniu, go back and take the 3 chickens to your house first, and ask Sister Chue to feed them for me for a few days. Shirtu and I are going out." Shirtu also said, "Yes, otherwise I'll have to send them over tomorrow. Also, the place to store the grain is well located, and Brother Daniu, don't come here often, so as not to attract attention. When it's almost done, we'll start to clean up together." "Oh, I see. This time I don't have to dig it myself, which saves a lot of trouble." Shirtu caught the 3 chickens, their legs and wings, and asked Daniu to take them back to his house first. "That's why I never raised these things before. It's just inconvenient," Shirtu said to the magpie after he came back. The magpie smiled. "Of course, you can just leave by yourself, and you don't even have to lock the door." The couple talked and laughed, and went back to the house after putting everything in order. Dania brought 3 chickens back home. When Mrs. Chue saw them, she asked, "Where did these chickens come from?" It was obvious that they were not wild chickens, but domestic ones that laid eggs.
Put them in the chicken pen first. These are raised by She Quebec.
She and Shirtu went out for a few days and didn't have time to take care of them. Mrs. Chue patted her chest. "I was wondering whose chickens you brought back so late at night." Dania smiled. "Why, do you think I'm a thief?" "You're so stupid. Don't expect to be a thief in your life." Mrs. Chue untied the rope on the chicken's legs, let go of its wings, and threw it into the chicken pen, mixing it with the chickens she had raised before. Shike is going up the mountain with Shirtu. They'll be gone for several days, and it's not easy to stay up there. Daniu could hear Mrs. Chue's nagging and was worried about Shike. What's there to be afraid of with Shirtu following you? Besides, he won't go to dangerous places with She Quebec. I don't have Shitta's ability, otherwise I wouldn't take you with me. Sister Chue washed her hands, sat down and said, Shirtu is really a man of few talents. You see, he never panics when encountering problems and he knows everything well. Daniu agreed. Don't underestimate Shirtu because he looks honest. He has his own ideas. Otherwise, so many conscripts left, but he is the only one who came back intact, and he has learned a lot of skills. It is also because Shike has good vision. She did not mind Shirtu's poverty and lived with him wholeheartedly. Look at the couple now. They are living a happy life. Sister Chue thought about it, and it was true. I am not saying that it is only because Shike married Shirtu. If she were an ordinary family, with her good looks, even a wealthy family would not be able to support her. So, Shike's father has good vision. Even if he did not choose Shirtu, he would not have chosen a bad family, for She Quebec's sister Chue really likes She Quebec. She is generous and not shy, and she doesn't play tricks. She envies Shike more. In her parents' home, she was protected and loved by her father. After she got married, her husband protected and loved her again. What does a woman want in her life? Isn't it to have someone treat her well? Then she thought that she was not bad. Although her parents passed away early, her brother and sister-in-law treated her well and were willing to stand up for her when she had problems. Then she met Daniu. Although he didn't have any great abilities, he was really nice to her. This was much better than most families. Some families didn't take their daughters seriously at all. They worked like cattle and horses at home, and when they got married, it was just to get a dowry for their brothers and sisters at home. In years of disaster, the first thing to be sold is the daughter. What can a family do when they encounter such a disaster? It can be said that there is no comparison. People cannot be compared. The nights in the countryside are quiet. Even the dogs in the village are too lazy to bark. The mornings in the countryside are also lively. Every family gets up early. Shirtu gets up early every day. He cooks porridge first and then pulls the donkey to the foot of the mountain to let it eat first. After getting up, Shike cut some pickles and made a few pancakes. After the two had breakfast, they helped Shirtu put the things they had prepared in advance on the donkey cart.
Shika, Im leaving.
You can take care of the things I need to take tomorrow. I know. Be careful on the road and don't come back too late. Watching Shirtu driving the donkey cart away, Shike closed the courtyard door. She went back to the house and first took out Shirtu's old bedding. Today the sun was good, so she put it outside to dry and took it away tomorrow. There were also clothes for both of them. Shirtu's was simple, with 2 sets of clothes to change back and forth. Shike took 3 sets, which were old ones she had worn before. She couldn't bear to wear new clothes when she went into the mountains. She also had to take the small clothes she wore inside. While packing, she thought that if she often went to the mountains with Shirtu, she would have to make 2 sets of coarse cloth clothes. She went to the kitchen again. After taking a look, I decided to prepare some dry food. Seeing some oil residue in the jar, I decided to make some oil residue cakes. This is more convenient and salty, so I can eat it without vegetables. I did it as soon as I thought of it. I needed a large piece of dough, used more than half to make oil residue cakes, and used the rest to make dumplings in the afternoon. I would cook them in the evening when Brother Shirtu came back, and they would be ready to eat. I also took out some meat and chopped some mincemeat, mixed it with seasonings, and put it aside for later use. I looked at the vegetables in the backyard. Although they had sprouted, they were not edible yet. I went to the front yard, picked up the basket, and went outside to dig wild vegetables. This time, Cece only picked the tender ones and didn't need to mix too much with the meat stuffing. But once he started digging, he never stopped and didn't come back until he had a basket full. There was no rush to make dumplings. He could make them in the evening. Cece first cleaned the freshly picked wild vegetables, set aside the ones for stuffing, and chopped up the rest. He scooped some white flour from a coarse porcelain bowl, scooped some coarse flour and mixed them together and made wild vegetable cakes. In addition to some white rice and white flour, Cece prepared to bring some vegetable cakes and oil dregs cakes. These 2 things can be stored too. It's hot now, and stuffed food will go bad easily if left for 2 or 3 days. There was still a bowl of porridge left in the morning, and with a vegetable pancake, I could have a lunch. And Shirtu went straight to Shirkwan. As soon as he entered the village, there were fewer people chatting at the entrance of the village. During the summer harvest, everyone, young and old, had to help with the work. When he arrived at Shirkwan's place, he knocked on the door, but no one answered. He must have gone to the fields. A runny-nosed boy sniffed his nose and looked at the tall and mighty Shirtu. Shirtu took out 2 apricots from the basket, bent down and said to the boy, "Shirkwan has gone to the fields to work. Please help me call him, and these 2 fruits are for you." The boy felt that Shirtu was quite scary, but the man gave him fruit again, so he took it carefully, turned around and ran away. Then he turned around and shouted, "I'll go call Brother Kwanzi, you wait." Shirtu smiled, straightened up and touched his face. His attitude was pretty good, and did he look that scary? After a while, Shirkwan came back with a sickle. "Brother, why are you here?" "I was passing by and came to see you. I hope I delayed your work." Shirkwan hurriedly opened the door and let Shirtu in. "See what brother said. I'm so happy that you're here. Besides, I don't have much land. I can drive it out with a little more effort." Shirtu took the rice, flour, and bacon given to Shirkwan out of the car, as well as a basket of apricots. "Brother, why did you come here to take so many things? I have food here. Does my sister-in-law know?" Don't let his brother take them privately. If his sister-in-law doesn't know, and if the 2 of them fight again over this, he will have no face to see anyone again. Shirtu looked at his honest brother. "What are you thinking about? This is what your sister-in-law put on. Put it away quickly. I have something to tell you." Shirkwan touched his head and chuckled. He felt like someone was thinking about him, and his eyes were sore. Shirtu picked up the bowl and drank the water. He put down the bowl and looked at Shirkwan with a heavy face. "Kwanzi, I'll tell you about this in private. You have an idea in your mind, but don't make a big fuss about it. After all, it involves the government." Shirtu couldn't tell Shirkwan so clearly. He just told him that the grain price would fluctuate after autumn and asked him to store grain to deal with any eventuality. Shirkwan nodded. "Brother, I know. I also heard from the villagers a few days ago that the grain price in the county had risen, but then it fell again. They were all thinking that the grain harvest was good,
and the grain price would not be too high. You can remind those who you have a good relationship with. Kwanzi smiled. Even if I say it, they may not believe it. The grain price is relatively stable now. If the purchase price of new grain is high, how can they not sell the new grain? Take care of yourself. Anyway, everything can be said by you alone. I still have to go to my father-in-law to tell him. Brother, let's go after dinner. I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm going to eat at my father-in-law's place. Okay, go and do your own thing. Brother, wait a minute. Shirkwan said, and hurriedly cleared out the baskets for things. When he took them out, there were more than 20 eggs in them. Brother, don't think it's too little. This is what I saved recently. I've been busy these days, so I haven't sold it. You can take it and eat it with your sister-in-law. Keep it for yourself. You're busy now and consume a lot. You should eat more and keep it for yourself.
You look so thin.
Shirkwan insisted that Shirtu take it. Brother, if you don't want to take it, I'll send it home for you. Brother Shirtu always brought rice and flour or meat every time he came, but he really didn't have anything to give away.
Okay.
Shirtu took it and put it in the car, then I'll leave. If you have something, come to my house to find me. If I'm not here, go find Brother Daniel. Don't you recognize him? Hey, I remember it. Shirkwan watched Shirtu walk away and saw Shirtu waving at him. Although the two brothers do not live in the same village, they still feel so close. Perhaps it is because they have lost their parents and they miss each other, and the relationship between brothers is pure. Seeing that Shirkwan was prepared and his life was well arranged, Shirtu went to Xiaoyang village with peace of mind. There are few people wandering around in the village now, and most of them are busy in the fields. It was almost noon now. When Shirtu arrived at the door and saw that it was open, he shouted, Huzi. The neighbors heard Shirtu's loud voice, and Huzi ran out in a few steps. Brother-in-law, why are you here? Huzi said while looking behind him. What's the matter? I am not welcome. Don't look. Your sister is not here. I'm alone. Where's Dad? Dad is not at home. Huzi sighed. Why didn't his sister come back? Dad went out. He said he was going to the fields. Huzi removed the door sill and asked Shirtu to drive the donkey cart in. Brother-in-law, why are you carrying so many things? Shirtu said with a smile as he carried the things down. These are wild apricots. So sweet. Your sister brought them to you. That basket is for Arya. Shirtu also carried down the basket of eggs. He would go up the mountain with Shike tomorrow and would not bring the eggs back. After unloading all the things, Shirtu drove the donkey cart to the donkey shed. Huzi, I'm going to Arya's house first. I'll go call my dad back. No need to call him specially. It's so late, he should be back soon. After saying that, he carried a basket of apricots to Aunt Liang's house. Aunt Liang's land was also rented out, otherwise the two women would have a hard time working. Aunt, is Aunt home? Shirtu shouted at the door. Arya came out of the house and saw that it was Shirtu. She hurried over. Brother Shirtu, why are you here at this time? My mother is not here. She went to another village to help someone deliver a baby. Brother Shirtu, please come in and sit down. I'll pour you a bowl of water. Aunt Liang was not there, so Shirtu did not plan to go in. Arya, don't be busy. I'm here to see Shike's father. These are the wild apricots that Shike brought you. They are so sweet. Take them in quickly. I have to go back soon. I won't go in. Arya looked at the basket of apricots, took them happily and said, Brother Shirtu, wait a minute, I'll pour out the apricots. Arya poured the apricots into a large winnowing basket and returned the basket to Shirtu. Brother Shirtu, Shike hasn't come back yet. No, I came alone. I came to take a look and I have to go back soon. Shike is not at home and I have no one to play with. Shirtu smiled. You are so old and you just think about playing all day. Okay, I'll leave first. When you have time, let Shike go back to her parents' home and you can go find her. Arya sent Shirtu out the door, then returned to the yard and closed the door. Turning out of the alley, a vendor selling fried fish and braised meat came by. Shirtu brought a large portion of each. During the busy farming season, the food for the families is good and the work is all physical. How can the men have the strength if they don't have enough food? There are also generous families who don't have time to cook, so they use silver to buy some. So there are more vendors selling cooked food on the streets at this time. When the vendor saw that Shirtu was a big customer, he gave him a full portion. After putting the things he bought in the basket, he went back to Shike's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Old Man Lee in the yard.
Dad.
Shirtu is back. I thought you would stay for a while. My aunt went out of the village and was not at home. Arya was alone. I gave her some mountain apricots and came back. Old Man Lee patted Shitta's shoulder happily. Why are you buying things? I happened to meet you at the intersection when I came back. I bought some for Dad to have a couple of drinks at noon. The old man laughed and said, Okay, Huzi, go call me. I was thinking about you two coming back together. Shirtu looked at Huzi, and finally the boy went to the field to call back Old Man Lee. Huzi took the basket. Brother-in-law, the fried fish this man sells is delicious, comparable to the ones my sister makes. How do you know?
I've eaten it.
Huzi nodded. The first time he came to sell, my father bought some to go with the wine. Old Man Lee smiled and said, I'm too lazy to cook, but I want to drink some wine. If there is no snack, why not buy some ready-made ones? Huzi asked his father, my sister is not back. What are we having for lunch? Go to Dad's drawer and get some copper coins, and ask Aunt Lee to help cook 2 dishes and bring them over later. Shirtu said hurriedly, Dad, don't bother, I'll do it. What's the trouble? Huzi and I are too lazy to cook, so we asked Aunt Lee to cook 2 dishes for us. Besides, is your cooking edible? It's probably not as good as mine. Shirtu did not refute because he has always been sloppy in cooking. Let Aunt Lee cook 2 dishes. You can buy these 2 ready-made ones and I'll steam the rice. That's it. Huzi went to his father's room to get the copper coins and went to Aunt Lee's house next door. Aunt Lee's family also rented the land of Shike as family and occasionally helped the father and son to wash clothes and cook and could also earn some money. So after Uncle Lee brought the children back, Aunt Lee's family was better off than before. Uncle Lee went into the kitchen and steamed a pot of rice, and Shirtu brought the eggs into the kitchen. Right in front of the kitchen, Shirtu told Uncle Lee about the matter. Shirtu and Shirkwan didn't tell each other in such detail. After all, Shirkwan was still young, and Shirtu was afraid that he couldn't keep things in his heart. But Uncle Lee was different. Shirtu didn't hide anything and told him everything he heard. When Uncle Lee was young, he had seen the world outside, and after Shirtu told him in detail, the father and son could still discuss it. Uncle Lee added a fire to the kitchen and took Shirtu back to the main room. A former brother of mine went to the capital some time ago. On the surface, everything seems normal in the capital, but secretly, it is turbulent. People who are not aware of the situation will not notice it at all, said Old Man Lee. The officials and the big merchants must know about it, but the common people know nothing. Even if the common people know, what can they do? It will be difficult to fight against the government or the merchants. You did the right thing in this matter. Don't tell anyone. If you tell others, you will get into trouble. Old Man Lee sighed and continued, I really hope that the old emperor's sons will never fight. I have heard that there was such a thing before. The brothers each raised their own troops to fight, and foreign tribes invaded again. At that time, every family had to provide labor. There were few young and strong people in a village. 9 out of 10 families had white clothes hanging in front of their doors. Coupled with heavy taxes, the common people had no way to survive. Although Shirtu had never experienced it, he had heard of it. When he was in the army, he heard about it from the old soldiers. They eat leaves, grass roots, clay, and are just short of eating people. Those who have not experienced it cannot imagine it, but for those who have experienced it, it is a nightmare for a lifetime. Shirtu pondered for a while and said, I am afraid that the princes are of similar age and have supporters behind them. I am afraid it will not be that easy. Old Man Lee also sighed deeply. The people above are fighting for power and profit. What can they do? It is a blessing to know some opportunities in advance. Shirtu, you said you want to take Shike to the mountains to see the house left by your father. Do you plan to avoid it? Shirtu said, pack it up first, just in case. I am afraid that when the time comes to capture strong men who will abide by the rules of the court, as long as they are young and strong, they will be captured. Who will reason with you? If it really comes to that, you can only avoid it.
Okay.
Dad, if the situation is not right at that time, you can take Huzi and move to the mountains with us. It is hidden there, and it is difficult for experienced old hunters to find it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. By the way, I just went to my aunt's house. She wasn't there. Please tell her when it's convenient for me, and ask her to save some. Okay, I'll think about it and tell her. At this time, Huzi came over with a lunchbox. Dad, Aunt Lee has cooked the dishes. Father Lee clapped his hands, stood up and said, let's go. Eat first, no matter what. You need to fill your stomach first to have strength. Father Lee went to the kitchen and brought the steamed rice. Shirtu and Huzi put the dishes on the table. Shirtu bought 2 large plates of fried small fish and braised meat, and Aunt Lee made a pot of braised tofu with mincemeat and a large plate of bacon fried beans. The 4 dishes, although simple, are very filling. After the meal, Shirtu didn't stay long, put all the empty baskets in the backpack, and planned to go home. Father Lee sent Shirtu out and said, I won't sell the newly harvested wheat, so you and Shike don't have to buy food when the time comes. Just take it from me. Hey, we'll come and get it if we need it. We have to wait for the new emperor to take the throne before things can be stable. Huzi didn't understand so much. Seeing that his father and brother-in-law were talking seriously, he asked, will there be no more trouble with a new emperor? Shirtu rubbed Huzi's head and said, whoever takes the throne will own the world. He is to find a way to stabilize it, and then it will be much better. Don't tell anyone about this when you go out. Remember.
Huzi nodded.
Although Father Lee dotes on his daughter and son, he doesn't spoil them. He will tell them if there is something. He only has these 2 children, and he will never raise them to be ignorant of the world. Although Huzi is very sensible, he still pulled Shitta's sleeve. Brother-in-law, can you bring my sister back next time you come? Shirtu has no biological brothers, so he envies the sibling relationship between Shike and Huzi. Okay, I'll bring your sister back in a few days, and then you can ask your sister to make delicious food for you. Huzi then grinned. Ever since his sister got married, the house has been too deserted. Shirtu came back much faster alone. He saw the gate of the courtyard from a distance, and before he got close, he heard Xiao Hui's cry. He pushed the door open, and Xiao Hui jumped out, circled around Shirtu happily, and ran back to the courtyard. The magpie came out of the kitchen when it heard the door open. Xiao Hui ran to the magpie's feet, wagging its tail and barking twice. Brother Shirtu is back. You see, Xiao Hui is in charge now, right? He knows someone is coming from a long distance away. Shirtu put down the backpack and picked up Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui was also startled and was lifted up by Shirtu by the scruff of the neck. He barked at Shirtu twice, and his little claws kept digging. What are you doing? Don't scare it. Shirtu smiled. Not bad, it's quite alert. Take it to the forest to let its wild nature run wild. Magpie saw Little Gray barking and turned her head to look at her. She hurried forward to rescue Little Gray from Shitta's hands, rubbed its neck, and put it on the ground. Little Gray was also angry. After getting on all fours, he barked at Shirtu twice fiercely, and then ran into his nest. Shirtu saw that this puppy dared to be fierce to him, and then hid in fear after being fierce. He couldn't help but find it funny. Magpie also laughed at Shirtu and said, Go wash up, I'll make a fire and cook. What to eat? I made dumplings in the afternoon and waited for you to come back. Eat dumplings? Oh, I haven't eaten for a long time. You don't know, Huzi was so disappointed when he saw you didn't go back. When I left, he repeatedly begged me to take you back when I was free. Then I'll go back and see him when I come back from the mountain this time. I also miss my father and Huzi. The 2 of them must be fooling around when eating at home. Don't worry, anyway, Dad won't let Huzi go to his mouth. Shirtu said, and went into the house to get clothes and took a bath in the pond. When he came back, Shike just took the dumplings out of the pot. The dumplings should be eaten while hot. Shirtu took out the bowls and chopsticks. After Shike brought out the dumplings, he also took out a dish of vinegar. It's delicious. I can't remember how long I haven't eaten dumplings, Shirtu said after eating 2 dumplings. Shike thought about it and realized that she had never made dumplings since she got married. White flour is very expensive these days, and meat is not often available. Who would make dumplings except for festivals? It's such a waste. Brother Shirtu likes to eat dumplings. If he likes to eat them, we will make them often in the future. It's also convenient to eat this, and we don't have to steam rice and cook vegetables. Shirtu smiled, picked up a plump dumpling, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. What you said is true. Who doesn't like dumplings? Let's make more in winter, put them outside to freeze, and cook them whenever we want to eat them. It's so convenient. After saying this, Shike laughed. She had never been so extravagant even when she was at her mother's house. Brother Shirtu, do you think we will be scolded in the village if we do this? No matter what we do, people will scold us. If you save money and don't spend money on food and clothes, they will say you are stingy. If you eat some meat, they will say you are greedy and lazy. If you work in the fields all day, they will say you are destined to be a. If you take a break for a while, people will see you and say you are opportunistic and a lazy woman. Shike couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Brother Shirtu, you have really summarized it. It is true. The magpie thought it would be better to live here, where no one would stare at you. She has almost all these qualities. The two of them are going up the mountain tomorrow. Thinking that tomorrow will be a tiring day, the magpie will definitely not have the energy, so the stone was not idle that night. After 2 times, the magpie still had the strength to hit the stone twice. How can you have so much energy? You think about this all day long. This is normal. I'm not thinking about other women. Hey, you still want to do that with other women? Tell me, who do you want to do? Seeing that the magpie was full of energy, the stone couldn't help but wonder if he could do it again. You have to put a crime on my head.
You don't know what I do all day.
Besides, if I go out like this, no one will like me. The magpie lay on the stone, touching the stone's eyebrows and features. Clean it up. It's still very good looking. No, as long as you don't dislike me. The stone said, his hands touching the magpie's smooth back up and down. I tell you, if you continue like this, I won't be able to walk tomorrow. Shirtu said in a low voice, then come down. Don't press on me. The chest of the magpie was round and pressed on him. It would be abnormal for him not to react. The magpie turned over and lay on his side next to Shirtu. Brother Shirtu, we have been married for so long. Why haven't I gotten pregnant yet? We have been married for a short time. Some people get pregnant after half a year, some after 1 or 2 years. Why are you in a hurry? The magpie counted on his hands. Indeed, they have not been married for a long time. Looking at Shirtu's body, he doesn't look weak, so there is no need to worry. He will definitely get pregnant sooner or later. After the fuss, he will definitely sleep well. Shirtu hugged the chubby magpie and had a good night's sleep. Before dawn the next day, Shirtu got up first. He always got up early, so he came out to water the vegetable garden first. There were still some dumplings left from yesterday, so there was no need to rush for breakfast. He also put the bedding that the magpie had packed into the big backpack. Fortunately, it was hot now, so the mattress was thicker and the quilt was thinner. Yesterday, Shike prepared the dry food, wrapped it with a clean cloth, put it in a backpack, and hung it in a ventilated and cool place. After everything was done, Shirtu made a fire and heated the dumplings in a steamer. Shike washed up, the two had their meals, locked the door, and ran to the forest. Xiao Hui also ate 5 dumplings in the morning. He was very happy and ran forward like a frolic. He called excitedly from time to time. Shike was also excited at this moment. He seemed to have forgotten the pain in his feet when he went up the mountain last time. He only remembered the happy and fresh things. What's the big deal about blisters on his feet? He will get used to it after running a few more times. Shirtu doesn't farm, so hunters have to run up the mountain, and he can't be too lame. When they first went up the mountain, Shike walked in front. After all, he knew the road after walking there once. Shike, I was right. You have a good sense of direction. Most women turn when they enter the mountain, but you still remember this road. Didn't we walk there last time? I still remember it. Are we still going to that river? Yes, the river is on the mountainside. Let's take another route there. There is actually a shortcut for me to take alone, but that route is even more difficult to walk on. Forget it. I can barely keep up with you on this route. Brother Shirtu, is our house still habitable? Of course it's made of stone and it's strong. I gave it a simple cleanup last time and repaired the roof, but there's nothing in the house. In fact, Shirtu had already briefly told Shike about it once, but Shike was just curious about what the stone house in the mountains would look like. After walking for a long time, Shirtu was surprised to find that Shike performed well this time and didn't even complain of being tired after such a long time.
Shika gladly accepta Shitou's praise.
As the old saying goes, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. If you marry a monkey, you follow the mountains. Although you are not a monkey, you also have to walk around the mountains. I have to practice. Shirtu asked curiously, when did you practice? Have you ever secretly gone up the mountain by yourself? How dare I do that? Just walk around the foot of the mountain, sometimes take Xiaohui for a walk in the forest, run a few more times, and your leg strength will be trained. Shirtu laughed. Shike, you are great. At first I was worried that you were too pampered. What do you mean pampered? Do you really think I can't do anything? Although I haven't been to the fields much, I have never been idle at home. Didn't it say that Dad spoiled you too much, giving you money and land as a dowry, just afraid that you would suffer with me? Shike also smiled. Who made you look so miserable that you couldn't even eat? My father thought that with at least 5 acres of land, you would be able to support the family with your body. But my father didn't expect that you couldn't plan at all. Shirtu was in a good mood. Even so, Dad still married you to me, which shows that Dad still has vision. Thinking of her father and Huzi, Shike said, Brother Shirtu, if the world is really in chaos, let's take my dad over too. I'm worried about them. Do you need to tell me? I went there yesterday and told Dad about it. It's okay now, but when the time comes, we'll move to the mountains and hide for a year or 2. We'll come down when it's peaceful. Magpie smiled. Shirtu had done the work ahead of time, which made her feel very good. When she was in a good mood, she didn't feel tired and had more energy. Magpie didn't rest on the way this time, and she was holding her breath. Along the way, Shirtu held Magpie's hand and walked all the way to the river where they rested last time. Magpie found a flat stone pier, sat on it, and panted. Looking at the sun, this time it took less time, and it wasn't even noon yet. Magpie, let's eat something here, take a rest, and then go directly to the stone house. Shirtu put the backpack next to Shike, cut a sharp bamboo, rolled up his trouser legs, and prepared to go down to the river to spear fish. Shike took out a bamboo tube and drank several gulps of water. Finally, his breathing became more stable. While beating his legs with his fists, he watched Shirtu standing in the water spearing fish. It was really incomparable. How come he was not tired at all after walking for such a long time? Xiaohui was carried by Shirtu for a while, and now he stood by the water and looked at Shirtu. Shirtu stood in the water, concentrating on looking at the bottom of the water. He suddenly made a move, and when he raised his hand again, a big fish was thrown by Shirtu to the feet of Shike. Xiaohui was startled and hurried over to call the fish twice. Shike had recovered from his rest, so he grabbed the fish, took out a knife, and prepared to clean it up. The knife he got by accident was quite sharp, and it was very useful for scraping the scales and gills of the fish. Before he finished cleaning one fish, Shirtu threw another one. Shirtu forked 4 fish, and Shike cleaned them up in a short time with his quick hands and feet. Shirtu picked up a few big tree leaves to pad the ground, and Shike put the fish on them, smeared the seasoning on the fish, and picked a few sour fruits on the way and squeezed the juice on them so that the fish meat would be more fresh and not fishy. After marinating and kneading it a little, Shirtu lit a fire and started to roast it. In fact, it tastes best when it is wrapped in mud and roasted underground, but that takes too much time. You can try it at the stone house at night. The fish roasted on the bonfire gradually turned brown, and the fragrance was wafting out. Magpie took out 2 pieces of oil cake from the basket on her back and roasted them slightly on the fire. When the oil cakes were heated, the oil melted out, and they were greasy and fragrant. The 2 sat in the shade under the tree, eating roasted fish, eating oil cakes, and drinking 2 sips of chrysanthemum tea. This feeling was still very good. After Xiaohui had eaten and drunk enough, he ran to the water to play. After eating and drinking enough, Shirtu looked at the sparkling water surface and couldn't help but think of the last time he played in the water with Magpie here. Magpie, are you hot? Magpie thought that Shirtu was concerned about her and couldn't help but smile. You have been on the road before dawn, and it has been more than half a day, and you haven't stopped. You must be hot, and your body is sticky. Then go wash, the water is not so cold now. Magpie looked at the water surface, and then looked at Shirtu. At this moment, she also realized that this stinky stone had bad intentions. Magpie, I'll help you wash. Get out of the way, don't think I don't know what you're thinking about. Stone said confidently, What's wrong with me? I'm thinking about my wife. Magpie, wasn't it comfortable last time? There's no one here, so what's there to be afraid of? Magpie's little round face blushed with shame. Is this a matter of whether there are people or not? Don't think about it. We have to hurry on our way in the afternoon. This stinky stone is getting bolder and bolder. Stone felt a little regretful when he saw Magpie refuse. How nice it is here. Seeing Magpie bending down to tidy up the backpack, with its round little ace facing him, he couldn't bear to look at it anymore. He couldn't bear to look at it again. The two took a short rest, called Shall We, and Stone took Magpie to another road. Brother Stone, are you familiar with the roads in the mountains? Stone still held Magpie's hand and walked in front. How can I be familiar with everything? There are 2 roads going up the mountain and there is a cliff that I can climb up, but I dare not take other roads easily. Not to mention going deep into the mountains, I dare not go in, and I only dare to move around in places I have been to before. Magpie looked at the layers of mountains and asked, Where exactly is considered a deep mountain? It turned out that he had spent a lot of time trying to find the place near the mountainside, and had not even reached the edge of the deep mountains. I can't explain it clearly, but I can feel that I dare not go deeper. Our stone house is closer to the deep mountains, and sometimes we can hear the roar of wild beasts, but don't be afraid. There are traps all around, I will tell you. To be honest, Magpie was a little nervous. Brother Shirtu, have any wild animals ever come down here before? You'll know when you get to the stone house. Why do I say it's safe there? It's almost impossible to get through on 3 sides, and there's a deep ditch on one side. There used to be a courtyard wall, which was surrounded by sharpened bamboos. Since people are going to live here, they must have some defenses. Shirtu understood Shikei's concerns, turned his head and looked at her, smiling brightly. Don't worry, since I brought you here, I won't let you be in danger. Shikei smiled back and held Shida's big hand tightly. They talked and laughed along the way, and the shade of the trees blocked most of the sunlight. The cool breeze was blowing, and it felt particularly comfortable at the moment. After walking for less than an hour, the two arrived at the stone house. There was a deep ditch not far from the stone house, which was used to defend against wild animals. Shirtu groped along the edge of the ditch, and then pulled up a piece of wood. The wood was a bit old, and it seemed that he would have to cut some bamboo and make a bamboo board one day. The bamboo board is light, and Shikei can move it. This wooden board is too heavy. If he is not here, Shikei cannot move it at all. The two of them walked on the wooden board to cross the deep ditch, and Shikei could see the stone house clearly. No wonder people can still live there for so many years. The bottom is made of large stones. The windows are very small, and there are old bamboo curtains hanging on them. There are also sharpened bamboos blocking the windows outside. The weeds are piled on one side of the yard, which should be caused by Shida's last visit. But even so, new tender grass has grown again. Shikei put the backpack in the kitchen and looked at the 2 rooms from front to back. The stone house on the mountain is similar to the house at the foot of the mountain, but there is nothing in both rooms, so it is easy to clean. Shikei rolled up his sleeves and moved all the grass on the Kong out. The sun is shining now in the afternoon, and the wormwood must be dried thoroughly so that it will be comfortable to lay on at night. Shirtu went to get a bucket and fetched water from the river. She also found a large dustpan from the utility room and moved out the broken jars and bamboo baskets, as well as the tables and stools with missing parts. She had some time this afternoon, so she could fix them all. She went to the stone cave in the south, got back the tools she had bought, and started working in the yard. Magpie tied the dried weeds in the yard into bundles and piled them aside. She used a rag to wipe all the places in the house that could be wiped. She also had to clean up the kitchen. Fortunately, Shirtu bought a big pot last time, so she brought her small pot with her this time when she went up the mountain. For the whole afternoon, neither of them was idle. Shike, use these tables and chairs for now. If it doesn't work, chop some wood and make new ones. Why bother?
Just use them for now.
I don't know how many times they can be used. I think the stone pier and stone table in our yard are good. They won't break even if they're thrown outside. It's fine in summer, but what about winter? We have to eat outside in the cold weather. We must have a set of tables and chairs in the house. Shike supported his lower back with one hand and panted slightly. Are you really planning to settle down in the mountains? Didn't you say you might not live here? Shirtu put the tables and chairs aside and prepared to clean them. That's right. We'll know in a few months whether they can be used or not. I don't want to be at a loss when the time comes. Besides, I often go up the mountain. After I clean up this place, I don't have to rush so much. I can also rest here. That's right. Shirtu is a hunter, and he will definitely go up the mountain often. There's a place to stay in the mountains and he can rest. Shirtu took the bucket to fetch water, while the magpie cleaned the table and chairs that Shirtu had repaired. There was another large vat in the kitchen, but it was broken, so Shirtu didn't dare to carry it to the river to clean it, fearing that it would again. Then it was really useless. He had to go back and forth several times, use a wooden bucket to fetch water to clean it, rinse it several times with water, clean the jar, and then fill it with water. Then he put the table and chairs in the house, and brought all the wormwood in the yard to spread on the Kong because it was heated by the sun. The magpie found a few mushrooms in the yard, picked a few tender wild vegetables, and went into the kitchen again. The big pot had not been used, so the magpie used it to warm the water and made mushroom and wild vegetable soup in a small pot. After the water in the big pot boiled, the magpie heated up the oil cake and wild vegetable cakes in the water. The last ray of light from the sun fell, and Shirtu lit a fire in the yard. The two drank soup and ate wild vegetable cakes in the yard. Brother Shirtu, it's so quiet here, and no one disturbs us. It's like being isolated from the world. As soon as the magpie finished speaking, a roar came, which scared the magpie so much that he shivered and hurriedly moved closer to Shirtu. Don't be afraid. It sounds close, but it's actually quite far away. The magpie looked around. On one side was a cliff, on the other side was a steep wall, and on the other side was a large river. Indeed, it was not that easy to get over there. Stone looked at the timid appearance of the magpie and couldn't help but smile. No matter how powerful she was still a woman after all. Magpie, I'll go catch some fish later, wrap them in mud, and bury them for tomorrow's meal. The magpie hurriedly said, I'll go with you. It was late at night, and there were roars from time to time. Even though the magpie knew that it couldn't get over there, it didn't want to stay alone, so it decided to follow Stone. Stone took the clothes to change and went to the river. It was the same old rule. He jumped into the shallow water and took off his clothes in the water. There were daylily leaves growing by the river, which could also be used to wash the body and clothes. Stone plucked the leaves, washed the clothes simply, and then threw them to the river. The magpie took off his shoes and tried it by the river. The water was a little cold. Magpie, come down. Didn't you say you were sticky at noon? The water is too cold. I'll go back and wash. I have hot water in the pot. Shirtu slapped his head. He was so careless. He only thought about himself. Magpie was a woman and couldn't catch a cold. It was okay at noon, the water was warm, but at night the water was cold. How could the magpie come down? Then you wait for me there. I'll catch some fish and we'll go back. I know, I'll go pick a few big tree leaves. This time I'm going out. I brought all the seasonings. It should be more delicious when grilled. Of course, my wife's cooking must be delicious. Shirtu didn't hesitate any longer, washed himself from head to toe, and swam into the deep water. Catching fish with bare hands is not as convenient as using a sharp bamboo pole to fork fish, but now he can only catch fish with bare hands, which is a bit time-consuming. Fortunately, Shirtu has experience, and the harvest tonight is not small, catching 3 big fish and 2 smaller ones. The magpie cleaned the fish in the shallow water. When he came, he was ready to catch fish, and the magpie had already found a few vines. He strung the cleaned fish together, just enough to carry them back. I'll carry them, go back. The magpie took several big tree leaves, and the two returned to the stone house. Hearing the footsteps, Little Gray barked and ran over. Little Gray was exhausted from the day and had just finished eating and drinking, so he lay down in the haystack. There was no nest for him here, and he was smart, so he dug a nest in the hay. Stone also knew how to cook fish, so the magpie gave it all to him. I took the clothes and went to the kitchen to wash them. There was no bathtub or a large basin here, so I could only scoop water into a wooden barrel and then use a ladle to scoop it over my body. It was really too water-consuming to wash like this. The magpie washed in the corner of the kitchen, and it took 2 buckets of water to clean it. It was too much of a waste of time and water. I will wash it tomorrow at noon, and I will also go to the river to wash it. After washing, I wrapped my hair and spread the quilt I brought on the Kong. It was quite soft, with a thick layer of wormwood underneath. The wormwood had been exposed to the sun for an afternoon, and it was now dry and soft. Shike sat cross-legged on the Kong and wiped his hair. Shirtu prepared the fish, buried it under the fire, washed his hands, and went into the house. There was no oil lamp in the house, and he didn't bring any, but with the light from the fire outside, he could vaguely see what was going on in the house. Brother Shirtu, what are you doing tomorrow? There's nothing to clean up here. There's a cave in the back which was used to store things. There's still a lot of meat there. I didn't carry all the wild boar meat down last time. I salted it with coarse salt and hung it in the cave to air dry. Shike was delighted. Brother Shirtu, can we also put the food here? No one will find it. Almost every family in the village has a cellar to store things, especially in winter, when it is more useful. I'll see what happens in the fall. If the situation is not right, I'll store the food in the cave. There's no shortage of meat in the mountains, but vegetables and food are hard to get. We have to prepare them in advance. Only the couple would say this, and if they said it in the village, people would definitely spit on them. There is no shortage of meat. Rural families can only eat meat a few times a year. Coarse grains mixed with wild vegetables are commonplace. Eating fine grains occasionally is considered an improvement in food. As Shirtu said this, he took off his clothes and got on the Kong. Shike's hair was almost dry, and she braided it loosely and let it hang on one side. Before going up the mountain, Shike thought that it was hot now, so she only brought a thin blanket. But it was still a little cold in the mountains at night, so she couldn't help but move closer to Shirtu. Shirtu hugged Shike in his arms. Go to sleep. I know you are exhausted this day. Does your waist hurt?
I will massage it for you.
My waist doesn't hurt, I just walked a lot, and I am tired.
Once que yauned.
Occasionally, roars were heard faintly, and Shike got into Shida's arms again. Don't be afraid, it's far away, go to sleep. Shike was a little scared, but with Shirtu by her side, she didn't feel so scared. After a busy day, my body couldn't bear it, and I fell asleep soon. The mountain at night is quiet, but also very lively. The occasional sound of wind, the sound of water in the river not far away, accompanied by bursts of roars, and the occasional unknown birds will join in the fun. The magpie opened his eyes in the bursts of bird calls. Why is the morning on the mountain more noisy than that on the mountain? Shirtu had gotten up early, but he didn't bother the magpie because she was sleeping soundly. When I opened the door, there was a faint mist floating in the mountain, and the wildflowers in the yard were blooming. Little Gray crawled out of the haystack and circled around the magpie twice. Little Gray has grown a lot these days, and his calls have become more powerful. Don't call, I'm hungry here too, wait aside. The magpie went into the kitchen and looked around. There was no basin, so he simply took a towel and went to the river. He washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and brushed his teeth by the river. Little Gray followed him and fluttered in the grass next to him. After returning from the river, I saw Shirtu coming back with a bundle of dead branches. Brother Shirtu, you got up so early to find firewood. The hay in the yard was all burned yesterday. If you don't find firewood, what will you burn today? Shirtu moved the fire away and dug out the mud lumps wrapped in it. Shike hurried into the kitchen to heat up a few wild vegetable cakes, boiled water, and made chrysanthemum tea directly. Shirtu had already peeled off the mud lumps, and the fish inside was still steaming, emitting bursts of fragrance. This has to be roasted overnight. The fish meat is fresh and juicy, and it is also tasty. The two sat on the ground in the yard, spread out the leaves, put the wrapped fish on the ground, and the two quickly finished this extremely rich breakfast. Shike ate a whole fish and a cake, and now he was thinking happily with chrysanthemum tea in his hand. Who eats roasted fish so early in the morning? So rich. Too luxurious. When they came down the mountain, they roasted a few and carried them down the mountain directly. His father hadn't tasted them yet. After eating, the two of them went straight to the cave. The entrance of the cave was not big, and you had to bend your back to enter. It gradually became wider after walking a few steps inside. This was a sealed cave, and there was a lot of meat hanging high up. This was the wild boar meat that was hung here by the stone last time. It was evenly coated with salt and hung in the cave to dry. It can be eaten for a long time. There were a lot of tools placed next to it, such as axes, saws, and shovels. Brother Shirtu put stones to block the entrance of this cave. It's a good place to store food. We don't have to dig a cellar. Shirtu nodded. Yes, put stones to block the entrance. I'll sprinkle medicine on it, so that animals won't come in. Let's store it slowly. I'll carry some up first. Remember this place. But there's no need to clean up here. At most, just sweep the dust. There's no need to clean up here, but we still have to clean up the yard. I have to fix the wooden board in the ditch. There are bamboos over there in the cave. I have to go over and cut them. After showing Shike the cave, he took the tools and went to cut bamboos not far away. The ditch in front of the stone house is relatively wide and deep. The wooden board on it is a whole piece of wood split into two. It is very heavy. A strong man can move it, but the woman can't move it at all. Shirtu cut a lot of bamboos and fixed them horizontally and vertically. Bamboo is tough, so it's not a big deal to change it every year. The main thing is that Shike can also carry it. While Shirtu was cutting bamboo this morning, Shike went around the area and dug up a lot of wild vegetables. The riverside was especially humid, so the wild vegetables there grew luxuriantly. After Shike came back, he cooked a pot of porridge in a big pot. Before going up the mountain, Shike brought some rice and flour, enough for 2 or 3 days. After picking the wild vegetables and washing them by the river, Shike prepared to stir-fry them with meat. He didn't bring any oil with him, but he had meat, so he would stir-fry them for a while until oil came out. Shirtu bought a lot of coarse salt last time, and there was still half a bag left in the kitchen. The oil cakes were all gone, and only the wild vegetable cakes were left. It was obvious that the wild vegetable cakes were not as delicious as the oil cakes. This one was roasted over a fire, but Shike didn't heat it up, so he cut it in half and prepared to roast it later. There was only one stove here, so Shike lit a fire in the yard, blanched the wild vegetables in the small pot he brought, and then stir-fried the meat. After cooking the vegetables, they roasted wild vegetable cakes on the fire with branches. Brother Shirtu, let's eat first. Shirtu was shirtless in the yard cutting bamboo. When he heard Shike calling him to eat, he threw down his knife and bamboo. Brother Shirtu, can you finish it in the afternoon? Almost. It just needs to be fixed and firm. Then shall we go down the mountain tomorrow? Shirtu wiped his face with a handkerchief. Why? 2 days is enough. Not really. There's not much work here. We may not live here permanently in the future. Cooking is not easy for us. Can't we just go up the mountain and come back like this? I'll take you to pick wild fruits tomorrow. Aren't you still thinking about making dried apricots? Shike became happy again when she heard it. She liked picking wild fruits. Let's go tomorrow. Is it far? Shirtu pointed in a direction and said, there are wild peach trees over there. The peaches are not too big, but they taste good. You can't go to the place where you can pick apricots. It's a bit far. I'll carry a basket back for you. To make dried apricots and peaches, you need sugar, and we don't have that here. Shirtu scratched his head. How could he understand this? Then bring some fresh food back to eat. Next time you want to cook, bring some sugar. Then he asked, how about honey?
I can get you some honey in the mountains. The magpie's eyes lit up. Honey is a good thing. Honey is much more expensive than sugar. It's a waste to use it to make dried apricots. Stone picked up a burnt cake and started eating. What's expensive? Next time I go into the mountains, I'll bring a pottery jar and bring you a jar back. Okay, then don't forget that snacks made with honey are the most delicious. After saying that, the magpie took out 2 wooden bowls to serve the porridge. The wild vegetables fried with meat slices have been placed in a small pot. There is no way, there is no plate, and there is no place to serve. The magpie cut a lot of meat. Stone picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth. It tastes good. Although there is little seasoning, there is a lot of meat. There is still 1 grilled fish in the morning, and the magpie only ate a few bites. He had eaten 3 meals of fish in just 2 days after going up the mountain, and now he has no appetite for fish. Shirtu was fine. He ate up all the baked wild vegetable cakes, a big bowl of porridge, and the leftover vegetables in the small pot. Magpie took a basket, put the small pot and the bowls and chopsticks in the basket, and took it to the river to wash them. Feeling the warm river water, she looked around. She would take a bath later and wash the clothes she took off yesterday. She took the basket and put the things in the kitchen. There was still a lot of porridge left in the pot, enough for the 2 of them to eat in the evening. After eating, Shelby fluttered around in the yard. This time, he was the happiest one to come out, and he finally had some fun. He went back to the house, got a set of clothes, took a handkerchief, and went to the river. The sun was the hottest at this time, and it was quiet all around. Magpie took off her outer clothes and went into the water in a shallow place. She also imitated Shirtu, rubbed her clothes in the water first, and then put them aside. She sank down. The river water was not flowing fast, and slowly washed over her body. After being busy all morning, it was finally time for him to relax. It was so comfortable. No wonder Shirtu liked to bathe in the river. Just as he was daydreaming, he suddenly heard footsteps, which scared Shike so much that he quickly sank down again. Brother Shirtu, no one is as scary as you, and you don't make any noise. Could there be anyone else here? What if someone breaks in? Shirtu stripped off his clothes and jumped into the water. He had been cutting bamboo and peeling bamboo all morning, and he was sweating all over. He had long thought of swimming in the water. How could there be so many what-ifs? Even if someone comes, it's me who breaks in. Shike, come here. Shike was not stupid. Looking at Shida's expression, there was nothing he didn't understand. They were in the water again. How could this guy be so thick-skinned? When Shike's eyes swept to Shirtu, he found that his little brother was ferocious and shouting, and he couldn't help blushing. The 2 of them were intimate many times, but looking so carefully, there was really no such thing. Magpie, don't you always want a baby? How can we have one if you don't cooperate? Don't lie to me. Can we have one here? What if the baby wants to come, but you don't let it? It's not my fault. Stone looked at Magpie's rosy face and walked to her with water. Magpie, I miss you. Magpie's face became even redder. Bah, shameless. I don't want it in broad daylight. Stone squatted down and hugged Magpie tightly in the water. Magpie, think about how comfortable we were in the river that time. You forgot. Don't want to do it again. Magpie was about to say no, but was hugged tightly in Stone's arms. Magpie's front was bulging, and the stimulated Stone couldn't control himself. He picked up Magpie and lowered his head. In the water, and it was not shallow here. Magpie was unstable and dared not move, so he could only hug Stone tightly. The water surface was warm under the sun, and a pair of mandarin ducks in the water kept changing their postures, making the water temperature even higher. The magpie, half lying down, could not help but secretly think that Shirtu had also learned bad things. Where did he know so much? However, how to describe this feeling? Shirtu looked at the white light reflecting on the magpie's body and could not help but hug her tighter. More intensely. To be honest, Shirtu liked to see the magpie like this, shy, wanting, afraid, and unable to stop. This was much more exciting than groping in the dark at night. I don't know how long it took. The panting of these 2 people was more urgent than the birds' calls. Finally, Shirtu washed the clothes again. The magpie was sore all over,
and sat aside after putting on the clothes. Brother Shirtu, you were not like this before. I found that you have learned bad things recently. Shirtu washed the magpie's clothes in the water, wrung them out and said, "Every couple in the world is like this. What is there to learn bad things?" Then he turned to the magpie and said ambiguously, "If you don't like it, you hugged me so tightly just now." The magpie spat at Shirtu, stood up, and ran back to the stone house. Shirtu followed happily, holding the clothes. It was windy in the afternoon, so the clothes dried quickly. In one afternoon, Shirtu had repaired the bamboo bridge. Shike took Xiao Hui to look for food nearby.
Otherwise, how could they not get hungry in the mountains?
A layer of wood ear mushrooms grew on the dead tree stumps, and there were flower mushrooms in the grass. Although Shike knew only a few wild vegetables, he also saw several edible ones. When the basket was full, Shike took Xiao Hui back to the stone house. The porridge cooked at noon was enough for the two of them to drink in the evening. Shike took out the last remaining cakes and baked them. He also washed the wood ear mushrooms and flower mushrooms and fried them with meat slices. After Shirtu was done, he cleaned the yard and then took out some medicine powder and sprinkled some around the yard. Women are afraid of snakes, insects, rats, ants, etc. This is to repel mosquitoes. Every time Shirtu went into the mountains, he carried a lot with him. After all, there were many poisonous wild animals in the mountains. If you were bitten by them carelessly, you would lose half your life, so you had to be careful. Magpie has lived here for the past 2 days and has not felt uncomfortable, but there are many things missing, which is somewhat inconvenient. The black fungus and flower mushrooms fried with meat are very appetizing to Magpie, and she ate a lot. There should be a lot of black fungus growing on the dead tree stumps at the foot of our mountain. I have to pick some when I go back. Magpie said, "I'll help you. I'll go look for it in the forest when I get home. Dry it and stir-fry it with meat in winter. It's so delicious." Magpie laughed. "You just can't live without meat. You can eat it 3 times a day and never get tired of it. Fortunately, you are a hunter. If you were an ordinary farmer, you wouldn't even earn enough to fill your teeth." Stone swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "People live to eat. If they can't even have enough food, what's the point of living?" That's right. There are many people in the world who don't have enough food. They are not alive. Stone rubbed his stomach. Living is different from living. Some people live as they please and freely, while others live in misery. Magpie, you don't like that kind of life, do you? That's right. Since I was born, my father has never let me suffer. So, if I marry a man, I have to suffer with him. It's already been done. Am I marrying a wife just to make her live a hard life with me? So, Shike, don't think too much. There are too many unfair things in the world. We should take care of ourselves and those around us. We should do what we can. The rest is up to fate. Shike agreed with this. She didn't think so much. She just wanted to live a good life with Shirtu and be content to take care of her father and brother. After the two of them finished their meal, Shike put the bowls, chopsticks, and pots in the basket and didn't wash them. He would talk about it tomorrow morning. Shirtu added some more firewood to the fire. Magpie, go to bed early today. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to pick wild peaches. Wild peaches are sweet in this season. In a few days, they will be ripe and rot in the ground. I will go to pick wild apricots in the afternoon. Can you bear to run so far in a day? Otherwise, let's not pick the wild apricots first. Shirtu rubbed Magpie's chubby little hand. Don't worry. I'm not doing anything else. I just walk a little and pick some wild fruits. It's not tiring at all. You can rest for a while when you come back in the afternoon. We will go down the mountain if we have nothing to do the day after tomorrow. Magpie nodded and looked at the stone house again. But if we leave, won't this place be deserted again after we clean it up? No, I will come here from time to time when I go up the mountain. Besides, this place is just a precaution. To be honest, I really don't want to use it. Magpie naturally understood what he said. If this place is not used, it means that life is peaceful and smooth. In this case, who would run to the mountain? Since there was not much sweat in the afternoon, Shike simply washed his face and went back to the house, while Shirtu went to the river to take a bath. After Shirtu left, the stone house became quieter, and even Xiao Hui followed him. Shi was also afraid that Shike would be scared here alone, so he simply washed himself and hurried back. After making a fuss during the day, Shi was very quiet at night. Shike nestled in Shi arms and felt much more at ease. Even though he could still clearly hear the roar of wild animals, it did not stop him from feeling sleepy. The next day, Shi woke Shike up. "Let's go early while it's cool, and come back early, and don't wait until noon when it's too sunny." Shike got up quickly, "Then I'll get some food quickly, and we'll go after we finish eating." The dry food they brought was finished yesterday, and Shike washed the wild vegetables, cut some mincemeat, and made a big pot of dumpling soup. Although the seasoning here was not complete, Shike first fried the minced meat in the pot, and the dumpling soup was still very fragrant. After finishing their meal, the two of them did not waste any time and went out with their backpacks on their backs. After walking across the bamboo bridge they had made yesterday, Shike stretched out the bamboo board and hung it on the hook on the ditch wall. When the ditch was dug, wooden stakes were nailed on both sides of the ditch. Whether going out or going back, they only needed to hang the bamboo board on the side so that no beast could fly over. The bamboo board was relatively light, and Shike had tried it yesterday. She could definitely carry this weight. Shi was still walking in front, and Shike followed closely behind Shi because there was no road after walking a distance. When they reached a place that was difficult to walk, Shi still held Shike's hand. After walking for about an hour, they saw a small peach forest. It was indeed not big, with only 20 to 30 peach trees, but there were quite a few peaches on the trees, and many of them fell to the ground. It was obvious that they were eaten by birds. Shike put down the backpack, reached out to a peach branch, and picked the peach off the branch. He took it to his nose and smelled it. The fragrance of the fruit was really strong. The magpie took out a small knife from his pocket, peeled off the outer skin, tasted it, and found it was very juicy. He was thirsty after walking all the way, so he ate 3 peaches in a row. Because the peaches were not big, the flesh was not too much after peeling the skin. The magpie and Shi ate a few peaches under the tree first to quench their thirst, and then Shi prepared to climb the tree. He couldn't throw them on the ground, otherwise they would all break, so he climbed up the tree with the magpie's small backpack. Most of the peaches on the top of the tree were eaten by birds, but they were also the sweetest. Shi picked the intact ones and put them in his backpack. When the basket was half full, he climbed down the tree to take it down. The magpie hurriedly took it and put the peaches in Shida's big backpack. After a few trips, Shi's big basket was full. The magpie looked at the peach tree and found that there were still many peaches that had not been picked. "Don't look at it, you can't pick them all. In fact, there are more up there. If they are taken away by birds or animals, the peach pits buried there may take root and sprout." It was true. Not far away, the magpie found a new peach seedling. "Brother Shi, do you think there will be a peach forest here in the future? Maybe it's like this in the mountains. Animals eat its fruits, but animals also take its fruits to other places, so there are so many in the mountains." The magpie looked at the peaches hanging on the tree with regret. If he couldn't pick them, he wouldn't pick them. He would come again next time. Shi carried a full basket of peaches, and the magpie carried most of the basket, and the two returned to the stone house. It was past noon when they came back, and no one cared about being tired. Shi took the rice to steam rice, and the magpie first took the dishes and pots that had not been washed in the morning to the river to clean them, and then came back to stir-fry vegetables. This time, the magpie stir-fried black fungus and wild vegetables in a large pot, and boiled chrysanthemum tea in a small pot. The rice was served in a wooden bowl, and then the vegetables were covered on top. The two of them started to eat. Everything tastes good when you are tired. The two of them actually ate all the food. After lunch, and drinking enough water, Shi went to pick wild apricots without taking a rest. His big backpack was filled with peaches, so he carried Shike's small backpack. Shike took Xiao Hui to the river to wash the dishes. Xiao Hui liked the river and played happily there. Shike waited until it was almost done playing before calling it back to the stone house. After putting the things away, she went back to the house to sleep. She hadn't taken a nap in the past few days. She would go down the mountain tomorrow and rest today. Xiao Hui also went into the house with Shi Ke and lay down on the Kong. Both the man and the dog slept soundly. Shirtu carried the small backpack and easily reached the edge of the deep mountain. He followed the footprints of the last time and found the wild apricot tree. He climbed up the tree and picked half of the big and ripe ones. He was afraid that the magpie would not be able to carry it if it was too full. He picked little and finished it in a short while. He put the backpack in the middle of the tree branch and jumped down the tree alone. He had not been to the deeper part before, so he wanted to explore the way. Shirtu increased his whole body's attention and walked deeper step by step carefully. He also paid attention to the traces on the road and the feces of animals, so as to distinguish which preys often moved here. Suddenly, Shirtu stopped, turned around, and climbed up a big tree. After a while, 2 blind bears came over. This was difficult to deal with. Shirtu did not dare to drag his feet, and he was careful to breathe lightly and not make any noise. Not to mention, too, even if there was only one, he would not dare to act rashly. The 2 bears circled around this area as if they were looking for something. There was a faint roar of a tiger in the distance. Not only were the 2 bears not afraid, but they went in the direction of the sound. Shirtu waited until he was sure it was safe before coming down from the tree. Not far ahead, he unexpectedly saw wolf feces. If there were 1 or 2 wolves, he would dare to take action, but if there were a group, he would have no choice but to hide. It is also very dangerous to encounter a pack of wolves. He carefully observed the surroundings and did not dare to stay any longer. He returned to the apricot tree along the original route. The main reason was that he did not bring any tools with him this time. If he really encountered a wild beast, he would have no choice but to hide. It seems that next time he has to make full preparations in advance before he dares to go deeper. He took the small backpack from the tree and walked back along the original route. When he arrived at the stone house, the magpie was still sleeping. Shirtu moved lightly. It seemed that the magpie was exhausted in the past 2 days. Shirtu took the wooden bucket to the river, washed his body first, caught a few fish, and finally carried a wooden bucket of water back to the stone house. The magpie was awakened by Xiaohui's cry. He looked outside and realized what time it was. How long had he slept? He quickly put on his shoes and got off the Kong. Brother Shirtu, you came back early. Why didn't you wake me up? There's nothing to do if you get up. Just sleep a little longer if you're sleepy. I have to cook. You've come such a long way. You must be thirsty and hungry when you come back. Oh, I didn't even boil the water. Shirtu smiled at Shike's confusion. I just ate 2 peaches, so I'm not that thirsty. I just caught the fish. Should I grill it or something else tonight? It's still early. Let's cook it the way beggar's chicken is. There's wild not far from the river in front. I dug some and brought it back, and marinate the fish first. This small one will be used to make soup later, with some mushrooms and wild vegetables. I'll do this, Shike. How much rice is left? Just steam it all, just in time to make it all for tomorrow morning. Shike smiled. That's what I was thinking. Getting up in the morning to make breakfast will definitely be a waste of time. With fish soup, all the rice is ready at once, so it's much easier. Shirtu took out the 2 smaller fish and said, then make more fish soup and cook these 2. Shirtu had cleaned up the fish, and Shike took them to the kitchen. Shirtu marinated the remaining 3 big fish in the yard and prepared to roast them later. Steam the rice in the pot first, and put it in a big bowl after steaming. The rest was placed in a basket covered with clean leaves. There was no other way, there was no clean bowl to put the rice, so I had to put it in the basket first. Find the seasonings I can find, and start to cook the fish soup. Shike also washed the remaining wild vegetables and mushrooms and prepared to put them in the fish soup later. Brother Shirtu, there is still a lot of meat in the cave. Shall we take it down? No, we have more down the mountain. Besides, if we really need it, I will come back to get it. We go up the mountain for several days and just carry some wild fruits back. It's such a loss. Shirtu listened to the magpie's complaints and couldn't help laughing. Little magpie is getting more and more greedy now. He wants to carry everything down. This time we go up the mountain mainly to clean up the stone house and let you remember the way. If you really feel too tired, I will come alone next time. The magpie pouted and said unhappily, No, It's so boring for me to live alone at the foot of the mountain. I'd better come with you. Look, I guessed right. Originally, I wanted to come alone, but I thought you would be lonely living at the foot of the mountain and you don't like to go to the village, so I want you to come with me. The main thing is that they are together. He has the energy to do anything, and no matter how tired he is, he has ready-made meals. Fortunately, Shike is not so delicate. He can walk on mountain roads and is very brave. If he meets a timid and crying young wife, he will not take her with him. When the fish were all roasted, it was dark. Shirtu dug out the clod of earth wrapped in the fish from the ground and knocked it open with a stone. The fresh and fragrant smell of fish filled the yard. Coupled with the fragrance of the fish soup cooked by Shike, even Xiao Hui kept circling around her. Xiao Hui has eaten a lot of good food in the past few days, and he has been fluttering around the river in the yard all day, so his appetite has increased. Shike took a little fish soup to soak the rice and fed it to Xiao Hui. After Xiao Hui finished eating, he looked at the roasted fish in Shirtu's hand. Lie down when you are full. This is what you can eat, and we are not afraid of getting you pricked. Shirtu kicked Xiao Hui aside. Xiao Hui barked at him angrily, then turned around and lay down at the feet of Zai Magpie again. The fire in the yard illuminated the yard. The evening breeze was blowing gently. Zai Magpie was holding the fish soup with rice in the wooden bowl. Why did he feel so comfortable at this moment? He could see the sky full of stars when he looked up. It seemed that the stars were bigger and brighter when he looked at the night sky here. After they had eaten and drunk enough, they put everything in place. They must get up early to travel tomorrow, but they have no time to clean up these chores. Zai Magpie did not intend to take down the bedding he brought with him. He found a box from the utility room and put the bedding in it first. He could use it next time he came to dry it. Lying on the Kong, Zai Magpie had slept enough during the day, but he could not sleep at night. The more he could not sleep, the clearer the calls outside became. He felt better in Shida's arms and smelled the familiar breath. Shirtu hugged Zai Magpie tightly. Go to bed quickly, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. At the foot of the mountain, when you were not at home, I dared to live alone. If it was in the mountains when you were not at home at night, I would not dare to live alone. You are just imagining things. In the mountains, I would definitely not leave you here alone if I brought you here. Shirtu chatted with Shike for a while, and Shike gradually felt sleepy. The next morning, Shike lit a fire to heat up the fish soup and rice. After they finished eating, Shirtu took the things to the river to clean them up, and then put them directly in the stone cave. Shike rolled up the bedding, tied them up tightly, and put them in the cabinet. Shirtu came back and fixed all the doors and windows firmly. Then they put on their backpacks, took some clothes to change, and walked down the mountain. The sun had just come out, and the weather was still cool. The two hurried on their way. It is said that it is easy to go up the mountain but difficult to go down the mountain, not to mention that the two were carrying a lot of wild fruits. Shike was held by Shirtu with one hand. Shirtu was holding a stick in one hand and leaning on it with the other. This time, the two did not stop on the road. They only had lunch at a relatively flat place around noon. Lunch was also simple. Shirtu wanted to go hunting for wild game, but Shike did not let him go because it would take too much time. Shirtu found firewood and started a fire. Shike used the small pot he brought to make a big pot of wild vegetable and egg soup. Luckily, they picked up a few pheasant eggs on the way. After drinking the soup and eating 2 peaches, the two took a short break and started walking down the mountain. Shike found that it was okay to keep walking, but she would be even more lazy to walk if she took a break. So this time, they did it in one go. Shirtu asked her to take a break, but she refused. On the way back, Shirtu carried Shike's small backpack in his hand and let Shike walk empty-handed, which was easier. This time, the two did not waste time. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the sun had not yet set. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Shike sat down on a flat piece of grass. I can't do it anymore. I have to sit down and rest for a while. The ground is too cold, said Shirtu. I'll take the backpack home first. You walk slowly home. The same thing happened to Little Gray. Seeing the magpie sitting on the ground, he also lay down next to the magpie, sticking out his tongue and breathing heavily. Little Gray was still very competitive. except for the steepest section of the road. When Shirtu held him with one hand for a while, he ran back by himself for the rest of the way. Shirtu went home first, carrying the large backpack and holding the magpie's small backpack with one hand. He put the two backpacks in the yard first, opened the door, took the clothes into the house, and then turned to look for the magpie. Looking from a distance, there was no one there. Shirtu hurriedly quickened his pace. When he got closer, he couldn't help but laugh. The magpie lay on the grass panting, while Little Gray lay at her feet, resting his head on her ankles. "Get up quickly. Why are you lying down? The dew is falling now. Get up. I'll carry you back." As he said that, he took the magpie's hand and pulled her up, then squatted in front of the magpie. The magpie climbed onto Shita's back without any hesitation. Little Gray cried weakly twice, and Shirtu reached out and grabbed the hair on the back of its neck and lifted it up as well. Carrying the magpie on his back, Shirtu took Little Gray back to the yard. "Brother Shirtu, it seems that you carried me back last time. You did a good job this time. At least you made it to the foot of the mountain. I carried you for a while on the road last time. I was holding on for a while halfway, but as soon as I saw the door of the house, I had no strength in my body and couldn't walk a step." Shirtu smiled. "It's not bad. If you really can't walk in the future, just tell me in advance. This time it was inconvenient for me to carry the big backpack, otherwise I would have no problem carrying you down the mountain." When they got to the yard, the magpie slipped off Shita's back and almost couldn't stand when her feet touched the ground. Shirtu hurriedly pulled her up and said, "I'll go get some warm water and scald my feet later to see if there are any blisters. Don't move around." The magpie walked to the stone table and sat down. "Don't worry, I won't move even if you ask me to. I just want to lie down now. I'll go get some warm water, and I'll make a simple dinner and go to bed early after dinner. Then what are you going to do? I'm hungry now." The two of them had a belly full of wild vegetable soup at noon, and with 2 peaches. By now Shirtu was so hungry that he couldn't stand it. Shirtu scratched his head. He was always careless when cooking. How could he do anything complicated? "Brother Shirtu, why don't you go wash your hands and knead some dough? I'll roll it out later, and we'll cook hot soup noodles. This is faster." "Okay, I know how to knead the dough. You wash first, take a bath, and then do it after you're done." After saying this, Shirtu went to the kitchen, lit the oil lamp, scrubbed the pot clean, and heated up the water first. He washed his hands, kneaded a large piece of dough, and put it aside to keep her awake. Shike was so tired that she was too lazy to move a finger, but there was nothing she could do. Her stomach was still empty. The water was soon ready, and Shirtu used a bucket to carry it to the bathtub outside, and then carried Shike in. "You take a shower first. If the water is not hot anymore, I'll add more hot water for you." Shike nodded, and without caring, she took off her clothes and soaked in. It was so comfortable to be surrounded by hot water. "Brother Shirtu, help me get a set of clothes to change." "Hey, right away." Shirtu took another set of Shike's daily clothes and brought them to her. At this moment, Shike was soaking in the water, but Shirtu didn't think anything of it. He knew that Magpie was exhausted, and he only felt sorry for her, so he didn't dare to think wrongly again. "Magpie, I'll rub your legs for a while, and you'll feel better tomorrow." "I know, it took me 2 days to recover last time. It's okay. I'm prepared." Magpie felt a little more energetic after washing. Some green vegetables grew in the vegetable garden, and the magpie picked up 2 of the big ones. Returning to the kitchen, she let the stones wash while she rolled and cooked the noodles. The noodles made from stones were really hard. After rolling out the noodles, Magpie lit the fire in another pot. The 2 of them had been away from home for a few days, and there were no vegetables or eggs at home, so Magpie poured some garlic into the pot, scooped out a spoonful of sauce, added water, and waited for the pot to boil. Clean the green vegetables and put them directly into the pot without cutting them. Stone took a quick bath and came back just in time for the hot soup noodles to be cooked. The magpie picked out 2 large bowls, and the 2 of them sat on the small bench in the kitchen and ate their dinner. I was really hungry, and everything tasted delicious. The 2 of them actually finished a big pot of noodles. Sure, even drank the remaining soup in the pot. "Brother Shirtu, it seems that we need to prepare more dry food next time. It's hot, and if you prepare too much, it will go bad in 2 or 3 days. I'll prepare more rice and noodles next time, and just bring all the seasonings. Magpie nod. Indeed, this saves much trouble. No, I'm too tired. I won't wash the dishes and chopsticks yet. Shirtu finished eating and put the dishes and chopsticks in the pot. Leave it here for now. I'll do it tomorrow morning. Let's go back to the house and sleep. After leaving the kitchen, the magpies saw 2 baskets of wild fruits under the eaves. Brother Shirtu, you have to take these out. They are easily spoiled if they are piled in the basket. Yeah, it's okay for the night. I'll send some to Brother Dania's house tomorrow morning, and then some to Shirkwan and Dad. We won't have much left, Magpie said without asking any more questions. She climbed into bed. She wanted to sleep now. Shirtu closed the courtyard door and threw Xiaohui, who was also well fed and drunk, into the doghouse. When I returned to the house, I saw that the magpie had already fallen asleep. I was so exhausted when I came here that I didn't even take off my clothes. Shirtu gently helped Magpie take off her coat, then squatted at Magpie's feet with an oil lamp to see if there were any blood blisters on her soles. Fortunately, there was some scratching, but no blood blisters. But Shirshir still brought out the ointment and helped her apply it. After everything was done, he took off his clothes and went to bed, blew out the oil lamp, and held the magpie in his arms. When Shirtu got up, Magpie also thought of it, but his whole body ached, so he moved his body, forget it, and went back to sleep. Shirtu looked at the magpie lying in bed, covered her with a thin quilt, got up first, washed up, and then cooked a pot of porridge. Then I went to the backyard to water the vegetable field, then found a basket and picked out a lot of peaches and apricots, preparing to send them to Daniel's family later. After the porridge was cooked, Shirtu simply cut some pickles and ate breakfast by himself. Before getting ready to go out, I went back to the house and took a look. The magpie was still sleeping soundly. He closed the door, took Xiaohui with him, and went to the village with a basket of fruits. When we got to the hillside, we gathered a lot of leaves and covered the basket. Although I don't travel much with the village, I still know most of them. Seeing him carrying so much fruit, I couldn't help but give it to him, so I might as well cover it with some. Xiaohui is quite sturdy. After resting for the night, he is now alive and kicking again. As soon as I entered the village, I saw a busy scene in the courtyard not far away. When the wheat is taken back, it must be dried first and then threshed. So many families let the elderly or children come over to occupy the space first, and quarrels sometimes occur. There's no such thing as being particular about who owns whose house first. Take advantage of the good weather to finish the collection quickly, otherwise, if the weather changes, months of hard work will be in vain. Shirtu had always been a loner. He only said hello to a few acquaintances and then went straight to Dania's house. The door to Dania's house was ajar, but it opened as soon as Shirshir pushed it open. Brother Daniu, sister-in-law Chui, are you at home? Yes, oh, it's a stone. Sister-in-law Chui came out as she spoke. When did you come back? Last night. It was already dark when we got home. These are the wild peaches and mountain apricots we brought back, saving them for Gunner to eat. Sister-in-law Chui took them and said, "Oh, there are so many. How can a child like him eat so much? Sister-in-law, please stay here. I still have some, and Brother Daniu is on the ground." Sister-in-law Chui pointed to the house. It's in the house. Go. Shirtu was stunned. What's wrong? You don't even go out and work on the ground. Shirtu said, and entered the house. Daniel was also busy in the house and took all the unfinished backpacks into the house to knit them. The stones came to him without stopping. Shirtu wasn't polite either. He sat on the small bench next to him. When he turned around, he discovered that there were scars on Nyo's neck and face. Shirtu was not surprised at all. Brother Daniel, we had another conflict with the old house. Daniel lowered his head to knit his backpack and sighed. God has opened his eyes this year. The grain harvest in the fields is good. Everyone harvests a lot more. My family only has 2 acres of land. Your sister-in-law and I finished the work in 3 days. Then she watched the drying in the yard, and I went to help the old man. The wheat is being harvested over there. Shirtu knew in his heart that it was the same in previous years. You are here to help with the work. How can you still harvest it? When the harvest was almost over, my father and mother discussed how to harvest new wheat. Sell it, I told you to keep more, but they didn't listen. If you don't want to listen, don't listen. It's better to take action. Sister-in-law Chui came in and said unhappily, "Why don't you listen?" "Sure too, you don't know how much they scold Daniel. It's ugly. You don't think about your family, you only listen to outsiders, and you don't think about your parents." Sister-in-law Chui sat aside. No one believes this. The harvest is good, and the new grain is expensive. The price of food on the market has not increased. Who would have so much food in hand? Not only the people at Laozhai didn't believe it when they heard it, Shirtu said, "That's why I only told a few people close to me. If you believe it, you will believe it. If you don't believe it, I can't help it. Don't blame me for not telling you in advance when something happens." Sister-in-law Chui said, "Shirtu, no matter who else, Daniel and I don't believe you. Sell it, and we only have 2 acres of land, so we don't have much left to sell." "Sister-in-law, since I told you I will never cheat you, I suggest you buy more coarse grains after autumn." Daniel nodded. "If the price of grain will not rise before and after the autumn harvest, as you said, I can save more coarse grains. What I am worried about is my parents. When the price of grain rises, there will be no more money to buy grain, and we will have to pay back. Did you come to my door?" Sister-in-law Chui said angrily, "You don't give me anything if you come to my door. It's time to tell me. Who are they to blame?" Shirtu said hurriedly, "Sister-in-law, don't do it. I was angry, so I said to buy more whole grains. If they really come to visit me, just give them to them. If you don't like them, don't ask for them." Sister-in-law Chui became very angry when she thought about what happened in the past 2 days. "We don't have much land, so I have nothing to say when I finish my work and help my parents with work. But after working for a long time, they didn't even care about food. They even said that the big cow would eat for the 3 of them. Tell them in advance to save more food." Just in case, Shirshir was not surprised at all because he scolded Dinyo. Shirtu didn't know how the Nyo family treated Dinyo. "Sister-in-law, have you mentioned it to your family?" "I have said that my sister-in-law can't make up her mind, so she will let people outside take a closer look. But she said she will definitely keep some. After all, there are many people in the family, and there are days when we don't eat food." "Well, it won't hurt to listen more. If the price of grain rises after autumn, don't sell it. I'm afraid that I won't even be able to buy old grain at this price." Daniel made up one. "Putting the backpack aside, the 2 of us only have a little bit of land. After paying the tax, it's enough for the 3 of us to eat. Like you said before, you know what you're telling me, and you don't care whether you listen or not. Brother Daniel, what else is there? If you need help, I'll give you a hand." "No, I will use the rest of the time to cultivate the 2 acres of wasteland. I'm afraid I won't be able to grow food well." "I'll plant some beans first," sister-in-law Chui asked. "Sure to. Where's the magpie? Why don't you call her here to eat with her at noon?" "Sister-in-law, don't bother me. Magpie is exhausted after coming back from the mountain with me. Let's rest for 2 days. By the way, go back and get that chicken, take it back." "Hey, I'll catch them." Shirtu and Daniel stood up. Daniel helped Shirtu catch his 3 chickens. Before he could go out, sister-in-law Chui got another one. "Basket of eggs." "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Sister-in-law smiled. "I'm not doing anything, just take it for you. It's not much, just about 20. If you don't take it, I'll have to make a separate trip to deliver it to you."
"Keep it for the dog eggs."
"Besides, I'll take the chicken back. Won't there be eggs to eat tomorrow?"
"Don't waste time."
"Since you don't want to eat here, I won't keep you." Daniel also said, "Take it. I will have to ask you to help me clean up the cave in 2 days." Shirtu smiled. "Look at what Daniel said. If you don't give me anything, then I won't help you." "Okay, then I'll take it, so that Daniel won't be embarrassed to ask for it later." Shirtu carried the eggs and left Daniel's house. The foot of the mountain could be seen after leaving the village. Shelby didn't wait for Shirtu and ran home first. Before reaching home, a figure was seen walking towards the foot of the mountain from a distance. Shirtu stopped and looked. It seemed to be a child. When he got closer, it looked like Huzi. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Huzi, it's really you. Why did you come here alone?" "It's the holiday during the busy farming season. I had nothing to do at home. So I came to find my sister. Shirtu smiled and patted Huzi. Come on, go home with me to see if your sister is up. Huzi exclaimed, and looked at the high sun. Shike was sitting on a small bench at the door, pounding her legs with both hands. Sister, sister, I'm here. Shike had just woken up and was awakened by the bright sunlight outside. After a night's sleep, something was wrong with her body. She was surprised to hear Huzi calling her. Huzi jumped and ran to Shike, squatted down and said with a smile on his face, Sister, I'm here. Shike was delighted and pinched Huzi's cheeks. You came alone, and Dad was really relieved. How did you two meet each other? I was almost at the foot of the mountain and I happened to meet my brother-in-law. Dad went to the county and will be back in a few days. My school is on vacation, so I wanted to come and see you. Shirtu put the basket next to Shike and said, These are the eggs that Sister Chui asked me to bring back. I put the chickens in the chicken coop in the backyard. After that, he said to Huzi, You came at the right time. I was planning to bring some wild fruits to you and Dad. Brother-in-law, you don't have to make this trip. I'll come over to eat. Shike wanted to stand up to wash the wild fruits for Huzi. Shirtu saw Shike's trembling legs and said, Okay, I'll go. You two sit here and chat for a while. Shike sat down. Huzi, why did Dad go to the county again? There was nothing to do at home. It happened that Dad heard that the brothers who used to had returned from the capital, so he went to the county, without saying a word. How many days has Dad been gone? I left yesterday. I was going to come yesterday, but Dad said that you and brother-in-law went up the mountain and might not stay for a few days. I just came to see you today. If you come back, I will stay here. If you don't come back, I will go back. That's a coincidence. We didn't come back until dark last night, and my legs are still shaking now. Huzi said with a smile, I just heard from my brother-in-law that my sister must have just woken up. You seem to be still confused now. The magpie gently patted her brother's head. I'll let you try it one day. You may not be able to persist. How dare you make fun of your sister? Shirtu came over with a basin of washed wild peaches and mountain apricots. Huzi, come and try them. These are all picked by your sister. They're very sweet. Brother-in-law, take me with you when you go up the mountain one day. I have great leg strength. Huzi grabbed a wild peach and took 2 bites. Okay, any day is fine. But my brother-in-law can carry your sister back, but I won't carry you. I won't care if you can't walk. Huzi's little face immediately became excited. I've said it before, my leg strength is very good. My father has been training me since I was a child. You see, I ran from home to here, without even breathing hard. That's true.
Huzi has a really good physique.
Shike took an apricot, broke it open, and took a bite. Shike, did you get up to eat? Hearing Shirtu's question, Shike said, No, I have no appetite. I just sat here after washing my face, and didn't want to move. Huzi finished eating a peach and grabbed an apricot. Hearing his sister talking weakly, he couldn't help but say, Sister, let me rub it for you. No, just take a day off. You won't be able to adapt to the mountain roads if you don't walk for a long time. If you really go, you may be like this. Huzi didn't think so, and stuffed the whole apricot into his mouth. Shirtu asked, Huzi, how long did Dad say it would take to get to the county town? Huzi spit out the apricot kernel and threw it aside. Dad said it depends on the situation. He didn't say how many days it would take. Have all the grains at home been harvested? Shike asked again. Not yet. Some haven't been dried yet. Dad said we'll harvest them together when we come back. Dad also told the families who rented our land that the grain price might be unstable this year, and asked them not to sell all the grain as much as possible, and even if they sold, they should store more coarse grains. Shirtu and Shike both knew that those who could rent other people's land must have families that were not doing well. They would definitely sell the new grains because the price was high, but if they took the opportunity to store more coarse grains, they would be able to cope with it when the time came. That was all I could say, and as for whether they would listen or not, that was up to them. I've left some porridge in the pot for you. No, I'll have it at noon. Huzi's eyes lit up. Sister, what are we having for lunch? Shike smiled at her brother. What do you want to eat? Huzi counted on his fingers and said one by one, There are too many things I want to eat. fried noodles with soybean sauce, meat patties, meat buns, dumplings, stewed meat, and the fish that my brother-in-law grilled last time was also delicious. My dad and I just fooled around at home, and at most asked Aunt Lee to help us cook 2 dishes. Aunt Lee sometimes doesn't even want to use oil, and the dishes she cooks are not very delicious. Looking at Huzi's aggrieved look, Shike couldn't help but feel distressed. When she was at home, she never had to settle for 3 meals a day. Seeing her father and brother eating happily was the time when she felt the most accomplished. Huzi, stay with me for a few more days, and I'll cook for you. Shirtu also smiled and said, yes, let your sister cook delicious food for you every meal and make you fat. By then, you won't be able to run anymore. Huzi pouted and said, no way, I can run very fast, sister. What are you going to cook for lunch? Shike looked at the sun and said, it's too late to cook what you want to eat. I'll simply stir-fry 2 dishes for lunch, make dumplings for you in the evening, and make meat patties tomorrow. Huzi was so happy that he couldn't help laughing twice. He knew that his sister would agree to whatever he said. Shirtu looked at the happy look of the brother and sister and couldn't help but smile. Huzi, come out with me in the afternoon after dinner. Huzi's eyes lit up. Where are we going? Are we going up the mountain? Shirtu laughed and said, why are you 2 siblings always thinking about going up the mountain? Why don't you go this afternoon? Come with me to my brother's house and bring him some peaches. Shirtu wanted to go see Shirkwan, mainly because it was the busy farming season and he wanted to see if he could help him. Huzi hesitated. He wanted to stay with his sister for a while longer. Go ahead, I'll make dumplings for you at home. Okay, I'll go with my brother-in-law. When Huzi heard that there would be dumplings in the evening, he happily agreed.
Oscar stood up.
His legs felt much better now, at least they weren't shaking anymore. Shirtu helped Shike bring firewood and took down a large piece of meat hanging on the beam. Shike poured out the porridge from the pot, steamed some rice, and soaked the dried mushrooms and black fungus in clean water. Then he asked Shirtu to go outside and pick some wild onions. Shike rinsed the meat, cut it into thin slices, and would stir-fry it with black fungus and eggs later. He also picked some green vegetables from the backyard and would stir-fry a mushroom with the meat slices later. Although there were not many dishes, Shike had prepared enough. The porridge was cooked in the morning and did not need to be heated. Shike filled half a bowl, and Shirtu drank the rest.
Huzi, eat first.
I didn't prepare anything today, so keep it simple. Huzi inhaled the aroma of the food, which was already very good. His father seldom cooked, but always steamed vegetables, meat, and rice in one pot. Shike served Huzi a large bowl of rice and put the fried black fungus and eggs with meat slices into the bowl. Huzi shoveled the rice into his mouth and picked up a piece of fresh mushroom. The rice cooked by his sister is so delicious. Oh, it would be great if he could live in his sister's house forever. Shike drank half a bowl of porridge, served another half bowl of rice, mixed the mushrooms in the bowl, and ate slowly. Shirtu was not to be outdone. Seeing that the brother and sister had almost finished eating, he moved all the remaining vegetables on the plate into the bowl, served another half bowl of rice, stirred it, and started to eat with big mouthfuls.